Hizaki, equipped with the Blackbeard template, crossed over to the world of Naruto. Initially, he was quite dissatisfied with the system, but soon he found it to be quite appealing. During the Third Great Ninja War, he not only disrupted Uchiha Obito's plans, but also saved Tobi, who was supposed to sacrifice himself. When Yahiko was brutally killed and Nagato turned dark, Hizaki kicked Hanzo of the Salamander to death at lightning speed, causing Danzo to flee in panic. Even during the Nine Tails incident, he made the Nine Tails spin 3,600 degrees in place with a thunderous technique. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had to question Danzo. What is going on here? What kind of chaos will this pirate king, who infiltrated the world of Naruto, bring? Chapter 1. This system is not right. In Konoha village, in the Hokage's office, Danzo, leave Kakashi to me. I will make him the sharpest weapon of Konoha, Danzo Shimura said, enduring the smoke that hit him in the face with a gloomy expression. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, calmly tapped the ash from his pipe and glanced at the 2 graduation application reports on the table. No way. Hiruzen directly refused. Kakashi is not suitable for Root. I have other plans for him. Hi, Jean. But I can give you someone else. Without waiting for Danzo to finish, the third Hokage interrupted him. Who? The third Hokage picked up one of the graduation application reports from the table and found the name on it. My guy. He just graduated today, only 7 years old, and he's a child with great talent in physical techniques. Danzo squinted one eye, a glint of cold light flashing in it. He recalled carefully and then incredulously shouted, Isn't that the useless kid who doesn't know any ninjutsu? Are you joking with me, Hiruzen? What use do I have for such a waste? Danzo couldn't hold back anymore. He had already investigated the student records of Kakashi's class. So when the third Hokage mentioned Might Guy's name, the image of a green-haired watermelon head who was always running laps around Konoha quickly surfaced in Danzo's mind. Danzo, you are going too far. After all, he is also a budding leaf inheriting the will of fire. The third Hokage shook his head and put down the graduation application report from Might Guy. He picked up another graduation application report, glanced at it carefully, and handed it to Danzo. Since you don't want Might Guy, then I'll transfer Hizaki to you. This child has also applied for graduation, and his physical techniques are even better. Hizaki? Danzo took the report from his friend. Are you talking about that kid who always laughs ha 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 and dreams of becoming a pirate king? It's Pirate King. Hiruzen corrected him. Hiruzen. Danzo, somewhat exasperated, crumpled the graduation application report in his hand and tossed it to the corner. This idiot is even worse than the previous waste. I want a genius ninja who can perfectly carry out missions, not one of Konoha's 3 fools. Give Kakashi to me. Impossible. Give up on that idea. Before Danzo could finish, the third Hokage interrupted him again. I will never give Kakashi to you, no matter what. Hiruzen. Danzo roared, enough. Danzo. The third Hokage also shouted loudly. Humph. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Bang. Danzo slammed the door and left. Hiruzen shook his head helplessly and took a few deep puffs from his pipe. What's up with this Hizaki? How can someone like him emerge from the education of the will of fire? Not wanting to be Hokage. Not wanting to be an excellent ninja. Wanting to be a pirate king. What a great dream is that. The third Hokage had never understood this question and sometimes even doubted his own abilities. Forget it. Let's see what the kids are up to. Time passed. Crystal ball technique. In the crystal ball on the right side of the third Hokage, shadows appeared. Is that my guy? What a hard-working child. The Uchiha child seems to like that girl with purple camouflage on her face. Although this child is a bit thick-skinned, her temperament is nothing like the Uchihas. She can serve as a bridge for communication between the village and the Uchihas. Asuma? That is the daughter of the Yuhi family? Good. This kid has good taste. A look of relief appeared on Hiruzen's face. The next moment, the third Hokage suddenly twitched at the corner of his mouth. Hizaki. In the crystal ball, a tall and handsome boy compared to his peers was laughing wildly and looking up at the sky to ha 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 ha. I will definitely be the Pirate King. Dream shout 1. Dream shout 10,000 times. The strongest Pirate King system is activating. 1 2. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Hizaki's heart was filled with joy. This dog system is finally about to activate. He was fed up with the activation method of this dog system. That's right, he's a transmigrator who crossed over 8 years ago into the body of a newborn baby. Izaki is his name in the Naruto world, with no surname. His father was a low-ranking ninja from Konoha who died in the Second Great Ninja War. His mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him. So Izaki grew up in the orphanage of Konoha. With parents sacrificed, the power is boundless. 3 years ago, the system arrived. But as a ninja in the ninja world, he surprisingly bound the strongest Pirate King system. And the worst part is that the system hadn't activated. He had to shout, "I will definitely be the Pirate King," 10,000 times in public, shocking the audience 10,000 times to activate the system. Since then, one of Konoha's 3 fools was born. Until today, the system is finally about to activate. 99-100. Strongest Pirate King system activation successful. Host, Marshall D. Teach, today sets sail. Indeed, it awakened the Blackbeard template. Monster-like physique, dark fruit, quake fruit. Izaki suppressed his excitement and continued to look down. Bounty, 0 devil fruit. None armament hockey. None observation hockey. None conquerors hockey. None. Skills, none. Izaki's excitement gradually sank, and he stared blankly at the activated system panel. Wait a minute. Is the system messing with me? Is it either 0 or none? What the hell is the use of activating the system like this? Izaki roared angrily in his mind. For the past 3 years, he had acted like an idiot, laughing wildly everywhere and telling everyone he wanted to be the Pirate King. He had become the leader of Konoha's 3 fools. And in the end, activating it was just a waste of time. Izaki was going crazy inside. He tried to calm his tone and attempted to communicate with the system. System, I am in Konoha, named Izaki, not in the Grand Line, and I am not Marshall D. Teach, how about you give me some strongest ninja system instead? However, there was no response on the system panel. Strongest Shinigami system would be fine too. Izaki's tone involuntarily rose. Still no response. Izaki, it's over. The system can't communicate. Useless. Just destroy it. Izaki was in despair, his heart feeling like dead ash. Detecting severe damage to the host's body, the system grants 1 repair function. Restoration of the host's lost physical talent completed. Restoration of the host's 2. Lost hearts completed. Power surged throughout Izaki's body, his heart beating like a drum, and every bone and muscle in his body was rejoicing. This feeling of becoming stronger was incredibly comfortable. Chapter 2. Something's not right with this group of classmates. Class 13. Ha 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 ha. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and others were stunned. What happened? Why did Kurosaki suddenly go crazy? A robust boy with short hair and a handsome face was tilting his head back, laughing exaggeratedly with his mouth wide open. The boy shouted out his dream while laughing maniacally, his face filled with anticipation and excitement. But soon, his expression began to deteriorate, becoming increasingly distorted. Then, his face turned ashen, filled with despair. Finally, he had a look of sheer comfort. Hey, Kurosaki, did you just poop your pants? Asuma, who looked like a delinquent, widened his eyes and quickly grabbed Kurenai's hand, pulling away from Kurosaki with a look of disdain. Impossible. Kurosaki couldn't have pooped his pants, he must be constipated. A boy with goggles rebutted. Obito's face was filled with inner conflict, and he seemed to have made a decision akin to facing death. He reached for his waist and pulled out a shuriken. Kurosaki, as your best brother, I wouldn't mind helping you dig it out with a shuriken. I won't judge you, but you have to buy me a new shuriken. This was his only shuriken, and although he was reluctant, he was willing to sacrifice for his brother. That's not right. Asuma pointed at Kurosaki's face and said, "Look at that comfortable expression, it must have come out." "No, there's no smell, it definitely went back in." Obito tried to defend Kurosaki's dignity, but the more he defended, the worse it got. Might Guy, who was doing handstands nearby, stood up excitedly and said, "Truly worthy of being my lifelong rival, your will is as strong as a rock. Kurosaki, let's do 800 sets of push-ups together and turn that iron rod in your belly into a needle." Might Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing his shiny tiger teeth, inviting Kurosaki. Listening to the outrageous remarks of these 3, Kurenai, Noera Rin, and Kato Yukino wished they could bury their heads in their desks. The chubby boy at the back, munching on snacks, almost vomited. The pineapple-haired boy next to him tightly covered his ears, afraid that listening to these three would lower his IQ. The rest of the class had various expressions. Kurosaki, pulling his attention back from the system panel, had veins bulging on his forehead. Did you just say poop? Asuma, do you believe he'll beat you so hard you'll poop? Uchiha idiot, do you want to experience the 1,000 years of pain early? I wouldn't mind you being the first. And you, Green River Toad, what the hell is grinding an iron rod into a needle? Are your heads filled with nonsense? You three bastards, are you looking for death? Come at me. Kurosaki yelled as he charged at the three that he no longer tangled with the stupid system issue. Since he was here, he might as well make do with it, believing he would eventually find a solution. Now he needed to vent on these three fools. Kurosaki, are you going to kill us to silence us? Hey, I'm just being kind, don't hit my face, haha. Kurosaki, let's have a fateful duel. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Ahem. Teacher Yajima Yohei's voice rang from outside the classroom. Kurosaki, my guy, come out for a moment. Outside the training ground. Hey, Obito, why haven't you applied for graduation yet? Kurosaki and Guy have both submitted their graduation application, reports the three idiots of Konoha are just missing you. A boy with pure white eyes spoke to Uchiha Obito in a somewhat sarcastic tone. Damn it, Hyuga Takuma, what are you bragging about? Aren't you too scared to submit your graduation application report? Obito was instantly furious and sharply retorted. Hyuga Takuma snickered. Humph. Under my Byakugan, graduating is a piece of cake. I'm not like you idiot, who can't even open your eyes. As if hit by a sore spot, Obito exploded in rage. You bastard, today I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson for being so arrogant. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to duel with Hyuga Takuma. Obito, Kurosaki and Guy are about to take the exam. Noera Rin gently pulled the furious Obito back. Obito looked at the cute girl with purple camouflage on her face. His face flushed, and his anger subsided. I'll get back at you later. He fiercely gestured a fist towards Hyuga Takuma. Hyuga Takuma ignored Obito's harsh words as Byakugan was focused on Kurosaki and Might Guy in the training ground. Speaking of which, can these two really pass the graduation assessment? However, Kurosaki's chakra is truly immense. Is he a monster? Veins bulged on his temples as he stared at Kurosaki, as if he saw flames burning fiercely in the training ground. Kurosaki, Guy, the teacher won't go easy on you later. You can still back out now. Yajima Yohei, a middle-aged teacher in a green Chunin vest, said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He was the teacher of the Konoha Ninja School and also the homeroom teacher of Kurosaki and the others. Teacher, I will not give up. My youth fire has already ignited. Might Guy's eyes seemed to ignite with flames as he clenched his fists, the spirit of youth unstoppable. Kurosaki twitched the corner of his mouth and calmly said, Teacher, I'm ready. Very good. I appreciate your fighting spirit. Guy, you go first as long as you can last 1 minute against me. I will allow you to graduate early. Yajima Yohei extended a finger, signaling Might Guy to step forward. Guy, unleash your youth. Kurosaki gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Okay. Might Guy responded with a thumbs up and his shiny tiger teeth. Kurosaki tactfully jumped back a few steps to the edge of the training ground, distancing himself from the two. He watched the two in the center of the training ground, lost in thought. Now was the year 44 of Konoha, and the Second Shinobi World War had just ended less than 4 years ago. However, this brief peace would not last long. Kurosaki knew very well that in 3 years, a greater war would come. This time, Konoha would be attacked from both front and back, facing the assault of the 4 major ninja villages. Kurosaki didn't seek to make a name for himself on a battlefield. He only wanted to survive in the meat grinder that would be the Third Shinobi World War. There was no escaping the upcoming Ninja World War. Kurosaki, well-versed in the Naruto storyline, knew how brutal the future war would be and how tight Konoha's manpower would be. Most of the kids in his class would die in battle, including Noera Rin, who was a medical ninja. Even the 7-year-old Uchiha Shursui would be sent to the battlefield. And now, the ninja school was too peaceful, and Kurosaki had very little left to learn. That he had no family secret techniques to practice. It would be better to graduate early and quickly gain experience and strength. Chapter 3. A person's dreams never end. The graduation assessment begins. In the center of the training field, Yajima Yohei and Might Guy form a confrontation. Teacher, I'm coming. Might Guy assumes an attacking stance. Bring it on. Whoosh. Might Guy's figure vanishes in place. So fast, Yajima Yohei's pupils contract sharply, instantly becoming serious. In the next moment, Guy's figure appears above Yajima Yohei. Take this. Guy delivers a powerful split kick, accompanied by a gust of wind, striking down fiercely. Yajima Yohei crosses his arms overhead to block Guy's kick. Bang! A tremendous force hits him, causing his feet to sink into the hard ground. What great strength! Yajima Yohei is slightly surprised. Although he knows that Might Guy's physical skills are beyond the norm, he didn't expect them to be this strong. Moreover, he can feel that Guy's legs are unusually hard, as if they are wrapped with something. The kick is blocked, but Guy does not pause for a moment. He quickly adjusts his stance, alternating punches, kicks, elbows, and knees towards Yajima Yohei, each attack like a heavy hammer. However, all these attacks are successfully blocked by Yajima Yohei. Seeing his attacks yield no results, Guy suddenly performs a backflip to retreat. Teacher, I'm going all out now. Saying this, he rolls up his pant legs and removes the weights on his legs. Boom! The two weights smash into ground, creating two craters and kicking up dust. Underneath Might Guy's thick brows, his eyes burn with fighting spirit. Outside the training field, the onlookers are left speechless. No way, he was still wearing weights. Is he really a student of the Ninja Academy? Has Guy become this strong already? If it were me, could I even see Guy's attacks? No wonder Guy applied for graduation. With these fierce kicks, there's probably no one in the academy who can withstand them. Inside the training field, the exchange of punches and kicks between Might Guy and Yajima Yohei is so fast that it dazzles the spectators. Might Guy may not have a good aptitude for ninjutsu, and he has no talent for jinjutsu, so he channels all his energy into taijutsu. His fists and feet are his only weapons. Is it all you've got, Guy? Yajima Yohei raises his leg for a side kick, pushing Guy back. Although he is just a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he is still a CH nin. Even if taijutsu is not his strongest area, he wouldn't lose in a fist fight to a 7-year-old boy. Might Guy crosses his arms and successfully blocks Yajima Yohei's heavy kick. He slides back a considerable distance. Teacher, it's not over yet. Might Guy's fighting spirit remains undiminished. Whoosh! As soon as he finishes speaking, Might Guy starts to run rapidly around Yajima Yohei, moving so fast that he turns into a blur. He attempts to find a weak point in Yajima Yohei's defense. Soon, Guy makes a quick move, appearing behind Yajima Yohei. Leaf Hurricane. He leaps high into the air, spins his body, and kicks towards Yajima's shoulder. Bang! Might Guy lands a kick on Yajima Yohei's shoulder. No way, did Yajima-sensei actually get hit? Teacher can't be defeated, right? The crowd outside the training field gasps in surprise. How is this possible? The teacher is a CH nin. How could he be defeated so easily? Naruto says in a voice that is neither too loud nor too soft. Sure enough, Yajima Yohei, who was kicked away, bursts into a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a piece of wood. It's a substitution technique. As Might Guy lands, he doesn't have time to be surprised. He already feels the wind rushing towards him from behind. He quickly rolls forward and turns around, dodging a kunai aimed at his back. That was close. Sweat beads form on Guy's forehead. Just as he poses for another attack, he hears Yajima Yohei's voice from behind. Guy, it's over. A kunai circles around from behind Guy, resting against his neck. Outside the training field, the crowd begins to murmur. Still not good enough? What a pity. Guy has become so strong, but in the end, he's still lost. It seems not everyone is a genius like Kakashi. Hey, what are you talking about? Kurosaki stands a short distance away from the crowd, a smile on his face. Guy succeeded. Saying this, he slowly walks towards Might Guy and Yajima Yohei. What? The crowd looks at Kurosaki in confusion. Just 1 minute. Naruto steps forward to explain. In the center of the training field, Might Guy lowers his hands, looking somewhat dejected. I lost. Am I still far off? But he quickly reignites his fighting spirit, clenching his fists. Next time, I will definitely graduate. Since I failed, I will punish myself to do 1,000 push-ups. If I can't finish 1,000 push-ups, I will do 1,000 squats. If I can't finish 1,000 squats, I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha. If I can't finish 1,000 laps. Yajima Yohei is left speechless, his mouth twitching at Guy's self-imposed training regimen. Guy, I never said you had to defeat the teacher to graduate. He retracts the kunai and lightly pats Guy's shoulder. Teacher, does that mean? Guy's eyes widen in disbelief. Guy, the time exceeded 1 minute. You passed the assessment. Yajima Yohei smiles as he takes a ninja headband out of his ninja tool pouch and hands it to his student. Might Guy takes the headband as if in a dream, his eyes gradually moistening. Guy, you truly are someone I recognize. You did it, congratulations. Kurosaki approaches and gives Might Guy a light punch on the shoulder, congratulating him. Kurosaki, I graduated and became a ninja. Guy jumps in place, tears streaming down like a spring. Years of hard training have finally paid off at this moment. Might Guy ties the headband around his waist, picks up the 2 weights he discarded, and excitedly runs off. Kurosaki, it's your turn next. But you have to last 3 minutes under the teacher's hands before you can graduate. Yajima Yohei glares at Kurosaki with an unfriendly smile. His fists and palms crossed over his chest, cracking his knuckles. Wait, Yajima-sensei, why does Guy's assessment time only take 1 minute while mine is 3 minutes? Kurosaki's eyes widen in disbelief as he loudly questions. Yajima Yohei's expression changes instantly, filled with indignation. You are literally the student with the worst awareness I've ever taught. 3 whole years, and you still haven't grasped the great will of fire. You don't want to be Hokage, you don't want to be an excellent ninja, but instead want to be some worthless mountain bandit king. I absolutely will not let you graduate easily. Teacher, I meant Pirate King. Kurosaki licks his lips, feeling somewhat guilty as he explains. What difference does that make? Don't think you can graduate. Get back to school and learn the will of fire properly. Yajima Yohei is so angry he is hopping up and down. But soon, he squints his eyes, takes a deep breath, and whispers, unless you can shout in front of everyone that your dream is to become Hokage, only then will I consider shortening your assessment time to 1 minute. He grins mischievously, trying to entice Kurosaki. As long as Kurosaki shouts that he wants to become Hokage, then his teaching career will be perfect. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by his colleagues for teaching someone who wants to be a pirate king. Teacher, I will not compromise with you. Kurosaki's stubbornness flares up. A person's dreams never end. Kurosaki boldly shouts Blackbeard's classic line. Yajima Yohei is furious. You little brat, the teacher will not show mercy. Prepare to suffer. Chapter 4. A taijutsu master? No, it's a monster. In the Hokage office. Bored. The third Hokage is using a telescope technique to watch the graduation assessment in the training field. My guy is really a good kid. The third Hokage nods with a smile, feeling gratified. What he wants to see most is the young sprouts of Konoha growing strong. Perhaps he could grow into a nin specialized in taijutsu and receive special training. After a moment of thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen concludes. In the ninja world, the nin are already the backbone of the ninja villages. In some small ninja villages, like the Grass Hidden Village and the Waterfall Hidden Village, nin can even become high-ranking officials. If Kurosaki were here, he would definitely scoff at the words of the third Hokage. Amide Jinin. Are you looking down on me, Kike? This is a man who almost kicked his way to the finale. The 8 Gates technique has existed for a long time, but no one has ever mastered it to its depths. Except for Might Guy and his son, Might Guy, due to his limited perspective. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not understand the power of the 8 Gates technique. He doesn't even know that the longtime genin Might Guy has already mastered the 8 Gates, and his strength far surpasses that of an elite J-nin. Moreover, Might Guy's talent is even greater than that of Might Guy. Next is Kurosaki's graduation assessment. Yamping, give this unconventional child a good lesson. Asuma is almost led astray by him. Thinking of his little son, the third Hokage suddenly felt a headache. Due to his busy political duties and neglecting discipline, Asuma's thoughts gradually deviated from the will of fire. Originally, Asuma was rebellious enough. But after entering the ninja school and meeting Kurosaki, his thoughts became even more rebellious. Things like him, the third Hokage, being a remnant of the old era, and that the new era has no ship to carry him, that there should only be one voice in the land of fire, and that is the daime. That Konoha ninjas and Hokage should be loyal to the daime and obey the daime's orders. That the ninja village system is the root of war and should be abolished. Look at this. Are these the words a Hokage's son should say? The third Hokage may not be clear about other things, but the phrases remnant of the old era and no ship to carry him definitely came out of Kurosaki's mouth. Inside the crystal ball, Kurosaki and Yajima Yongping are about to conduct the graduation assessment. In the center of the training ground, before the assessment begins, Kurosaki directly pulls up his pant legs and removes the weights on his legs. Boom! Similarly, the two weights hit the ground and created two large pits. But it wasn't over yet. To everyone's astonishment, Kurosaki unbuckled the vest on his body. He took off the vest and tossed it aside. Boom! An even louder sound erupted. The ground was smashed into a larger pit, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the pit, creating a cloud of dust. Not far away, outside the training ground. Hey, are you kidding me? Obito's mouth was wide open, his jaw nearly dislocated. Is this the power a normal human can have? Inside the ninja school, among the male students, only Kurosaki had never mocked him, but instead often encouraged him. Obito considered Kurosaki to be his best friend. He knew Kurosaki was carrying weights, but he had no idea how exaggerated the weight Kurosaki was carrying was. What kind of monster is Kurosaki? Asuma's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost popping out. A genius like Kakashi, right? Nara Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering in a daze, feeling the tremors under his feet. The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat. Their expressions varied. Indeed, this is youth. I still have a long way to go. From the center of the training ground to the side of everyone, Guy clenched his fists in front of his chest. Before the others could congratulate Guy, they were directly stunned by Kurosaki's actions. Kurosaki, truly my lifelong rival. There was not a trace of jealousy in Guy's eyes, but rather more fighting spirit. Since he has been far surpassed, in order to catch up with Kurosaki's pace, he should train even harder. Today, I will do 1,000 push-ups. If I can't finish 1,000 push-ups, I will do 1,000 squats. If I can't finish 1,000 squats, I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha. If I can't finish 1,000 laps. Saying this, Guy bent down and began to train furiously. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage watched the rolling smoke inside the crystal ball, blinking in disbelief. This is too much. He tugged at his beard in surprise. Hiss! A pain sensation came, and he quickly rubbed his chin. To relieve the pain in his chin, the third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a few puffs. Inside the training ground, watching the commotion created by Kurosaki, Yajima Yongping's mouth twitched repeatedly. Is this the power an 8-year-old child should have? And this muscular build and height? Is this what an 8-year-old child should have? What kind of feed did he grow up on? Looking at Kurosaki's exposed muscles and his height towering over his peers, Yajima Yongping couldn't help but question life. No, I have to take this seriously. I can't be careless. This kid Kurosaki has a bit of a devilish charm. Yajima Yongping muttered softly. Kurosaki, who had removed the weights, did not pay attention to the astonishment of those around him. He jumped in place. It feels so light, as if the earth has no gravity. Kurosaki lightly pushed off with his toes and leaped to half a person's height. His physical talent was already very high, and after several years of hard training, his physical skills had surpassed Might Guy. Just now, he had successfully activated the system. Although the system is a bit outrageous, it has once again strengthened his body, transforming his fragile physique in the Hokage world into the robust physique of the One Piece world. This is Blackbeard's physique. 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, and he won't feel tired. At this moment, Kurosaki had no idea how strong his own physique had become. The weights that had previously felt somewhat heavy now felt almost weightless. Moreover, Kurosaki had a sense that his strength was still slowly increasing. In fact, even without removing the weights, Kurosaki was confident he could pass the graduation assessment. The reason he removed them was simply to unleash all his strength and test his abilities. Seeing that Kurosaki was ready, Yajima Yongping shouted loudly. The graduation assessment begins. Then the two form hand seals. Teacher Yajima, please don't be careless. Kurosaki rarely showed a serious expression, taking an offensive stance. Bring it on. Let the teacher teach you what it means to be a nin. Although he spoke lightly, Yajima Yongping did not dare to underestimate the monstrous student before him. He also assumed a defensive posture. The next moment, crack! The ground beneath Kurosaki's feet directly cracked open. Yajima Yongping's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads, and his heart trembled. Where'd he go? Disappeared? Where's he? Yajima Yongping's eyes rapidly scanned, trying to find Kurosaki's figure. Not good. Danger. He leaped back with all his might. Boom! A large area of cracks appeared under Yajima Yongping's feet, where he had just stood. Kurosaki's figure emerged, his right foot heavily smashing down at the center of the cracks. Did he dodge? As expected of a CH-nin who has been on the battlefield, his reaction is truly swift. Kurosaki thought to himself. He quickly stood up and took advantage of the moment the teacher was airborne to attack once more. On the other side, Yajima Yongping's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Feeling a bit fearful, if he had been hit, he would probably be seriously injured. He believed he had been cautious enough with Kurosaki, yet he still underestimated Kurosaki's speed and power. Before he could land, Kurosaki disappeared again. This time, Yajima Yongping saw Kurosaki's attack trajectory. Kurosaki didn't circle around to attack. He charged straight at him. His feet hadn't even touched the ground, and there was no way to dodge. The body replacement technique was too late. Yajima Yongping looked at the lightning-fast Kurosaki, helplessly raising his arms to brace for Kurosaki's punch. Bang! Kurosaki's fist struck solidly against Yajima Yongping's arm. Feeling the immense force coming from his arm, Yajima Yongping's complexion changed dramatically. What a joke. This kind of power almost broke my arm. Omiya Jehenin. Has this kid's physical skills already reached the level of CH-nin? Yajima Yongping was greatly shocked. Yashihiro Waihei, who hadn't even landed yet, was hit by Kurosaki's fist and flew backward. In midair, Waihei leaned back sharply, pushed off the ground with both hands, quickly flipped his body, adjusted his posture, and landed on his feet. Whoosh! Due to inertia, he kept sliding backward, the soles of his shoes rubbing against the ground and leaving long marks. Waihei flew and slid for a distance of at least 20 meters. Look, Kurosaki is actually gaining the upper hand in physical skills. That's only natural. Kurosaki's discarded weight is not something an ordinary person can handle. However, it's not over yet. Teacher Waihei is a CH-nin. His strength is far from just this. In the training ground, Waihei endured the pain in his arm and quickly reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulling out a few shuriken and a kunai. Whoosh! Whoosh! He shot the shuriken at Kurosaki while gripping the kunai in his palm. Seeing this, Kurosaki also pulled out a kunai from his own tool pouch. Clang! Kurosaki, holding the kunai, deflected one of the shuriken and easily dodged the rest. Then, he charged forward with a fierce attack. Clang! The kunai clashed, sending sparks flying. Kurosaki and Waihei were locked in a stalemate. Teacher Waihei, if you don't take this seriously, I might just graduate, Kurosaki said nonchalantly, appearing calm and unhurried. Stop boasting. You're still 800 years away from graduating. Get back to school and learn the will of fire, Waihei said fiercely. Kurosaki, upon hearing this, was not angry. After 3 years of interaction, he had seen through this teacher. Sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. He was a classic case of someone whose words didn't team match his heart. Unlike Guy, Kurosaki was an orphan. Waihei only wanted him to grow a bit more in school, to become stronger before becoming a ninja and taking on missions. He had seen too many talented children sacrificed on the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War before they had a chance to grow. However, Kurosaki had already made up his mind. He was going to graduate today. The Third Shinobi World War was approaching, and as a civilian ninja without a background, it would be very hard for him to survive on the battlefield without strength. Life in the ninja school was too comfortable. Teacher Waihei, here I come, Kurosaki said, gripping the kunai and attacking the man in front of him like a fierce storm. Clang, clang, clang. Both chose to engage in close combat, and the sparks from their kunai clashing flew like fireworks. Their figures flickered rapidly across the training ground. One moment they vanished, and the next they collided again. For a moment, no one could see their figures in the training ground, yet their silhouettes seemed to fill the entire area. Outside the training ground, everyone craned their necks, trying to catch sight of the two. I can't see clearly. Their speed is too fast. I can't keep up. Obito swallowed hard, feeling bitter. He knew he wasn't strong, but he didn't expect to be this weak, unable to even see Kurosaki's movements. Asuma also looked confused, turning to his classmate Hinata. Hey, Takuma, can your Byakugan see Kurosaki and teacher Waihei's movements? Hinata Takuma had already activated his Byakugan, veins bulging at his temples. I can barely see. I'm having a hard time keeping up. Their speed is too fast. Impressive. Even my guy stood up, trying to see the actions of the two in the training ground. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. Kurosaki's talent in physical skills is truly excellent. With a bit of training, he might grow into a special jonin specializing in physical skills in the future. If his ninjutsu is also decent, Konoha will have one more jonin, special jonin, even among the 5 great ninja villages, is a master who has 1 foot in the upper echelons. Jonin are the face of a village, part of the upper echelon of the 5 great ninja villages, and are very rare. In the training ground, Waihei was growing more and more shocked inside. No way. How is Kurosaki getting faster and faster? I can't engage him in close combat anymore. I might embarrass myself. Waihei clenched his teeth, already giving it his all in physical skills. But he found it increasingly difficult to see Kurosaki's movements. On the other hand, Kurosaki was getting more and more energized. The force of his attacks grew heavier each time. Clang! The kunai clashed once again. However, this time, thanks to Kurosaki's strength, Waihei quickly retreated. Si Wei Shun Hai Wuin. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A bright red fireball erupted from Waihei's mouth. The fireball rapidly expanded, turning into a massive fireball over 2 meters in diameter, aiming at Kurosaki on one side of the training ground. Watching the approaching fireball, Kurosaki smiled. Teacher, are you really going to use such a large-scale ninjutsu on an ungraduated student? But that suit me just fine. I want to see just how strong a CH Nin really is. Kurosaki tossed aside his battered kunai and formed hand seals with both hands. Teacher, are you trying to kill Kurosaki? Kurosaki, get out of the way. Someone shouted from outside the field. Boom! Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Kurosaki was hit by the great fireball technique. His figure vanished in the flames. Chapter 6. The over-the-top graduation exam boom. Kurosaki, who was forming hand seals, was directly hit by the fireball, which was 2 to 3 meters in diameter. His body was completely engulfed in flames. No way. How could Kurosaki not dodge? Could it be that he was killed by teacher Waihei? The onlooking students expressed their worries and gasps. How could Kurosaki not dodge? Watching Kurosaki disappear in the flames of the great fireball technique, Obito murmured in despair. No, I don't believe it. Obito shouted loudly, bursting through the crowd and heading for the training ground. At that moment, Hidanti noticed the chakra surging into his eyes. No, wait. Hinata Takuma suddenly shouted loudly. Kurosaki hasn't lost yet. With his Byakugan activated the entire time, he was the first to notice something amiss. What? The crowd looked at the training ground in disbelief upon hearing Takuma's words. Whoosh! As the flames dissipated, a hot wind spread outwards. Thud! A charred piece of wood fell to the ground. Aside from the burnt wood and a shallow pit left by the great fireball technique, there was nothing else. It was a substitution technique. Kurosaki used a substitution technique. Takuma explained to the crowd. Obito, Guy, and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Takuma's words, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. What a false alarm. I thought Kurosaki was killed by teacher Waihei. But when did Kurosaki learn the substitution technique? He has never used it before. Someone raised a question. Others were also wondering the same, including Waihei. A substitution technique? I thought Kurosaki only knew physical skills. This kid hid his abilities during the final exam? What a cunning little brat. But where did Kurosaki go? Where will he attack from? In the training ground, Waihei searched for Kurosaki's figure everywhere. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards him from behind. From behind? When did that happen? Waihei widened his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, Kurosaki leaped high into the air, spinning around and kicking towards Waihei. Seemingly caught off guard, Waihei was heavily kicked in the back of the neck. However, Kurosaki did not show any signs of joy on his face. Bang! As expected, Waihei's body exploded into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? What a remarkable ninjutsu! Are you bullying me because I only know physical skills and the transformation technique? Heisei couldn't help but mutter to himself, feeling envious of the ninjutsu used by Yajima Yohei. He specialized in physical techniques, not because he couldn't learn ninjutsu, but because he hadn't had the opportunity to come into contact with any ninjutsu other than the basic three-body technique. The shadow clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique taught in ninja school are, to put it bluntly, just simple tricks to deceive the eyes. Against ordinary people and some low-ranking ninjas, the three-body technique might still have some use. But when facing someone above the intermediate ninja level, the three-body technique becomes somewhat inadequate. Although Heisei had activated the system and maxed out his physical technique talent, he was still drooling over some ninjutsu. Techniques like the multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god, and dark walking techniques were just too practical. When did Yajima-sensei use the shadow clone technique? I didn't see him forming any hand seals. Did he use the great fireball technique to block his line of sight first? After Heisei kicked apart Yajima Yohei's shadow clone, he landed steadily. Before Heisei could make any other moves, the ground erupted with clods of dirt. Earth release, heart cut technique. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached up from underground, grabbing Heisei's ankle. It's coming from underground. Heisei was startled. At the same time, his body was swiftly dragged underground. The heart cut technique, although not very powerful, was extremely stealthy. This ninjutsu requires the user to hide underground, ambush the enemy, and drag their body underground, leaving only their head exposed, creating the illusion that they have been beheaded. If successful, it can effectively trap the enemy. However, Yajima Yohei's target was Heisei. Although Heisei was successfully ambushed by Yajima Yohei, he was not flustered at all. He quickly gathered a large amount of chakra and infused it into his legs. As a traveler, his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, and coupled with a physique like a fierce beast, Heisei's chakra was enormous. "Let me go," Heisei shouted, breaking free with one leg. All his chakra concentrated in the raised foot, and he stomped violently downward. Over the years of traveling, Heisei had not only honed his body, but had also invested a lot of energy into chakra application. This technique was developed by Heisei based on Tsunade's painful sky kick. By concentrating chakra in the foot and releasing a massive amount of chakra at the moment of impact, it causes significant damage and destruction. It was quite similar to the painful sky kick. Perhaps this was the painful sky kick after all. Boom! It was as if a meteor had struck, and the ground of the training field instantly caved in, with cracks spreading like spider webs in all directions. The center where Heisei stood kicked up huge clouds of dust. Outside the training field, everyone was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. Even some girls who were not good at fighting were so startled by the violent earthquake that they sat down on the ground. No way. Is this the intensity expected in a graduation assessment? Can ninjas really reach this level? Kakashi didn't experience such a ridiculous battle during his graduation assessment, right? No. I must still be dreaming. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage watched the crystal ball, equally surprised with his mouth agape. His pipe fell from his mouth and landed on the table. "Is this the painful sky kick?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. He leaned forward, getting closer to the crystal ball. "No, this is not the painful sky kick. This technique, besides Tsunade, no one in Konoha knows it. Tsunade and Heisei have no connection. She couldn't have taught it to him." Sarutobi Hiruzen's body slowly leaned back, his back resting against the chair. "I remember, Heisei's father was a civilian ninja, and his mother was an ordinary person. They didn't have any family ninjutsu. Then, it can only mean one possibility. Heisei comprehended it himself." Then, an incredible light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. This is a genius on par with Kakashi. Not only is his physical technique powerful, but his talent for ninjutsu is also astonishing. In less than 10 years, he might become a jonin. The third Hokage couldn't help but marvel, feeling relieved in his heart. Fortunately, Danzo didn't want Heisei. Otherwise, such a good seedling would have been taken into the darkness by Danzo. Chapter 7. Explosive flow break inside the training field. Heisei dodged out of the dust-covered area. Yajima-sensei, you won't be dead, will you?" Heisei looked at the destruction he had caused, worry creeping into his voice. This move was his strongest ninjutsu so far, no? It was ninjutsu-based physical technique. He had never used it in front of others before. The system had enhanced his body, so the power of this move was even greater than before. Additionally, unexpectedly and reasonably, his chakra had nearly doubled. However, Heisei's worries were unnecessary. Before long, Yajima Yohei awkwardly crawled out from underground. Cough, cough. That was close. I almost couldn't get out. At that moment, he felt as if he'd been gored by a wild boar. What is this move called? Yajima Yohei asked with a grin. Explosive flow break. It's my self-created ninjutsu-based physical technique. Heisei replied loudly. At the same time, Heisei felt a bit embarrassed in his heart, muttering, Sorry, I'm terrible at naming. Can I borrow the name of your technique? Inuyasha? Self-created ninjutsu-based physical technique. Yajima Yohei's eyes widened in disbelief. This power is almost at the level of a high-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect that besides Kakashi, who has already graduated, there was also a genius like you hidden in the class. Perhaps even Kakashi couldn't achieve this level. Yajima Yohei couldn't help but praise. At this time, the 6-year-old Kakashi had not yet developed the lightning release, Chidori. He was renowned in Konoha for his family's swordsmanship and 5-element ninjutsu, having graduated at an unprecedented age of 5. In that case, Yajima-sensei, can I graduate now? Heisei asked. He was already aware of his strength and saw no need to continue fighting. Unexpectedly, Yajima Yohei, who had just been shocked, suddenly smirked. Want to graduate? Don't dream. It's still not even 2 minutes. With such a powerful ninjutsu, your chakra must be exhausted by now, right? What will you do for the next minute? The teacher won't go easy on you. However, if you shout that you want to become Hokage, the teacher might consider allowing you to graduate. Heisei, no, sensei. Are you really that persistent? Just shouting, I want to become Hokage will make me Hokage? What's the point? Being the Pirate King is much freer than being Hokage. Heisei couldn't help but complain in his heart. He sensed the remaining chakra in his body. It had indeed been consumed quite a bit. He still had about 90% left. With an attack like earlier, he could unleash it about 10 more times. Yajima-sensei, since you sincerely requested it, I will graciously fulfill your wish. Heisei took a deep breath and shouted, I want to become Hokage. Yajima Yohei's eyes lit up. Finally, he would teach this rebellious student. Heisei, I, Yajima Yohei, could die in peace now. I want to become the Pirate King. Outside the training field, Obito shouted, Teacher, Heisei is messing with you. Yajima Yohei's excited mood was doused with a bucket of cold water. He was so angry that his eyes seemed to spit fire. You little brat, daring to play with me. I won't go easy on you this time. Teacher, a person's dreams won't change easily. Heisei grinned and laughed towards the sky. You little brat, prepare to die. Yajima Yohei formed hand seals at lightning speed, then pressed both palms on the ground. Earth release, earth wave technique. The ground beneath Heisei's feet instantly surged like a giant wave. Do you think you can make me lose my balance? Yajima-sensei, this technique doesn't have much effect on me. He could see that Kurosaki's feet were firmly glued to the ground, moving up and down without a hint of losing balance. But your movements are restricted, aren't they? Yajima Yohei stood up and said, Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Yajima Yohei formed hand seals again, and a barrage of fireballs shot towards Kurosaki. Naturally, Kurosaki wouldn't just sit back and wait. He used the power of the earth wave technique to leap into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded beneath Kurosaki. Seeing Yajima Yohei about to form hand seals again, Kurosaki quickly threw several shurikens to interrupt his technique. Swish, swish. Yajima Yohei stepped back a few paces, dodging the shurikens that flew from the air. Earth release, earth spike. He quickly used earth release. Sharp earth spikes shot up into the sky, aiming at Kurosaki in midair. No way. I can't dodge. Kurosaki thought to himself. He had too few ninjutsu techniques, apart from the body replacement technique and his self-created explosive flow break. He knew nothing else. Moreover, it was difficult to use the body replacement technique while in midair, After all, it was merely a simple trick, the most basic ninjutsu, not something involving spatial displacement. I can only take it head-on. Explosive flow break. Kurosaki concentrated a large amount of chakra in his feet and stomped hard on the rapidly ascending earth spikes. Boom! Another cloud of dust erupted, and Kurosaki's falling figure disappeared into the dust. In Hokage's office, the third Hokage watched Kurosaki's assessment situation clearly through the telescope technique. "Yohei, did you go a bit too hard?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, taking a puff of smoke. Outside the training ground, everyone seemed to be under a binding technique, all dumbfounded. "Hey, Teacher Yajima is targeting Kurosaki, isn't he? Who can pass such a graduation assessment? You bastard teacher, if you hurt Kurosaki, I won't forgive you." Inside the training ground, Yajima Yohei ignored the loud shouts of Dato and fixed his eyes on the front. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two broken earth spikes flew out from the dust, shooting towards Yajima Yohei. Immediately after, Kurosaki's figure burst out of the dust, holding a kunai and quickly attacking Yajima Yohei. "Kurosaki, I didn't expect you to still have chakra-releasing ninjutsu. However, if that's all you have, you won't pass the graduation assessment." Yajima Yohei ducked down, avoiding the flying earth spikes. At the same time, he threw several shurikens at Kurosaki. Kurosaki was hit by the shurikens, and then turned into a puff of smoke. No real body. Is it the body replacement technique? Where's the real one? Still in the dust. Yajima Yohei gripped his kunai, instantly on guard. Explosive flow break. Kurosaki's voice came from behind him. "Oh no, when did this happen?" Yajima Yohei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly thought about the earth spikes he had dodged. Is it the transformation technique? Feeling a fierce wind behind his head, Yajima Yohei hurriedly jumped to the side. However, he did not hear the expected sound of Kurosaki's feet thundering on the ground. Then, he saw a fist smashing towards his face. He felt as if he saw the word death. Chapter 8. A Konoha Genin and the Whitebeard Pirates? Alright, you've passed your graduation assessment. Looking at the increasingly large fist, Yajima Yohei hurriedly said. Kurosaki heard this and stopped both his foot and fist. "TCH, you called out too quickly. If I had been a second later, my fist would have hit. What a pity." Kurosaki thought to himself, looking displeased. Seeing Kurosaki retract his fist, Yajima Yohei quietly sighed with relief. "That was close. If I had been a moment slower, I might have been punched to death. Damn it. Is this the strength an 8-year-old child should have? What was that illusion just now? The Grim Reaper?" Yajima Yohei felt a wave of fear in his heart, and cold sweat soaked his back. Also, what S with that displeased expression on your face, you little brat? Aren't you upset that you didn't hit the teacher? Do you want to kill the teacher? Yajima Yohei suddenly felt a surge of anger. He steadied himself, calmed down, and took out a ninja headband from his ninja tool pouch. "Kurosaki, from today onwards, you are a Konoha ninja. I originally wanted to keep you for another 2 years. Let you become stronger before graduating you. However, the teacher didn't expect you to have become so strong already. There's nothing left to teach you in school." Teacher Kurosaki opened his mouth to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know what to say. Over the years in ninja school, Yajima Yohei had really taken good care of him. When he first arrived in the Hokage world, Kurosaki felt like just a passerby. After all, this was a two-dimensional world, and he was familiar with all the plot lines. He regarded everyone around him as uninteresting and emotionally detached. As long as he could survive and wait for Naruto to save the world, that would be enough. Just consider it an experience of a realistic survival game. Although he had memories from his previous life, Kurosaki still felt endless loneliness. After a long time, he didn't know when it started, but Kurosaki's thoughts gradually changed. He realized that this was a vibrant world, a world with emotions. Perhaps it was when Kurosaki was nearly starving, and the owner of Ichiraka Ramen served him a big bowl of hot ramen for free. Or perhaps it was the weary woman in the orphanage who brought food to him every day. Or maybe it was Dato, Gayasuma, and others who played tricks around him every day. Perhaps this was the heavy bond of youthful delusions. This was also the reason Kurosaki chose to graduate early. He could no longer bear to watch the people around him die one by one. Graduating early and laying out plans in advance might change some tragedies that had yet to occur. Even if the plot changes. Even if he enters the sights of certain old-timers earlier, Yajima Yohei naturally didn't he know what Kurosaki was thinking. He patted Kurosaki's shoulder earnestly and continued. But even after graduation, you cannot slack off. You must work hard to become stronger. The teacher doesn't want you to get injured or worse on missions in the future due to neglecting your training. He didn't finish his sentence. But Kurosaki guessed what he was about to say. Being a ninja is a high-risk profession. The number of ninjas who die due to carelessness or neglecting their training is countless. Don't worry, Teacher Yajima. I will get stronger and stronger, Kurosaki said confidently. Just relying on his ninja talent, he was confident he could stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, not to mention he had the system. Although he still didn't fully understand this system. Yajima Yohei nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly his tone changed. Also, you little brat. Don't go do something like becoming a mountain bandit or a pirate. These worthless professions. Be sure to be an excellent ninja for me. With your talent, you might have the opportunity to become HOKAGE in the future. Isn't that better than being a mountain bandit or a pirate? Give it here. Before Yajima Yohei could finish speaking, Kurosaki lost his patience and snatched the ninja headband from Yajima Yohei's hand. You're so long-winded, old man. Before Yajima Yohei could react, Kurosaki flashed and disappeared before him. Yajima Yohei, you brat. Come back. Give me back my headband. I take it back. I don't agree to your graduation. Yajima Yohei was immediately furious, jumping up and down in anger. On the other side, Kurosaki, who had quickly run away, looked at the message popping up on the system panel. Host has successfully infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates. Host with superb acting skills. Deceived the officers of the Whitebeard pirates' main fleet and successfully became a foot soldier under Whitebeard. Reward: 1 cubic meter of system space. Note: living beings cannot be stored. Kurosaki. Becoming a foot soldier in the Whitebeard pirates as a Konoha genin? Is the system glitching? But I like it. Rewarding me with 1 cubic meter of system space? That is too good. Kurosaki focused on the reward of the system space. As consciousness entered, a perfectly cubic 1 cubic meter space appeared, and Hisaki was instantly overjoyed. The operability of this system space was truly immense. It was like a portable, indestructible sealing scroll. He could store important information and materials in the system space, and no one would be able to discover them. The system space was likely capable of holding sealing scrolls. Thinking about it, he wondered how much material he could carry. Of course, he still needed to test it out. Hisaki withdrew his attention from the system panel and examined the ninja headband in his hand. The deep blue fabric and the gleaming steel plate, with an abstract leaf symbol in the center, were characteristic of the ninja in the world of Naruto, who generally wore their headbands on their foreheads. However, some people wore them in different places. For example, Guy tied his headband around his waist, while future Hinata and Temari wore theirs around their necks. After thinking for a moment, Hisaki decided to wear the headband around his neck. This way, it wouldn't hide his good looks, and it could also protect his throat. At that moment, his classmates had already gathered around him. Obito was the first to run over. Hey, Hisaki, look. This genius has opened his eyes. Wahaha! Uchiha Obito exclaimed, flipping up his goggles, with one hand on his hip, grinning broadly. Hisaki saw that his black pupils quickly turned red, and a black tomo appeared in one side of his pupil. Hisaki was instantly astonished. This was the activation of the Sharingan. When did this happen? Was it the butterfly effect brought about by his crossing over? In the original timeline, Obito activated his Sharingan after Kakashi lost his left eye. Now, he had activated a single tomo at 13. Not long after, witnessing Rin's death, he activated the Mangekyō Sharingan and gained the space-time ninjutsu, Kimui. And now, he had opened his eyes before even turning 7. Who stimulated him? Hisaki was at a loss. At that moment, Gyasuma, Rin, and Kurenai also arrived and congratulated him one after another. Hisaki, congratulations. Hisaki, I didn't expect you to hide so deep. With this power, you've already surpassed Kakashi, right? As expected of my lifelong rival. Hisaki, I will definitely catch up to you. Now that I've activated the Sharingan, there's one more person for you to chase. Obito couldn't help but show off to everyone. Don't joke around. I don't know what kind of luck you had to activate the Sharingan, but under my Byakugan, you'll still be my defeated opponent. Hinata Takuma couldn't help but mock him. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans had always been vying for the title of Konoha's top eye technique family, and Hinata Takuma could not accept that Obito, who had always been at the bottom, would one day surpass him. Damn it, born evil Uchiha Obito, do you want to duel with me? Oof. Born evil Uchiha Obito, do you think I'm afraid of you? The two of them grabbed each other's collars, with one pair of white eyes and one pair of red eyes glaring at each other, starting a staring contest. Stop arguing. Rin and Shizen hurriedly tried to mediate. Meanwhile, the other classmates began discussing the process of Obito activating his eyes. Listening to their discussions, Hisaki gradually understood the reason behind Obito's eye activation. It turned out that Obito thought he was killed by Yajima Yohei's fireball jutsu, which led him to activate the Sharingan in a moment of desperation. Hisaki couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. Obito, am I that important in your heart? Why did you activate the Sharingan because of man? In the original timeline, it was because of Kakashi's injury, and this time it was because of me. Do you really like Rin, or is it all just a facade? Is it true love between men? No, I absolutely can't accept this. He thought to himself. By the way, Obito won create a world with me. Hisaki, in it, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as Hisaki was internally complaining, their homeroom teacher, Yajima Yohei, approached with an abstract expression. You brats, what are you all doing? Get back to class right now, or I'll add 10 times the homework for today. Yajima Yohei shouted angrily. Teacher, no. Hurry back to the classroom. I don't want to write that much homework. Obito, Takuma, you two idiots, hurry back. Except for Hisaki and Guy, everyone else rushed back in a panic. You two, come back with me to get your graduation certificates, and then get lost. Yajima Yohei shot a glare at Hisaki. Guy was dragged into trouble because of Hisaki, but he wasn't angry at all. He revealed his bright tiger teeth and gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, Hisaki awkwardly smiled and shrugged. He quickly picked up the weights he had thrown away. Soon, Hisaki and Guy successfully received their graduation certificates. At the entrance of the ninja school, Hisaki awkwardly watched the two green-skinned monsters, one big and one small, in front of him. Father, I graduated early and became a ninja. Guy, you're truly my son. You make me proud. This is youth. They both shouted in unison, tears streaming down their faces. Might Dai and Might Guy embraced each other, crying loudly. The scene was getting out of control. Hisaki's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He felt like his toes were already wedged into the cracks of the ground. Although he knew this father-son duo was quirky, and he himself had often shouted embarrassing phrases over the years, he still felt exceptionally awkward encountering them. Maybe I should sneak away, Hisaki thought. However, his plan fell through. Guy, this is a gift for you from your father. Might Dai pulled out a green, tight-fitting outfit from who knows where. Thank you, father. Guy happily took the outfit. Might Dai then pulled out another set of green, tight-fitting clothing and looked at Hisaki. Hisaki, I also prepared a tight-fitting outfit for you. As expected of a genius like Kakashi, you easily passed the graduation assessment. Guy often tells me that you were his best friend and also his lifelong rival. This outfit has excellent breathability and is especially suitable for ninjas who practice physical techniques. Saying this, he handed the green, tight-fitting outfit to Hisaki, smiling and revealing his shiny tiger teeth while giving a thumbs up. I have one too. Hisaki was slightly surprised to receive the outfit. Might Dai was so enthusiastic that Hisaki felt embarrassed to refuse. Otherwise, it would be too impolite. His hand touched the clothing, feeling the soft, elastic, and particularly sturdy texture. This outfit must not be cheap. Hisaki was somewhat astonished. Might Dai was a low-ranking ninja in Konoha, and the missions he could take were limited, mostly involving catching cats and dogs. This led to him earning a pitiful amount of mission rewards. Furthermore, their family was not wealthy, and the two of them lived very frugally. Hisaki didn't expect Might Dai to gift him such an expensive outfit, even though the style was quite peculiar. Thank you, Uncle Dai. I will cherish this outfit. He smiled and expressed his gratitude. Hisaki, we're going to train. Do you want to join us? Might Dai invited Hisaki. Hisaki, Let us sweat together in our youth. Guy also looked at him with hopeful eyes. No, I have things to do. I'll come visit you another day to ask Uncle Dai about practicing physical techniques. Hisaki quickly declined. This father-son duo was too enthusiastic, and he couldn't handle it. All right, might Dai and might Guy didn't press further. They supported themselves with their hands and ran off upside down into the distance. Father, today I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha while doing a handstand. If I can't complete 1,000 laps, I'll do 1,000 push-ups. If I can't finish 1,000 push-ups, I'll do 1,000 squats. If I can't complete 1,000 squats, son, this is youth. The voices of the might father and son grew fainter. Kurosaki admired them and gave a thumbs up in his heart. No wonder might Guy kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into the auspicious 3 treasures. No wonder might Dai almost kicked out the grand finale. This willpower is unmatched. With that thought, Kurosaki also walked away into the distance. Chapter 10. Kurosaki under surveillance in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was currently experiencing a headache. Kurosaki is a good seedling, and Might Guy isn't bad either. Kurosaki excels more in ninjutsu, while Might Guy only knows taijutsu. Who should be their leading jonin? The third Hokage closed the telescope technique and pondered while puffing on his pipe. Newly graduated genin from Konoha are generally organized into teams of 3, with 1 leading ninja assigned. For children with average talents and backgrounds, a chunin usually leads them. Those with talent or from Konoha's ninja clan are typically led by a jonin. Although Kurosaki comes from an ordinary background, his talent is extremely high, so he should be assigned to a jonin. The 2 best taijutsu jonin in Konoha are Akimichi Choza, one of the Inoshikacho trio, and Hatake Sakumo, known as Konoha's White Fang. However, at this moment, Akimichi Choza already has a team to lead and will not be available for almost a year to take on a new team. As for Hatake Sakumo, he is the captain of the Umbu and does not have time to lead a task team. Kurosaki seems to be a bit like Tsunade. Should he let Tsunade lead him? No. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Tsunade would not lead a team, and Kurosaki is not suited for the medical ninja path. At this moment, Tsunade had experienced the deaths of Shinji and Kat Dan and had developed a severe blood phobia, making it impossible for her to be a leading jonin. What about Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of his other most favored disciple. No, their styles do not match at all. He shook his head again. Orochimaru is ninjutsu-oriented, while Kurosaki is taijutsu-oriented. What about Jiraiya? Jiraiya is an all-rounder jonin. The third Hokage thought of his last disciple. No. I can't let these 2 pests get together. Otherwise Konoha will never have peace. The third Hokage hurriedly dismissed this idea. One is a lazy person who secretly peeks at women in the bathhouse, while the other is a weirdo who laughs strangely and shouts about wanting to be the Pirate King. If these 2 get together, they might bond over their bad habits and become bandits, spending all day peeking at women in the bathhouse. That would ruin Konoha's reputation. Moreover, Jiraiya has no idea where he's run off to. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a severe headache coming on. There is no other option. I can only let Kurosaki and Guy take on missions freely for now. Once Choza finishes leading this team, he can lead Kurosaki and Guy. The third Hokage helplessly made this decision. Root. Konoha's Root organization, led by Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo, is a special Umbu division responsible for covert assassinations and other shadowy tasks. Thus, the headquarters of the Root organization is located underground in Konoha, never exposed to light. At this moment, a Root member wearing a fox mask knelt on one knee, bowing his head to report to Danzo. Lord Danzo, according to my investigation, Kurosaki, who graduated early, has demonstrated extraordinary talent, suspected of having created his own taijutsu. He persisted for 3 minutes without the teachers holding back. Uchiha Obito activated his Sharingan. What did you say? A cold light flickered in Danzo's left eye. His right eye and head were wrapped in bandages, leaving only his left eye exposed. The underground headquarters of the Root organization was dim and chilly. Danzo's already gloomy gaze appeared even more malevolent under the dim light. A 6-year-old opening his eyes as an Uchiha. An 8-year-old civilian ninja learning taijutsu. I never expected these 2 fools would actually be geniuses. I misjudged them. Previously, Danzo did not want Kurosaki and Might Guy, but afterward, he still sent someone to monitor their assessments and observe the situation of other students. The root organization is short-staffed and urgently needs to replenish its ranks. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to assign me a genius, and I didn't even take them. At this moment, Danzo felt a bit regretful. You go. Bring that Kurosaki to me. Yes. The root ninja wearing the fox mask quickly disappeared before Danzo. A 6-year-old Uchiha, inherently evil, must be eliminated. Wipe Kurosaki's memory. Destroy his brain, and perhaps I can turn him into a useful tool, Danzo said coldly to himself while sitting in his chair. Boss Tianyan, do you think these 2 sets of weights can be recycled? After graduating from the ninja school, Kurosaki arrived at the entrance of a ninja tool shop. Kurosaki gently placed the 2 weights tied to his legs and the vest weight on the shop's floor. He didn't dare put them on the counter, as the total weight of 1,000 kilograms would crush it. These 2 sets of weights were also purchased by Kurosaki from this ninja tool shop. This set of weights was no longer useful to him. Nowadays, his physique has been transformed by the system into that of Blackbeard from the pirate world. Although the transformation only affected his physical talent, his strength has increased by an unknown number of times. Oh, it's Kurosaki. A robust man in his 20s walked out from the back of the ninja tool shop with a smile. You graduated? He immediately noticed the forehead protector around Kurosaki's neck and asked in surprise. I just passed the graduation assessment, Kurosaki replied. I remember you just turned 8 this year. What a genius. The owner of the ninja tool shop couldn't help but praise. Not many ninjas come to his shop to buy weights, so he has a deep impression of Kurosaki as a customer. Moreover, this monster Kurosaki purchased weights that even adult ninjas couldn't bear, which is simply unbelievable. He glanced at the weights on the ground and continued with some surprise. The weights can be recycled, but the price will be discounted, as I mentioned before. The original price for these 2 sets of weights is 150,000 Ryo, so the recycling price is 100,000 Ryo. You remember this boy had come to his shop a few days ago to increase the weight. Why is he suddenly selling them today? Kurosaki seemed to see the shop owner's confusion, but he did not offer any explanation and directly stated his request. Boss Tianyan, do you have heavier dumbbells and barbells? How heavy do you want them? The heavier, the better. Well, the heaviest dumbbell in the shop is 300 kilograms, and the heaviest barbell is 1,000 kg. I need heavier ones. Isn't that enough? Then we can only customize them. Oh, then please customize 2 dumbbells weighing 3,000 kg each and 1 barbell weighing 10,000 kg. What? The owner of the ninja tool shop was instantly dumbfounded. Did I hear that wrong? Is that a weight a human can lift? For a moment, he doubted whether he was still awake. Chapter 11. Chakra Attributes. Boss, you didn't hear wrong. I want them that heavy. All right. After receiving a confirmed response, the shop owner of the ninja tool shop retracted his astonished expression. 2,300 kg dumbbells cost 40,000 Ryo, and 110,000 kg barbell cost 60,000 Ryo. The total comes to 100,000 Ryo, and you can pick them up in a week, he said sincerely with a smile. The 2 sets of weights that Kurosaki returned contained rare metals that are small in size, but heavy in weight and expensive. In contrast, the dumbbells and barbells can be made from ordinary metals, making them cheaper. Therefore, the 2 sets of weights weighing 1,000 kg each are more expensive than the dumbbells and barbells weighing 16,000 kg. Heisey nodded slightly. This price was already very affordable, and he didn't need to spend any extra money. After that, he bought 10 kunai, 10 explosive tags, a storage scroll, and a piece of chakra paper. A kunai cost 100 Ryo, an explosive tag 4,000 Ryo, a storage scroll 20,000 Ryo, and a piece of chakra paper 100 Ryo. In total, he spent 60,000 Ryo. He managed to persuade the owner of the ninja tool shop to give him the kunai and chakra paper for free. When he got the explosive tags, he felt much more at ease. He had a fear of insufficient firepower. Explosive tags were very expensive consumables, and generally, lower-ranked ninjas couldn't afford to use them. Even mid-ranking ninjas hesitated to use explosive tags casually, while high-ranking ninjas were reluctant to use a large number of them. During wartime, the price of explosive tags would skyrocket, even doubling. The storage scroll was used to conceal his system space. After leaving the ninja tool shop, Heisei looked at his empty wallet, wanting to cry without tears. He had spent all the manuscript fees he saved over 3 months. Fortunately, it was time to collect manuscript fees again. 3 years ago, Heisei started writing as a ghostwriter to earn manuscript fees. With the relief funds provided by Konoha, Heisei couldn't even afford to eat enough. In fact, Konoha provided a decent amount of relief funds to war orphans. If spent frugally, it would be sufficient. However, Heisei had a large appetite. His physical talent was powerful, and his daily food intake was 10 times that of an average person. If he exercised heavily, his food intake would increase even more. Unlike Naruto, who often couldn't fill his stomach and ate expired instant noodles, purely wasting his relief funds on mischief, like buying buckets of paint to splash on HOKAGE rock. Heisei walked to a secluded corner and held an explosive tag in his palm. Disappear. The 10 explosive tags vanished into thin air. With a thought, the explosive tags reappeared in his hand. Then, with another thought, the explosive tags disappeared again. This is so useful. Looking at the 10 explosive tags lying quietly in his system space, Heisei was overjoyed. This was much faster than taking an explosive tag out of his ninja tool pouch. He took out the chakra paper from his ninja tool pouch and pinched it between his thumb and index finger. What type of chakra do I have? Heisei was a bit curious. Over the years, he had focused on honing his body and training his chakra control. These were the fundamentals and the direction he excelled in. He understood that a tall building rises from the ground, and with a solid foundation, learning ninjutsu would naturally come easily. In fact, the manuscript fees Heisei earned over the years were enough for him to buy some low-level ninjutsu. However, these ninjutsu were not very effective against enemies and could only serve as supplementary aids, not as powerful as his physical attacks. Therefore, Heisei didn't practice those low-level ninjutsu extensively. Ninjutsu with sufficient lethality in the 5 elemental categories were generally above the low level, and these could not be casually purchased even with money. That's why Heisei thought to test his chakra attributes today, as chakra flowed into the chakra paper through his fingers. It quickly tore in half. Soon, the torn chakra paper had its upper half become moist while the lower half wrinkled. The other half ignited with flames at the top and was crushed at the bottom. Wow! All 5 elemental attributes: water, wind, fire, earth, and lightning. Heisei was slightly surprised. It seems that even without the system, I am still a super genius. In the ninja world, most ninjas have only 1 chakra attribute, and those with 2 attributes can be considered geniuses. Heisei only knew of 2 who possessed all 5 attributes. The most famous was the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. The 3rd Hokage utilized powerful 5-element ninjutsu to confront White Zetsu as Wooden Man technique during the 4th Great Ninja War. Next was the super genius copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, who had numerous titles and could evenly match with anyone, even showcasing his skills against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Of course, at this time, Kakashi was still just a super genius. He only gained the title of copy ninja after obtaining Obito Uchiha Sharingan in the future. Heisei clapped his hands to shake off the remnants of the chakra paper. Although he was somewhat surprised, he still wouldn't change his goals. Tempering his body and training in taijutsu were his main directions. Ordinary ninjutsu could handle ordinary ninjas, but against future enemies with Otsutsuki powers, it would be somewhat inadequate. Without the Otsutsuki bloodline, only taijutsu could be effective against those people. Of course, Heisei wasn't completely avoiding ninjutsu training. Some ninjutsu were still very useful. Therefore, he planned to follow a path where ninjutsu served as a supplement and taijutsu as the main focus. Currently, he had already learned the body flicker technique to improve his speed and mastered the body replacement technique. The power boost from the explosive flow technique was already sufficient for him. The Rasengan, representing the ultimate transformation of chakra, was also about to be successfully cultivated. Heisei knew the cultivation method for the Rasengan. It could improve his chakra control while providing him with an additional trump card. There was no reason not to practice it. What other ninjutsu could he train in? Heizi pondered aloud. My chakra volume is huge, and it will become even larger in the future. The multi-shadow clone technique is definitely a must-learn. It's practically a cheat. The 8 gates technique must be learned as well, combined with my physical quality. If I can open up to the 7th gate, I might be able to defeat the 9-tailed beasts. The lightning release chakra mode. I can study this. It can enhance physical quality comprehensively. Sealing techniques are also very useful. The flying thunder god technique is also a cheat, but the learning threshold is a bit high. I wonder if I can learn it, and the opportunity to learn the flying thunder god is also very small. As for other ninjutsu, Heizi thought while walking towards the most prosperous commercial street in Konoha. He needed to go to the bookstore in the center of the commercial street to collect his manuscript fee. At that moment, a dark ninja wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Heizi stopped, sensing that this dark ninja was after him. Sure enough, the dark ninja coldly ordered him. Jin Heizi, come with me. The Hokage wants to see you. Chapter 12. Root Ninja Jin Heizi, come with me. The Hokage wants to see you. The dark ninja with the fox mask spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Heizi raised an eyebrow. The third Hokage wants to see me? Does he know about my performance during the graduation exam? Did teacher Yajima report the exam results to the third Hokage? No, he would need someone to report. He could see for himself. That old pervert can spy using the telescope technique. It seems I need to be more careful using the system space in Konoha from now on. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain if someone finds out. Heizi thought to himself, thank you for the information, senior. I will go to the Hokage building now. Saying this, Heizi turned around and stepped in the direction of the Hokage building. Wait, you need to follow me. The Hokage is not at the Hokage building. The fox-masked dark ninja stopped Heizi. Huh? Heizi turned his head in confusion, frowning slightly. Then where are we going? Let's talk. You'll know when we get there. The fox-masked dark ninja's tone was icy. All right, then lead the way. Before long, Heizi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had followed the fox-masked dark ninja to the edge of Konoha village. Ahead was a vast forest. Heizi observed the ninja in front and quietly began to retreat back into the village. In fact, he had noticed something was off about this dark ninja long ago. It was only at this moment that he confirmed that the ninja in front of him wearing the fox mask was from Root. It was Danzo who wanted to see him. Thinking of the bandaged Shimura Danzo, Heizi suddenly felt a headache. How do I catch this old guy's attention? Others might be easier to deal with, but this person holds significant power, possesses intelligence far beyond the ordinary, is one of the 3 great elders of Konoha, an advisor to the Hokage, and specifically does the dirty work for the third Hokage. If he has his eyes on me, I fear there will be no good days ahead. If it were within Konoha, meeting Danzo wouldn't be a big deal with the third Hokage present. He would dare to go too far. However, once I leave Konoha, I absolutely cannot meet Danzo alone. If I go to the Root, will I even be able to return? It could mean death, or I might be brainwashed into a tool, drained of all value, and then killed. Therefore, no matter what, I absolutely cannot go. Even if it means offending Danzo to the extreme, I still cannot go. The Root ninja noticed something was off. Seeing that Kurosaki hadn't followed, he quickly stopped and turned around. Kurosaki's retreating speed gradually increased. What are you doing? The Hokage is waiting for you. The Root ninja shouted sternly. You're lying to me. You're not a member of the Umbu, and the third Hokage hasn't summoned me at all. Kurosaki sneered, directly exposing the Root ninja as lie. At the same time, he kept a close watch on the Root ninja, remaining vigilant. I cannot expose my back to him. For now, I don't know his strength. If the Root ninja in front of me is a Chunin, I wouldn't be afraid at all. I'm confident I can hold my own against a Chunin, even defeat one. But if he is a Jonin, then I'll have to find a way to escape. I believe I'm not yet strong enough to confront a Jonin. Whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Kurosaki trying to escape, the Root ninja quickly activated the body flicker technique, simultaneously throwing several shuriken and kunai at Kurosaki, directly attacking. As expected of a Root ninja, they never drag things out. Kurosaki jumped back a few steps, easily dodging the incoming kunai and shuriken. The Root ninja attacked from the side, aiming a kunai at Kurosaki's chest. Clang! Two kunai clashed, creating sparks. Kurosaki blocked the Root Ninja's attack with his kunai while concentrating chakra in his legs, kicking towards the enemy. Bang! The Root Ninja transformed into a puff of smoke. It wasn't the real body, but a shadow clone. At the same time, vines began to sprout from beneath Kurosaki's feet, quickly binding his body. Is this the illusionary tree bind-kill technique? Seeing this, Kurosaki remained calm. He disrupted the flow of chakra within him. Back in school, Kurosaki had focused on training methods to counter Jinjutsu. Ordinary Jinjutsu had little effect on him. Sure enough, the vines that had bound him and prevented his movement disappeared. However, the Root Ninja's attack had already arrived. He thrust a kunai into Kurosaki's shoulder. Blood flowed from the wound. "Come with me quietly, or I'll kill you," the Root Ninja said coldly from behind Kurosaki. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki turned his head and smiled. Bang! Kurosaki's injured body transformed into a piece of wood. Substitution technique? When? The Root Ninja's shocked voice came from behind his fox mask. It took less than a second from breaking free of the illusionary tree bind-kill technique to using the substitution technique. How'd he do that? Is this the speed of a genin? Earlier, he had been watching Kurosaki and Guy's graduation test from a distance and had already noticed Kurosaki's strength. But he had still underestimated Kurosaki's abilities. Secret technique, 1,000-year kill. Just as the Root Ninja was stunned, a kunai, fast, precise, and fierce, stabbed into his rear. "Oomph! You beast!" The Root Ninja's posture instantly stiffened. Bang! His body transformed into smoke again. Another shadow clone? Damn it! What is this, a nesting doll? Kurosaki, holding a kunai in an upward stabbing position, cursed. "Oomph!" A muffled groan came from behind a tree. The Root Ninja swayed, unable to hide his real body any longer. The shadow clone was destroyed, and the pain was transmitted back to the real body. He had never experienced the pain of being stabbed in such a manner. He couldn't bear it. "Beast, you deserve to die." Even a tool without emotions or self-awareness was losing its rationality at this moment. He quickly formed hand signs. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. A visible wind blade slashed towards Kurosaki's waist. A chunin? This feels similar to Yajima Yohei's strength. Kurosaki thought. He lightly leaped up as the wind cutter passed beneath him. The Root Ninja threw several kunai and shuriken at the leaping Kurosaki and quickly formed hand signs again. Wind release, gale palm. The flying projectiles, enhanced by the gale palm, increased in speed and power several times. Kurosaki, still airborne, narrowed his eyes. Wind release ninjutsu is indeed aggressive. A large amount of chakra surged into his right hand as Kurosaki swung his fist at the incoming projectiles. Bam! It's the explosive flow break. His fist struck the air, creating a sonic boom. A massive surge of chakra burst forth, sending all the projectiles flying, some even returning faster than before. Oh no! The Root Ninja thought to himself, realizing the danger. He quickly dodged while struggling to fend off the rebounding projectiles with his kunai. A non-serious punch. Kurosaki's voice rang out in the direction the Root Ninja was dodging. It's over. The Root Ninja felt a chill in his heart. Watching the enormous fist getting closer to his nose, his heart sank. Bang! The fox mask shattered into several pieces as Kurosaki's fist landed squarely on the Root Ninja's face. Blood spurted from the Root Ninja's face as he flew backward. I'll hit you again, Kurosaki pursued as the descending Root Ninja was kicked away once more. Crash! The Root Ninja crashed into a tree, his head getting stuck in the branches, his legs swinging in the air as blood rained down. Chapter 13, Hokage-sama look. I've caught a spy looking at the oblivious Root Ninja. Kurosaki felt a bit uneasy. Did I hit him too hard? He won't die, will he? No. He could also be pretending. The moment I get close, he might ambush me. Let's test him. Kurosaki threw a kunai, which lodged in the Root Ninja's rear. No response. Oh, he can really endure. Kurosaki then chopped off a branch, about the thickness of 2 fingers, with many leaves on the top. Wood release. Branch 1,000-year kill. Whoosh. Kurosaki swiftly moved and directly thrust the branch into the root ninja's rear. Still no response. The root ninja was stuck with a branch, his head caught in the tree, his lower body swaying back and forth. It seems he really has lost the ability to resist. Won't he really die, will he? Kurosaki checked the root ninja's pulse. Thankfully, he is still alive. Kurosaki breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was the root ninja who attacked first. If I killed him directly, it would be a mess. I might end up with a mark on my forehead and really become a pirate at sea. Since he is not dead, there is room for negotiation. Damn it, that old fool Danzo. I'm not an Uchiha. I don't have a bloodline limit. Why are you causing me trouble? Kurosaki cursed angrily. In Konoha, being targeted by Shimura Danzo often leads to a miserable end. For example, Kakashi Hitaki, a powerful ninja granted a Hokage half-sleeve by the daimyo, was driven to commit suicide in the original plot by Danzo. The Uchiha clan, the strongest bloodline family in the ninja world, was reduced to just 2 people due to Danzo's schemes. The Senju clan suffered thousands of deaths at the hands of Danzo and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, all in the name of protecting Konoha. Orochimaru was even driven to defect by Danzo. And there were tragedies involving Yahiko, Yakushi Nan, and Yakushi Kabuto, among others. Now, I've completely offended Danzo. I need to find a way to get through this situation while being wary of Danzo's future underhanded tactics. Kurosaki pondered. He lowered the root ninja hanging from a tree. Holding back his disgust, he pried open the man's mouth, revealing a black curse mark on his tongue. Curse mark elimination technique. As expected, a root ninja. The comatose root ninja had a face that was a bloody mess, with several teeth missing, making it impossible to discern his appearance. How tragic. Black Zaki shook his head with a grin upon seeing this. He realized he needed to practice controlling his strength. The system had transformed Black Zaki's body to that of Blackbeard's, and he had not yet adapted to it. What should he do next? How should he deal with this root ninja? Black Zaki pondered, stroking his chin. Right, I'll go find a third Hokage. He suddenly came up with a great idea. I'll play it as if I was attacked and successfully defeated the enemy, completely unaware of their identity. Surely, the third Hokage wouldn't let a rising taijutsu genius like me be pulled in a route by Danzo, nor would he allow Danzo to openly target me. With this thought in mind, Black Zaki grabbed the root ninja by the back of his collar and ran towards the Hokage building in Konoha. Hokage-sama. I've caught a spy. Black Zaki shouted loudly as he ran. Hokage-sama, I've caught a spy. In Konoha, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. What happened? Who's shouting? A spy? Where? Passers-by on the street turned to look, and people inside shops and wooden houses poked their heads out to watch. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. They saw a handsome, robust young ninja dragging a bloodied person with a tree branch growing from his rear end, sprinting down the street. The branch was remarkably stable, with leaves swaying in the wind, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The boy yelled while running, I've caught a spy. So brutal. What a beast. Damn beast. Even if he is a spy, isn't this going too far? This person is ruined. Even if treated, it's a waste of medicine. The world is going downhill. Among the onlookers, some were stunned, some were gaping, and some shook their heads. No, it's art. This is art. Oh, so elegant. Suddenly, an incongruous voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to look at the person shouting about elegance in surprise. They saw a man with curly hair, a rough, dark face, and a tower-like physique, whose eyes sparkled as he danced around, staring at the spy with the tree branch. Nearby, people looked terrified and quietly distanced themselves from him. This world is too crazy. There are insane ninjas planting trees in someone's rear end. And someone is cheering this as art and elegance. Speaking of which, am I under a genjutsu? Some people couldn't believe what they were seeing and quickly rubbed their eyes, stretching their necks to take another look. It was still the same. Oh no, my eyes are ruined. I need to wash my brain. In the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was puffing on his pipe, looking at the information on Uchiha Obito. Awakened his Sharingan at 6 years old, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Can such a child still serve as a bridge for communication between the village and the Uchiha? The third Hokage exhaled thick smoke, furrowing his brow in self-question. I should investigate further. Most of the Uchiha clan's awakened ninjas had extreme thoughts. Ninjas like Uchiha Kagami, who were broad-minded, compassionate, and loved the village and their comrades, were rare. Hiruzen Sarutobi had to be cautious. He originally favored Uchiha Obito, wanting him to become a disciple of the Hokage faction and a bridge for communication between the village and the Uchiha. This child was filled with love, much like their friend Uchiha Kagami. However, he didn't expect Obito to awaken his Sharingan today. If Uchiha Obito also became extreme in his thoughts, he would have to give up on him. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Hokage-sama, I caught a spy. Black Zaki's voice reached Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears. What's going on? The third Hokage raised his head, puzzled, and asked outside. Hokage-sama, you need to come out and see this. Something big has happened. The ninja guarding the Hokage's office exclaimed, dumbfounded. Hiruzen Sarutobi curiously walked outside. Black Zaki, what are you doing? Hiruzen Sarutobi stared wide-eyed, speechless, looking at Black Zaki in disbelief. Black Zaki was excitedly yelling beneath the Hokage building while dragging a ninja in Umbu clothing. That Umbu ninja was a bloody mess, and most importantly, there was a tree branch sticking out from his rear end. Attacking a fellow village ninja is a serious crime. Black Zaki, what are you doing? The third Hokage's heart suddenly sank. Hokage-sama, I've caught a spy, Black Zaki said excitedly, pulling the root ninja in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 14. Never seen such brazen people. A spy? What's going on? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, asked seriously. He knew all Umbu ninjas, including root ninjas. However, the ninja dragged over by Black Zaki was so disfigured that he couldn't recognize him for a moment. It's like this. Black Zaki reported the whole incident to the third Hokage without missing a detail. However, he concealed his knowledge about Root. Most people in Konoha were unaware of Root. If he mentioned that he knew about Root, things would become troublesome. And then, in the end, I successfully captured this enemy village spy. I, Black Zaki, am handsome, talented, and gifted. Heaven didn't create me, Black Zaki. The ninja world is like a long night, Black Zaki said confidently, full of pride. The corners of the third Hokage's mouth twitched continuously. At this moment, he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Damn, heaven didn't create you, Black Zaki. The ninja world is like a long night. Damn, he went crazy being a spy. Damn, he is jealous of you. Damn, planting trees in the enemy's rear end to deal with them. How did Konoha produce someone like you? How did the Ninja Academy teach someone like you? Yajima Yohei, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Hiruzen Sarutobi was internally ranting madly. He had always been a serious person, but he couldn't hold back anymore. At this moment, it was the 44th year of Konoha, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still under 50 years old. His hair and beard hadn't turned white yet, but at this moment he felt like he had to have grown quite a few gray hairs. In the Ninja Academy. Achoo! 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 Yajima Yohei, who was teaching students, sneezed several times in a row. Who is cursing me? Obito, is that you? Your homework is multiplied by 10 today. Uchiha Obito. He looked bewildered, opening his mouth wide with his eyes still sleepy. In front of the Hokage building, the ninja who had been guarding the Hokage office checked the deeply comatose root ninja. He leaned close to the third Hokage's ear and quietly reported the situation. It's a root ninja? I understand. You can go now and call over a few medical ninjas. The third Hokage was initially surprised, then showed a look of realization and gave orders to the guarding ninja. Yes. The Hokage guard responded and withdrew. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze back to the root ninja. Several front teeth were missing, and he was unrecognizable. There was a hole from a shuriken in his backside, and blood was continuously flowing, staining his pants. The tree branch in his rear was exceptionally secure, as if it had grown together with the flesh of his rear. The leaves on the branch swayed in the wind. So brutal. This injury can be healed, but the person is ruined. What a beast! Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the proud Black Zaki with a slight toothache. He opened his mouth, licked his somewhat dry lips, and helplessly said, Hikes, already know about this. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Just go back. Heikes was suddenly taken aback and asked, Hokage-sama, I just graduated as a genin today and risked my life to catch an enemy village spy. Isn't there any reward for me? What reward do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also taken aback. Money or some ninjutsu would be fine. Heike smiled a bit shyly. All right, I'll give you a jutsu when I have the chance. You can go back now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said dismissively. How can it just be a jutsu? I've bled for Konoha and made contributions. How can the reward be so small? Heike's shamelessly pressed on. Bled? Where's your injury? Sarutobi Hiruzen I twitched repeatedly. Heike's searched his body for an injury, and after a long time, finally found a shallow scratch on his arm. Even didn't he know when or where he got that scratch. Maybe it was from sparring with Yajima Yohei, or maybe from fighting root ninjas. Or perhaps it was from scratching himself with his fingernails. Oh, if you had waited a second longer, this scratch might have disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead gradually bulged with veins. Hurry up and get lost. He couldn't hold back any longer and yelled in anger. He had never seen someone so shameless. All right, Hokage-sama, you get back to work. Heike shrank his neck and prepared to sneak away. Wait, a deep voice came from afar. Heike turned towards the voice and saw a person with a bandaged forehead and right eye slowly walking over, with a scar on his chin. Two masked ninjas followed behind him. Shimura Danzo. This old man came fast. Heike frowned slightly. Hiruzen, this person attacked a fellow village ninja. He is guilty of a serious crime. Let me handle him. Danzo pointed at Heike and spoke to the third Hokage in an unquestionable tone. No, who are you? I caught an enemy village spy. How did it turn into attacking a fellow village ninja? Heike immediately protested. He knew very well that the person was Danzo, but he had to pretend not to know. He also knew he had defeated a root ninja, but he had to act as if he didn't know. With the third Hokage present, what was there to be afraid of? After all, he had already offended Danzo thoroughly, and Heike felt no worry at all. I am Shimura Danzo. The injured ninja is one of my subordinates. Danzo's right arm was held in front of his abdomen, hidden under his black clothing, and his exposed left eye glinted coldly. Upon hearing this, Heike thought for a moment and suddenly showed a look of realization. Oh, so you are also an enemy village spy? Heike's eyes lit up as he excitedly pointed at Danzo and shouted. The third Hokage slapped his forehead and covered his eyes. I'm tired. Is this a punishment sent by heaven for me? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hiruzen felt great pain, as if his heart was hurting. Danzo couldn't hold back anymore. Bullshit. I am a Konoha elder and the Hokage's advisor. Danzo yelled angrily. What the hell? Is this the kind of reasoning a normal person should have? I shouldn't have sent someone to find him. I shouldn't have had the idea to make him a tool. Danzo regretted deeply at this moment. Not only had he failed to find a suitable tool, but he had also lost a subordinate. The waste lying on the ground couldn't even deal with a freshly graduated genin, and it was clear he was completely finished. He glanced at his subordinate, who was lying on the ground with a branch stuck in his rear, pondering internally. Is this a punishment a normal person could think of? Danzo pointed at the root ninja on the ground. He specifically pointed at the branch in the ninja's rear and said to the third Hokage, whose heart was twitching, this little brat is inherently evil. He should be executed on the spot. He then pointed at Heike's. Chapter 15. Unexpected gain what? Hokage's advisor? Heike's looked shocked. Danzo snorted coldly. What is that? Heike's retracted his shocked expression and absent-mindedly picked his nose. You. Danzo's face darkened, as if it could drip water. Listen carefully, you inherently evil little brat. I am the root hidden beneath Konoha, shouldering all the darkness of Konoha. The root I lead has made countless contributions to Konoha. I am the most powerful person under Hiruzen. Danzo's voice was low and powerful. What? Heike's was taken aback. Oh, you should have said that earlier. Why didn't you say it sooner? Heike's pulled his finger out of his nose, bringing out a large piece of booger. Lord Danzo, I didn't expect you to be such a hard worker, holding such a high position. Why didn't you say earlier? You should have said it sooner. Heike's flicked his finger, and the booger shot out and splattered on Danzo's face. You little brat, you're seeking death. Danzo's face twisted, unable to hold back any longer, and he directly drew out a kunai. The two masked root ninjas behind him also drew out kunai, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Heike's. Danzo! The third Hokage shouted at Danzo. Danzo, full of rage, glanced at his friend who was about to explode and reluctantly put away his kunai. Heike's didn't stop talking. Since Lord Danzo is an elder of Konoha and the Hokage's advisor, then you must not be an enemy village spy. However, since a subordinate of Lord Danzo attacked me, that person must be a spy. When a room finds a cockroach, it definitely has a whole bunch of them inside. Lord Danzo's subordinate has revealed an enemy village spy. Maybe they have already been infiltrated to the point of being a sieve. Hokage-sama, I suggest a thorough investigation of Lord Danzo's subordinates. Heike spoke recklessly, pushing the limits of danger. Enough. My subordinates cannot have spies. Danzo roared angrily. His roots could not be investigated. They had too many secrets that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, must not know, such as the research on the Sharingan, such as the Sharingan he had implanted himself, and the wood release experiments that were still ongoing. Then why did that root ninja attack me on his own accord? Was it an order from Lord Danzo? Heike's continued to press. How could it be my order? My order was for him to bring you to see me. Lord Danzo wants to see me? Oh, I see. It's all a misunderstanding. Ah, this is a mess. But why does Lord Danzo want to see me? My route is short of manpower. I wanted to test if you have the qualifications to enter the route. I didn't expect you, this little brat, to be inherently evil. I misjudged you. Lord Danzo wants me to enter the route? You should have said that earlier. Why didn't you say it sooner? Oh, you want to come my route? Danzo looked at Heike suspiciously. Could this brat really want to enter my route? Although this little brat is inherently evil, has a bad brain, and a terrible personality, his talent is indeed strong. If I put in some effort, I might be able to train him into a useful tool. At worst, I could erase his memory and use this little brat as a puppet. If he begs me, then I might reluctantly accept him. A cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes as he pondered internally. No way. Absolutely not. Heike's firmly refused. Are you kidding? Why would I voluntarily seek my own suffering? The ninjas entering the route are all brainwashed by Danzo into emotionless tools. Everything revolves around Shimura Danzo. Tasks come first. Even if it costs their lives, they must complete Danzo's tasks. After completing the task, once they lose their value, they will be disposed of directly. The ninjas of the route have always been expendable. Only a fool would go to the route. Just look at the future Yakushi Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto, who completed their tasks and ended up having to turn against each other as mother and son. Which beast could think of such a bridge-breaking, donkey-killing method? Except for Danzo. Tuanzang's fingers turned white from the pressure. Just as he was about to explode, he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen was already angry. Enough. You two shut up. The third Hokage felt a sharp pain in his temples, his blood vessels throbbing as if they were about to burst. He couldn't stand the argument between these two any longer. Kurosaki, it's none of your business. Get out of here. The third Hokage pulled out a scroll from somewhere and threw it to Kurosaki. Don't tell anyone about the ninjutsu I'm giving you, the third Hokage admonished. He gave Kurosaki a ninjutsu to send him on his way. Sarutobi Hiruzen was at his limit. Kurosaki caught it, opened it, and was immediately delighted. A level ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Just what I need. At the same time, a message popped up on the system panel. Host Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. You successfully defeated a powerful Navy officer infiltrating the Whitebeard pirates, gaining Whitebeard's recognition. You obtained the training method for the Navy's 6 powers from the captured Navy officer. The Whitebeard pirates reward the host with the training method for observation haki. Paper drawing? Observation haki. Kurosaki was overjoyed. This was a powerful skill in the pirate world. Although paper drawing wasn't very powerful, learning it made it much easier to learn observation haki. As for observation haki, it was a top-tier ability. Once mastered, it was hard to be ambushed. When observation haki was trained to a deep level, one could even see the future. But why is it a training method instead of letting me control it directly? Kurosaki felt a bit dissatisfied. Oh well, better than nothing. Kurosaki thanked the third Hokage and glanced at Shimura Danzo before happily leaving. Danzo's teeth were grinding in anger. Hiruzen, this little brat is born evil. We should either execute him or hand him over to me. Danzo, enough. The third Hokage scolded. Kurosaki is a new talent for Konoha, an excellent ninja who inherits the will of fire. I won't allow you to lead this child into darkness, nor will I allow you to target him. Hiruzen, you were going to transfer him to me before. You didn't take him. Now I've realized he is more suited to the light. Hiruzen, you. Danzo regretted it. Who would have thought this idiot's talent would be so good? It seems Kurosaki cannot be touched. Danzo immediately shifted his target, saying, Hiruzen, Uchiha Obito opened his Sharingan at 6, born evil. Hand him over to me, and I'll take care of him. No, Obito is also an excellent child who inherits the will of fire. Moreover, he has the potential to become a bridge between the village and the Uchiha. I won't allow you to target him. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Humph. Danzo left angrily. Chapter 16. The Legend of the Archery Ninja? The Scroll of Ninja Techniques? As Danzo left, the medical ninjas arrived. This beast, is this person still worth saving? Even if we save him, he probably won't have the courage to live. How do we save this person? No experience. Fool, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experimental subject. We must heal him. The three medical ninjas whispered among themselves. They carefully lifted the badly injured root ninja off the ground. The third Hokage pinched his temples. The surroundings quieted down, and his headache finally eased a bit. He returned to the Hokage office and sat back down in his chair behind the desk. That brat Kurosaki. I'm afraid I'm going to have frequent headaches from now on. Heaven didn't give birth to you, Kurosaki. The ninja world is eternally dark as night. You really have thick skin. Such heavy words, you can't bear them, so I'll carry them for you. Saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll from the drawer and began to write on the blank scroll. Heaven didn't give birth to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha is eternally dark as night. Watching the gradually drying characters, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, intending to hang the scroll in the Hokage office. After hesitating for a long time, he suddenly felt it was too embarrassing and rolled the scroll back up, placing it at the very back of the drawer. Root. Oof. Heaven didn't give birth to you. Kurosaki. The ninja world is eternally dark as night. You born evil brat. How dare you praise yourself with such truthful words? I won't let you off. Returning to Root. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, his face dark with anger, his emotions churning from Kurosaki's provocation. He pulled out a scroll, wrote on it, then held it up and blew on it. Heaven didn't give birth to Shimura Danzo. Konoha is eternally dark as night. Looking at this text, Danzo's mood finally calmed down. That's more like it. Only I deserve to use this text. Only I can lead Konoha to greatness. Danzo satisfactorily hung the scroll behind him. As Kurosaki exited the Hokage building, he quickened his pace. Delayed by the root ninjas, it was already afternoon. If he waited any longer, the bookstore might close. At this time, the Konoha commercial street was bustling with people, the aroma of food wafting through the entire street, and the vendors' shouts were incessant. Soon, Kurosaki arrived at his destination, the bookstore. Oh, it's Kurosaki. The bookstore owner greeted him warmly upon seeing him. You graduated? Unbelievable. You're only 8 years old this year. What a genius. He was surprised to see the ninja headband around Kurosaki's neck. It must be that the teachers went easy on the assessments. Haha. Kurosaki laughed and humbly replied, Boss Gyama, I'm here to collect last month's manuscript fee. I've had it ready for you for a while. The bookstore owner took out a bulging envelope from his pocket. Here, 200,000 Ryo, counted. He handed the envelope to Kurosaki. Kurosaki took the envelope and didn't check the amount inside. The bookstore owner had never shorted him, nor had he ever pocketed Kurosaki's manuscripts just because of his young age. I didn't expect there to be such a genius like you in Konoha, becoming a ninja at such a young age and even writing bestsellers in the Land of Fire. The bookstore owner continued to praise him. If you ask me, why not just be a professional writer? Wouldn't that be better? Being a ninja is both hard and dangerous. You can't earn as much as writing. He earnestly advised Kurosaki once again. In Konoha, 200,000 Ryo was equivalent to the reward for an A-rank mission. An A-rank mission could only be taken by Jonin. Generally, even if a Jonin completed an A-rank mission, they wouldn't receive all the rewards. Konoha would take a portion, and team members would also share the rewards. So what one actually received might only be several tens of thousands of Ryo, at most over 100,000. To get 200,000 Rio in hand, at least one must complete an A-rank mission. A-rank missions involve state-level confidential tasks, such as assassinating important figures or stealing confidential documents, usually executed by jonin or ninjas of Hokage-level strength. Such tasks are rare and usually carry extremely high risks. Therefore, in the original plot, the Wave Country mission, Naruto and his team barely completed an A-rank mission, making their peers envious. This is also why Kakashi's team managed to succeed, whereas Asuma's or Kurenai's teams might have been wiped out. Kurosaki certainly knew being a ninja was filled with danger. Hearing the bookstore owner's advice, he smiled on the surface. But his heart fell into deep thought. Since he could live again, wouldn't it be a waste not to pursue some thrills? Moreover, in Konoha, he already had many people he cared about. How could he just watch them die tragically? Thus, being a literary ghost was merely a means of survival. Becoming strong was his true pursuit. Thanks for the reminder, boss. I really enjoy life, so how could I take on those dangerous missions? Kurosaki smiled and stuffed the envelope filled with money directly into his ninja tool pouch. The bookstore owner shook his head at this and stopped dwelling on the topic. He asked, "Hey, Hakai, have you had any inspiration lately? Any new manuscripts?" Hakai had submitted 3 book manuscripts that had sold very well in the Land of Fire, earning him quite a bit of money. "I'm currently brainstorming, and as soon as I finish writing, I'll send it over immediately," Hakai responded readily. "All right." The bookstore owner turned to attend to customers looking to buy books. Afterward, Hakai casually glanced at several books displayed prominently. The Legend of the Eagle-Shooting Ninja, The Ninja Techniques of Lianxing, The Ninja Couple. "Hey, these are basically all my books." Hakai grinned. "Old man Jean, this shameless young man is using your books to open the eyes of these natives. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against a petty person like me. But what should I write next?" I've decided on you. The Smiling Proud Ninja World. Chapter 17. The Reverse Celestial Pole. Gintama appears in Naruto, leaving Jiang Hall. Hakai walked slowly along the road. He looked at the bustling scenes around him and couldn't help but sigh. Peace. In this world of Naruto. What a luxurious word it is. This peace won't last long. How many people will die in the war? According to the historical development of the Naruto world, there are about 3 years left before Mangekyō will initiate the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, Konoha will face off against the 4 major ninja villages simultaneously. Hakai was in a hurry to apply for graduation precisely because of this. He currently had no ability to change this future and could only try to improve his strength. Sighing, Hakai walked out of the bustling Konoha commercial street. The number of pedestrians gradually decreased, and Hakai suddenly activated the body flicker technique, disappearing into a small alley. Where'd he go? A sturdy figure was puzzled and hurriedly ran forward, diving into the alley where Hakai had vanished. "Speak, what do you want by following me?" Hakai's voice echoed behind the burly man, a kunai drawn at his waist. "And no misunderstanding. I mean no harm." The person tracking Hakai was startled by his sudden appearance and raised both hands, slowly turning to look back. Hakai also lifted his head, getting a clear view of the man's features. He had curly hair, a rough dark face, and thick eyebrows with big eyes. Hakai felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. "I am Akira Toriyama, an abstract painter." Toriyama Akira, an abstract painter? Is there even an abstract painting style in the Naruto world? Hakai's mind was filled with question marks. The man named Toriyama continued, "I saw you today. Your act of planting trees in someone else's backyard was simply too artistic. I want to capture your artistic image. What the hell is art? What's your relationship with Deidara? Father and son?" Hakai couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Is it him? Suddenly, a scene flashed in Hakai's mind. When he was running down the street, dragging a ninja by the root, someone had shouted, "Art is elegant." At that time, Hakai was too busy to pay attention. Looking back now, the person shouting about art was indeed this man. "Are you all right?" Hakai retracted the kunai and couldn't help but ask. In Konoha, Hakai thought he was already invincible, but it turned out there was someone even more outstanding. Toriyama turned around, eyes sparkling, and said, I'm in great shape. Better than ever. I want to collaborate with you to capture your artistic moments, and our work will definitely sell well." This guy must be out of his mind. Hakai thought, looking at him with pity. Then Hakai turned to leave. Wait, I'm really good at drawing, and I'm fast. All the money we make will be yours. How about that? Toriyama was a bit anxious. No, what do you want? Hakai stopped and turned back, curious. Art. Elegant art. Toriyama spread his hands, his eyes shining. At that moment, his expression did not match his thick eyebrows and big eyes at all. Wait, you said you're fast at drawing? Your skills are great? Hakai suddenly grasped the key words and turned around, a bold idea popping into his head. Of course, Toriyama said proudly. How fast? How good? Watch closely. Toriyama suddenly bent down, pulled out a piece of cardboard and a pen, laying the cardboard on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Toriyama's hand holding the pen waved, creating illusions. Wow, what talent. Hakai's mouth dropped open in surprise. In just a few seconds, Hakai's portrait had emerged on the cardboard, lifelike. How's that? Toriyama held up the cardboard to show Hakai. Impressive. Hakai gave a thumbs up, but thought, drawing can only earn so much money. I have a bold idea. I wonder if you want to try it out? What bold idea? Have you heard of manga? Manga. Hakai then explained to him what manga was, drawing a big pie chart to discuss the prospects of manga. In fact, Hakai himself wasn't very confident, as manga had not yet become popular in the Naruto world. He couldn't be sure that manga would definitely have a market, but it was worth a try since he didn't need to draw it himself. He just needed to provide the ideas. Toriyama seemed a bit conflicted upon hearing about manga. Do you have any good ideas? He asked Hakai. Of course. Hakai's lips curled into a smile. The bait was set. Hakai once again became a cultural transporter. Dragon Ball? Collecting the 7 Dragon Balls scattered around the world to summon Shenron and grant any wish. The main character, Goku, with a tail, participates in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku battles against Piccolo Daimao. Exciting. So exciting. Demon Slayer? In the Taisho era, man-eating demons run rampant. The main character's sister is turned into a demon, and the protagonist becomes a demon slayer. Passionate. So passionate. Attack on Titan? A world dominated by giants? The protagonist's mother is devoured by a giant? The protagonist transforms into a giant. Brilliant. So brilliant. Gintama? In the late Edo period, aliens invade. The protagonist's shameless daily life? Armstrong Cannon? Prostate break. I like this. This is totally my taste. Toriyama was so excited by Hakai's introduction of the works that he jumped up and down like a chimpanzee. I'm in. Toriyama immediately agreed to Hakai's proposal. Great, then we'll split the profits down the middle. What does that sound? Hakai continued. No problem. Toriyama agreed without hesitation. At this moment, the idea of drawing an artistic portrait for Hakai had long been thrown to the back of his mind. He was now completely consumed by Gintama. Gintama is the real art. Hakai got Toriyama's address information and arranged to discuss the details of drawing manga together the next day. Afterward, Toriyama ran off. Screeching like a gorilla, Hakai twitched his mouth at the sight. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. Should I have found a normal person to collaborate with to draw manga? Unfortunately, his drawing skills were zero. Otherwise, why would he need to find someone to create with? Time was delayed again, and before he knew it, it was evening, and the sun had set. Hakai hurriedly left and walked towards the edge of Konoha. Konoha Orphanage. Many children's laughter and playing sounds came from inside. Hakai stood at the entrance of the orphanage, pushed the door open, and shouted, Haha, Yano, I'm here to mooch a meal again. Hearing the sounds of children playing inside, he opened the orphanage's large door and called out, Oh, it's Big Brother Hakai. Brother Hakai is here. A bunch of little kids stopped their ongoing games and rushed over. Brother Hakai, let's play together. Big Brother Hakai, I condensed chakra today. Hakai, I've learned how to bandage wounds. If you get hurt in the future, I'll bandage your wounds. No, Hakai's wounds can only be bandaged by me, because I'm going to marry Hakai. I'm the one who will marry Hakai. You all go away. Yoda, you get lost. You're a boy. How can you marry Hakai? Hakai. The little kids surrounded Hakai in the middle, looking up at him with admiration, and gradually started chattering away. Oh, little Chihime, did you eat well while I was gone? Hi, Chi. You've condensed chakra already? Pretty impressive. Odo, you're still so young. You can't fall in love early. And you, little Maya, you can't fall in love early either. Yoda, you little rascal. Your thoughts are dangerous. Looking for a fight, huh? Shota, You've wiped your snot all over my clothes. Hakai suddenly felt a bit of a headache. There weren't many sensible kids among this group. However, he still smiled and gently ruffled the hair of the kids around him. These kids, although their clothes weren't very new, were all very clean. Their little faces were also clean, and their eyes were as clear as stars. Looking at the smiles on these kids' faces, Hakai felt a sudden sense of healing satisfaction inside. This place is where he often came, and it was also where he lived before going to the ninja school. Perhaps it was here that Hakai truly integrated into this world. At that moment, a blonde woman dressed in a black priestess outfit walked out of the fragrant kitchen. She had a white priestess hat wrapped around her head, a white apron tied in front, and large round glasses perched on her brown-green eyes. The woman looked to be in her 20s. It's Hakai. Oh, you graduated? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I haven't prepared a gift for you yet. The blonde woman was surprised to see Hakai wearing a ninja headband, covering her slightly parted lips with surprise. The woman was Yakushi Nanoyu. She was once a member of the Root, the most capable spy under Danzo, and proficient in medical ninjutsu. Due to her kind heart, she couldn't bear the darkness of the Root, so she left. The year Hakai entered the orphanage was coincidentally the year she left the Root. After entering the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu took on the role of the orphanage director. Hakai had an enormous appetite from the start. If it weren't for Nanoyu, he might have starved. The compensation money he received from the Leaf was completely insufficient for his meals. Because of this, Hakai's feelings for Yakushi Nanoyu were extraordinary. Nothing is better than the food you make with your own hands. I want to eat until I'm full today. Hakai laughed heartily and gently pushed aside the kids surrounding him. No problem. I guarantee you'll eat until you're around today. Nanoyu's south eyes turned into crescent moons as she re-entered the kitchen. It seems tonight's dinner is going to be a tough task. She took out all the rice, vegetables, and meat. Soon, the sounds of knives clashing against cutting boards filled the kitchen. Hakai played with the kids, teaching them to learn letters and refine chakra. So delicious. Give me another bowl. Hakai gobbled down a bowl of rice in a hurry and handed the bowl to a slightly older girl. The little girl immediately filled it up with a big bowl of rice again. Thank you, little Shansai. You need to eat more vegetables. Hakai took the bowl, thanked the little girl, and continued to eat. In the orphanage dining hall, all the kids were devouring their food. As if influenced by Hakai, all the kids were eating ravenously. Even the little girls abandoned their manners. Burp. Damn it. Hakai has already eaten 20 bowls, and I've only had 2. I can't lose to him. I want to become a ninja like Hakai. Burp. A little boy covered his round belly, burping, wanting to get another bowl of rice. I want to eat too. Burp. I want to eat too. Yakushi Nanoyu helplessly shook her head and smiled. Ryukai, you can stop when you're full. Don't learn from Hakai, or you'll get stuffed. You all can stop when you're full. She tapped lightly on the head of the little boy, named Ryukai, while reminding the other kids. Soon, these orphans' bellies were round, and they ran outside to play. Phew, I'm full. Hakai put down his chopsticks and let out a long breath. He took out a thick envelope and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Nanoyu. There's 150,000 Rio here. Don't be too frugal. Spend it boldly. Nanoyu glanced at the envelope on the table and pushed it back. Hakai, we can't accept your money anymore. Now that you've become a ninja, you need to spend money on ninja tools and learning ninjutsu. If you go out on missions, you must protect yourself. I can go to the Konoha hospital to work as a doctor, treat the injured to earn money. And I can also apply for funds from the higher-ups in Konoha. You don't need to worry. Her voice was gentle, looking at Hakai with a face full of relief and a smile. Nanoyu, do you think I'll go out on missions? Or do you think I'll lack money? Riding at home is definitely more profitable than going on missions. Or do you think of me as an outsider? Hakai pushed the envelope back again. Use it to buy some new clothes for the kids. You should also get some new clothes. And don't skimp on the meals here. I plan to come over often to eat. Don't forget, I'm also part of the orphanage. Hakai's attitude was firm, not allowing refusal. Over the years, Hakai had been supporting the orphanage. Most of the money he earned from writing went to the orphanage. Nanoyu had rejected countless times, but she couldn't stubbornly resist Hakai. Also, you said you'd apply for fund from the higher-ups in Konoha. Is it Shimura Danzo? Hakai turned his head and asked, How do you know? Nanoyu looked at Hakai suspiciously. That old man isn't a good person. I want to allow you to go to him. But No buts, I absolutely want to allow you to go to him. My manuscript fees are more than enough to spend. If Nanoyu went to see Danzo, she might be sent back to being a spy. And whether she could come back alive would be a problem. Even if she could return alive from the enemy, it would be easy for Danzo to betray her, ruthlessly assassinating her. HOKAGE could not allow the tragedy of Nanoyu to happen again. Chapter 19, Shadow Clone, Spiral Sphere, alright. Nanoyu couldn't argue with HOKAGE and accepted the envelope with the money. By the way, how did you know Elder Danzo? She suddenly asked with some worry. Why did you say he is not a good person? She had never mentioned anything about the root in front of HOKAGE, nor had she brought up the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo. Could it be that HOKAGE had come into contact with Danzo? Nanoyu's heart tightened. Oh, I saw Danzo today. He wanted to recruit me into the root, but I refused. Just kidding. I'm a ninja valued by the HOKAGE. How could I follow someone like Danzo, who looks like a bad person? HOKAGE put on a proud expression. He didn't dare to tell the truth. He was afraid this woman next to him would worry too much. After all, Nanoyu had always lived in the shadow of Danzo. That's good. Nanoyu let out a long sigh of relief. She was really afraid HOKAGE would enter the root. At this moment, Nanoyu still didn't know about HOKAGE's glorious achievements. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be sitting here so peacefully. As the sky gradually darkened, HOKAGE chatted with Yakushi Nanoyu for a while before getting up and leaving the orphanage. Creak. HOKAGE pushed open the door to his home. This was a typical Japanese wooden structure house, an inheritance left to him by his parents in this world. Ever since HOKAGE entered ninja school, he no longer returned to the orphanage but instead lived in his own house. The house wasn't too big, and the furniture inside was simple but not old. Although most of the manuscript fees were given to the orphanage, Hisaki still had more than enough money to repair the house and furnishings. He entered the house and sat down on the tatami mat, taking out the shadow clone technique scroll given to him by the third Hokage. So that's how it is. It's quite simple. Hisaki quickly understood the principle of the shadow clone technique. In fact, this ninjutsu is not difficult to learn, but the threshold is very high. This ninjutsu divides the user's chakra evenly to create physical clones. Therefore, to learn and use the shadow clone technique, one must have a large amount of chakra. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. The hand signs required for the technique are Hisaki standing up, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and crossing his hands in a 10. Shadow clone technique. Bang! A burst of white smoke erupted. However, another Hisaki did not appear. The shadow clone technique failed. Huh, it actually failed? Naruto learned the multi-shadow clone technique successfully on the first try. So why did I fail? Is my comprehension not as good as Naruto's? That shouldn't be. Hisaki was puzzled, reviewing the casting process just now. Forming the signs, mobilizing chakra, distributing chakra. So that's it. Did I allocate too little chakra? Let's try again. Hisaki formed the signs once more. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang. 2 puffs of smoke erupted, and as the smoke cleared, 2 Hisakis appeared. Success. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the shadow clone. It's really amazing. The 3 Hisakis were examining each other while circling around the small room. One of the Hisakis took 2 balloons from the box by the tatami mat. These are the main body. He handed the 2 balloons to the shadow clones and commanded, "You two, practice the Rasengan." Hey, main body, we're practicing the Rasengan. What about you? Why are we the ones practicing instead of you? Hisaki's main body had veins popping on his forehead. Damn it, these 2 shadow clones are rebelling. I want to practice too. You two hurry up. The main body also took out a balloon. Hisaki had secretly been training the Rasengan for several months. I have to say, this ninjutsu is really hard to master. Even knowing the principle, there's still that last step to take. The stage of water balloons and rubber balls has long passed. Now he has brought the Rasengan to its final step. As long as he can gather chakra inside the balloon without causing it to burst, then the Rasengan will be fully mastered. The 3 Hisakis simultaneously injected chakra into their respective balloons. Pop! 1 balloon exploded. Pop! The other balloon exploded. Pop! 2 hours later, the 2 shadow clones exhausted their chakra and dissipated in a puff of smoke. Buzz! Hisaki suddenly felt a large amount of memories flooding into his mind, impacting his brain and making him feel dizzy. No wonder so few people use shadow clones as a training tool. This feeling is difficult to endure even for someone like me with strong mental power, let alone others. I wonder how that Naruto kid manages it. Is a cheater not as good as a child of the world? Training like that Naruto kid, I'm afraid I can't handle it for now. Hisaki grimaced in pain. He sat at the edge of the tatami mat and sorted out his chaotic thoughts. The Rasengan's chaotic flow of chakra needs to be maintained at a concentrated point to form a membrane. So that's it. I seem to understand. Hisaki excitedly jumped up and took another balloon from the box. He injected chakra, forming a chaotic flow of chakra. The chakra converged at the center point. A layer of membrane formed on the outer layer to prevent the chaotic flow of chakra from dissipating. Maintain it. Success. Sweat broke out on Hisaki's forehead, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. The balloon did not burst. The chaotic flow of chakra remained very stable inside the balloon. He withdrew the chakra he injected into the balloon, and it exploded again. Hisaki once again concentrated chakra in the center of his palm. However, this time, he did not use a balloon. He watched as a light blue chakra gathered and rotated in his palm, gradually forming a round blue sphere. Even without releasing the ninjutsu, Hisaki could feel the incredible power contained in this blue sphere. The Rasengan successfully mastered. He sighed in relief, smiling as he wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. In just one night, he learned the shadow clone technique and secretly trained the Rasengan. His strength grew by leaps and bounds. The shadow clone technique is not only a training tool, but also can be used for fighting and gathering information, making it a highly practical ninjutsu. The Rasengan, although its power is on par with his own creation, the explosive flow technique still has room for improvement. In the later stages, he can throw the Rasengan as a long-range attack and integrate various chakra attributes for explosive destructive power. Of course, I still can't use the Rasengan openly for now. After all, this ninjutsu was created by Minato Namikaze based on the tailed beast ball. I haven't seen a tailed beast ball, and if I use it rashly, it will be hard to explain. For now, I'll treat the Rasengan as a trump card, Hisaki thought. Chapter 20, Obito, you can't do it. Rin will be mine. At Hisaki's home, lying on the tatami mat, Hisaki checked the system panel. Host, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Bounty, 0, Devil Fruit. None. Armament Hockey. None. Observation Hockey. Beginner Observation Hockey, pending training. Conqueror's Hockey. None. Skills, Paper Drawing, pending training. In terms of ninjutsu, I have learned the body flicker technique, the explosive flow technique, the shadow clone technique, and the Rasengan. And my physical skills and chakra amount far exceed that of ordinary people. Now, I still need to train in the Navy's 6 powers of the pirate world. Paper drawing and observation hockey. With my current strength, I can probably handle an average shunin. The strength of a jonin is still unknown. Next, I will focus on learning paper drawing and observation hockey and selectively learn some elemental ninjutsu. First, I will learn fire release specifically for outdoor igniting and eliminating traces. Then I will learn earth release, preferably a ninjutsu that allows for underground stealth, so I can escape directly when things go south. Next, I will learn water release, wind release, and lightning release. A night passed without incident. Wow, what chakra-filled day. Shadow clone technique. Bang. 2 shadow clones appeared on Hisaki's left and right. Clone 1, you go find Toriyama IQ and start our money-making venture. Clone 2, you stay at home and write the manuscript laughing proudly in the ninja world. The clones possess all the memories of the main body, so Hisaki didn't need to give detailed introductions. Regarding the manga, Hisaki didn't have much confidence, so he still needed to write the novel. Now, Hisaki could do even more things. He could use clones for these miscellaneous tasks while the main body focused on training. Subsequently, one of Hisaki's clones set out to find that abstract painter while the main body headed to the training ground. The training ground from the graduation assessment was actually the ninja school's playground, where only ninja school students practiced and assessed. The training ground is a place for formal ninjas to train and spar. It is relatively large. In Konoha Village, there are 5 training grounds, and there are dozens more on the outskirts of the village. This time, Hisaki's target was the 3rd training ground located within Konoha Village. Although the training grounds on the outskirts of the village are secluded, Hisaki was worried about Danzo's underhanded tactics. The training grounds in the village are much safer. The third training ground. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Poof. Great fireball technique. Ouch. Hisaki approached the third training ground and vaguely heard a familiar voice inside. Entering the training ground, he indeed saw someone familiar. Obito, you're here quite early. Hisaki greeted Obito loudly. Today is the weekend, and the ninja school is closed. At this moment, the sun has just risen. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Obito is forming seals to release fire style, when suddenly he is startled by Kurosaki. The fire style is instantly suppressed. Damn Kurosaki, you scared me out of nowhere in the early morning. Are you trying to kill me? Obito angrily stomps his feet. Huh. It's been a night since I last saw you. I really missed you. Kurosaki clamps Obito under his arm like a chick. Let go of me, you bastard. I only like Rin. Obito struggles desperately. Kurosaki releases Obito and says, how about you assist me in training? Later I'll teach you the techniques for releasing ninjutsu. Sure. Obito replies excitedly. Then come at me with kunai. I want to fight back, just dodge. What kind of training is this? Obito asks in confusion. It's to train your body technique, just come at me. Kurosaki, I'm coming, watch out. Obito lunges at Kurosaki with a kunai. As expected, Kurosaki does not counterattack or jump away. Instead, his body is as soft as paper, completely dodging Obito's attacks. An hour later, I can't go on. Uchiha Obito lies directly on the ground, panting heavily. Kurosaki looks at the system panel. Host, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Bounty, 0, Devil Fruit. None, Armament Hockey. None, Observation Hockey. Basic Observation Hockey to be trained. Conqueror's Hockey. None skill, Paper Drawing Beginner. Have you mastered paper drawing? It's really easy. Kurosaki is in a good mood. In fact, the training methods for paper drawing and observation hockey have already been deeply imprinted in Kurosaki's memory. He just needs to practice a bit more to let his body's muscles form a memory, and he'll have mastered it. With a strong physique, Kurosaki practiced paper drawing for an hour without even breaking a sweat. Obito, get up and continue training. Kurosaki, let me lie down for a while. I'm done for. Obito weakly waves his hand. Kurosaki glances at Obito on the ground and suddenly feels a surge of mischief. Oh dear, Obito. I heard Rin say she likes boys with good stamina. You can't even last an hour. You don't stand a chance. Kurosaki shakes his head regretfully and continues. With my great stamina, I'll go buy flowers for Rin later. Damn it, bastard Kurosaki, I want to duel you. Obito jumps up from the ground with a fierce expression. Sure enough, No-Era Rin is Obito's stimulant. He activates his single Tomo Sharingan and continues to attack Kurosaki. However, this time, Kurosaki blindfolds himself with a cloth. Since he has already mastered paper drawing, he wants to try to grasp observation hockey. After all, this is the real weapon. Huh? Seeing Kurosaki blindfolded, Obito expresses confusion. He doesn't ask further, putting away the kunai and attacking with fists and kicks instead. This time, Obito feels great. Although many of his attacks are dodged by Kurosaki, he still manages to land a few punches and kicks. Another hour later, ha ha ha, Obito lies on the ground, sticking out his tongue and gasping for breath. His Sharingan has long since closed. He has no strength left. What a monster! How does Kurosaki manage to dodge my attacks with his eyes covered? Obito's heart is filled with questions. At first, he could hit Kurosaki, but after half an hour, it was as if Kurosaki had eyes on his head, and he could hardly land a hit. Is the gap really this big? Obito feels a bit bitter. He is not jealous of Kurosaki. He just feels too weak. How can someone so feeble protect Rin? Obito silently clenches his fists. Kurosaki removes the cloth from his eyes and says, Obito, thanks. After you rest up, I'll help you train in ninjutsu. Kurosaki wipes the sweat from his forehead. After practicing observation hockey for an hour, he hasn't completely mastered it. He still gets hit by Obito occasionally. Training hockey is indeed difficult. Even with the system's help, it's still so hard to grasp. It seems he'll need to practice for a while, Kurosaki thinks to himself. Obito sits up against a big tree and weakly says, it's a deal. Kurosaki suddenly turns his gaze to the other side and shouts, Hey, Kakashi, how long are you going to hide? Have I been discovered? This guy Kurosaki is surprisingly sharp. A white-haired boy wearing a mask jumps down from a nearby tree. Chapter 21. Sparring with Kakashi. The person who jumped down from the tree has white hair, wears a deep blue mask, and has a pair of lifeless fisheye-like eyes. It is none other than Konoha's genius, Hatake Kakashi. Yo, Kurosaki, Obito, long time no see. Kakashi greets them dully. Kurosaki, I heard you graduated too? That's impressive, congratulations. Kakashi walks closer. Huh? Kakashi, are you bragging? You graduated even earlier than I did. Kurosaki says with a slight smile. Damn, Kakashi, are you stealing our training content? Obito, who had just been exhausted, immediately jumps up from the ground and starts mocking Kakashi. Foolish Obito, I'm a legitimate ninja now. Why would I steal from a failure like you? I've activated my Sharingan. I could graduate anytime. From now on, you'll just be eating dust behind me and Kurosaki. Obito points at his eyes. He leans in close to Kakashi, activating his Sharingan, proudly staring into Kakashi's lifeless fish eyes. At this moment, Obito looks like a fighting rooster. Their noses are almost touching. Oh, I'm so scared. Why don't you graduate first? Kakashi ignores Obito's single Tomo Sharingan. Damn it, duel me. I'll knock your head off. Then graduate first. You're not even worthy to be my opponent. Damn, Kakashi. Kurosaki can't help but laugh. These two always argue when they meet. Obito is completely at a disadvantage against Kakashi. Cough. Kakashi, don't you have a mission today? Kurosaki interjects, interrupting their banter. Just finished a rank mission. Taking a 2-day break, Kakashi replies, glancing at Obito with a hint of pride. Damn it, what are you bragging about? Obito grits his teeth in frustration. Kakashi, how about a spar? Kurosaki suddenly feels inspired. At this time, Kakashi should have the strength of a Chunin. No, Kakashi stares with his lifeless eyes, outright refusing. Huh? Kakashi, are you scared? Obito opens one eye wide, acting arrogantly. Scared of what? Scared of a failure like you? Of course, I'm afraid of losing to Kurosaki. Kurosaki is a genius. You and T dare fight him, would you? Oh my, Kakashi is actually a coward. Obito discovers a new revelation, his face full of mockery. Kakashi, wearing a mask, gradually turns red. At this time, Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, has not yet committed suicide, and Kakashi has not fallen into darkness. He is still an emotionally rich young boy. Kurosaki, since you want to spar, then as you wish. Foolish Obito, watch closely. This is a real ninja battle, not a child's play at the Ninja Academy. Under Obito's taunts, Kakashi, heated up, agrees to spar with Kurosaki. He doesn't forget to mock Obito once more. Soon, Kurosaki and Kakashi form their stances. Obito steps aside and shouts, Kurosaki, give this arrogant guy a good lesson. Bang! Kurosaki grips the kunai, colliding with Kakashi's short sword. In the next moment, Kakashi is sent flying. What the hell? Such power! Kakashi barely stops his rapidly retreating body, leaving deep marks on the ground with his feet. His lifeless fish eyes finally become sharp at this moment. You can't compete with him in physical skills. Keep your distance and fight him from afar. Kakashi thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, several shurikens and kunai were shot towards the charging Kurosaki. Kurosaki leaped sideways, easily dodging them. Kakashi, show me all your tricks. As you wish, Kakashi said, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth, growing larger as it soared towards Kurosaki, reaching a diameter of 3 meters. The great fireball technique is originally a fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha did not restrict the villagers of Konoha from learning it. Kakashi, being a genius with mastery over all 5 chakra natures, found it very easy to learn this technique. Boom! The fireball hit its target directly, engulfing Kurosaki's body in flames. Seeing the ninjutsu hit, Kakashi did not relax for a moment. He didn't believe Kurosaki would be able to escape. Obito was also not worried at all, as he had clearly understood Kurosaki's strength yesterday. Sure enough, Kurosaki in the flames transformed into a piece of wood. It's a substitution technique. In fact, the substitution technique is hard to utilize in battles at the Chunin level. But Kurosaki's speed was fast enough. Kakashi's eyes darted around, searching for Kurosaki's figure. Where'd he attack from? Above. Kakashi was taken aback as he looked up. He saw Kurosaki suddenly appear above him, not using kunai, but directly smashing his fist down towards Kakashi's head. Bang! Kakashi was punched into the ground. Beautiful. Obito jumped up excitedly from a distance. Bang! Kakashi's body turned into a puff of smoke. It's a shadow clone. Kurosaki was not surprised. In fact, Kakashi had never lacked chakra. He had never been exhausted before transplanting Obito's Sharingan. It was only after transplanting Obito's eye, which could not be turned off, that it continuously drained Kakashi's chakra, causing him to be perpetually low on chakra. Since then, Kakashi began to count his chakra reserves. He also dared not use the shadow clone technique casually. Earth style, Earth Spear. Numerous Earth Spears shot up from the ground, aiming at Kurosaki in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kurosaki, caught in midair, could not dodge in time and was pierced by the Earth Spears. Bang! Kurosaki, hanging on the Earth Spears, transformed into a puff of smoke. Not the real body. It's a shadow clone. He can actually use the shadow clone technique. Kakashi felt a bit surprised. The shadow clone technique is not something just anyone is qualified to learn, nor can just anyone learn it. His father is Hatake Tsukumo, and that's why Kakashi had the opportunity to learn the shadow clone technique. Suddenly, Kurosaki's voice rang out behind Kakashi. Found you, Kakashi. Kakashi broke out in a sweat. For the first time, he felt a sense of pressure from a classmate. Is this Kurosaki's true strength? However, even though you are strong, I will not lose. For the honor of the Hatake clan, Kakashi encouraged himself in his heart. Earth style, Earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rose up, separating Kurosaki from Kakashi. Huh. The earth flow wall can be used like this. No wonder it's Kakashi. I just wonder if Kakashi is currently carving a dog head on the earth flow wall. Kurosaki silently joked in his heart. Explosive flow break. Open for me. A massive amount of chakra gathered in Kurosaki's fist, slamming down on the earth flow wall. Boom! The earth flow wall instantly crumbled, debris flying like meteorites, and a cloud of dust filled the air. Kurosaki charged out of the dust, only to find that Kakashi had once again vanished. Hiding in the shadows, Kakashi's mouth twitched behind his mask. Is this the rumored Kurosaki's ninjutsu? With such power, getting hit by one punch would probably turn someone into mush. Kakashi felt a sense of dread. The debris sent flying by Kurosaki's attack had incredible power, almost rivaling that of a ninjutsu. If he had been a moment slower in dodging, he might have been seriously injured. Seeing that Kakashi did not show himself, Kurosaki attempted to use the half-baked observation haki he had practiced for an hour to sense Kakashi's position. No, can't sense him. As expected, still far off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several kunai shot out from behind the trees, aimed at Kurosaki. Can't hold back any longer, huh? Kurosaki easily dodged. Water style, water chaos wave. Kakashi's voice rang out again. A massive torrent of water surged from the forest. Kurosaki jumped up. He didn't want his clothes to get wet. As the water chaos wave passed, a large area of ground became soaked. Kurosaki landed on ground covered with a thin layer of water. Water chaos wave is a standard ninjutsu. It's not very powerful among water styles, but it excels in simplicity, consumes little chakra, and is often used in combination with lightning style. Sure enough, Kakashi's voice rang out again. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. Lightning arcs spread along the water left by the water chaos wave and instantly reached Kurosaki's feet. This feeling Kurosaki did not dodge, allowing the lightning style to shock him. He had never experienced the sensation of lightning style before, or rather, he had seen very few ninjutsu, and he lacked an understanding of the power of various levels of ninjutsu. You want to try the feeling of being hit by a ninjutsu. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder is a standard ninjutsu with a low upper limit and not very powerful. Just enough for him to feel at ease experiencing it. A tingling sensation spread throughout Kurosaki's body, and he felt a slight numbness in his muscles. So this is how it feels to be hit by lightning style. But that's all. This ninjutsu is still too weak. No wonder adult Kakashi never used it again. A bit of a waste. Kurosaki stood in place, silently critiquing. In the forest, Kakashi, seeing that Kurosaki had not dodged his ninjutsu, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Not blown away? Is this the real body? Why didn't he dodge? But it's a good opportunity. His muscles must be paralyzed by now. Hiding in the shadows, Kakashi suddenly sprang out. He held a short blade, stabbing towards Kurosaki. Just as Kakashi's short blade was about to hit Kurosaki, Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. Kurosaki, standing still, suddenly turned to face Kakashi, revealing an eerie smile. What? Did the lightning style not take effect? Whoosh! Kurosaki instantly vanished. The next moment, Kurosaki appeared above Kakashi, stepping on Kakashi's shoulders and pressing down hard. Kakashi fell directly to the ground. Kurosaki stood on Kakashi's back, using him as a skateboard, sliding forward on the muddy ground. Kakashi's face was buried in the mud, carving a trench in the soft ground. Yay! This is the feeling. Obito excitedly waved his fists and shouted. Bang! Kakashi transformed into smoke again. Another shadow clone, Kakashi. You have plenty of chakra. Kurosaki admired internally. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Just as Kurosaki landed, a pair of hands shot up from the ground, grabbing Kurosaki's ankles and dragging him down. However, Kurosaki was already prepared. He bent down sharply and grabbed Kakashi's wrist. Kurosaki pulled hard upward, and a bewildered Kakashi was yanked out from underground, his body flung into the air. Then, Kakashi's pupils violently contracted. He saw a fist crashing toward his face. He seemed to see the giant character for death. He seemed to see the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! The fierce wind whipped against Kakashi's face and hair. Kurosaki's fist stopped just in front of Kakashi's nose. Although it ultimately stopped, it still struck Kakashi hard. Seeing Kakashi's eyes go blank as he fell to the ground, Kurosaki's curiosity suddenly surged, and he yanked Kakashi's mask off. A small face, fair and clean, a handsome visage with a hint of determination. So this is what Kakashi looks like. So cool. What the heck? With such good looks, why wear a mask? Hikazaki pulled up Kakashi's mask again. Hikazaki, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Is this all the strength you've been hiding? Kakashi asked reluctantly in his heart. From the very beginning, Kakashi was a well-known genius. He entered school at 4, graduated at 5, breaking the record in Konoha. His classmates from the same period were left far behind by him. But only today did he realize that this classmate, 2 years older than him, whom he had never paid much attention to, was far stronger than him. Kakashi couldn't accept it for a moment. Well, sort of. Hikazaki thought for a moment and replied casually. Kakashi won't have his confidence shattered, will he? Hikazaki pondered. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi, didn't expect you to lose to Hikazaki. Let us see how you act from now on. Obito came closer, teasing him face to face. Humph, you didn't defeat me. So what are you so proud of? You should graduate first. Kakashi seized on this point, and wouldn't let it go. Damn, Kakashi, I want to duel with you. The two started bickering again. Hikazaki, next time, I will definitely not lose to you again. Kakashi left that sentence and quickly left. Hikazaki then began to teach Obito how to train. Obito, your fireball technique is unstable because your chakra control is insufficient. You need to improve your chakra control first. Then practicing ninjutsu will be much easier. You ask how to improve chakra control. Climb trees. Walk on water. Gather chakra at the soles of your feet. Stick your feet to the trunk and slowly walk up. Once you reach the top of the tree, you've succeeded in climbing. As for walking on water, the principle is the same as climbing trees, but it requires higher standards and can better train chakra control. For the entire morning, Obito practiced climbing trees as Hikazaki said. He fell down again and again, but Obito didn't shout out in pain. Meanwhile, Hikazaki released 2 shadow clones to assist him in training his observation haki. In no time, stones and dirt were flying everywhere. Chapter 23. The disheartened Kakashi and the valued Obito father. I'm back. Hatake Kakashi gently pushed open his home door. Kakashi, what happened? Hatake Sakumo, who happened to be home without a mission, was doing housework. With his white hair tied in a ponytail, he had a gentle expression. Seeing Kakashi come back looking downcast, he stopped tidying up and asked curiously. He had never seen such a state in his son. Kakashi, a teenage genius, entered school at 4 and graduated at 5. His strength far surpassed his classmates, closely chasing after adult ninjas. Although Kakashi never boasted, Hatake Sakumo knew his son was proud inside. So Kakashi always wore an expression of indifference. Why are you suddenly so down today? Father, I'm sorry I lost. Kakashi didn't dare to look at Hatake Tsukumo. What? Hatake Tsukumo was even more confused. Father, I lost to a classmate. I embarrassed you, and I brought shame to the Hatake family. Kakashi kept his head down, gripping his hands tightly. Oh, Hatake Tsukumo was genuinely surprised this time. Someone could defeat his son? There's such a strong kid in their class. However, what is so embarrassing about losing to a companion? Hatake Tsukumo gently comforted Kakashi. Instead of being angry, he felt a bit pleased. Kakashi was too much of a genius and had never experienced failure. But no matter how talented one is, there will be a day when they face stronger opponents. Even the most talented may have a day of negligence. At that time, his son might suffer a greater blow, even face life-threatening danger. The worries lingering in Hatake Tsukumo's mind dissipated at this moment. Father, Kakashi suddenly raised his head. Kakashi, failure is not shameful. What is shameful is giving up on yourself after a temporary failure. Failure allows one to see themselves clearly, understand their shortcomings, and provides motivation for the next success. Kakashi, losing to a companion is better than losing to an enemy. Isn't it? Hatake Tsukumo ruffled Kakashi's hair and said with a smile. Father, I understand. Kakashi's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Unlike his usual dead fish eyes, and different from the previous low spirits, this time, Kakashi's eyes truly ignited with rare fighting spirit. However, I'm quite curious, who was it that could defeat you? Hatake Tsukumo asked Kakashi. It was Hikazaki. Kakashi answered truthfully. Hikazaki? Oh, so it's him. Hatake Tsukumo suddenly recalled the boy he saw when he took Kakashi to school. His height and physique far surpassed those of his peers. And beneath the nonchalant appearance was a maturity akin to that of an adult, coupled with an air of distance from everyone. In Hatake Tsukumo's impression, Hikazaki was indeed a special child. I didn't expect his talent to be so outstanding. Kakashi, let us invite your classmate Hikazaki over to our house someday. He has helped us a lot, and we should thank him. Hatake Tsukumo suddenly took an interest in Hikazaki and smiled as he discussed it with Kakashi. Yes, father. Near noon, at Konoha's third training ground. 8 steps, 9 steps, 10 steps, ouch. Uchiha Obito fell from the tree again, gritting his teeth as he got up and rubbed his backside, looking at Hikazaki who was training. How'd he do it? Obito was puzzled. Hikazaki's 2 shadow clones were constantly throwing stones and dirt at the main body, and absurdly, Hikazaki, with a cloth covering his eyes, was able to dodge most of the attacks. I want to give up. Obito encouraged himself and continued practicing climbing the tree. Uchiha Obito, the clan leader wants to see you. A ninja with black eyes and hair and a fan pattern on his back suddenly appeared at the third training ground where Hikazaki and the others were. The clan leader wants to see me? Obito jumped down from the tree suspiciously. What does the clan leader want to see me for? Hikazaki also stopped his training and removed the cloth covering his eyes. Is the Uchiha clan starting to pay attention to Obito now that he has opened his Sharingan? Hikazaki thought to himself. In the original storyline, Uchiha Itachi opened his Sharingan at 8 years old and was already the most brilliant genius of the Uchiha clan. Now Obito opened his eyes at 6 years old, a record that hardly existed in the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito had lived with his grandmother since childhood, residing outside the Uchiha clan grounds. Because Obito's daily behavior was completely unlike that of an Uchiha, and he didn't show any powerful talents, the Uchiha clan had never paid attention to him. They didn't even care for Obito and his grandmother. In this respect, the Uchiha clan indeed did not do as well as the third Hokage. Thus, Obito had always been distant from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was utterly incompetent. He gradually led the Uchiha clan into the abyss. Hikazaki looked at the Uchiha ninja, who came to call Obito, and shook his head. Then, Hikazaki, I'll go see the clan leader first. See you later. Obito followed the Uchiha clan member and left the training ground. Hikazaki continued his training of observation haki. At this time, the Uchiha clan grounds were still in the center of Konoha. Obito and another Uchiha clan member passed through several bustling streets and finally arrived at their destination. Inside the Uchiha clan grounds, Clan leader, Uchiha Obito has been brought in. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave now. In a Hebe. Yes, clan leader. The Uchiha member who led Obito, in a Hebe, exited the clan leader's room. Clan leader. Obito looked at this serious man, feeling a bit nervous. Obito, don't be nervous. Can you show me your Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku carefully observed the boy wearing goggles. Obito activated his Sharingan. Indeed, when Fugaku first received the news about Obito unlocking his Sharingan, he could hardly believe it. After all, awakening it at the age of 6 was simply unbelievable. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't awaken it at 6. Until now, he finally saw it with his own eyes. Obito, well done. Uchiha Fugaku praised. From now on, you and your grandmother should move back to the clan's land. I will arrange for someone to take care of your grandmother. In the future, the Uchiha clan will cover your training and resources. The Uchiha clan valued strength above all. As long as someone demonstrated capability, they could receive preferential resources from the clan. Obito was no exception. With his talent of awakening at 6, he was entitled to a large amount of resources. Unexpectedly, Obito directly refused to move back with his grandmother. Clan leader, my grandmother is too old. I see. I will send someone to take care of your grandmother. You just need to focus on becoming stronger. This time, Obito did not refuse. Perhaps after being with Kakashi for a long time, Obito had become somewhat rational. Uchiha Fugaku handed Obito several ninjutsu scrolls and told him to ask anytime if he had questions. Then, Fugaku began to guide Obito's training. It wasn't until several hours later that Obito left the Uchiha clan grounds, his face filled with excitement. That evening, Kakashi returned home, painfully holding his head, with his butt sticking out and legs kicking. 2 shadow clones dissipated, and a flood of memories surged through his nerves. Chapter 24, Mission, Temporary Team Formation, the next morning at the Konoha Mission Center. Eavo. Maito Guy, dressed in a green jumpsuit, was doing push-ups while in a handstand. Maito Dai, fully dressed in green, was humbly pleading with the Chunin or Jonin who had received a mission. Sir, we have 3 genin here. Would you like to team up with us? Senior, we promise we won't hold you back. Without exception, Maito Dai's requests to form a team were rejected. A forever genin plus 2 freshly graduated genin. Normal people wouldn't dare team up with such a combination. Kakashi looked up at the sky, questioning his life. Why did I come here? Oh right, I was dragged here by Guy early in the morning. Guy was shouting about going out of the village to take on missions. And out of curiosity, Kakashi followed along. I really believe they're nonsense. No one wants to team up with them. How can we go out of the village to take on missions? Kakashi sighed deeply as he looked at the clouds. Actually, the 3 of them could take on D-rank missions, but Kakashi's bottom line was C-rank missions. Come on, C-rank missions are just about catching cats, finding dogs, farming, and weeding. Only missions above C-rank are likely to involve combat. Doing those D-rank missions, I might as well go back to writing or training myself. Just as Kakashi was about to head back, Maito Dai waved at them. Guy, Kakashi, come over. Oh, has a ninja willing to team up with him been found? Kakashi tilted his head back and saw a male ninja under 30 standing next to Maito Dai. The man also cast a scrutinizing glance at him, and Guy, who had been doing handstand push-ups, quickly stood up and ran excitedly toward his father. Kakashi also stepped forward to join them. This is Chunin Hasegawa. Maito Dai introduced the man beside him to Kakashi and Guy. Hasegawa Saburo, the Chunin, said expressionlessly. Hello, senior. Kakashi slightly raised his head and saw the man's appearance. Short hair, thick lips, a dense beard on his chin, and a shallow scar on his face. Guy also politely greeted Hasegawa Saburo. This is my son, Guy. This is Kakashi, a super genius. Maito Dai introduced Kakashi and Guy to Hasegawa Saburo. Oh, a genius? Hasegawa Saburo's gaze focused on Kakashi. You're too kind. I'm just a year or 2 older than my peers. Kakashi modestly smiled. I see. Hasegawa Saburo withdrew his gaze and said to the 3, This time I have taken a C-rank mission. The reward is 30,000 Ryo. My requirement is that you all follow my instructions throughout the mission. The mission reward, after deducting the portion to be submitted, I will take 50%, and the remaining 50% will be divided among the 3 of you. If you can accept this, then I can team up with you. Hasegawa Saburo spoke clearly and decisively. Upon hearing this, Kakashi secretly nodded. In fact, This Chunin's request was very reasonable. In a team mission, the leading ninja usually takes half of the mission reward. Moreover, genin have little mission experience, and following the leading ninja's instructions can greatly increase the chances of success. No problem, Kakashi and the Mato duo replied in unison. Good. Then let me introduce the details of this mission. Hasegawa Saburo nodded in satisfaction. This mission is to eliminate bandits. The target is a group of bandits that suddenly appeared within the Land of Fire. The bandit leader is a samurai with fewer than 20 bandits under him. Therefore, this mission will involve combat, but will not encounter other ninjas. Eliminating bandits? Kumba? Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately became interested. By the way, introduce yourselves in detail, especially your areas of expertise, so I can plan the action. Hasegawa Saburo said to the three. I, Mato Dai, am skilled in taijutsu. Mato Dai was the first to reply loudly. Mato Guy, 7 years old, only knows taijutsu. Guy revealed his shining tiger teeth with a fighting spirit. Kakashi, 8 years old, skilled in taijutsu. Kakashi crossed his arms and said calmly. Hasegawa Saburo thought, damn, I should have asked him this beforehand. Mato Dai, a forever genin, I know you. Mato Guy, is it? What are you so happy about only knowing taijutsu? Kakashi, 8 years old? Is this the height an 8-year-old should have? What did you eat to grow up? Hasegawa Saburo mentally complained. At this moment, he regretted teaming up with 3 taijutsu-focused ninjas. What kind of plan could he arrange? If he had known these 3 only knew taijutsu, he would have teamed up with them. I, Hasegawa Saburo, am skilled in fire release. Hasegawa Saburo introduced himself to Kakashi and the others with a serious expression. Since he had already agreed to team up, he could not easily back out and could only grit his teeth to complete the mission. Fortunately, this time it was just about eliminating bandits, and they wouldn't encounter ninjas. You have 1 hour to prepare the necessary supplies. See you here in 1 hour. Hasegawa Saburo issued the order and disappeared in a flash. This mission was not short, and it would involve killing, so they needed to prepare shuriken, kunai, soldier pills, and healing medications. Kakashi and the Mato duo also went their separate ways to prepare the supplies they needed. Boss, give me 1,000 rice balls. Kakashi stood in front of the rice ball shop, waving his hand and paying the full amount. 1,000. The rice ball shop owner was dumbfounded, hardly believing his ears. That's right, 1,000. I'll be back in half an hour to pick them up. Don't worry, sir. We'll definitely have them ready in half an hour. After leaving the rice ball shop, Kakashi turned around and bought 500 soldier pills. He was at a growing stage and had a huge appetite. Eating only soldier pills in large quantities might be hard to swallow. However, he had to prepare them, as they could quickly restore chakra. For safety, he also bought some healing and detoxifying drugs, adding to the kunai and shuriken in his ninja tool pouch, and 10 explosive tags in his system space. This mission is secure. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, with Mato Dai around. As long as they don't encounter a shadow level or above existence, who can be their opponent? He returned to the rice ball shop, where the shop owner was exhausted. But all the rice balls were ready. Heiji carried 2 large buckets of rice balls and walked to a deserted corner, storing all the rice balls into the system space. He also stored all the soldier pills into the system space. At this moment, a cubic meter of system space was completely filled. An hour later, Heiji returned to the mission center. Might Guy and his son Might Dai were also ready and had returned here before Heiji. Since everyone was present, it was time to set off. With a command from Hasegawa Saburo, the 4 of them rushed out of Konoha village. Chapter 25. The suspicious client in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, Asakawa. After running for a day and a night, Heiji, Hasegawa Saburo, and the Might father-son duo finally arrived near their destination. The 4 stopped in an open space to take a short rest and replenish their energy. Heiji took out a pile of rice balls to share with the other 3. Wait, how many rice balls did you bring, and where did you put them? Hasegawa Saburo looked at Heiji with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask. Normally, when ninjas went out on missions, they would carry as few unrelated items as possible. To replenish their energy, most people would choose soldier pills that were small and had a long shelf life. But Heiji was continuously pulling out rice balls. In a day and a night, he had taken out at least 200 rice balls, most of which he had eaten himself. Seeing Hasegawa Saburo's question, Heiji pulled out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and shook it. In fact, he had not yet learned to use the sealing scroll. It was just used to conceal his system space. Just as I thought, Hasegawa Saburo nodded and took a rice ball into his mouth. Although the rice balls were cold, they were at least much better in taste than soldier pills. In Hasegawa Saburo's view, Heiji seemed less like someone on a mission and more like someone out for a stroll. But since he was eating, he couldn't say much at that moment. Meanwhile, Might Dai and Might Guy were happily eating. Heiji was eating more exaggeratedly than everyone else, with half a rice ball entering his mouth in one go, chewing randomly a few times before swallowing it. In no time, he had already eaten over 20 rice balls. No wonder he grew so strong at 8. He could eat so much, Hasegawa Saburo thought. Speaking of which, how many days could this mission's reward sustain him? After a short rest, the four continued on their way. Ah, the great ninjas from Konoha, you finally arrived. A middle-aged man in his 40s, round and plump, warmly came out to greet Heiji and the others. I am Yadaura, the mayor of Asakawa Town, and also the client for this mission. I have prepared food and drink for you. So please eat and drink well before executing the mission. Yadaura invited the four. No, Mayor Yada, it's better for us to complete the mission first. Thank you for your kindness. Hasegawa Saburo directly refused. Oh no. The mission can wait. It's better to eat first, Yadaura insisted. No, we just ate. Then let's go to my house to rest for a day. We can execute the mission tomorrow. The bandits are right there. They won't run away. Yadaura warmly invited again. Well, okay. Hasegawa Saburo, seemingly unable to resist the mayor's enthusiasm, agreed. Heiji furrowed his brows slightly at the back. Why did this mayor of Asakawa Town seem a bit overly enthusiastic? Something fell off. He turned to look at Might Dai and Might Guy beside him, only to find a father and son looking at the smiling mayor with touched expressions. Well, these two are indeed simple-minded, Heiji smirked. The four followed the mayor into his home. Lord Hasegawa, please. Mayor Yada poured a full cup of sake for Hasegawa Saburo. Lord Might, please. He also filled Might Dai's cup. Heiji Guy, don't be polite. In Yadaura's home, a lavish feast was prepared to entertain the weary Heiji and the others. Mayor, could you tell us more about this group of bandits? Hasegawa Saburo asked, taking a sip of his drink. This group of bandits appeared here about half a month ago, burning, killing, and looting, committing all sorts of atrocities. The leader is named Kuroki Suya, and he is skilled with a great sword. As he said this, he paused and quietly looked at the four of them. And then, Hasegawa Saburo seemed to be a bit tipsy, asking with a slurred tongue. Lord Hasegawa, I feel a bit dizzy. Bang. Heiji, feeling woozy, slammed his head on the table. Might Dai and Might Guy also collapsed on the table like Heiji. Yu. Hasegawa Saburo was first shocked, then fainted. Seeing the four of them unconscious, Yadaura let out a long sigh of relief, his back already soaked. Someone, he shouted outside. Mayor. Someone quickly ran in. Go, notify Kuroki Suya, and say that the ninjas from Konoha have been captured. Also, bring a few people to tie up these Konoha ninjas. Yes. The person who came in quickly ran out. I'm sorry, four of you. I had no choice, Yadaura said softly, looking at Heiji and the others lying on the table. Oh, it's okay, Mayor. I didn't expect you to be so polite. Heiji suddenly sat up, looking at Yadaura with a teasing smile. You. Yadaura trembled, pointing at Heiji, his face instantly turning pale, his tongue twisting. Mayor Yada, please explain. Hasegawa Saburo also sat up, asking if this was all part of your scheme or if you colluded with the bandits. I. Yadaura's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Might Dai and Might Guy also sat up. Seeing this, Yadaura turned and tried to run. Clang! A kunai shot into the doorframe. Take another step, and it's your head, Heiji said blandly. Yadaura's plump body trembled like a leaf. He turned around and plopped down on the ground. My lords, I was forced into this. My son was captured by that group of bandits. The bandit leader told me before he left to use the ninjas from Konoha to exchange for my son. I was left with no choice but to take this desperate measure. Please have mercy on me. Yadaura began to bang his head on the ground. Just because of your son, you want to sell us for? Have you thought about the consequences of offending Konoha? Hasegawa Saburo slowly stood up, taking out a kunai. My lord, I only have this one son. I absolutely cannot let him come a harm. I deserve to die, and I am willing to give up all my family assets. Please, my lords, save my son. Yadaira's head was bleeding from banging it. Keep your assets for your own atonement. Await judgment from the land of fire, Hasegawa Saburo said expressionlessly to the mayor. He turned to Heiji and the others and gave the order. The mission has changed. This group of bandits is targeting us. The situation is dangerous. We must retreat immediately. Chapter 26. The Mist Defected Ninja. The mission has changed. This group of bandits is targeting us. The situation is dangerous. We must retreat immediately. Hasegawa Saburo said succinctly and decisively. Since these bandits dared to target Konoha ninjas, they were certainly not ordinary bandits. This had exceeded the scope of the mission and required immediate return to the village to report. He continued, when we first entered Asakawa town, I noticed something was off. At the mayor's house, I quietly told Heiji and the Might Father-Son duo to play along and see what tricks the mayor was up to. Heiji couldn't help but look at Hasegawa Saburo, the Chunin, with newfound respect. He hadn't expected that a seemingly ordinary supporting Chunin, who didn't appear in the original plot, would demonstrate such meticulous thinking. The four quickly left Asakawa town. Wait, there's an ambush ahead. Izaki suddenly stopped, reminding the three who were rushing towards Konoha. Are you sure? Hasegawa Saburo furrowed his brows. Yes. Izaki nodded emphatically. Although his observation haki was not yet fully mastered, he could sense some danger. It seemed like they were about to face a tough battle. Might Dai was a bit excited, eager to try his skills. In Konoha, he usually only took on minor missions. It was rare to be part of the team assigned to a higher-level task, and even rarer to encounter enemies. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have remained a genin for so long, earning the title of Eternal Genin. This time, they not only encountered enemies, but the mission might also escalate. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Kai crouched down and untied the weights strapped to his legs. Father, I want to be afraid. Kai mustered his courage and looked at Might Dai. Kai, you're truly my son. Let's shine with our youth. Might Dai revealed a big grin under his bushy mustache. Hey, you guys, this isn't a game. Hasegawa Saburo looked at his three subordinates, who were completely unfazed, and felt a headache coming on. He gritted his teeth and quietly explained the stakes to them, ordering them to conceal themselves. At that moment, he was on the verge of breaking down. You two green melons, why aren't you scared? You look so excited. And you, Izaki, why do you also look eager? If the Might Father-Son duo is foolish, why are you following their lead? Oh my, what teammates are these? If I'm lucky enough to survive and return, I swear I will never team up with these three again. If I do, I'll be a dog. I swear. However, this time, it seemed like things wouldn't end well. Hasegawa Saburo thought, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Not long after the four concealed themselves, a group of people appeared from the west. It seemed they were waiting for Izaki and the others to approach the trap they had set. There were more than 20 of them, dressed differently and wielding various weapons. The leader, surprisingly, wore a ninja vest and held a long katana resting on his shoulder. That vest is from the Mist Village. Oh no, a ninja from the Mist Village, and it looked like a jonin. Hasegawa Saburo's heart sank as he hid in the shadows. Is the leader a ninja? It seems like a rogue ninja from a mist. The appearance of rogue ninjas from the mist now indicated that the Bloody Mist policy had begun. As those people approached, Izaki noticed a scratch on the forehead protector of the leading figure and thought to himself. The third Mizukage of the Mist Village had initiated the Bloody Mist policy before the Third Great Ninja War. From then on, the mist became a land of slaughter. Many ninjas who could not endure the bloody policy chose to become rogue ninjas. In the original storyline, it was only after Momochi Zabuza killed all his classmates that the mist was forced to end the Bloody Mist policy. After finally waiting for the third Mizukage's death, the fourth took the stage. Little did they expect that Obito would directly control the newly appointed fourth Mizukage, Yagura, to initiate an even bloodier mist policy. Thus, the number of rogue ninjas from the mist increased, and the once mighty Mist Village rapidly declined. Stop! The rogue ninjas from the mist, advancing towards Izaki and the others, suddenly halted, signaling the 20 or so mountain bandits following them to stop as well. Yada Yoshi is indeed unreliable. Konoha ninjas, come out. I've already found you. Kuroki Suya also planted his katana into the ground, quickly forming hand seals. Water release. Mist concealment technique. Thick fog poured from his mouth, quickly enveloping the area. Damn it, how'd he find us? Hasegawa Saburo had no time to think further. He shot a kunai, carrying an explosive tag, towards the position of the rogue ninja from a mist. Boom! In the thick fog, a violent explosion echoed with flames. However, it seemed like no one was injured, as if the explosion had missed completely. Izaki sensed that the group had retreated a few steps, the explosive tag having detonated in vain. He pulled out 3 explosive tags, tying them to kunai and shooting them out. He had never used explosive tags before and found it particularly novel. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions erupted, and this time the explosive tags did not miss, accompanied by screams. Ah, damn, my leg is broken. Suya, my brother has been blown up. However, the leader of the rogue ninja from the mist did not make a sound. He had already separated from the group and was stealthily approaching Hizaki and the others. Hasegawa Saburo vaguely saw Hizaki throw out 3 kunai with explosive tags, and recalling that Hizaki had been the first to notice the ambush ahead, he moved next to Hizaki. Whispering in surprise, Hizaki, you little brat, are you a sensing-type ninja? Sort of, Hizaki replied vaguely. Hasegawa Saburo was overjoyed. Hizaki, you and I will deal with that ninja. Might Dai, Might Kai, you two handle those mountain bandits. Hasegawa Saburo issued his orders. In this thick fog, he couldn't find the position of the ninja releasing the mist technique. He wasn't skilled in wind release, so he couldn't disperse the fog. Unexpectedly, Hizaki turned out to be a sensing-type ninja, giving Hasegawa Saburo a bit of confidence. That mist ninja is over there. Hizaki pointed into the fog, indicating where Kuroki Suya was hiding. The mountain bandits were planning to surround them. Hizaki continued speaking to the Might father-son duo. Might Dai and Might Kai began to feel around, preparing to take down the mountain bandits. Nice work. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Hasegawa Saburo formed hand seals and shot a large fireball in the direction Hizaki pointed. Damn it, they can actually detect me. Kuroki Suya hurriedly dodged. They're a sensing-type ninja. This is troublesome. It seemed he needed to eliminate this sensing-type ninja first. Kuroki Suya decided in secret. Chapter 27. Battle with a Jonin in the thick fog. A flash of blade light slashed towards Hizaki. Clang! Kunai clashed with katana, sparks flying. Kuroki Suya had already discovered that among the 4 from Konoha, there was a ninja with sensing abilities. As long as he killed him, the other 3 would be like birds in a cage, ready to be slaughtered. Kuroki Suya dodged Hasegawa Saburo's great fireball technique and, with lightning speed, swung his blade towards Hizaki. How is this possible? Kuroki Suya was taken aback. It felt as if his blade struck against a copper wall or an iron wall. He had previously been a jonin from the mist, especially skilled in swordsmanship. How could this youth, who appeared to be just a genin from Konoha, withstand his full-strength strike? Failing to land a hit, Kuroki Suya quickly retreated, hiding once more in the thick fog. Hasegawa Saburo was also startled. The attack from that mist ninja was silent. If the blade had been aimed at him, could he have defended against it? He suddenly recalled what Might Dai had said when introducing Hizaki at the beginning. Hizaki, a super genius. At first, Hasegawa Saburo had not taken it seriously, but now he finally had a correct understanding. At just 8 years old, Hizaki could withstand a jonin sneak attack. How terrifying. Hizaki, he has the potential to become a strong ninja. Hizaki, where's the enemy? Hasegawa Saburo asked anxiously. Over there. He releasing a ninjutsu. Hizaki pointed out the direction to Hasegawa Saburo. Give up resisting, you're no match for me. Kuroki Suya's voice came. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Boom. Although Hasegawa Saburo couldn't see the ninjutsu attacking him, he could sense the power of the attack through the tremors in the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall technique. Hasegawa Saburo pressed his hands against the ground, and an earth wall rose up. Boom. The great waterfall technique crashed against the earth flow wall. The massive flow of water smashed through the earth wall like a withered twig, continuing to surge towards Hizaki and Hasegawa Saburo. Hisaki quickly jumped aside, evading the powerful wave. The ground was already covered in water, and Hisaki stood above the surface. The strength of the Jonin is indeed formidable, Hisaki thought to himself. The enemy before him was much stronger than his former teacher, Yajima Yohei, and the root ninjas. Ping! Hisaki blocked the katana with a kunai. The rogue ninja, Kuroki So, from the Mist Village attacked again, determined to take down the sensory-type ninja first. Am I targeted? Then let's fight it out and see how much of a gap there is between me and the Jonin. Shadow Clone Technique. Explosive Flow Break. Hisaki unleashed a massive amount of chakra and engaged in a fierce battle with his enemy. This Konoha brat, is he a genius from Konoha? Kuroki So was filled with surprise. For Konoha youths appeared in the thick fog surrounding him. His mist concealment technique had no effect on this boy at all. What's even more outrageous is that this Konoha boy can use body techniques with incredible strength and destructive power. Even he, a Jonin skilled in body and sword techniques, dare not take it head-on. The shadow clones of the Konoha boy could also use body techniques, and for a moment, Kuroki So was at a loss. I must kill him quickly, otherwise, I will be in trouble today, Kuroki So thought urgently. On the side of Might Dai and Might Guy, they had reached the edge of the thick fog, where the mist was slightly lighter. Guy, don't hold back. Take care of these mountain bandits, and then support Hisaki and Nin Hasegawa. Yes, father. The father and son began hunting down the bandits. Dai naturally took down one with each punch and kick, while Guy needed a bit more effort, perhaps 2 or 3 moves to deal with each enemy. The two split up, quickly knocking out or even directly killing the bandits at the edge of the fog. Before long, Might Dai and Might Guy regrouped. Father, there are no remaining bandits to be found. All right, let's hurry back to provide support. The father and son raced back through the fog, following the sounds of battle. Over with Hasegawa Saburo, he jumped aside to avoid a massive wave, losing sight of Hisaki. Oh no, we've been separated. Hasegawa Saburo thought it was bad. My fire style is countered by water style, and Hisaki is just a genin, and the Might father and son are not around. Am I going to be picked off one by one? What should I do? Whoosh! A pain struck his back, and blood gushed from Hasegawa Saburo's back. So strong. Hasegawa Saburo stumbled forward a few steps. Without Hisaki's sensory support, he couldn't track the enemy's attack trajectory at all. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. He turned around and released fireballs behind him. Useless. You're no match for me. A voice came from behind Hasegawa Saburo again. Oh no! Hasegawa Saburo's pupils dilated. Water style, water prison technique. A large water prison trapped Hasegawa Saburo inside. Blood flowed from Hasegawa Saburo's back, and the water prison gradually turned red, while the air in his lungs was squeezed out. It's over. Hasegawa Saburo was in complete despair. Just as he was about to give up, Hisaki's figure burst out of the fog. His speed was like lightning as he punched the enemy, maintaining the water prison. Splash! Kuroki So's body turned into a puddle of water. The water prison instantly shattered, allowing Hasegawa Saburo to see the light again. Hisaki, be careful. He hurriedly shouted a warning, disregarding his own injuries. Stab! 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 3 Kuroki So appeared, surrounding Hisaki, 3 kunai stabbing into his body. No! Hasegawa Saburo's eyes widened in horror. In the next moment, he suddenly realized that there was no blood on Hisaki's body. Bang! Hiss! Hisaki, pierced with 3 holes, transformed into a puff of smoke, leaving behind a detonating tag that ignited. Boom! The detonating tag exploded, turning all 3 Kuroki So into puddles of water. Hasegawa Saburo, blown away by the shockwave, was left dumbfounded. The water clone technique. So, I was defeated by a water clone? Hisaki can actually use shadow clones? And he defeated 4 Jonit's water clones with just 1 shadow clone? Is he really just a genin? Who is the Nin here? Hasegawa Saburo doubted his life choices. If the enemy's real body is not here, does that mean Hisaki is facing the mist Jonin alone? Hisaki, hold on. Hasegawa Saburo hastily swallowed 2 soldier pills and rushed toward the sounds of battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, damn Konoha brat die. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Explosive flow break. Boom! A torrent of water shot out, as if a torrential downpour had begun in the sky. Iato slash. The kunai in Hisaki's hand was directly severed, and a long wound was cut across his chest. Fighting with fists and feet against weapons is still somewhat disadvantageous. It seems I need to prepare a sturdy weapon when I return, Hisaki thought. Chapter 28. Rogue Ninja from a Mist Die. Hisaki stepped back a few paces, ignoring the pain in his chest, and threw out 3 kunai tied with detonating tags. Water style, water barrier technique. Kuroki, so formed hand seals. The kunai was blocked by the water barrier, and the burning detonating tags were soaked by the water, losing their effectiveness. Iato slash. Kuroki so struck again like a ghost. This time, Hisaki chose not to block with kunai, but instead activated the paper drawing technique and body flicker technique to evade as the blade came down. Kurosaki soul. I'm curious, as a rogue ninja from a mist, why do you target the ninjas of Konoha? When in Akashigawa town, the mayor sent someone to notify a person named Kuroki South. Therefore, Hisaki could confirm that this rogue ninja from the mist was indeed the bandit leader, Kuroki South. What gives you the confidence to face the pursuit of 2 major ninja villages at once? Dodging the blade, Hisaki did not rush to counterattack, but curiously inquired. Brat. I'll tell you after you're dead. Water style, water fong bullet technique. Kuroki so launched an attack with ninjutsu. Water gathered beneath Hisaki's feet, and in an instant, a water pillar shot up into the sky. Hisaki quickly stepped forward 2 paces to dodge this upward water attack. Water style, water heaven package attack. All the water on the ground gathered toward Hisaki, surrounding him from all sides. This was a confinement technique, even larger in range than the water prison technique. Explosive flow break. Hisaki kicked the water flow in one direction, creating a gap, and then used the body flicker technique to flash outside the range of the water heaven package attack. Shadow clone technique. Hisaki again created 3 clones. Previously, all his shadow clones had been destroyed. Take this continuous explosive flow break. Hisaki's main body and shadow clones surrounded Kuroki so, and then the 4 Hisakis swung their fists from a distance. Waves of chakra-infused punches surged toward the rogue ninja from a mist in the middle. The explosive flow break technique could be used for long-range attacks, but its power was slightly less than that of chakra-infused punches and kicks. Boom! 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 Kuroki so dodged while using his katana to slash through Hisaki's ninjutsu. A Jonin is indeed much stronger than a CH Nin, facing this kind of attack. He could not be harmed in the slightest. The long-range explosive flow break consumed a lot of chakra. Soon, the chakra of Hisaki's 3 shadow clones was exhausted, and they turned to smoke and disappeared. Kuroki so, looking at the panting Hisaki, showed a sinister smile. Konoha brat, I admit you are indeed not an ordinary genius. But your chakra is exhausted, right? Iato slash. Kuroki so used the body flicker technique, slashing down at the defenseless Hisaki. Bang! This Hisaki also turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Hisaki's voice echoed from above. What? Kuroki so's pupils constricted, and he used all his strength to perform the body flicker technique. Boom! Hisaki kicked the ground, creating a deep pit in the waterlogged and muddy earth. Mud and water splashed, and a spray of mud hit Kuroki so's eyes. Konoha whirlwind. 2 the arriving Might Dai and Might Guy suddenly appeared behind Kuroki so, who was suspended in midair. 2 people launched a fierce attack, kicking heavily on Kuroki Suya's back. Damn it! Blood spilled from the corner of Kuroki Suya's mouth as his body uncontrollably flew out. Earth release, Earth Spike. Hasegawa Saburo, who arrived at the scene, used Earth Release ninjutsu along the path where the Mist Village trader flew out. A sharp Earth Spike stabbed towards Kuroki Suya. Cut it off. Kuroki Suya twisted his face and swung his sword, severing the tip of the Earth Spike. However, he was still hit in the abdomen by the Earth Spike, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying out once again. Explosive flow break. Puchi. Kuroki Suya's uncontrollable flying body came to an abrupt stop as an arm pierced through his chest. Hozaki finally punched from behind, breaking through his chest. I never thought I would die here. I'm not reconciled. Mist Village. Kuroki Suya showed an incredulous expression, and before he could finish his words, he died. At the same time, a message popped up on the system panel. Host Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, you have killed a pirate swordsman and confiscated a good quality sword, Kanto Hanazawa. As a newcomer, you have made a name for yourself at sea, earning a bounty of 100 million berries. Reward, system space increased by 1 cubic meter. Hozaki's eyes brightened. Hey, the weapon is here already? Plus an increase of 1 cubic meter of system space. Hozaki checked the system space, and indeed it had expanded. The famous sword Hanazawa was already placed in the system space. Wonderful. The thick fog of the mist technique gradually dissipated. Hozaki withdrew his attention from the system panel. Feeling a warm sensation coming from his arm, he quickly shook his arm, throwing the dead body off. Is this the feeling of killing someone? So disgusting. Hozaki squatted down in disgust and washed his arm with the puddles on the ground. Hasegawa Saburo stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. We defeated a Jonin? We actually defeated a Jonin from the Mist Village? It's a traitor from Mist Village. Hozaki shook his arm and corrected him. Father, we completed the mission and even defeated a Jonin. Kai's eyes gradually filled with tears. Kai, this is youth. Tears flowed down. In the next moment, the father and son embraced each other, crying bitterly. Hozaki, Hasegawa Saburo. Hasegawa Saburo stored Kuroki Suya's corpse in a storage scroll, as it was a source of intelligence and proof of mission upgrade. Afterwards, Hozaki and Hasegawa Saburo began to bandage their wounds, while the Might father and son cleaned up the battlefield. In the distance, among the corpses of the mountain bandits, there was actually a survivor. Speak. Why did you ambush us? For adults from Konoha were forced to do so by that traitor from Mist Village, Kuroki Suya. He seemed to say he was preparing to snatch resources and ninjutsu from Konoha ninjas, to cultivate an army of ninjas and overthrow the Water Shadow's tyranny. The mountain bandit knelt on the ground and answered tremblingly. Where is the son of the mayor of Asakawa town? Reporting to you, he is in our hideout. In the hideout, there are not only capture hostages, but also a large amount of wealth. The mountain bandit spoke as much as he could to save his life. After about an hour of rest, under the lead of this mountain bandit, Hozaki and the others found the bandits' lair and captured the remaining bandits, including the one who led them. At the same time, they rescued more than 10 residents of Asakawa town, including the mayor's son. Hozaki and the others looted the bandits' lair and unexpectedly obtained over 100,000 ryo in wealth. They tacitly divided the money equally. TCH, so poor. Hozaki disdainfully curled his lips. The total wealth of the bandit den was not even as much as his monthly manuscript fee. Afterwards, Hozaki and the others escorted the residents of Asakawa town back. The mayor of Asakawa town, Yadayu, was extremely grateful to Hozaki and the others. He repeatedly stated that he would increase the mission reward to 300,000 ryo. Of course, the matter of Yadayu colluding with the Mist Village traitor and the bandits to harm Konoha ninjas must be reported. Although Yadayu is threatened, which is understandable, his crime is unforgivable. Chapter 29. Kakuzu appears. Hozaki and the others stayed in Asakawa town to rest. Hasegawa Saburo was seriously injured. During the battle with Kuroki Suya, he was slashed by Kuroki Suya's water clone, leaving a wound nearly 2 feet long on his back. He had only done a temporary treatment on the battlefield. Unfortunately, neither Hozaki nor the Might father and son knew medical ninjutsu, so they could only apply some medicine to Hasegawa Saburo. After returning to Asakawa town, Hasegawa Saburo received relatively professional treatment from the local doctor. As for Hozaki, the knife wound on his chest had left no scar. Hozaki's physique made Might Guy and Might Kai envious, insisting on dragging Hozaki out for training late at night. After this battle, Hasegawa Saburo's attitude towards Hozaki changed significantly. After all, he had almost been killed by the enemy's water clone. If Hozaki hadn't used Shadow Clone to save him, he would have already become a corpse. Not only that, but Hozaki had faced the real body of the Mist Village traitor alone and had held up under all the pressure. Hozaki's strength impressed Hasegawa Saburo. Furthermore, Hasegawa Saburo proposed to redistribute the mission commission when they returned, as he had almost no achievements in this battle. Hozaki, not wanting to put on airs, gladly accepted. After all, he was still supporting an orphanage. By the time the four of them set off from Asakawa town back to Konoha, it was already the next day. They retraced their steps, passing the place where they had fought against the Mist Village traders and bandits. Be careful, there are people ahead. Hozaki noticed something unusual again and reminded the three beside him. Upon hearing Hozaki's warning, Hasegawa Saburo's expression tightened. Are the bandits not cleaned up yet? Or is it someone else? Might Guy fearlessly gazed into the distance. Kai also imitated Guy and stretched his neck. The four cautiously approached, only to see a person waiting with closed eyes on a messy battlefield, as if waiting for someone. Sensing Hozaki and the others' arrival, he suddenly opened his cold eyes. In his eerie eyes, the green iris and the white part were actually red. He wore a gray hood, a black mask covering his face and mouth, and a forehead protector from Takigakure with deep scratches on it. How could it be him? Hozaki's heart suddenly sank. This appearance clearly belonged to the trader from Takigakure, Kakuzu. Be careful, this person is not ordinary. Hozaki once again quietly reminded the three beside him. At this moment, Kakuzu on the opposite side spoke in a low voice. Konoha brats, you stole my prey. Return my prey to me, and I may consider sparing your lives. Your prey? When did we steal your prey? Hasegawa Saburo furrowed his brows and asked. Kuroki Suya, a trader from the Mist Village, has a bounty of 5 million ryo. He is my target. Kakuzu patiently explained to the four Konoha ninjas opposite him. If he could avoid fighting, that would be best. Kakuzu was also unwilling to offend Konoha. However, Kuroki Suya was something he had to obtain, as it was easy money. Sorry, sir, Kuroki Suya is also our mission target. We cannot give him to you. Hasegawa Saburo directly refused without thinking. Senior Hasegawa, it wouldn't hurt to give this Mist Village trader's corpse to him. We might not be his match. Hozaki leaned into Hasegawa Saburo's ear and whispered. I never expected to encounter the traitor Kakuzu on my first mission. What terrible luck. Hozaki, what are you talking about? This person may be hiding information about the Mist Village. We must bring him back to Konoha. Hasegawa Saburo was somewhat confused, but still sternly reprimanded. Kuroki Suya is not only their mission target, but may also hide secrets of the Mist Village. So they must not give up and must bring him back to Konoha. All right. Seeing Hasegawa Saburo's resolute attitude, Kakuzu's gaze grew colder, and Hozaki helplessly shrugged. Hozaki actually didn't want to engage with Kakuzu. This old guy, who has lived for over 70 years, is the man who managed to escape from the first Hokage. With the Doton, Tsuchi no Yumi secret technique, he possesses 5 hearts, 5 lives, and 5 types of chakra attributes, making him an almost indestructible mobile cannon. In the original plot, Kakashi, who could evenly match anyone, was completely powerless against Kakuzu. He could withstand the Raisin Shuriken and still not die. There are very few people in the entire ninja world who could do that. It took scheming, ambushes, group attacks, and plot kills to finally take this old man down. However, Haisuke couldn't reveal any information about Kakuzu, as it would be hard to explain the source of such intel. He quietly glanced at Might Guy, who was on high alert. He wasn't sure how far Guy had trained the 8 gates. If he could open the 7th gate and team up with Guy, they might have a fighting chance. If he could open the 8th gate, then it would be Kakuzu who would die, Haisuke thought to himself. Of course, Haisuke would not allow Guy to open the 8th gate. He then focused his gaze back on Kakuzu, who was filled with murderous intent. Then I shall take your lives. Kakuzu sneered. Swish! Kakuzu's figure instantly disappeared. Be careful. The enemy is attacking. Guy shouted loudly. Without needing anyone to remind him, Haisuke was already prepared. Bang! Haisuke, holding a long blade, blocked Kakuzu's attack path. This was the great sword of the rogue ninja from the Mist Village he had taken yesterday. He decided to use it first. The blade struck Kakuzu's arm, producing a metallic clash. Kakuzu's lightning-fast attack was interrupted, and his figure became visible. His fingers and arms gleamed with a metallic sheen, completely unharmed as he received Haisuke's blade with his body. It's the Doton, Dori Heki technique. This jutsu hardens the body to be as tough as steel. I didn't expect you, little brat, to block my attack, Kakuzu said, slightly surprised. After that, Kakuzu activated the body flicker technique. Having failed his ambush, he vanished again. How fast? Could this person be stronger than the rogue ninja from the mist yesterday? Hasegawa Saba gasped in shock. Unlike the enemy he fought yesterday, the current foe was moving so fast that he couldn't see his actions at all. Where did he go? Guy asked nervously. Watch your feet, Haisuke shouted. But perhaps he was too slow to warn, or perhaps Kakuzu's attack was too fast. Countless black tendrils burst from the ground, wrapping around the unsuspecting limbs of Might Guy and his son, as well as Hasegawa Saba. Haisuke quickly used the sword to cut through the black tendrils and jumped away. With Haisuke unbound, he hurriedly rescued Might Guy and his son, followed by Hasegawa Saba. What is this? Hasegawa Saba felt a chill, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Facing this enemy and such bizarre tactics made him feel utterly powerless. Chapter 30. The Blossoming Youth of Might Guy. 8 gates open. Fire release. Head hardening. Kakuzu's deep voice echoed not far away, and a torrent of flames swept in. Get out of the way, Haisuke shouted, not caring about anyone else as he quickly turned and dashed behind a large stone. Seeing this, Might Guy and his son felt something was seriously wrong and quickly retreated to safety. Is this level of fire release really something a human can use? Hasegawa Saba stared in shock at the overwhelming flames, feeling the scorching heat wave. Doton, Dori Iki Technique. He was not as fast as Haisuke and the Might father-son duo, and unable to escape, he gritted his teeth and activated Dori Heki. Logically, using water release would be the best defense against fire release. However, he specialized in fire release, only knew 2 Doton techniques, and didn't know any Suiton techniques at all. Boom! Kakuzu's head hardening submerged the area. Behind the stone, Haisuke and the Might father-son duo felt their hair curling from the heat waves in the air. As the flames subsided, Hasegawa Saba's scream echoed. This is bad. Haisuke quickly drew his sword and rushed out. He saw a Dori Heki that had been burned to ruins, with Hasegawa Saba's exposed skin charred and bleeding. At that moment, Kakuzu had grabbed Hasegawa Saba by the neck with an arm connected to the tendrils, dragging him across the ground. Soon, Hasegawa Saba was dragged in front of Kakuzu and lifted off the ground by his neck. Watch the blade. Haisuke activated the body flicker technique and swung his sword at Kakuzu's arm. Clang! Kakuzu activated the Doton. Dori Heki again, grabbing the blade with his other hand. With a strong squeeze, Haisuke's sword shattered. Konoha Whirlwind. Might Guy's attack arrived. He kicked Kakuzu on the shoulder, forcing him to release Hasegawa Saba. Haisuke abandoned his broken sword and quickly lifted the severely injured Hasegawa Saba, retreating to safety. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Might Guy kicked again, pushing Kakuzu back. I'm sorry, everyone. It's my decision-making error to face such a terrifying enemy. Hasegawa Saba struggled to rise as Haisuke and the Might father-son duo gathered around him. Might Guy, as the leader of the ninja team, I command you to ensure this scroll gets back to Konoha. You all must escape. This person is not something we can handle together. I will hold them off and buy you time. You must go. Hasegawa Saba coughed up a bit of blood as he handed the sealed scroll containing intel on the rogue ninja from the mist to Might Guy, speaking with great difficulty. In their 4-man team, Hasegawa Saba, was merely a CH nin. Might Guy was older, but he was just a genin specializing in taijutsu. Haisuke was stronger than him, but the enemy was too powerful. This genius absolutely could not be lost here. Might Guy was too young and had yet to grow. Hearing Hasegawa Saba's words, Haisuke was somewhat moved. Is he preparing to die? To buy us time to retreat? Although Hasegawa Saba's strength lagged a bit, there was no doubt he was a reliable ninja who truly inherited the will of fire. Might Guy, upon hearing this, wore a hesitant expression. Let me hold them off. I have a secret technique that can temporarily unleash human potential and increase strength several times. Might Guy ultimately made his decision, his eyes resolute. His father, Guy, was gradually filling with tears. He understood that his father, Might Guy, was preparing to open the 8 gates and fight to the death against the enemy. In the original plot, Guy realized Might Guy's strength only after encountering the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Previously, he thought his father, Might Guy, was merely a slightly stronger genin in taijutsu. However, this time was different. Haisuke had long told Guy that his father, Might Guy, was the strongest in taijutsu in Konoha, reaching the level of J-nin. Uncle Guy, can you open the 8th gate? Haisuke asked with a frown. No, I can only open up to the 7th gate for now. Might Guy replied without reservation. Haisuke and his son, Guy, had a good relationship. So Might Guy was not surprised that Haisuke knew about the 8 gates. Seeing this, Haisuke nodded. Guy, you take Hasegawa-senpai and retreat. I'll hold him off with Uncle Guy. Haisuke, you also retreat. Let me handle the rear guard. Might Guy said seriously. He had not yet used the 8 gates in battle and was unsure of what level of power he could reach. Moreover, he still couldn't open the 8th gate. The Death Gate. Uncle Guy, I also have stronger techniques that I haven't used yet. This time, let's fight together. Haisuke said confidently. No, you all retreat. I will hold them off. This is all Hasegawa-saba, can do. No, none of you will escape. Before Hasegawa-saba could finish his sentence, Kakuzu's voice echoed nearby. What is this? Everyone except Haisuke was shocked. They saw that Kakuzu had already removed his upper garments, revealing long wounds and black tendril stitches across his chest, back, ribs, and arms. For monsters with white masks and black tentacles stood on either side of Kakuzu. The murderous intent in Kakuzu's eyes was overwhelming. Were they preparing to kill us with all their might in case we tried to escape? Sweat dripped down Hikazaki's forehead as he thought to himself. At that moment, 2 of the masked monsters next to Kakuzu opened their mouths. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire and wind surged from the monsters' mouths. Quick dodge. This is a combined ninjutsu of fire and wind. Hikazaki grabbed Hasegawa-Saburo, condensing chakra in his feet, and executed the explosive flow break, frantically fleeing into the distance. 8th gate, 3rd gate open. 4th gate, injury gate open. Might Guy unleashed a massive amount of chakra, veins bulging on his face, skin turning red. He hugged Kai and jumped rapidly away from Kakuzu. Boom! Boom! The fire release. Head hardening was the first to be unleashed, followed closely by wind release, pressure damage. The fire was amplified by the wind, increasing its power several times. A sea of flames, larger in scale and faster than before, swept towards Hikazaki and Might Guy. Boom! Boom! Where the sea of fire passed, not a blade of grass remained. The surrounding dense forest instantly ignited into raging flames. The air was distorted by the heat wave. Hikazaki and Might Guy, fleeing desperately, barely escaped being consumed by the sea of fire. They almost didn't team make it. Their skin was scorched painfully by the heat. What kind of monster have we encountered? Hasegawa-Saburo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could I even hold off an enemy of this level for 1 second? At that moment, he felt a bit hopeless. Father Kai looked at Might Guy with concern. Kai, take Hasegawa-senpai and retreat quickly. Hikazaki handed the nearly incapacitated Hasegawa-Saburo over to Kai. Uncle Dai, it's time to unleash our youth. Let the world witness the power of taijutsu. Oh, the scruffy-bearded Might Guy gave Hikazaki a thumbs up. 5th gate, closing gate. Open. 6th gate, view gate open. Chapter 31. The Advancing Hikazaki. 5th gate, closing gate, open. 6th gate, view gate open. Might Guy's body erupted with visible green chakra. A powerful aura creating violent gusts of wind. Was this really the same Might Guy who had been a lowly genin for 10,000 years? Was this his true strength? Hasegawa-Saburo struggled to keep his eyes open against the fierce wind, remembering how he had previously looked down on Might Guy. He felt so ashamed he wished he could die on the spot. Unexpectedly, he was the weakest in this team, barely stronger than a 7-year-old child. Father Hikazaki, you must survive. Kai shouldered Hasegawa-Saburo, tears of reluctance streaming down his face as he fled into the distance. At that moment, Kakuzu and the 4 Earth Grudge Fear monsters had already caught up. Have those 2 already escaped? No matter, once I deal with you, I can quickly catch up to them, Kakuzu said calmly. Looking into Kakuzu's eyes, Hikazaki could even sense his confidence beneath the mask he wore. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. The Earth Grudge Fear monsters began unleashing a series of ninjutsu towards Hikazaki and Might Guy. This time, the scale of the ninjutsu wasn't as large, but they released a barrage of techniques like a machine gun. Shimmering arcs of lightning shot towards Hikazaki. Hikazaki gathered chakra in his feet and quickly dodged. The lightning release monster pursued him closely. Meanwhile, a multitude of basketball-sized fireballs and wind pressure bombarded Might Guy. When fireballs hit the ground, rocks, or trees, they exploded with flames much more powerful than explosive tags. The wind pressure was incredibly penetrating, capable of shattering rocks and creating large holes in sturdy tree trunks. Might Guy also fled desperately. Although Might Guy could use the 8 gates and was the first to popularize them, his foundation wasn't as solid as Kai's in adulthood. As he opened the 6th gate, he was about to be caught by the fireballs and wind pressure. 7th gate, Shock Gate, open. Might Guy activated the 7th gate. Chakra surging forth, significantly increasing his speed. Kakuzu's ninjutsu couldn't keep up, and Might Guy turned to attack Kakuzu and the masked monsters. Konoha's strong whirlwind. Might Guy dashed past the 2 masked monsters at lightning speed, kicking toward Kakuzu. The 6th Gate's Morning Peacock and the 7th Gate's Day Tiger were taijutsu developed by Kai in the future, which Might Guy couldn't use. His most powerful weapon was his fists and feet. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakuzu used Earth Release to harden his entire body. He raised his arms to block and calmly said, "Useless. My hardening technique is comparable to steel." Bang! Before Kakuzu could finish his sentence, Might Guy kicked at the point where his arms crossed. This power. How is this possible? Kakuzu's expression turned incredulous. He was directly kicked away by the immense force, flying backward, crashing into several large trees before finally hitting a massive rock. He was sent flying for dozens of meters. The grayish-white rock cracked with spiderweb-like fractures. Through his mask, Kakuzu spat out a mouthful of blood. His Earth Spear hardening technique had been shattered by a single kick. At that moment, Kakuzu felt as if his arms had been crushed in a shattering fracture. He quickly activated the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique to heal his internal organs and arms. Meanwhile, the 3 masked monsters surrounded Might Guy, unleashing a barrage of wind, fire, and water releases bombarding him. On Hikazaki's side, the lightning release Earth Grudge Fear monster relentlessly pursued him. Shadow Clone Technique, Explosive Flow Break, Spiraling Sphere. Hikazaki released 3 shadow clones, one using Explosive Flow Break, while the other 2 unleashed Spiraling Sphere. The Explosive Flow Break struck first, followed closely by the Spiraling Sphere. The lightning release Earth Grudge Fear monster moved incredibly fast, leaping high to avoid Hikazaki's Explosive Flow Break. Boom! Hikazaki stomped the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. The airborne lightning release Earth Grudge Fear monster released lightning release Pseudo-Darkness, blowing up one of Hikazaki's shadow clones holding a blue sphere. However, another shadow clone had already circled behind it. Spiraling Sphere. The azure spiraling sphere pressed directly against the monster's waist before it could land. The immense power of the spiraling sphere instantly sent the lightning release Earth Grudge Fear monster flying. Crack! Crack! The flying monster crashed into tree after tree. However, the monster's mask remained intact. TCH, really troublesome. But my new technique is ready. Hikazaki's eyes sparkled with determination. Explosive Flow Chakra Mode. A massive amount of chakra erupted around Hikazaki, and a sword appeared in his hand. The Explosive Flow Chakra Mode mimicked the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, using Explosive Flow Break techniques to greatly enhance his strength and speed. This was a technique Hikazaki had suddenly comprehended during a battle with a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, and it was perfect for him to practice now. The sword in his hand was the Good Knife 50 Craftsman from the system space. Explosive Flow Slash. Hikazaki's figure disappeared from where he stood. Then, he reappeared next to the Lightning Release Earth Grudge Fear monster. Hikazaki maintained a slashing posture, and the monster's mask began to crack, its black, tentacle body also starting to tear apart. Boom! The Lightning Release Earth Grudge Fear monster collapsed to the ground, turning into a puddle of mud. Not only that, but in front of Hikazaki's blade, a long cutting scar appeared on the ground. Hikazaki's quick slash had a similar effect to the flying slash of a swordsman from the pirate world. Boom! 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 Hearing the intense rumble from afar and seeing branches and debris flying into the sky, along with exploding flames and surging wind pressure, Might Guy couldn't help but quicken his pace. He must leave as soon as possible, or he will drag his father and Kakuzu down. What kind of battle is this? Damn it, I'm too weak. It's all my fault. Hasegawa Saburo, being carried by others, is filled with regret. Kakuzu died, you must come back alive. Huh. Kakuzu, whose internal organs and arms had just been repaired, felt his pupils contract sharply. His lightning heart was destroyed. That little brat might die. Was being relentlessly targeted by 3 Doton Yurei monsters that kept unleashing ninjutsu on him, forcing him to constantly evade. While dodging, he attempted to kick the masked monsters, but they were extremely agile and hard to hit. For a moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. However, Might Dai felt an increasing urgency. The side effects of his 8 gates technique were severe and damaging to his body. If time dragged on, it would be very unfavorable for them. Explosive flow slash. Kakuzu had arrived at this location, swinging his blade towards Kakuzu's main body. Chapter 32. The terrifying power of Kakuzu. Zulfust. Kakuzu found that he couldn't T-dodge the Leaf Village Brat slash and had to use Earth Spear again, hardening his arms to take the strike. Crack. Kakuzu's hardened arms flew into the sky under his horrified gaze. His chest was struck by Kakuzu's blade, leaving a long wound. Swish. Kakuzu used the force of Kakuzu to jump away. At the same time, the 3 Doton Yurei monsters attacking Might Dai abandoned their bombardment and quickly returned to Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu continued to pursue, taking advantage of Kakuzu's severed arms to launch a fierce attack. Buzz. Just then, a buzzing sound came from the sky. The wind-released Doton Yurei monster had arrived. This monster had wings like a fly and could fly in the sky. It opened its big mouth and unleashed wind release towards Kakuzu. The vast and violent wind pressure made it impossible for Kakuzu to evade while swinging his blade at Kakuzu. Boom! Kakuzu was blown away. Although the damage was not as great as fire release, Kakuzu's offensive was interrupted, and he realized that Kakuzu's figure had disappeared. Did Kakuzu's severed arms return to their original position? Spit. What a nuisance. Kakuzu spat. Truly worthy of someone who dared to assassinate Senju Hashirama. This strength, facing both me, a weakling, and Might Dai in the 7th gate, was not at a disadvantage. We can't drag this out any longer. The side effects of Might Dai's 8 gates are too severe and time-limited. Kakuzu was anxiously thinking. At this moment, the fire-release Doton Yurei monster had arrived. The water-release Doton Yurei monster was entangled with Might Dai. It released several water clones, trying to hold Might Dai back. But unexpectedly, this scruffy Leaf Village ninja, with his punches and kicks, was comparable to high-level ninjutsu, and the water clones were all destroyed in an instant. The water-released Doton Yurei monster began to flee in a panic. On Kakuzu's side, he found his situation was somewhat dire. The fire-released Doton Yurei monster and the wind-released Doton Yurei monster opened their mouths wide towards Kakuzu. Not good. A gigantic fireball and violent wind pressure rushed toward him. Kakuzu didn't know any defensive ninjutsu. Although his body was strong, it wasn't enough to withstand combined ninjutsu, so he could only run away. He infused a large amount of chakra into his legs and sprinted rapidly toward Might Dai's position. Boom! The fire release attack, boosted by the wind release pressure, had unimaginable power. Kakuzu felt a scorching, massive impact approaching from behind. Kakuzu's speed was incredibly fast, but he realized he couldn't dodge and could only brace himself. He concentrated chakra fiercely on his back to enhance his defensive power as much as possible. Boom! Kakuzu was engulfed by the fire wave. Kakuzu. Might Dai was horrified. He abandoned the slippery water-release Doton Yurei monster and ran toward Kakuzu against the raging heat wave. The orange-red flames gradually receded, and Kakuzu's figure surprisingly disappeared. Looking at the charred ground, Might Dai's heart sank. Could it be Kakuzu? Might Dai shouted in disbelief. Uncle Dai, I'm Fine. Kakuzu's voice suddenly rang out, and his figure appeared. Upon hearing this, Might Dai let out a long breath. It turned out that Kakuzu was hiding in a large pit. Although his back was on fire, he was still alive. When Kakuzu's ninjutsu erupted, Kakuzu realized he couldn't evade this violent combined ninjutsu, so he used explosive flow and punched the ground to create a large pit, hiding his body inside to avoid the powerful shockwave. Kakuzu jumped out of the pit, lying on the ground to extinguish the flames on his back. Ignoring the burning pain, he quickly pulled out a large handful of soldier pills and stuffed them into his mouth. In the time spent fighting Kakuzu, Kakuzu had consumed more than half of his chakra. Kakuzu, you should retreat. I'm going to try to open the 8th gate, Might Dai resolutely said to Kakuzu. Although his body wasn't strong enough to open the death gate, he had to do it at all costs right now. Uncle Dai, it's not time for that yet. Kakuzu hurriedly stopped him. The enemy has already lost one monster, and his strength is no longer at its peak. We can still fight. Kakuzu took out another handful of soldier pills and handed them to Might Dai. He opened the 7th gate, and his body was severely drained. Seeing Kakuzu unwilling to retreat, Might Dai felt deeply moved. All right, then let's fight hard. Might Dai swallowed several soldier pills to regain some stamina. At this moment, Kakuzu had already stepped out from the shadows. You two leaf brats actually destroyed one of my clones. Give me your hearts as compensation. What kind of monster is this? Might Dai was shocked at Kakuzu's appearance. Kakuzu no longer resembled a human. His entire body was connected by black tentacles at the joints. The mask had disappeared, and a terrifying mouth with countless tentacles extended from it. Behind him, the fire-released Doton Yurei monster and the wind-released Doton Yurei monster had fused with Kaku, their masks on his shoulders. Countless tentacles swayed behind him as if they were venomous snakes and wireworms. The water-released Doton Yurei monster was nowhere to be found. Kakuzu was not as surprised by this. After all, he was aware of the plot and had some understanding of Kakuzu's ninjutsu and strength. However, looking at Kakuzu's current appearance, he still felt somewhat disgusted. Uncle Dai, be careful. This enemy is serious now. Kakuzu reminded Dai. I know. Might Dai nodded. Swish. Swish. The two disappeared like lightning, attacking the enemy separately. The two masks on Kakuzu's shoulders began to unleash fireballs and wind pressure. Massive attacks surged towards Kakuzu and Might Dai like a torrent. Boom. 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 Kakuzu's ninjutsu exploded behind Kakuzu and Might Dai, but couldn't hit them at all. Their speed was too fast. Leaf Hurricane. Might Dai bypassed the attacks and kicked toward Kakuzu. Useless leaf brat. I've seen through your moves. Kakuzu had no intention of dodging this time. The tentacles behind him surged forward, blocking Might Dai's kick. Sure enough, the straightforward moves of the 8 gates technique were completely countered by Kakuzu. A large number of tentacles blocked in front, slowing Might Dai's momentum, while the tentacles wrapped around Might Dai's ankle. Kakuzu swung the tentacles, throwing Might Dai into the air and then slamming him down to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust exploded, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Might Dai was heavily slammed into the ground. Explosive flow slash. Kakuzu's slash also arrived. He chose to attack from behind Kakuzu, simultaneously releasing several shadow clones. One of the shadow clones cut the tentacle binding Might Dai's ankle with a kunai. The remaining 3 shadow clones unleashed the Rasengan, surrounding the real body to attack Kakuzu. Useless. Kakuzu seemed to have seen through Kurosaki's attack. Suddenly, a mask emerged from the large black tentacles behind him. A violently surging wall of water blocked the path of Kurosaki's attack. At the same time, all 3 of Kurosaki's shadow clones using Rasengan were pierced and exploded by the black tentacles. Chapter 33. Brutally beating the 70-year-old, lonely black-haired old monster fortunately. Kurosaki's shadow clone managed to sever the tentacles binding Might Dai's ankles. Hiss. 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags shot toward Kakuzu. These were secretly given to Might Dai by Kurosaki, who had handed over the last 3 explosive tags to him. Boom! 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 The explosions engulfed Kakuzu. As the smoke cleared, Kakuzu was unscathed. The explosive tag blast couldn't harm him at all. Konoha's strong fist gale. Might Dai continued to kick toward Kakuzu. Oof. With a cold grunt, Kakuzu extended numerous tentacles forward, blocking Might Dai's attack while entangling his limbs and waist. Your heart, I will take it. Kakuzu's tentacles suddenly stabbed down, piercing Might Dai's body. Bang! Might Dai's body transformed into a puff of smoke. What? Shadow clone. Kakuzu's pupils suddenly contracted. Konoha's strong fist gale. Might Dai's voice came from above. Crack! In Kakuzu's incredulous gaze, Might Guy kicked and shattered Kakuzu's wind-based mask. It turned out that the purpose of the 3 exploding tags was to obscure Kakuzu's line of sight. After saving Might Guy, Kurosaki used the transformation jutsu to turn into Might Guy's appearance. He disguised himself as Might Guy to attack Kakuzu and divert his attention. Meanwhile, the real Might Guy leaped into the air. Indeed, Kurosaki's strategy successfully destroyed one of Kakuzu's masks and incapacitated one of his hearts. Kakuzu's wind-based attack was too fierce, incredibly fast, and could enhance his fire-based attacks. Now, he still had 3 masks left: fire, water, and earth. Damn Konoha's brats. Kakuzu was somewhat exasperated after losing another earth-based mask, which was a heart from a wind-based strongman he had painstakingly collected. At the same time, Kakuzu's black tentacles once again captured Might Guy. Got you, Die. The tentacles lunged towards Might Guy. Oh no! Might Guy struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. The tentacles of the Earth Grudge Fear countered Might Guy's Steel Fist style too effectively. If Might Guy had a technique like the Day Tiger, he wouldn't be facing such difficulty now. The tentacles of Earth Grudge Fear tightly constricted Might Guy's limbs, tearing his skin and causing blood to flow out. At that critical moment, Kurosaki broke through Kakuzu's water barrier with lightning speed, severing the tentacles binding Might Guy's limbs and simultaneously cutting the tentacles that had just pierced Might Guy's abdomen. Close call. Kurosaki breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been a moment slower, Might Guy would have been severely injured if not dead. Might Guy, who fell to the ground, quickly retreated, pulling out the tentacles embedded in his abdomen, blood staining his clothes. Get down! Might Guy shouted loudly, quickly dodging despite the pain in his abdomen. Kakuzu's attack was coming. This time, the position of Kakuzu's wind mask was replaced by the water mask. The water and fire masks began to fire wildly at Kurosaki and Might Guy. Kurosaki was surprised to find that Kakuzu's water mask had such great power. In the original storyline, when Kakashi and Naruto fought Kakuzu, he never used water-based attacks. At this moment, Kakuzu's water mask shot out water bullets one after another. The attack speed of the water jutsu was not much slower than that of the wind jutsu. Wherever it passed, it left devastation, shattering boulders, snapping thick tree trunks in half, and creating pit after pit in the ground. Although the power was astonishing, it was difficult to hit the hem of Kurosaki's clothes. Using the explosive flow chakra mode, Kurosaki's speed reached the level of a jonin. On the other side, although Kakuzu's fire jutsu had a vast range, it also couldn't T-hit Might Guy. With the 8th gate opened, Might Guy's strength surpassed that of an average jonin, nearing the power of the legendary Sannin and Kage levels. Kurosaki, I can't hold on much longer. While dodging attacks, Might Guy conveyed information to Kurosaki. He had been fighting with the 8th gate open for a long time, and his body was severely damaged. Uncle Dai, the ninjutsu this enemy is using no longer has the terrifying power it once did. We might be able to try counterattacking, Kurosaki suggested. Having destroyed Kakuzu's 2 strongest heart sources, he no longer felt the initial oppressive presence. Without the enhancement of wind jutsu, Kakuzu's fire and water attacks were within the tolerable range for Kurosaki and Might Guy. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kurosaki made hand seals and created 4 more shadow clones. Kurosaki held the famous Sword Hanazawa, and the shadow clones began to gather Rasengan in their hands. Now was not the time to hide their strength, otherwise they would die horribly. Explosive flow slash. While dodging Kakuzu's ninjutsu attacks, Kurosaki cut through the black tentacles that lunged at him. The shadow clones followed closely behind. You little brats from Konoha, stop underestimating people. Kakuzu prepared to release a large-scale fire jutsu again. Explosive flow. Kurosaki punched from a distance, sending a chakra-infused punch towards Kakuzu. Although this move wasn't very powerful, it temporarily interrupted Kakuzu's hand seals for the fire jutsu. Konoha's strong fist gale. Might Guy maneuvered to the side and kicked fiercely at Kakuzu. Kakuzu had used all of his Earth Grudge Fear to deal with Kurosaki and his shadow clones, leaving him no energy to divert his tentacles to block Might Guy, forcing him to awkwardly evade Might Guy's attack. Boom! Might Guy kicked into empty air, crashing down to the ground and creating a deep pit. In midair, Kakuzu had just dodged Might Guy's heavy kick when he had no time to catch his breath and had to unleash ninjutsu again. Kurosaki's attack was also arriving. Kurosaki severed all the black tentacles Kakuzu sent at him, while the 3 Rasengan in the hands of shadow clones pressed against Kakuzu. The power of the Rasengan exploded, sending Kakuzu flying. However, Kurosaki's 4 shadow clones were all pierced and exploded by Kakuzu's newly sprouted tentacles. The Rasengan didn't leave much of a mark on Kakuzu. Kakuzu activated Earth Spear, hardening his entire body to withstand the Rasengan. Konoha's strong fist gale, just as Kakuzu was sent flying before he could land. He was struck in the back by Might Guy's kick. Puff! The Earth Spear withstood the Rasengan, but couldn't defend against Might Guy's 8th gate. Kakuzu crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a deep pit. At the same time, one of Kurosaki's remaining shadow clones slammed the Rasengan into the swirling dust of the pit. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as another one of Kakuzu's masks shattered. Chapter 34. Kakuzu escapes, harvesting plenty. As the dust settled, Kakuzu lay motionless in the deep pit. How he defeated the enemy? Might Guy's face revealed a joyful expression. As he spoke, he was about to release the 8th gate. His body was reaching its limit. Wait, Uncle Dai, the enemy is playing dead. Kurosaki quickly reminded him. If Might Guy released the 8th gate, he wouldn't be able to open it again for a while. Kakuzu still had 2 lives left, and he remained a powerful elite jonin. You little brat, how do you know my information? Kakuzu, unable to maintain his act, stood up and curiously asked Kurosaki. I'm a sensory-type ninja. Kurosaki made up an excuse. Meanwhile, he and Might Guy launched another attack on Kakuzu. Time was tight. If they delayed any longer, Might Guy would fall first. At this moment, Kakuzu only had 1 water mask left on his shoulder, with the earth heart still inside him. The fire mask had just been destroyed by Might Guy's heavy kick and Kurosaki's Rasengan. In fact, Kakuzu already had a hint of retreat in his heart. Losing 3 hearts in a row severely weakened his strength. He did not expect that 2 inconspicuous leaf ninjas he casually encountered would have such power, forcing him to this extent. However, when he glanced at the scruffy leaf ninja, he suddenly felt that he might still be able to win. You guys can't hold on for much longer, right? Kakuzu sneered. Might Dai was already gasping for breath, unable to hold on any longer. This is enough to kill you. What responded to him was a strike from Kurosaki. Water style, iron cannonball. Kakuzu jumped out of the deep pit and launched 4 water bullets at Kurosaki. Kurosaki dodged 2 water bullets and sliced through the other 2 with his sword. Leaf scale. Might Dai squeezed out his last bit of strength and kicked at the airborne Kakuzu. You're just a little brat from the leaf. You have no strength left. Kakuzu said with a flash of joy in his eyes. He manipulated the tentacles of his Doton, Yomi, to grab the weakened Might Dai. Your heart. I will take it. As Kakuzu extended his tentacles toward Might Dai's chest, he released a water clone to intercept Kurosaki. This is bad. Kurosaki, run. Might Dai shouted with a pale face. Flying slash, explosive flow break. Kurosaki swung his sword at Kakuzu's water clone from a distance. A crescent-shaped slash, visible to the naked eye, flashed past the water clone's incredulous gaze. What is this? Kakuzu's water clone exploded directly. Kurosaki squeezed out more chakra and swung his sword again. Unprepared, Kakuzu was struck by the crescent slash and sent flying, saving the critically endangered Might Dai, who fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had a long wound appear on his body, with one of his arms severed. His water-style Doton, Yomi mask, was sliced in half by Kurosaki, causing a large number of tentacles to fall to the ground, turning into a pile of mud. Just a moment ago, when Kurosaki confronted the lightning-style Doton, Yomi monster, he discovered that the famous sword Hanazawa in his hand could actually conduct chakra. Kurosaki was overjoyed. He tried to unleash the explosive flow break attack from the sword's edge, and it worked. The lightning-style Doton, Yomi monster, was destroyed by a single strike. Now, he used this unexpected advantage to destroy another mask and another heart of Kakuzu's. Kakuzu was left with only the Earth-style heart. Damn leaf brat! Kakuzu roared in anger. He released a large number of black tentacles, stabbing toward Kurosaki and Might Dai. Seeing this, Kurosaki and Might Dai immediately activated the body flicker technique, dodging countless black tentacles. The black tentacles from Doton, Yomi slammed into the ground, creating a large cloud of dust. At this point, Might Dai was already gasping for breath, his eyelids almost unable to open. Kurosaki had also drained all his chakra, quickly pulling out a military ration pill and swallowing it. Where will the attack come from? Kurosaki used his half-baked observation haki to sense the potential crisis he might face next. After waiting for a long time, the observation haki gave no warning, and Kakuzu did not attack either. A gust of wind blew, the dust dispersed, and Kakuzu's figure had vanished. Kurosaki focused his gaze and saw a pitch-black cave on the ground. He ran away. Kakuzu escaped. Kurosaki was surprised. In the next moment, he felt it was within reason. As a ninja who loved money the most, Kakuzu had no reason to leave his life here. Now he was left with only one life. The situation was dangerous for him. Exhausted, Kurosaki let out a long breath. After realizing that the enemy had fled, Might Dai could no longer maintain the 8 gates and collapsed to the ground. Unkuledai. Kurosaki hurriedly approached to check, finding that Might Dai had fallen into a coma. That was close. If Kakuzu had held on a little longer, we would have been doomed. He looked up at the forest that was ablaze. The fire style released by Kakuzu had set the entire forest on fire, with thick smoke billowing into the sky, the oxygen gradually becoming thin, and the air growing hotter. The raging flames were spreading outward. Birds, beasts, and insects in the forest were all fleeing in every direction, setting fire to the mountain. Unfortunately, I can't use water style. I have no way to deal with this fire. Kurosaki shook his head and muttered to himself. We need to leave quickly. Kurosaki carried the unconscious Might Dai on his back, avoiding the sea of fire and heading in the direction where Might Dai had gone. At the same time, that was also the direction of the Leaf Village. It was not safe to stay here. If Kakuzu turned back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, if they left too slowly, Kurosaki was worried they would be engulfed by the sea of fire. As he was leaving, Kurosaki opened the system panel to check the popped-up messages. You have defeated a retired Navy Vice Admiral and obtained the training method for the Navy's 6 styles. With your fame across the seas, your bounty has increased to 200 million berries. Quite a harvest. Kurosaki's eyes brightened, but what is this bounty for? He wondered in his heart, but the system offered no explanation. Kurosaki checked his attributes again. Host, Marshal D. Teach, bounty, 200 million berries. Devil fruit, none. Armament haki, none. Observation haki, beginner observation haki, half entry. Conqueror's haki, none. Skills, paper drawing proficient, iron block to be trained. Gale kick to be trained. Moonwalk to be trained. Finger gun to be trained. Shave to be trained. When will I get a devil fruit? System, it's time to give me my special dark fruit, right? Also, you've already given me a sword that can conduct chakra. You must know I'm in the ninja world. So, come on, say something. The system panel remained completely unresponsive. Chapter 35. Shocked after running for dozens of miles, Kurosaki finally exhausted all his stamina. He set Might Dai down and rested in a secluded spot. At this moment, the ground in front of Kurosaki was filled with the rice balls he had bought earlier. The system space is a sterile environment, and the warm rice balls placed inside will never spoil. Awoo! Awoo! Kurosaki devoured the rice balls like a starving wolf, one after another into his mouth and then into his stomach. A mountain-like pile of rice balls diminished like flowing water. Might Dai also gritted his teeth and ate rice balls. After Kurosaki fed him healing medicine, Might Dai finally regained consciousness. However, his whole body was in excruciating pain, as if all the bones in his body were broken and all the muscles had dissolved. He still persevered and ate a few rice balls to regain some strength. Finally, almost all the rice balls on the ground had gone into Kurosaki's stomach. In the system space, there wasn't a single rice ball left. Only a large half of military ration pills remained. On the way, Kurosaki had eaten dozens of military ration pills to recover chakra. Burp. Kurosaki, with his round belly, let out a satisfied belch and lay on the ground. Might Dai looked at Kurosaki with the eyes of a monster. Is this the amount of food a normal human can consume? What kind of body structure does this kid have? Might Dai was almost questioning his life. I understand now. Kurosaki's strength must be related to his enormous appetite. When we return, I'll double the food for Guy. Let's temporarily increase it by 10 times. Might Dai resolved in his heart. The fleeing Might Guy was still unaware that he would soon face a future of potentially bursting from overeating. Uncle Dai, I need you to do me a favor and absolutely keep my strength a secret. Kurosaki stood up and requested Might Dai, who was leaning against a tree. Why? If it weren't for you this time, I would definitely be dead. Might Dai looked at Kurosaki in confusion. Uncle Dai, I'm too young. If my strength gets out, countless enemies will target me, even including people within the village. I understand. I will help you keep it a secret. Might Dai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Might father and son were simple-minded but not foolish. Upon hearing Kurosaki's concerns, Might Dai immediately understood. Afterwards, Kurosaki and Might Dai began to rest and regain their strength. Rustle, rustle, the sound of branches being moved. Kurosaki's closed eyes suddenly opened, a sharp light emanating from his gaze. He gripped the famous sword Hanazawa, remaining vigilant in the direction of the sound. Maid Dai also struggled to pull out a kunai, holding it in front of him. Someone is coming. Crash! A figure jumped out from the woods. Father, Kakashi, you really didn't die? That's great. Kakashi and Maid Dai immediately relaxed. The person who arrived was none other than Might Guy. Seeing the living Kakashi and Maid Dai, he was instantly moved to tears. How'd Guy find this place? What about Hasegawa Saburo? Kakashi had questions in his heart. Crash! Crash! Before Kakashi could ask, 5 more figures appeared. Hasegawa Saburo was among them, and, at this point, he was able to move on his own. The other 4 had various appearances. The leader wore dark sunglasses and had an afro, with his mouth hidden under the high collar of his trench coat, carrying a huge spherical canister on his back. Next to him was a man with thick eyebrows and a ponytail, looking around 50. The most peculiar thing was that he was carrying a large pot on his back, complete with a spatula and ladle. The other 2 were under 20, one with narrow eyes and the other looking ordinary. All 4 wore the Konoha ninja forehead protectors. Kakashi's eyebrows twitched as he felt that the leader and the middle-aged man with the pot looked very familiar. At this moment, the ordinary-looking man stepped forward first. I know some medical ninjutsu. Is anyone injured? Let me check on Uncle Dai. I'm fine. Kakashi pointed at Maid Dai. He had indeed been burned on the back by Kakuzu's fire technique, but now the wound was almost healed. Thank you very much. Maid Dai showed a grateful expression. Then, the leader with the sunglasses asked Kakashi, I am Konoha Jonin Yunyushirwei. Where is the enemy? How did you escape? It really is him. This outfit is obviously from the Yunyu clan of Konoha, Kakashi realized in his heart. Then information about Yunyushirwei flooded his mind. Yunyushirwei, a contemporary of Minato Namikaze. A jonin of the Yunyu clan, later the clan leader, father of Yunyushina, skilled in using parasitic insects. The other ninja, carrying the pot. Could he be the second Hokage's disciple, Maruhoshi Kosuke? In Konoha, he is the only one who carries cooking utensils when on a mission. Shirwei Senpai. The enemy is a rogue ninja from Takigakure, aiming to seize our mission target. Uncle Dai unleashed a secret technique and severely injured the enemy, while I assisted from the side, but the enemy ultimately escaped. What? The enemy was severely injured by you and escaped. Everyone was shocked, as if witnessing something unbelievable, and their gazes turned to Maid Dai. Kakashi was confused by everyone's reaction. Then Hasegawa Saburo stepped forward to explain. It turned out that at that time, Kakashi and Maid Dai had blocked Kakuzu while Guy was retreating with the incapacitated Hasegawa Saburo. During the retreat, they encountered Yunyu Shirwei's ninja team, who had just completed their mission and were returning to Konoha. The ninja who knew medical ninjutsu temporarily treated Hasegawa Saburo, and the 6 of them rushed to support Kakashi and the others. Based on the descriptions from Maid Dai and Hasegawa Saburo, Yunyu Shirwei and the ninja carrying the pot immediately thought of the rogue ninja, Kakuzu from Takigakure. After all, Kakuzu is quite famous in the ninja world, a shadow-level powerhouse. A monster who survived against the first Hokage. Listening to Yunyu Shirwei's introduction of Kakuzu, Maid Dai and Hasegawa Saburo felt their hearts sink. Kakashi and Maid Dai probably wouldn't survive. Upon arriving at the scene, everyone was taken aback. As far as the eye could see, it was a mess with debris and large pits left by released ninjutsu everywhere, and a raging fire burning in the forest. It felt like the aftermath of a large-scale battle involving a ninja army, not just 3 people fighting. The 6 of them then began to extinguish the forest fire. The middle-aged ninja carrying the pot was indeed Maruhoshi Kosuke, a contemporary of the third Hokage. He released a large amount of water ninjutsu and spent a long time putting out the forest fire. The group did not find Kakashi and Madadai's figures on the battlefield, nor did they find their bodies, much less any trace of the enemy. Thus, Yin Yushirwei utilized his parasitic insects to search for Kakashi and Madadai's whereabouts. Listening to Hasegawa Saburo's explanation, Kakashi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Did I brush past Shirwei Senpai's team while carrying Uncle Dai to escape? Chapter 36. Returning to the village. A rank mission. Senpai, this is a muscle strain all over your body. My medical ninjutsu can't help. You can only go back to Konoha for recovery. The Konoha ninja, who knew medical ninjutsu, checked Madadai's body and said, I didn't expect Senpai Dai to be so hidden, able to repel such a strong enemy. Another ninja with narrow eyes showed an admiring look. Thanks to Senpai Dai, otherwise I would have been done for this time. Hasegawa Saburo became exceptionally respectful. Madadai was a well-known, forever low-ranking ninja in Konoha, and with his green bodysuit worn all day, he had suffered ridicule. Today, he proved himself with strength, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Maruhoshi Kosuke looked at Kakashi and Madadai, smiling but saying nothing. Because he was also a forever low-ranking ninja, he also had considerable strength. Yin Yushirwei's mouth was hidden under the high collar of his coat, and he didn't speak either. His eyes were obscured by sunglasses. The Yinyu clan members have always been taciturn. Father Guy was now so excited he couldn't speak. His father was finally no longer looked down upon. Guy's heart was no longer confused. Even without ninjutsu, he still had a chance to become strong, just like his father. Kakashi also received the attention of everyone. Guy and Hasegawa Saburo already knew of Kakashi's strength. Yin Yushirwei and Maruhoshi Kosuke, upon learning that Kakashi was only 8 years old and had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, were instantly shocked and widened their mouths. To dare to stay on the battlefield of top ninjas, this courage surpassed most people. Moreover, according to Madadai, Kakashi had helped greatly. His strength could not be underestimated. If they knew that Kakashi not only helped a lot, but also inflicted the most damage on Kakuzu, they would probably be unable to accept it. Of course, this was something Kakashi specifically asked Madadai to help him hide. In addition, it was indeed Madadai who bore most of the pressure from Kakuzu, and he deserved this honor. After resting for a while, the Konoha group set off towards the direction of returning to Konoha. Yin Yushirwei's team did not rush to leave. They had already completed their mission and could take their time returning. Due to his injuries, Madadai was temporarily unable to travel on his own, so Kakashi and Guy took turns carrying him. During a break on the way, Maruhoshi Kosuke started camping in the wild. He had all the utensils and materials, and the wild game he cooked was simply exquisite. After eating a lot of rice balls and soldier pills, Kakashi, feeling a bit nauseous, finally treated his taste buds. Of course, he still couldn't get full. After the battle with Kakuzu, Kakashi had become stronger, but it seemed that his appetite had grown even larger. Kosuke-senpai, you are the top water ninjutsu master in Konoha. Can I ask you some methods for practicing water ninjutsu nature transformations? Kakashi respectfully requested Maruhoshi Kosuke. This was a rare opportunity to learn from a powerful ninja who inherited the water ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. After the battle with Kakuzu, Kakashi found himself at a loss when facing large-scale attacking ninjutsu, only able to dodge from a distance. His physical body still couldn't withstand ninjutsu. Water ninjutsu can attack and defend, can be used at a distance or close range. It is the most versatile attribute among the 5 chakra nature transformations. Learning 1 or 2 defensive water ninjutsu would perfectly complement Kakashi's certain shortcomings. Kakashi, you're too polite, just call me by my name. I don't deserve the title of water ninjutsu master. I'm just a low-ranking ninja. But I am indeed skilled in water ninjutsu. Maruhoshi Kosuke was very easy to talk to and exceptionally kind. In his early years, due to being too eager for results, he caused the sacrifice of 2 teammates. From then on, he vowed to be a lower-ranked ninja for life. Uncle Marahoshi. He changed his address to sound more familiar. Marahoshi Koke was a contemporary of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hisaki was also a contemporary of the third Hokage's youngest son, Asuma. So, it wasn't strange for Hisaki to call Marahoshi Koke uncle. Marahoshi Koke nodded with a smile. The core of the water-release nature transformation is infiltration and flow. Chakra infiltrates the water molecules in the outside world, causing the chakra to flow and mobilizing the external water molecules. The greater the amount of chakra, the stronger the water-release ninjutsu that can be activated. The faster the water molecules flow, the higher the upper limit of the water release. Marahoshi Koke did not hold back at all and directly taught Hisaki the core of the water release nature transformation. He really liked this sturdy child. Hisaki was not only polite, but also very motivated. Faced with strong enemies, he was neither timid nor did he abandon his teammates. He was an excellent ninja who inherited the will of fire from the first and second Hokage. Marahoshi Koke thought this way. Hisaki listened with rapt attention, slowly digesting this knowledge in his mind. He deeply bowed to Marahoshi Koke. This knowledge was something that money couldn't buy. It was the experience of top-tier experts. After resting, the group set off again, with Hisaki at the back, jumping between trees while stuffing military rations into his mouth. After 2 days and nights, Hisaki and his team finally returned to Konoha village. Might Dai's body had improved significantly after 2 days of rest, and he could report the mission together with everyone else at the Hokage building. Hokage building, Hokage office. What? A rogue ninja of the mist level? A rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakazu? The third Hokage was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Wasn't Nin Hasegawa taking on a low-level bandit suppression mission? Look at what he had heard. The mayor of Asakawa town was threatened by mountain bandits, wanting to harm Konoha ninjas. The leader of the mountain bandits near Asakawa town was a rogue ninja of mist level, and there had been significant changes in the mist. They killed the rogue ninja from the mist and encountered the rogue ninja Kakazu from Takigakure. And the forever lower-ranked ninja Might Dai opened the 8 gates forbidden technique to repel the rogue ninja. The battlefield was like a ninja army fighting. The third Hokage couldn't believe it for a moment. However, looking at the body of the rogue ninja from the mist stored in the sealing scroll submitted by Hasegawa Saburo, along with the testimony of the oil woman Shimi's small team, the third Hokage fell into deep thought. This mission was upgraded to a higher level. The mission reward was raised to 1,000,000 Rio, and the mayor of Asakawa town must make up the difference for the mission reward. In this mission, Might Dai, Hisaki, Hasegawa Saburo, and Might Guy, you 4 have made great contributions and will be rewarded. You could choose any ninjutsu below the A rank, including a rank. After recovering from his injuries, Might Dai is granted special permission to participate in the J-Nin exam. Hisaki and Might Guy are allowed to participate in the CH-Nin exam. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, announced the rewards for Hisaki and his group emphatically. This mission involved a mist, returned the body of the rogue ninja from the mist that could provide intelligence, and repelled the A-rank rogue ninja Kakazu. The difficulty and level of the mission had reached the A rank. Furthermore, the mayor of Asakawa town had suspicions of deceiving and harming Konoha and must be severely punished. Chapter 37. Might Dai hits the jackpot. Ichiraku Ramen. Hearing the series of rewards given by the third Hokage, Might Dai, Might Guy, and Hasegawa Saburo were overjoyed. Hisaki also showed a happy expression. With their ranks, they were not qualified to take on A-rank missions. With this record, their future choices of tasks or promotions would become much easier. The mission reward was raised to 1,000,000 Rio, and choosing any ninjutsu below a rank, including a rank, was an incredibly generous reward, especially for Might Dai, who received the opportunity to participate in the J-Nin exam. This meant he had a chance to enter the upper echelons of Konoha. Woo, thank you, Hokage-sama. Woo, Father Woo Guy, this is youth. Woo. Might Dai and Might Guy hugged each other excitedly, crying tears of joy. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had an awkward twitch at the corner of his mouth. The situation was about to get out of control. Ahem. Alright, what ninjutsu do you want to choose? The third Hokage took out a scroll that contained all the ninjutsu of Konoha, except for forbidden techniques and family secret techniques. Since the Might father and son had no ninjutsu talent, they directly gave up. Hisaki and Hasegawa Saburo, however, carefully searched through it. Most were B-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, right? There were only a few regular ninjutsu at a rank, like Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique and Crescent Moon Dance. Which one would be suitable to choose? Hisaki looked at the names and descriptions of the ninjutsu in the scroll and began to ponder. In a ninja world, ninjutsu level distinctions are not based on the power of the ninjutsu, but on the difficulty of learning the ninjutsu. For example, Crescent Moon Dance has a learning difficulty of a rank, but the power of the ninjutsu is just average. In contrast, the A-rank ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, in the hands of Uchiha Madara, has power that surpasses Naruto's Raisin Shuriken and is comparable to a tailed beast ball. Therefore, after seeing that the A-rank ninjutsu in the scroll didn't stand out, Hisaki focused his attention on the B-rank ninjutsu. Then I'll choose it. After thinking for a moment, Hisaki made a decision. Hokage-sama, I choose the B-rank ninjutsu, Water Release, Water Barrier Technique. Oh, the Water Barrier Technique? A hint of surprise flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. He thought Hisaki would choose an offensive ninjutsu, but unexpectedly chose a defensive water release ninjutsu. Hasegawa Saburo hesitated for a while and chose the B-rank ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. You all go back first. Someone will bring the ninjutsu to you later. Remember, without my permission, you are not allowed to teach ninjutsu to anyone. Yes. After that, Hisaki and the others exited the Hokage building. The four of them did not disperse, but instead found a less crowded place to gather. It was time to divide the money. This time, the mission reward had risen to 1,000,000 Ryo. After deducting the amount Konoha needed to collect, they would receive a total of 800,000 Ryo. Konoha had initially advanced this amount to Hisaki and the others. The task reward that the mayor of Asakawa town was supposed to pay would be collected by Konoha Zumbu. The four of them gathered together, and except for Hisaki, the other three all had shining eyes, especially the Might father and son, who were usually very poor. Although I was the leading nin on this mission, I didn't contribute much, so the previous reward distribution plan is cancelled. Hasegawa Saburo spoke first. Before the mission, he had said he would take half of the reward, and the other half would be evenly split among Hisaki, Might Dai, and Guy. Hasegawa Saburo paused for a moment and then continued. This time, it was Dai Senpai and Hisaki who played the main roles, so you two should take the bigger share, while Guy and I will take the smaller share. No, I disagree. Might Dai immediately opposed, saying that the mission reward should be split evenly. He felt he had received enough already. Even if he only got 200,000 Ryo, it would exceed what he earned in the past year. No, I think Dai Uncle should take the bigger share. Hisaki also expressed his opinion. Subsequently, the four began to push and argue back and forth. In the end, Might Dai and Guy could not insist against Hisaki and Hasegawa Saburo and settled on a plan where Might Dai would take the larger share. The mission reward would be 150,000 Ryo each for Hisaki and Hasegawa Saburo, 100,000 Ryo from Might Guy, and 400,000 Ryo from Might Dai. After Hasegawa Saburo left, Might Dai wanted to compensate Hisaki with 200,000 Ryo, believing he owed Hisaki for his contributions. Hisaki naturally refused directly. Not to mention that Might Dai had helped him conceal his strength, but without Might Dai, Hisaki feared he wouldn't have returned after encountering Kakuzu. Moreover, the Might father and son needed this money even more. Hisaki used being tired as an excuse and ran away. Might Dai smiled bitterly as he led Guy home to rest. Hisaki did not go home to rest, but instead went to a ramen shop. Ichiraku Ramen. Boss, give me 20 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Heizi lifted the curtain of the ramen shop. I'm starving. On the way back these past few days, although I could eat some delicious food from Mariboshi Gukei, Heizi just couldn't get enough. The remaining soldier ration balls in the system space had all been eaten. Welcome. It's Heizi. Your appetite has increased again. The young handmade ramen chef greeted Heizi enthusiastically. The chef looked to be in his 20s, with a kind face and squinty eyes. "Oh, Heizi, you graduated and became a ninja." The handmade chef's surprised eyes opened slightly. "Yes, I just returned from a mission," Heizi said. "I'm about to starve to death." "All right, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it right away." Before Heizi entered the Konoha orphanage, the handmade chef had already opened Ichiraka ramen. At that time, Heizi had spent all his relief funds and was starving. The young chef served him a large bowl of steaming tonkatsu ramen for free. From then on, Heizi fell in love with the taste of the tonkatsu ramen here. After Heizi started earning money from writing, he often visited, ordering several large bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Soon, a big bowl of ramen, wafting a charming aroma, was placed in front of Heizi. "Sorry for the wait," the handmade chef said with a smile, then continued to prepare ramen for Heizi. "Slurp, delicious. This taste is simply indescribable." Heizi ignored the heat and gulped down several mouthfuls of noodles and soup, all going into his stomach. No matter how many times he ate, no matter how many bowls of ramen he had, Heizi could never get enough of this taste. "Burp, I'm satisfied." Heizi let out a contented burp, looking pleased. He devoured 20 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, leaving not a drop of soup behind. During these past few days of missions, Heizi's mouth had nearly gone dry. In this world filled with slaughter, there are places like the Konoha orphanage and Ichiraka ramen that shine with humanity. Perhaps this is the charm of the HOKAGE. Heizi's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Of course, this HOKAGE is not referring to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 38, Obito, My Chicken. The next day, third training ground. Swoosh. Heizi's figure disappeared in an instant and then reappeared a few meters away. This was not the ninja technique body flicker technique, but the Marine sixth form Soru. Soru was indeed easy to learn. Having mastered the body flicker technique, I almost learned Soru instantly. The body flicker technique is a broad category. In the ninja world, there are various types of body flicker techniques, including the famous space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god. The technique Heizi mastered is the body flicker technique from the advanced three-body technique, utilizing chakra to explosively enhance leg strength. Soru, on the other hand, relies on the secret of rapidly stepping 10 times on the ground to unleash extreme speed, a pure physical technique. On the system panel, the training status of Soru has changed to beginner. Next, I'll try to practice moonwalk. This skill allows me to have a brief ability to hover in the air. The training method for moonwalk appeared in Heizi's mind. Quickly and forcefully stepping on the air, this is a bit difficult. "Heizi, you're really here." A familiar voice reached Heizi's ears. "Obito? And you guys, why are you here?" "ISNT, today is school day." Looking at Obito running from a distance, Heizi paused his moonwalk training. Behind Obito were Noera Rin, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Yuhi Kurinai. "The ninja school was closed yesterday, Heizi-kun," Noera Rin gently explained. Heizi slapped his forehead. He just remembered that he and Guy had applied for early graduation before the ninja school break. At this moment, Obito approached with a fighting spirit. "Heizi, I'm no longer the Obito of the past," he said confidently. "I want to challenge you." "Oh, who gave you the illusion that you could fight me?" Heizi suddenly raised his head, speaking down to Obito through his nostrils. "Obito, this guy is so arrogant. Quickly teach him a lesson. I'm counting on you." Asuma chimed in from his side. Yuhi Kurinai's eyes sparkled, looking like she was waiting to watch the show. "Heizi, arrogance has blinded your eyes. Today you will kneel at my feet." Obito suddenly became arrogant as well. "Hee, I'll help you with that." Heizi smirked, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. "Come on, Heizi, I want to prove myself." Obito assumed a fighting stance. "Go for it, Obito." Noera Rin smiled sweetly, cheering for Obito. "Obito, take him down." Asuma pulled Kurinai back, stepping aside. "Oh, I'm fired up." Obito looked at Rin cheering for him, becoming ecstatic. His little face flushed, and steam seemed to be rising from his head. "Hey, Obito, you're burning up." Heizi was utterly amazed. "Stop babbling, take this." Although he didn't understand what Heizi said, Obito could no longer control himself. He quickly formed hand signs, fire release, great fireball technique. At the same time, his eyes activated the Sharingan. A fireball was spat out from Obito's mouth, quickly growing larger, expanding to 2 or 3 meters in the blink of an eye. "Not bad, Obito. It's been a few days, and you're using ninjutsu so smoothly, Heizi said with some surprise. A few days ago, Uchiha Obito's great fireball technique always failed. Didn't he expect him to use it so smoothly today? It seems that Obito is receiving more attention from the Uchiha clan and starting to get resources allocated. Did Uchiha Fugaku guide him? Heizi thought to himself. Soru. Heizi activated the 6 forms, and just as the great fireball was about to hit, his figure vanished. The water release. Water wall ninjutsu had already been sent by the third Hokage, but Heizi hadn't had the chance to learn it yet, so he still needed to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Heizi suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, then threw an uppercut. Rising Dragon Fist. Heizi threw a simple punch. Obito's pupils contracted. Weight bang. Heizi's fist connected with Obito's chin. Obito screamed as he flew into the air. The 3 onlookers were dumbfounded. Although they had anticipated Obito would be defeated, they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Crack! Crack! The falling Obito broke a few branches, landing on a horizontally growing tree trunk. Ugh! Obito held his gradually swelling chin with one hand and clutched his groin with the other. This guy Heizi has gotten stronger again. Asuma looked at Heizi with a gaze, as if he were a monster. Obito-kun. Noara Rin looked worriedly at the pained Obito. Yuhi Kurenai also wore a face of disbelief. How could there be such a large gap between classmates? She heard Obito say that Heizi had previously defeated the genius Kakashi, a genius they could hardly hope to match. The 3 quickly rushed over. Whoosh! At that moment, a white-haired figure wearing a mask suddenly appeared under the tree. Hey, Obito! Are you alright? Kakashi jumped up, grabbing Obito's ankle, preparing to pull him down from the tree. Seeing this, Heizi smirked. Was he planning to take revenge for Obito's previous taunts by pulling him down so roughly? Kakashi, you really are a scheming guy. So Heizi also flashed down to the tree, grabbing Obito's other ankle. Huh, Kakashi, you're here too. Heizi grinned wickedly, pulling down on Obito's ankle with a bit of force. Kakashi and Noara Rin both showed a hint of admiration on their faces. You 2 idiots, let go of me. Obito's face contorted. Kakashi held onto Obito's ankle, his body slowly rising. Well, I came to find you, Kakashi said with his dead fish eyes. Asuma seemed to have discovered a new world and came over to join in. He appeared beside Kakashi and jumped up to grab Obito's pant leg. With Asuma's help, Kakashi's rising body finally came to a halt. Heizi, I didn't expect you to complete a B-rank mission right after graduating and even fend off a rogue ninja, Asuma said with envy. He had received this news from his father, the third Hokage, yesterday. Perhaps others do not understand the value of C-rank missions. But as the son of the Hokage, I have some understanding of these. C-rank missions are generally tasks that even elite Jonin cannot complete. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. It's all thanks to Senior Dai. Heike's hurriedly waved his hand. You 3 bastards. Let go. Obito's face was twisted in anger as he pounded the tree trunk beneath him. I never expected that Kai's father would be such a powerful ninja, Asuma said in admiration. He could hardly believe that a forever low-ranking ninja who didn't know any ninjutsu could repel an S-rank rogue ninja using only taijutsu. Heike's, my father invited you to my house as a guest. I went to your house and found you weren't there, Kakashi said calmly to Heike's, hanging from the tree. Senior White Fang invited me to your home? A hint of surprise flashed through Heike's mind. Obito, who was sitting on the tree trunk, couldn't hold back his tears. Let go. My chicken. My chicken. My chicken. Obito's cries echoed through the sky. Chapter 39, Kakashi Hitaki. Obito finally experiences the 1,000 years of pain. Let go. My chicken. My chicken. My chicken. Obito's cries echoed through the sky. Thus, Heike's finally released his grip on Obito's ankle. Kakashi and Asuma landed steadily on the ground, while Obito toppled from a tree. Fortunately, he was caught by Kakashi, preventing his head from hitting the ground. Obito, are you okay? Rin Noara rushed over, glanced at Obito's groin, blushed, and began to use medical ninjutsu to treat Obito's swollen chin. Sobi, you hide best you told me. Obito covered his groin and looked at Rin with deep emotion. Yugao Yuhi, having watched enough of the scene, was quite satisfied. Kakashi, why did Senior Sakomo invite me? Heike's asked Kakashi in confusion. I don't know. Maybe he shares the same bad humor. Kakashi replied with his dead fish eyes, looking indifferent. All right, let me prepare a gift. Heike's nodded, ready to accept the invitation. Then I will leave first. Heike's waved goodbye to Rin, Asuma, Yugao, and the Pronobito. Get lost. You bastard. Hurry up and get lost. Obito cursed angrily. He wanted to show off in front of everyone, to shine in front of his beloved girl, but unexpectedly made a fool of himself. Heike's, I curse you. Obito silently shed tears. Heike's followed Kakashi and left the third training ground. He passed by the bookstore in Konoha, Cyudo, and bought 3 books he had written. The Legend of the Archery Ninja, The Ninja Techniques of Lynching, and Ninja Heroes. The newly written The Smiling Hero of the Ninja World had not yet been officially published. Soon, the two arrived at the Hitaki residence. Heike's, welcome to my home. Please come in. Tsukumo Hitaki came out to greet them. Senior Tsukumo, sorry to intrude. Heike's politely greeted him. He looked up slightly and observed Tsukumo's appearance. He had white hair like Kakashi, with a thin ponytail at the back of his head, and a gentle and warm expression. It was hard to believe that such an easygoing person was the legendary Konoha White Fang, who had killed countless enemies. In various ninja villages, there were already orders that if one encountered Tsukumo Hitaki, Konoha White Fang, they could directly abandon their mission without bearing responsibility. Heike's entered Kakashi's home, which was simple and clean inside. I didn't know what you liked, so I brought you a few books, hoping you would like them. Heike's handed over the 3 books. Just coming is enough. You shouldn't have gone to such trouble. Tsukumo cherished the books and said, You and Kakashi are classmates and good friends. There's no need to be so formal. Okay, Uncle Tsukumo. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo's eyes flashed with appreciation. The reason I specially invited you here is to thank you. Thank me? Heike's asked in confusion. Yes, Kakashi had a spar with you and realized his shortcomings, so he must properly thank you. Uncle Tsukumo, you are too polite. After that, Heike's and Tsukumo began to chat casually, while Kakashi stood by with a look of indifference. Tsukumo prepared a lavish lunch for Heike's, who did not hold back and enjoyed a hearty meal. Then, Tsukumo witnessed an astonishing scene. Is this the amount of food a normal child should have? Tsukumo gradually became astonished. He had heard from Kakashi that Heike's had a large appetite, so he had specially made several portions. But unexpectedly, he finished them all. Sorry, I didn't entertain you well. I'll go prepare more food. Tsukumo stood up to prepare more dishes. I'm full, Uncle Tsukumo. Heike's hurriedly stopped him. Then, Heike's discreetly glanced at Kakashi. How does this guy eat? I didn't even see him take off his mask while eating. Heike's was filled with confusion. After eating and drinking to his hard-ass content, Heike's asked Tsukumo about some sword techniques, and Tsukumo shared without reservation. Seeing that it was about time, Heike's prepared to leave. Heike's, come and play often. Tsukumo saw him off at the door. Kakashi still looked uninterested. On the other side, at the third training ground. Ha ha ha. One Piece, I'm bound to become it. Obito Uchiha howled to the sky. Heike's, who rushed over from Kakashi's house, felt a tightness in his heart. Did my system get stolen by Obito? He hurriedly opened the system panel. The system was still there. What is Obito going crazy about? Has he also activated the strongest One Piece system? Can the system be wholesale? Heike's walked into the training ground, looking bewildered. At this moment, Asuma and Yugao had already left, and Obito and Rin were still in the training ground. Rin covered her face with her hands, seemingly unable to bear to look at Obito. Obito, what are you doing? Heike's suddenly spoke up. Huh, Heike's, why are you back again? Obito's face instantly turned red as he looked at Heike's, his gaze starting to dart around. Are you copying me? How is that possible? Heike's, I thought of you as my best friend, and you didn't even tell me the secret to getting stronger. Obito initially stammered, but then became indignant. The secret to getting stronger? What is it? It's that incantation. Haha. One Piece, I'm bound to become it. Heike's had chanted it for years at the Ninja Academy, and then became so strong. Obito also wanted to chant the incantation, believing that one day he would become as strong as Heike's. Heike's, that's right, you've discovered it. This is indeed the incantation to get stronger. Heike's began to speak nonsense seriously. Obito, from now on, you will be the biggest fool in Konoha. I shall call you the dumbest in Konoha. Rin looked at Obito, who was losing his mind, with a helpless expression. Next time I definitely won't lose to you again. I will defeat that arrogant guy Kakashi. Obito reignited his fighting spirit. That's right. Obito, I'll teach you a move. This move is called 1,000 Years of Pain, and it has immense power. Effective against Kakashi. Heike's mind began to hatch a bad idea. Really? Obito's eyes lit up. Rin also looked at him with curiosity. Of course. This was taught to me by Kakashi's father. He used this move to defeat countless strong enemies. Big brother Heike's, please teach me quickly. Watch closely. It's like this, 1,000 Years of Pain. Heike's activated body flickered and flashed behind Obito. He formed a tiger seal with his hands and launched a surprise attack on Obito's rear. Heike's, I hate you. Obito covered his butt and screamed as he flew into the sky. Rin once again covered her eyes. She always had a feeling that if she spent too much time with these two, she would become strange. Chapter 40. Might Guy promoted to Special J Nin a few days later. Have you heard? That forever low-ranking ninja, Might Guy, was directly promoted to Special J Nin by Lord Hokage. Is it that scruffy old man? He only knows taijutsu, right? I heard he completed a level task and managed to drive away a particularly strong enemy using only taijutsu. Also, I heard that Akimichi Dingswa, who conducted the Jonin assessment for Might Guy, was at a disadvantage throughout the assessment. Can taijutsu really unleash such strong power? Perhaps I should have my son strengthen his taijutsu training when I get back. Just after retrieving the customized dumbbells and barbells from the ninja tool shop, Kurosaki paused his steps upon hearing the discussions of the crowd. He was empty-handed, having stored the dumbbells and barbells in a sealing scroll. He learned how to use the sealing scroll just yesterday from the pharmacist Nanoyu. Did Might Guy pass the Jonin assessment and become a special Jonin? We have such a close friendship. I should prepare a gift. So Kurosaki abandoned his plan to train at the practice ground, turned around, and headed home. What should I give? Kurosaki felt troubled. A bestseller? No, the gift can't be too shabby. A weapon? But Might Guy isn't skilled in using weapons. Got it. Kurosaki opened the system panel. Host, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Bounty, 200 million berries, Devil Fruit. None, Armament Hockey. None, Observation Hockey. Beginner, Conqueror's Hockey. None, Skills, Paper Drawing Proficient. Iron Block Beginner, Gale Foot Beginner, Moonwalk Beginner, Finger Gun Beginner, Soru Proficient. That's right, after several days of hard training, Kurosaki finally reached the beginner level of observation hockey. Among the 6 forms of the Navy, aside from paper drawing and Sora being proficient, the other 4 forms are at the beginner level. Not only that, Kurosaki also discovered that when combined with chakra, the effectiveness of the Navy's 6 forms is even better. With chakra, the speed of mastering the 6 forms will accelerate, and their power will increase. Kurosaki even found that without chakra, he wouldn't have reached the beginner level of the 6 forms so quickly. Could it be that I have trained the Navy's 6 forms into a secret technique, like the 8 gates? Or perhaps the 6 forms given to me by the system are actually a modified version of the Navy's 6 forms tailored to ninjutsu. Kurosaki couldn't help but wonder. However, regardless, he had mastered this taijutsu combined with chakra. The most important thing is that this version of the 6 forms is not very difficult to practice, and any physically strong ninja could potentially learn it. So Kurosaki shifted his attention away from the system panel. He took out a blank notebook. Since there is no Navy in this world, let's call this taijutsu combined with chakra the 6 forms. Kurosaki wrote the training secrets of the 6 forms in the notebook. Using this as a gift, Might Guy would surely like it. As for the explosive flow technique he created, it's a bit too difficult and not suitable for Might Guy. Kurosaki placed the notebook into his ninja tool pouch and set out once again. After a few days of rest, Might Guy's body had fully recovered, and he passed the Jonin assessment, becoming a special Jonin specializing in taijutsu in Konoha. Dad, today we will run 1,000 laps around Konoha while doing handstands. If you can't complete 1,000 laps, you'll have to do 1,000 push-ups. If you can't complete 1,000 push-ups, then do 1,000 squats. If you can't finish 1,000 squats, do 1,000 frog jumps. If you can't finish 1,000 frog jumps. Kai, sweating and getting stronger, exclaimed, "This is youth." Might Guy and Might Kai, both dressed in green tight-fitting clothes, were running on their hands through Konoha. Sweat dripped from their foreheads. In the past, If the two of them trained like this in Konoha, they would surely be mocked by others. But now, the news of Might Guy becoming a special Jonin had spread throughout Konoha. Those who once mocked the Might family felt a burning shame on their faces. Being a Jonin is already a high position within a ninja village, and even as a special Jonin, his status is revered, and no one dares look down on him. Uncle Daikai, you are here. Kurosaki appeared in front of the Might family with a body flicker technique, finally finding them after searching for a long time. Oh, it's Kurosaki. Want to join us in sweating it out? Upon seeing Kurosaki, the two flipped their bodies over, revealing their shining tiger teeth. Uncle Dai, congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. Kurosaki smiled and congratulated. This is a promotion gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Kurosaki handed the prepared 6 forms training manual to Might Guy. Kurosaki, we haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely lost my father, Kai said gratefully to Kurosaki. Kai had already learned some truths from his father. After they reported their mission and returned home, Might Guy said to him, Kai, if it weren't for Kurosaki, I would have died. It was Kurosaki who saved me. Not only that, but Kurosaki also gave almost all the credit to me, allowing me to have a day to become a special Jonin. Therefore, we the Might family must remember Kurosaki's great kindness and repay it with our lives in the future. Kurosaki smiled and said, Kai, if it weren't for Uncle Dai, I definitely wouldn't have come back. Uncle Dai also saved my life. The 6 forms? Might Guy asked curiously as he took the notebook Kurosaki handed him. Uncle Dai, these are several taijutsu techniques I comprehended. I hope they can be of some use to you. Upon hearing this, Might Guy opened the notebook and began to carefully examine the contents inside. Paper drawing, evading attacks, Suru, high-speed movement, moonwalk, walking in the air. Might Guy instantly realized how powerful the techniques inside were. No way, Kurosaki, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Might Guy hurriedly tried to return the 6 forms training manual to Kurosaki. Such high-level techniques are already at the secret technique level and often serve as a family secret of a ninja clan. Kurosaki was both amused and helpless as he pushed the notebook back. Uncle Dai, we are comrades who have experienced life and death together. Besides, I want to ask you for taijutsu training experiences in the future, so please don't be polite. Seeing that Kurosaki had said this, Might Guy had no choice but to accept the notebook solemnly. As long as I know it, I will definitely not hide it, Might Guy promised Kurosaki. Might Guy had a feeling that if he mastered the 6 forms that Kurosaki gave him, his strength would leap again. Chapter 41. Chunin Exam, Kurosaki. Are you sure you want to participate in the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the pipe he was smoking. Lord Hokage, I am sure. Good. Your application has been approved. Go back and prepare. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kurosaki walked out of the Hokage building and headed towards the practice ground. He took out the dumbbells and barbells from the ceiling scroll and began to lift weights. 1, 2, 39.99, 1,000. 2 days later, inside the written exam room for the Chunin exam, Kurosaki glanced around. There were more than 30 people in total, including Kakashi and Might Guy. The examiner was a special Jonin he didn't recognize. This time, it was an internal Chunin exam for Konoha, so all the participants were lower ninjas from Konoha, mostly young people. There were no other ninja village participants present, nor any nobles from the Land of Fire, so the Chunin exam process was much simpler. Not long after the exam started, Kakashi finished the paper. He put down his pen and glanced at Kurosaki with a hint of pride. Hey, let you be proud for a while. Kurosaki sneered slightly. He turned his head slightly and saw Might Guy biting the pen tip hard. This written exam was similar to the one from the original plot with Naruto's year, assessing the ninja's knowledge reserves and intelligence-gathering abilities. Some people stretched their necks to peek, while others, like Kai, were scratching their heads. Some were quite clever, like a member of the Aburame clan, who was controlling a bug flying around the exam room. A Hyuga clan member activated their Byakugan, and an Uchiha clan member activated their Sharingan to mimic others' movements. Meanwhile, Kurosaki was preparing to hand in a blank paper. An hour passed, and the written test results were announced. About half of those who used poor cheating methods were eliminated in the written portion. Kakashi passed with full marks, while Akatsuki and Kai both passed with 0 points. The second round was the practical assessment. Due to the small number of participants, Konoha skipped the Death Force test and went straight into the pair battles. There were 16 people left, perfectly divided into 8 groups. Everyone gathered at the testing location. Although this Chunin exam was smaller in scale, many people still came to watch, especially the classmates of Akatsuki's group, most of whom were present. In the first match, Might Guy faced off against Kitajima Hiroki. The examiner announced loudly in the arena. The examiner, judging by their attire, was a member of the Nara clan. Go for it. Obito and Asuma shouted from the sidelines. Kai turned back and gave everyone a thumbs up and a dazzling tiger tooth. So this is the son of the newly promoted Special Jonin, Might Guy? He really looks like him. No wonder they're father and son. I wonder how much of his father's skills this Might Guy has learned? The onlookers observed Might Guy with curious expressions. Might Guy is a master of physical arts. The steel fist style, which is difficult to demonstrate its power at a young age, someone knowledgeable about ninjas explained. In the arena, Might Guy had already engaged in combat with his opponent, Kitajima Hiroki. Kai directly unwrapped the leg wraps on his legs, creating 2 large craters in the ground, shocking the spectators outside, who gaped in disbelief. Kitajima Hiroki was half a meter taller than Kai and was an adult ninja. He looked at the leg wraps in the craters with his eyes twitching. How old is he? What kind of monster is this? Kai's speed was fast, and his strength far exceeded that of his peers, even surpassing many adults. After taking several punches from Kai, Kitajima Hiroki decisively retreated to create distance. He realized that in terms of physical arts, he was at a disadvantage. So he began using the body replacement technique to maneuver around Kai. Taking advantage of the diversion, Kitajima Hiroki released several water release techniques to wet the ground. Indeed, the slippery surface immediately restricted Kai's speed. Soon, Kai was defeated. The winner is Kitajima Hiroki. In the second match, Hatake Kakashi faced Kawamura Yohei. The examiner announced again. Kakashi, with his lifeless fisheye gaze, jumped into the testing arena. This is Lord Hatake Tsukumo's son. Konoha's super genius. He enrolled at 4, graduated at 5, setting a record in Konoha. He's only 6 years old this year. I heard he inherited Lord Tsukumo's swordsmanship. The audience murmured. Kakashi, go for it. Noura Rin leaned out and shouted. If you lose, I'll laugh at you for a lifetime. Obito also yelled. Kakashi began to engage with his opponent, Kawamura Yohei, who was also an adult ninja. Perhaps he had a chance against others, but facing Kakashi was just as bad luck. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi had already drawn his short knife and placed the blade against Yohei's neck. I lost, Kawamura Yohei said with a bitter expression. As an adult ninja, he couldn't even defeat a 6-year-old child and lost so miserably. The winner is Hatake Kakashi. In the third match, the Oil Girl Kiaichi faced off. Soon, the Oil Girl clan's ninja achieved overwhelming victory. The Oil Girl clan's insect control secret technique was incredibly versatile and difficult to defend against. In the fourth match, a Hyuga clan ninja won. In the fifth match, a Uchiha clan ninja won. In the sixth match, a civilian ninja emerged victorious. In the seventh match, a Sarutobi clan ninja won. Soon, it was time for Akatsuki to face the last adult ninja. In the eighth match, Akatsuki faced Shimura Shinpachi. The examiner announced loudly in the testing arena. What? Shimura Shinpachi? Is that you, Shinpachi? The glasses are the real body. A human glasses frame. Akatsuki thought to himself, amused. However, in front of him, Shimura Shinpachi was from the Shimura clan, a relative of Danzo. Akatsuki, I know you. How dare you offend Lord Danzo? You're on the path to death. Shimura Shinpachi threatened Akatsuki with a smug look. Oh, I'm so scared. Akatsuki replied with an exaggerated expression. You'll witness the power of the Shimura clan. Akatsuki, prepare to die. Bam! The next second, the once arrogant Shimura Shinpachi was now lying in a human-shaped crater, sound asleep. Youth is wonderful, falling asleep right away. Akatsuki appeared beside Shimura Shinpachi and blew on his fist. Outside the testing arena, the onlookers were dumbfounded. What just happened? I don't know, I didn't see clearly. How did that Shimura clan ninja just fall to the ground? I barely saw it. That Akatsuki suddenly vanished and then punched Shimura Shinpachi into the ground. What kind of monster is this? I heard that this Akatsuki is only 8 years old. Just like Kakashi, Also a super genius. 8 years old, are you kidding? How can he be this tall and strong at 8? What did he eat to grow up like this? Oh, it's him. I remember now. The 3 idiots of Konoha. Even the examiner was stunned. He couldn't comprehend Akatsuki's outrageous speed. The winner is Akatsuki. The first round of the assessment ended. After a 1-hour break, the second round of the assessment began. The examiner entered the arena and announced loudly. Chapter 42. Battle against Hyuga in the second round of assessment. The first match featured Kusuke against Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a break of about an hour, the examiner reappeared and announced the start of the match. This time, 2 young female ninjas stood in the arena. Kusuke was a civilian ninja, around 14 or 15 years old, looking very cute. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a female ninja from the Sarutobi clan, also around 14 or 15 years old, with a somewhat aloof expression. Soon, the 2 beautiful girls engaged in battle. Kusuke dodged the shuriken thrown by Sarutobi Hiruzen while throwing some perfume bottles into the arena. The fragrance began to spread. The spectators outside, especially the older male audience, paid even more attention to this match. After all, it was 2 young female ninjas fighting. Konoha ninjas typically do not wear revealing clothing, and both girls were dressed conservatively. But older men love to watch. For them, watching girls fight is much more entertaining than watching men duel. In the arena, Sarutobi Hiruzen's slender fingers quickly formed seals, and a fire release technique erupted from her mouth. Most ninjas from the Sarutobi clan have fire affinity, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was no exception. The fire release was grand, surging toward her opponent. However, the flames only burned an illusion. The civilian ninja Kusuke was a Genjutsu-type ninja, and the perfume bottle she had thrown earlier, along with the scent that spread, were the mediums for her Genjutsu. Kusuke's real body quietly circled behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, preparing to launch a surprise attack for victory. The imagination was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Her opponent was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. The foundation and techniques of civilian ninjas were generally inferior to those of clan ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long since unraveled the Genjutsu and left a clone as bait, easily defeating Kusuke. The winner is Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the second match, Akatsuki faced Hyuga. The examiner announced loudly. Akatsuki jumped down to the arena again. Opposite him, Hyuga had pure white pupils and irises in his eyes, wearing a forehead protector on his forehead, and his hair was wrapped in a deep blue scarf. He was about the same height as Akatsuki. The eyes of the spectators outside the arena focused on the 2 in the arena. 2 taijutsu-type ninjas are going head-to-head. Who will be stronger? The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan restrains all taijutsu-type ninjas, so Akatsuki might find it difficult to gain an advantage. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is even more formidable. Although Ichigo Kurosaki defeated the ninjas of the Shimura clan in the blink of an eye before, the onlookers still did not have high hopes for him. After all, his opponent was a Hyuga, and the 2 were several years apart in age. Come on, Ichigo. Hey, guy, cheer for Ichigo. Obito shouted loudly to the arena and then turned to Might Guy beside him. Ichigo will definitely win. After all, he's Ichigo, the opponent I will chase for my whole life. Guy was very confident in Ichigo. Might Guy, who had lost in the Chunin exams, showed no signs of being discouraged by his defeat. In the arena, Ichigo, just give up. Although you are strong and a genius under my Byakugan, all your movements will be exposed. Hyuga said confidently, arms crossed. He didn't want to waste too much energy on Ichigo. His target was that Uchiha. At this moment, Ichigo suddenly didn't know what to say. This Hyuga was too pretentious. However, I can show off even better. Ha 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 ha. Steel fists are the strongest. Bring it on. If you can make me take a step back, I will acknowledge you as the strongest. Ichigo provocatively beckoned to Hyuga. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill you. Bowed down at the feet of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga activated his Byakugan in an instant. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga crouched down and took a stance, then instantly appeared in front of Ichigo, pointing his fingers at Ichigo's chakra points. Iron block. Ichigo's muscles bulged, exposing his openings for his opponent to strike his chakra points. For palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Hyuga Yudo's fingers struck Ichigo's body like lightning. Outside the arena, the onlookers gasped. It's over. Ichigo is going to lose for sure by taking the Hyuga's gentle fist head-on. One of the Konoha 3 idiots was indeed living up to his name, not dodging the Hyuga's point strikes. Ichigo, what are you doing? Quickly dodge. Obito, Rin, Asuma, and others shouted anxiously. Don't worry, Ichigo won't lose. Guy was full of confidence in Ichigo. Obito and Asuma had never seen Ichigo's true strength, but Guy had some understanding of it. In the arena, bang, bang, bang. After completing the 32 gentle fist strikes, Hyuga Yudo quickly retreated, his face pale. How is this possible? His body trembled, feeling like his fingers were striking against steel plates, and he looked at Ichigo in disbelief. Hey, what about the 64 palms? Why didn't you use them? I haven't even taken a step back yet. Not to mention, your strikes feel quite nice. Ichigo said, casually picking his ear with his pinky, looking relaxed. No, I don't believe it. Hyuga Yudo launched another attack on Ichigo. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. For palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. He struggled to finish the 64 palms on Ichigo, only to find that Ichigo still hadn't taken a step back. Not bad. Keep going. Ichigo smiled easily. Hyuga Yudo staggered back a few steps, blood dripping from his fingers. He felt like the bones in his fingers were about to break. Outside the arena, everyone was stunned. What is going on? Isn't Ichigo the one getting hit? Why is it Hyuga Yudo who is injured? Could it be that he had steel plates under his clothing? Someone questioned. No, Ichigo is using his body to withstand the gentle fist techniques, explained Might Dai, who appeared in the crowd. Might Dai, you mean Ichigo is using his body to take the hits? How strong must his physique be? The people around showed expressions of disbelief. Just how strong is Ichigo? Obito, Rin, and others gasped in surprise. If they had said Ichigo could easily dodge the gentle fist, they wouldn't have been too surprised. But withstanding the gentle fist with his body, is that something a ninja can do? Guy's eyes lit up. He recognized the technique Ichigo used. If I could also learn the 6 styles, I could definitely become very strong. I must learn the 8 gates and the 6 styles. Guy made up his mind. In the arena, Hyuga Yudo was gradually going insane. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He gripped a kunai and lunged at Ichigo. This time, Ichigo did not withstand it. He swung his arm, striking Hyuga Yudo on the neck with his palm. It wasn't that Ichigo's iron block couldn't withstand the kunai, but he couldn't reveal that in front of everyone. He could show himself as a genius, but not as a freak. Hyuga Yudo was hit hard, his head drooping, and he fainted. Chapter 43, Battle against Uchiha. Winner, Ichigo. In the third match, Kakashi Hatake faced Hiroki Kitazawa. The examiner stepped down, carefully observing Ichigo, who had won with ease, and announced loudly. Outside the arena, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Is this Ichigo a monster? If I remember correctly, he's only 8 years old, and he easily defeated a ninja from the prestigious Hyuga clan? Is he another genius, like Kakashi? I wonder who is stronger between him and Kakashi. On the HOKAGE stand outside the arena, the third HOKAGE, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nodded in satisfaction. He had arrived before the second round of matches even began. Hiruzen found himself increasingly fond of this little monster Ichigo, a genuine commoner with exceptional talent. Encountering strong enemies on missions, he was willing to hold the rear for his teammates and fight alongside them to repel formidable foes. He had even secretly investigated and found that Ichigo had been supporting the Konoha orphanage. This child, Ichigo, is an excellent ninja who inherits the will of fire. Kakashi and Hiroki Kitazawa had already entered the match arena. Kakashi was only 6 years old this year, almost 2 heads shorter than his opponent. Kakashi's eyes showed no ripples, while his opponent, Hiroki Kitazawa, was full of vigilance. After all, Kakashi was the son of the White Fang of Konoha, and his reputation as a genius was known throughout the village. After the examiner withdrew, both of them moved simultaneously, starting their battle. Hiroki Kitazawa was a ninjutsu-type ninja, but Kakashi had more ninjutsu at his disposal. Hiroki launched a water release attack at Kakashi, while Kakashi countered with earth release. Coupled with Kakashi's extremely sharp Hatake swordsmanship, Hiroki gradually fell into a disadvantage. Before long, Hiroki raised his hand to surrender. The onlookers outside the arena were not too surprised. As expected of the son of the White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, his strength is indeed formidable. Now, he's only 6 years old. He might become another White Fang in the future. The villagers of Konoha praised him. Great, Kakashi won. Rin jumped up happily. Oof. Arrogant Kakashi. Let you be proud for a while. Obito, standing beside Rin, gritted his teeth in jealousy. The examiner appeared and announced loudly. Winner, Kakashi Hitaki. In the fourth match, Kichi Aburame faced Koji Uchiha. Kichi Aburame wore the standard attire of the Aburame clan, dressed in a trench coat with the collar turned up high, covering his mouth and wearing sunglasses. Koji Uchiha had his jet black hair tied back, exuding a cool demeanor. The emblem of the Uchiha clan, a flame fan, was on the back of his clothing. Both appear to be around 12 or 13 years old. Insect Sphere. Kichi initiated the attack, and countless gray-black parasitic bugs swarmed out from his body, overwhelming Koji. Koji remained unfazed, standing in place, forming hand seals and using fire release. Great fireball technique. Sizzle. Sizzle. The swarm of bugs flying toward Koji encountered the great fireball and was almost completely obliterated, with a large number of charred insect remains falling to the ground. Kichi unleashed the parasitic bugs again, only to have them completely annihilated once more. The Oil Woman clan's insect control secret technique, which often causes great trouble for enemies, is almost ineffective at this moment. Fire release is extremely restraining against the Oil Woman clan's insect control techniques. Unfortunately, Oil Woman Ki was matched against Uchiha, who is the best at fire release in Konoha, which is simply the worst luck. In the end, Oil Woman Ki had no choice but to raise her hand and surrender. The winner is Uchiha Koji. The second round of the exam is over, and there will be a 1-hour break. The examiner announced as he left the stage. As expected of the prestigious Uchiha clan of Konoha, their strength is truly remarkable. This time, we didn't see the Uchiha clan display their full strength at all, and the Oil Woman clan was completely restrained. Outside the arena, the onlookers were all amazed. At this moment, there were 4 remaining participants in the Konoha Chunin exam: Sarutobi Ruri, Uchiha Koji, Hatake Kakashi, and Kurosaki. In the third round of the exam, the first match is Kurosaki against Uchiha Koji. Soon, an hour passed, and the examiner entered the competition area to announce the matchups. Kurosaki and Uchiha Koji entered the arena, and the examiner used a body flicker technique to leave. Uchiha Koji immediately activated his Sharingan, a tomo appearing in his eyes. He had watched Kurosaki's 2 matches closely and did not dare to underestimate Kurosaki's strength. A ninja from a Shimura clan went down with a single punch. A ninja from the Hyuga clan found their proud gentle fist technique had no effect on Kurosaki, as if it were just a tickle. He was somewhat wary of Kurosaki's speed. Make your move. Let me see your full strength. Uchiha Koji said coldly to Kurosaki. Outside the arena, everyone was focused. The Chunin exam had finally reached the most exciting part. Was it Kurosaki facing Uchiha? Who will be stronger? Kurosaki's taijutsu was terrifyingly strong, and Uchiha Koji's fire release was also excellent. I feel like Uchiha Koji has a slightly better chance of winning. Look at his eyes, he's already activated his Sharingan. That's right, the Sharingan has powerful dynamic vision, which can effectively restrain Kurosaki's speed. I'm not so sure. Kurosaki's taijutsu is too strong. If he gets in close, even Uchiha might not be able to withstand it. I also feel Kurosaki is stronger. Kurosaki, take him down. Asuma and Hinata Takuma shouted from outside. Kai, Obito, Rin. And others were also cheering for Kurosaki. Kakashi said nothing, but was also intently watching Kurosaki. Inside the arena, Kurosaki did not attack. You go first. I want to see Uchiha's fire release, Kurosaki said lightly to Uchiha Koji across from him. Uchiha Koji no longer waited. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball shot towards Kurosaki. Kurosaki stood still, showing no intention of dodging, and also formed hand seals. Tiga, sneak, hot, sneak, Tiga. Water release, water wall. A wall of water rose up at Kurosaki's feet. Boom! The great fireball technique crashed into the water wall, erupting in a cloud of white steam. This Kurosaki can actually use water release. The crowd was astonished. And he is using such a large-scale water release in a place without water. The third Hokage, watching, was also very surprised. He was only given this water wall technique a few days ago, and he can already use it? I didn't expect this Kurosaki to be not only a genius in taijutsu, but also in ninjutsu inside the arena, seeing his great fireball technique blocked by the water wall. Uchiha Koji felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The opponent's taijutsu was already astonishing, and now he could also use a ninjutsu that counters fire release. Uchiha Koji quickly ran to the side, throwing several shurikens and kunai. He circled around Kurosaki's side and launched another fire release. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Koji circled to Kurosaki's side and unleashed fire release again, spitting out fireballs one after another. Kurosaki remained in place, not moving his feet. Water release. Water wall. Another water curtain shot up, blocking the projectiles and Phoenix fire technique aimed at Kurosaki. This guy's water wall is a bit tricky. Uchiha Koji saw his attack was ineffective and moved again. He quickly ran and circled behind Kurosaki. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Water release. Water wall. Another water curtain successfully blocked the great fireball. Having used water wall to block 3 fire release techniques in a row, the arena was now filled with mist. Kurosaki still stood in place, not even turning around, facing away from Uchiha Koji. Damn it, you guy. Stop looking down on me. Uchiha Koji was somewhat angered. In Konoha, or even in the ninja world, no one dared to turn their back on the Uchiha. Uchiha Koji held a kunai, his figure flickering, and the kunai stabbed towards Kurosaki's back. After releasing 3 fire releases, he had consumed a large portion of his chakra. Just as Uchiha Koji was about to stab Kurosaki, Kurosaki formed hand seals again. Water release. Water wall. Another water curtain shot up behind Kurosaki, and Uchiha Koji, who was leaning forward to stab, was knocked into the air by the water wall. Kurosaki's consecutive 4 water walls left the spectators dumbfounded. Hey, he just released 4 water walls. Does he have that much chakra? This is a waterless environment, and he can still use water wall continuously. Look, Kurosaki hasn't even moved his feet. I wonder how much chakra he has left. The Uchiha clan members watching were unable to contain themselves. Damn it, this Kurosaki dares to toy with us Uchiha. Meanwhile, the Hinata clan members who had come to watch wanted to mock Uchiha, but remembered what had just happened and closed their mouths. Their ninjas couldn't even force out Kurosaki's ninjutsu, and had to endure their proud, gentle fist. Go back and train Hinata you to death, what a disgrace. Yes, sir. In the arena, Kurosaki had turned around, facing Uchiha Koji. Thud. Uchiha Koji fell heavily to the ground. Cough, damn it. How can you have so much chakra? He quickly got up. As Uchiha, family honor did not allow him to give up. But really, I don't know if you're a genius or an idiot. Frequently using large-scale water release in a place without water. After releasing 4 water walls, your chakra must be running low, right? Kurosaki calculated seriously. I've used about 1/10 of my chakra. Using water release in a waterless area was indeed very chakra-consuming. Get ready to experience the might of the Uchiha. Uchiha Koji leaped high, shooting countless kunai and shurikens at Kurosaki. But that wasn't all. These tools collided mid-air and actually turned around Kurosaki. Thin, long lines of light flashed before Kurosaki's eyes. It turned out that thin steel wires were tied to the back of these ninja tools, and Uchiha Koji was pulling on the ends of the wires. These wires wrapped around Kurosaki again and again, seemingly about to bind him. Uchiha Ninja, tool manipulation style. A victorious joy appeared on Uchiha Koji's face. You're done. As long as I bind my opponent, no matter how fast they are or how strong their water release is, they will fall at my hands. Shave. Just as the wires were about to ensnare Kurosaki, all the wires were severed, and Kurosaki's figure instantly vanished. What? Uchiha Koji, who had his Sharingan activated the whole time, showed a look of horror on his face. His Sharingan did not see how the opponent disappeared. In the next instant, Kurosaki actually appeared right in front of Uchiha Koji. He had a strange smile on his face. Come on, use fire release to attack me again. You. My chakra is running low. Uchiha Hiroshi was so frightened that he stumbled over his words. TSK, I wanted to borrow your fire style to practice my water style, but I didn't expect you to run out of chakra so quickly. Since that's the case, let's end this. He swung his arm. Bang! Uchiha Hiroshi felt a jolt in his neck, and then his eyes rolled back as a Sharingan evolved into Byakugan, plunging the world into darkness. Hisaki slowly retracted his handblade. Uchiha Hiroshi collapsed to the ground and fell asleep immediately. The audience outside the competition area was in an uproar. What did Hisaki just use? How did he suddenly disappear and reappear right in front of Uchiha Hiroshi? Was his speed so fast that we couldn't see his movements? God, how can anyone possess such speed? This kid is terrifying. The examiner entered the competition area and announced loudly, "The winner is Hisaki." In the second match, Kakashi Hitaki faced off against Ruri Sarutobi. Kakashi's eyes, usually lazy, now showed a serious expression. He cautiously eyed Hisaki. Can I really contend with Hisaki's speed? Kakashi asked himself as he lightly leaped down to the competition area. Ruri Sarutobi also stepped into the center of the arena. The examiner stepped back, and Kakashi and Ruri quickly engaged in combat. Kakashi wielded a short blade, while Ruri held a kunai, and the two began close-quarters fighting. Ping, ping, ping. The short blade and kunai clashed, creating sparks. Ruri, larger than Kakashi, gradually realized that she was falling behind in the taijutsu match. As expected of the Hitaki blade technique, she praised before quickly retreating. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ruri rapidly formed hand signs, unleashing the fire jutsu passed down through her family. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up, blocking Kakashi. To counter fire style, it's best to use water style. But Kakashi wasn't like Hisaki. Using such a large-scale water style in a waterless environment would drain too much chakra, and he didn't have enough chakra to waste. The earth flow wall successfully blocked the great fireball technique. Ruri quickly moved to the side, preparing to ambush Kakashi. But when she got to the side, her expression froze. Where is he? She saw Kakashi, who had disappeared behind the earth flow wall. Earth style, earth decapitation technique. A pair of hands suddenly burst from the ground, grabbing Ruri's ankle and pulling her down. Oh no! She hurriedly threw her kunai down, stabbing Kakashi's arm. Bang! His arm turned into smoke. It's a shadow clone. Meanwhile, Kakashi's real body had already appeared behind Ruri, with a short blade against her back. You lose, Kakashi said calmly. Ruri's body stiffened, then she conceded. The winner is Kakashi Hitaki, the examiner announced. The third round of the exam ended, with a 1-hour break before the final exam began. An hour later, the examiner reappeared, and the crowd outside the competition area had grown significantly. In the final exam, Hisaki faces Kakashi Hitaki. Chapter 45. Defeating Kakashi again, the examiner announced the final exam loudly before quickly leaving the arena. Hisaki and Kakashi exchanged glances outside the competition area before jumping into the arena. The spectators began to murmur. Hey, who do you think is stronger between the two? I don't know. They're both geniuses. I feel like Hisaki is a bit stronger. His taijutsu is so fast, it's almost invisible. If he punches someone, even a jonin wouldn't be able to take it. No, I think Kakashi is stronger. He is the son of Lord Tsukumo and has inherited his true teachings. I can't believe that the two youngest competitors have made it to the final showdown in this Chunin exam. They seem to be from the same class. This class has produced two monstrous geniuses. Not only that, but I heard that there's also a 6-year-old Uchiha who has awakened his Sharingan, breaking records for the Uchiha clan. That's right, the third Hokage's youngest son is also in this class, and he is a genius too. As Obito heard people talking about him, he could hardly contain his excitement. Hisaki, teach that arrogant guy, Kakashi, a lesson. Obito raised his fist high in the air. Kakashi, you got this. Rin cheered quietly for Kakashi from the sidelines. And you too, Hisaki. Rin, Hisaki will definitely win. Don't forget, last time he easily defeated Kakashi. Obito said, feeling upset at Rin's support for Kakashi. In the competition arena, Kakashi declared, this time I won't lose. His expression was unusually serious. Kakashi, let me see your Hitaki blade technique. Hisaki replied with anticipation. After saying that, he took out a scroll, pretending to draw weapons from it. In reality, he retrieved the famous sword Hanazawa from his system space. The audience erupted in excitement once again. Hisaki can use sword techniques too. That sword is so long. It looks like the kind of sword used by the samurai of the Iron Country. I heard the Hitaki ancestors were also samurai from the Iron Country. In the competition arena, Hisaki and Kakashi silently faced each other for a moment before both seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing from sight. Ping! Hisaki's long sword Hanazawa clashed with Kakashi's short blade. What immense power! How can Hisaki be so strong? Kakashi couldn't help but marvel inwardly again. At the same time, Kakashi was knocked back by a tremendous force, his feet scraping against the ground until he slid over 10 meters before stabilizing himself. Kakashi didn't realize that Hisaki had only used a small fraction of his strength. Otherwise, he might have lost in one move. The Hitaki family's sword techniques emphasize speed, pushing it to a point where one cannot react. Kakashi was also a ninja who excelled at speed. He was like an assassin, aiming for a single deadly strike. On the other hand, Hisaki was a berserker, fully stacked with physical attributes. In a direct confrontation between an assassin and a berserker, the latter would definitely suffer losses. I didn't expect Hisaki to use sword techniques. I can't fight him head-on. Kakashi quickly assessed the situation. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi rapidly formed hand signs, creating a clone. Earth style, earth spear. Kakashi's clone pressed its hands to the ground, executing the earth technique. Sharp earth spears shot up from beneath Hisaki, aiming for him. Hisaki swung his long sword, shattering all the incoming earth spears, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying. Earth style, earth decapitation technique. A pair of hands reached up from the ground, grabbing for Hisaki's ankle. Bang! Hisaki slashed down, and the Kakashi below exploded into a cloud of smoke. Is it a shadow clone? Kakashi, you really love using earth style? Hisaki smiled as he prepared to charge out of the smoke. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi's voice rang out from outside the smoke, followed by a massive fireball, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Hisaki. Shave. Hisaki dodged the great fireball technique with a quick movement, appearing outside the smoke. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi launched another jutsu. This time, tall and thick earth walls rose up from all sides, trapping Hisaki in the middle. Fire style, great fireball technique. Before Hisaki could react, Kakashi leaped high into the air and unleashed a large fireball into the earth flow wall. Boom! The great fireball exploded in the middle of the earth flow wall, releasing intense heat and flames. The audience outside the competition area erupted in excitement. Is this Kakashi's true strength? He didn't use his full power in the previous battles. As expected of the son of Konoha's White Fang, he is only 6 years old, and his strength. Hisaki can't be dead, right? Someone asked with slight concern. No, look. Someone pointed into the arena, shouting in surprise. In the competition arena, Kakashi did not show any joy in his eyes. His earth flow wall had been violently breached by Hisaki. Hisaki burst out like a monster, and the great fireball technique had no effect on him. Kakashi, that combo was pretty good, Hisaki said as he swung his long blade at Kakashi, who hadn't even landed yet. Sure. Kakashi was struck by the sword, and Hisaki directly bisected him. Rin, who was outside the arena, went pale with fright. Hisaki, you can't really, Obito said, his face full of disbelief. Although he found Kakashi's arrogance unpleasant and hated how Kakashi always attracted Rin's attention, at this moment, he began to worry about Kakashi. Bang! Inside the arena, the bisected Kakashi turned into a cloud of smoke. As expected, a shadow clone. But where's the real Kakashi? Hisaki was not surprised at all. Behind me? Danger! Hisaki gripped Hanazuki and slashed violently behind him. Ping! Hisaki's Hanazuki clashed against Kakashi's short blade, sending sparks flying. Kakashi, your speed has actually increased. Hisaki was slightly surprised this time. Our Hitaki family's sword technique can stimulate muscles with lightning release, increasing speed and striking power. Now I can keep up with your speed, Kakashi said confidently. Failing to sneak attack, Kakashi's figure disappeared in place and quickly changed angles to stab at Hisaki. Haisaki blocked, but Kakashi moved at high speed again, changing direction to slash with his short blade. Who gave you the illusion that you can keep up with my speed? Haisaki smirked. Shave? What? Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply as Haisaki's blade was already at his neck. I lost. Kakashi bitterly dropped his hands. Chapter 46. Promotion to Chunin. Kakashi actually lost. It was normal. Haisaki's speed was too fast, far exceeding that of a typical Chunin. Kakashi's combination of ninjutsu was already powerful, but Haisaki had directly shattered the earth flow wall. The strength of the two had surpassed many Chunins, right? This Haisaki was simply a monster. It was said that he completed a high-level mission alongside Joningai. Outside the competition arena, it was lively, and the onlookers were in awe. They rarely saw such an exciting Chunin exam. Final assessment. Winner. Haisaki. The examiner announced loudly for the last time as he left the arena. With that, the Chunin exam officially ended. Soon, the audience outside the arena dispersed, leaving only Guy and his son along with Haisaki's classmates. Haisaki and Kakashi exited the competition area together, and those familiar with Haisaki quickly surrounded him. Haisaki, congratulations on your impending promotion to Chunin. I can't believe it. You just graduated and you're already going to be promoted to Chunin. That's amazing. Of course, this is Haisaki. Everyone gathered around to congratulate him. After the Chunin exam, the higher-ups in Konoha did not announce the promoted Chunins on the spot. They would decide who qualified for promotion based on the ninja's performances during the exam. Even if a ninja did not win, as long as they displayed remarkable strength or impressive tactics during the battle, they could qualify for promotion. Of course, as the ultimate winner of the Chunin exam, Haisaki's promotion was a certainty. Haisaki, congratulations. You're truly my lifelong rival. I won't be discouraged. Guy approached to congratulate, fire igniting in his eyes. Kai, you truly are my son. This is youth. Tears welled up in Father Kai's eyes. Kai, my son, he couldn't hold back his tears. The father and son embraced and wept. Obito, Asuma, and others quietly distanced themselves from this quirky father-son duo, fearing they might catch their exuberance. Even Kakashi took a few steps back, feeling quite embarrassed. Having failed the Chunin exam today, he punished himself by running 1,000 laps around Konoha while upside down. If he didn't complete the 1,000 laps, he would do 1,000 push-ups. If he couldn't finish those, he would do 1,000 squats. If he couldn't complete those, he would do 1,000 frog jumps. If he didn't finish those. Kai, let's sweat through our youth together. Then the father and son ran off upside down. Kakashi, let's duel. This time I will definitely defeat you. Obito began to provoke Kakashi. You should graduate first. Kakashi coldly mocked Obito. This time, he did not show any signs of disappointment after losing to Haisaki again. Arrogant Kakashi, are you scared? Idiot. Obito stomped his foot in anger, and soon chaos erupted here. Haisaki, this is your Chunin vest. From now on, you will be a Chunin of Konoha. I hope you carry the great will of fire and become an excellent ninja. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, earnestly handed a green vest to Haisaki. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will forge ahead and inherit the will of fire from Konoha's predecessors, contributing to Konoha. Haisaki took the Chunin vest and promised loudly to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Saying nice words was a piece of cake for Haisaki. He was also hoping to gain more rewards from the third Hokage. Not bad. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. He especially liked the phrase about contributing to Konoha. At that moment, a message popped up on the system panel. Host, Marshal D. Teach, you have successfully been promoted to a cadre of the Whitebeard Pirates under the Great Ship Brigade. You have gained the attention of Yahiko, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard rewards you with a training method for armament hockey. Haisaki, a Chunin and a cadre of the Whitebeard Pirates? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Yahiko Whitebeard? Does he really deserve it? However, he finally obtained a training method for armament hockey. He looked at his own attributes on the system panel. Host, Marshal D. Teach, bounty, 200 million berries, devil fruit, none, armament hockey, basic armament hockey, to be trained, observation hockey, beginner, conqueror's hockey, none skills, paper drawing proficient, iron block beginner, gale step beginner, moonwalk beginner, Finger gun, beginner. Shave, proficient. Hisaki suppressed the excitement in his heart and quietly exited the Hokage's office. Kakashi and Uchiha Hiroshi, who were waiting outside, entered the Hokage's office one after the other. This time, not only Hisaki was promoted to Chunin, Kakashi and Uchiha Hiroshi were also promoted. There is no doubt about Kakashi. Although he was young, his mastery of the Hitaki sword techniques and various ninjutsu had already reached the level of a Chunin. His combination of ninjutsu and tactical arrangements in the battle against Hisaki was particularly impressive. If it weren't for Hisaki's appearance, Kakashi would have been the ultimate victor of the exam. Kakashi, who was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, set a new record in Konoha, becoming the youngest Chunin in the village's history. As for the other person, Uchiha Hiroshi, he also performed well. Although he was defeated badly by Hisaki, he still showcased his strength. His proficient fire release, activated Sharingan with a Tomo, and beautiful manipulation of ninja tools left little to criticize from the higher-ups in Konoha. If it weren't for encountering a freak like Hisaki, his performance would have been even more stunning. Even though Konoha's higher-ups were subtly suppressing the Uchiha clan, they couldn't openly deny Uchiha Hiroshi's promotion to Chunin. At this point, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village had not reached that level of tension. Chapter 47. Making money and training upon returning home. Hisaki received congratulatory gifts the next day from Yakushi Nanoyu and Might Dai. Yakushi Nanoyu sent a box, while Might Dai sent a scroll. What could they be? Hisaki felt a bit curious. He first opened the box from Yakushi Nanoyu, and 15 potions were revealed. It turned out to be detoxification potions. Inside the box were 5 types of detoxification potions, with 3 of each type. Each detoxification potion came with an instruction manual explaining the usage methods and the types of toxins they counteract. The 5 types of detoxification potions could almost neutralize all toxins in the ninja world. Is he worried that I might get poisoned? Nanoyu, you are really thoughtful. Hisaki felt a warmth in his heart. If I'm not mistaken, 2 of the detoxification potions among the 5 are not even available on the market. Did you concoct them yourself? Don't worry, my life isn't so easily lost. Hisaki stored all the detoxification potions in his system space. Next, he opened the scroll sent by Might Dai. 8 gates. Hisaki exclaimed. Uncle Dai actually sent me the training method for the 8 gates? Hisaki indeed had the idea of learning the 8 gates from Might Dai, but he didn't expect Dai to send it to him before he even mentioned it. Uncle Dai is really a sincere person. Just a few days ago, he had just sent the training method for the 6 styles, and today he received the secret scroll for the 8 gates. Hisaki rolled up the scroll and stored it in the system space. Now that I am a Chunin, I should be able to handle an average Jonin with full power. However, facing the upcoming Third Shinobi World War, that's still not enough. I need to become stronger. Hidden in the shadows are Uchiha Madara and Kurosaki, along with Danzo, the mastermind. I need to train my body to be stronger, and I also need to strengthen my 6 styles training. My observation haki has just begun, and my armament haki is still untrained. These 2 are the most important means for the future. As for Conqueror's haki and devil fruits, I'll leave those to fate. I should also learn some 5-nature ninjutsu. Hisaki quickly formulated his training plan. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hisaki created 2 shadow clones. Clone 1, you stay at home and write the manuscript. Clone 2, you go find Toriyama Akira and guide him in the plot of the manga. After assigning the tasks, the main body brought training equipment and headed to the edge of Konoha to train. His dumbbells and barbells were truly exaggerated. If someone saw his training process, it might cause a stir again. Days passed, and the commotion created by Hisaki and Kakashi during the Chunin exams gradually subsided. Now promoted to Chunin, Hisaki began to focus on his development. Autumn passed, winter passed, and soon half a year had gone by. Hisaki was now 9 years old in the ninja world. Of course, it wasn't all just about development. During this half year, he did a lot of things. His new book, Laughing Proudly in the Ninja World, was published and continued to be a bestseller in the Land of Fire, bringing Hisaki a significant income. Additionally, the manga he co-created with Toriyama Akira was submitted to a bookstore in Konoha, Jaying Hall. The bookstore owner was greatly shocked. There had never been such an interesting entertainment book as a manga in the ninja world. He immediately recognized the huge business opportunity hidden within and reached an agreement with Hisaki and Toriyama Akira regarding the profit sharing, and the manga began serialization. At the same time, Hisaki and the bookstore owner were also very surprised. They didn't expect that the painter Toriyama Akira, who looked like a gorilla, had such a terrifying drawing efficiency. Being able to keep up with all the initial drafts of the manga and ensuring timely weekly serialization. Thus, Dragon Ball, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Gintama, Bleach, and One Piece all emerged. In the barren entertainment industry of the ninja world, such excellent works had never been seen before. The serialized manga quickly became a sensation throughout the Land of Fire in a very short time. Even merchants from several other major countries came to Konoha to buy the manga at high prices. In Konoha, it was common to see people engrossed in a manga book, forgetting to eat and sleep. Hisaki even found several manga books on the desk of the third Hokage. Hisaki didn't expect these manga could sell so explosively. Fortunately, he had already agreed with the bookstore owner to keep his identity hidden. Otherwise, life in Konoha would have been difficult for him. However, while ordinary villagers in Konoha could be kept in the dark, the higher-ups could not. The third Hokage and Danzo both learned about it. However, their understanding was somewhat skewed. They only knew that the creator was Toriyama Akira, with Hisaki's involvement, but they did not realize that Hisaki was the true soul of it all. Danzo wanted to take action, but he was sternly stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The owner of Jiang Hall was one of Konoha's major benefactors. And offending such a big businessman was not an option unless Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost his mind. The popularity of a manga boosted the economy of Konoha, leading to a significant increase in the number of missions, and the income of Konoha ninjas began to rise continuously. Thus, the third Hokage dispatched ninjas to protect artist Toriyama Akira 24 hours a day. As for Hisaki, the third Hokage trusted his strength, so he did not send anyone to protect him. The income from the serialized manga was extremely high, and Hisaki was able to earn over 1 million ryo every month. Most jonin in Konoha could not earn that much money monthly. Hisaki took out a large portion of the money to expand the Konoha orphanage and improve the living conditions there. In addition, Hisaki was not only busy making money. His training had never fallen behind. His physique became stronger, and he grew taller. All 6 styles were improved to a proficient level. At the same time, he learned several ninjutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique, which can spew flames from his mouth, very practical. Water release, water chaos wave, which can spray a large amount of water from his mouth, not very powerful, but useful for assistance and extinguishing fires. Wind release, great breakthrough, which can create strong winds. Lightning release and earth release techniques are still under research. Hisaki also trained in the 8 gates and could now open 5 of them. However, his observation haki was still at the beginner stage, and he had yet to master armament haki. The difficulty of haki training was indeed immense, especially for armament haki, which required a high level of physique. With Hisaki's current physique, he still couldn't use armament haki. During the past half year, Hisaki occasionally teamed up with Might Dai, Might Guy, and others to take on missions outside the village. Might Dai was promoted to Special Jonin and could take on higher-level missions. However, he hadn't encountered any strong opponents like Kakuzu again, and there had hardly been any battles. Chapter 48, Danzo's Unyielding Desire Route. Ryoma, have you found out? Shimura Danzo, concealed in the dim light, asked the returning oil woman Ryoma. Lord Danzo, I have investigated thoroughly. Ryoma knelt on one knee. The best-selling manga in the Land of Fire has the surface author as the artist Toriyama Akira, but in reality, the one who truly provided the creative ideas is Hisaki. So it's him. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Danzo's exposed eye. I must obtain him. As long as I get Hisaki, the funding for Root will no longer depend on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's mind rekindled the strong desire to acquire Hisaki. Artist Toriyama Akira had already been protected by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, making it difficult for Danzo to take action against him. However, Hisaki is someone Danzo still has a chance to obtain. Moreover, the true core of the best-selling manga is Hisaki. It has become less important to obtain Toriyama Akira. As long as I control Hisaki, A significant portion of the enormous profits from the comic industry in the Land of Fire, under Root's operations, will flow into my Root. In this way, his roots will become even stronger. Only I, the old man, can make Konoha stronger. A huge ambition rose in Danzo's heart, as if he could see himself turning Konoha into the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Ryoma, go bring Yakushi Nanoyu over. Kurosaki has a special relationship with this woman. As long as we control Yakushi Nanoyu, Kurosaki will obediently follow my commands. If that woman refuses to cooperate, then we will use the children from the orphanage to threaten her. Danzo issued the command to Yamanaka Ryoma. Yes, Lord Danzo. 1998, 1999, 2000. Kurosaki casually threw the barbell he was holding onto the ground. Boom! The barbell created 2 pits in the earth. Just finishing his training, Kurosaki let out a long breath and opened the system panel. Host, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Bounty, 200 million berries, Devil Fruit. None. Armament Hockey. Beginner Armament Hockey, not Mastered. Observation Hockey. Beginner. Conqueror's Hockey. None. Skills. Navy 6 forms Proficient. After Kurosaki raised the proficiency of the 4 skills. Iron Block. Finger Pistol, Moonwalk, and Storm Leg. To Proficient, the system panel combined the names of the 6 forms and collectively referred to them as Navy 6 forms. Kurosaki looked at the unmastered Armament Hockey and shook his head helplessly. Armament Hockey is too difficult to train. Even now, I can't use it at all. Kurosaki closed the system panel. It had been a long time since he visited Nanoyu and the children. He should go check on them later. With that, Kurosaki sealed the barbell into a sealing scroll and left the training area. This was outside Konoha Village. Before long, Kurosaki returned to Konoha Village, preparing to buy some gifts before heading to the orphanage. As he wandered through the commercial street, Kurosaki soon frowned. Is someone monitoring me? And there are quite a few of them. At least 10 are secretly watching me. Who could it be? The third Hokage? Or Danzo? Kurosaki walked calmly while lost in thought. The ones monitoring me are all Umbu. Could be the third Hokage? No, wait. I haven't done anything. The ones sending people to monitor me shouldn't be the third Hokage. It must be that old man Danzo. The ones watching me are from Root. Kurosaki instantly caught on to the clue. Not good. The orphanage and Nanoyu might be in danger. A warning bell rang in Kurosaki's heart. He quickened his pace, his figure flashing as he darted into a small alley. Whoosh, whoosh. The target has entered the alley. Hurry and follow. Stay concealed. Not good. The target has disappeared. We've lost them. Quickly return to report to Lord Danzo. Konoha Orphanage. Yakushi Nanoyu, come with me. Lord Danzo summons you. Yamanaka Ryoma arrived at the Konoha Orphanage and issued Danzo's command to the blonde woman in a shrine maiden outfit in front of him. Sorry, Ryoma. I have already withdrawn from Root. I prefer to raise the children here, so I don't want to return to Root. Yakushi Nanoyu refused, lowering her head while thinking of a countermeasure, fully aware that Danzo's orders were not easy to refuse. You have no right to refuse. Tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, you 4 come out. Yamanaka Ryoma shouted into the distance. What? Yakushi Nanoyu panicked. Are there other Root members lying in wait within the orphanage? She hurriedly looked in the direction Ryoma was facing. That was the children's lounge. She saw the children of the orphanage, each terrified, being driven out by 4 masked Root ninjas. The 4 Root ninjas held kunai, pressing them against several children's carotid arteries. Nanoyu even noticed that all the children had parasites from the Yamanaka clan on them. Headmaster, I'm so scared. Are we going to die? Headmaster. The children were alarmed and terrified, many of them unable to hold back their tears. You despicable scoundrels. Stop it. The children are innocent. I will go with you. Yakushi Nanoyu's face turned pale as she reluctantly compromised. Yamanaka Ryoma's expression remained unchanged. Bang! Just then, the door of the Konoha orphanage was violently kicked open. Everyone turned to look. It was Kurosaki. Kurosaki! Yakushi Nanoyu exclaimed, her face pale. Brother Kurosaki is here. Kurosaki, these bad guys are bullying us and Headmaster. Kurosaki. The children saw Kurosaki arrive as if they had seen their savior. At this moment, Kurosaki's expression was also exceptionally grim. After shaking off the surveillance from Root, he rushed to the Konoha orphanage. He had long sensed vaguely, with his observation haki, what was happening inside. That ninja with purple markings on his face and wearing sunglasses must be Yamanaka Ryoma, a jonin under Danzo, right? If I unleash my full power, I could kill all the root ninjas here. But how can I ensure the children's safety if they are in their hands? Damn it, these troublesome parasites. While Kurosaki was pondering, he also cursed inwardly. If I engage in battle here, the parasites might bite through the children's skin and get inside. The consequences would be unimaginable. So it's the adults from Root, is it? Your target is me, right? Let the children and Nanoyu go, and I will go with you. Kurosaki said to the expressionless Yamanaka Ryoma. Chapter 49, Destroying Root. Battling Yamanaka Ryoma. Kurosaki. You're quite clever, but you don't have the right to negotiate with us. Yamanaka Ryoma replied calmly. If you don't let them go, I will not compromise. If the Hokage learns that you are harming the people in the village, Danzo's schemes will surely fail. Kurosaki tried to suppress the killing intent in his heart. Kurosaki, hurry and go find the Hokage. Nanoyu urged Kurosaki anxiously. She had also realized that the true target of Root was Kurosaki. Danzo planned to use her and the children from the orphanage as leverage to force Kurosaki to submit. Yakushi Nanoyu deeply cared for the children of the orphanage, but she also loved this tall boy who always thought of them. She could not sacrifice Kurosaki for the sake of the children. Danzo wanted to use the children from the orphanage to threaten her, and then use her to threaten Kurosaki. So, if she were to die here today, Danzo would have no way to grasp Kurosaki's weakness, right? Yakushi Nanoyu knew Danzo's character well. She had already resolved herself to die. I'm sorry, Nanoyu, for dragging you into this. Leave everything to me, Kurosaki said apologetically to this kind woman. Nanoyu was filled with worry in her eyes, and she wanted to say something more. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Kurosaki replied to Nanoyu with a confident smile. Yamanaka Ryoma thought for a moment, realizing that he could not really harm all the children in the orphanage. He ultimately decided to agree to Kurosaki's condition. Kurosaki, we will seal your chakra and restrict your body, and then we will let Yakushi Nanoyu and the children go. He stated the conditions for releasing them to Kurosaki. All right, Kurosaki immediately agreed without a second thought. Thus, Kurosaki stepped forward, giving up resistance. For symbol seal, Yamanaka Ryoma initiated the jutsu and slapped his palm against Kurosaki's chest. Streams of black curse marks, like black tadpoles, spread from Ryoma's palm, covering Kurosaki's entire body. Soon, Kurosaki realized that he could no longer mobilize the chakra within him. Body binding technique. Two root ninjas abandoned the children they were holding, swiftly appearing beside Kurosaki, and jointly activated a jutsu to restrict Kurosaki's movements. Seeing the task accomplished beyond expectations, Yamanaka Ryoma nodded in satisfaction and retracted the parasites from the children. At that moment, a child suddenly fainted. You guys, Kurosaki's killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Don't worry, he just got a little hurt. With the medical ninjutsu of pharmacist Nanoyu, it would take some time, but it would be easy to bring the child back to life. Oil woman Ryuma explained to Kurosaki and pharmacist Nanoyu. He intended to use this child to delay Nanoyu's steps, to buy time for her not to seek the third Hokage. Let's go. He commanded the 4 root ninjas. The other 2 root ninjas supported Kurosaki's arms. In the blink of an eye, the 5 members of Root vanished with Kurosaki inside the orphanage. Ryota. Nanoyu hurried to check on the fainted child. There was poison from a parasitic bug in his body, and a parasitic bug was still hidden within him. She quickly identified the child's symptoms. If she wanted to find the Hokage now, Ryota would die. But treating Ryota would take a lot of time. What should I do? In the end, Nanoyu gritted her teeth and began to treat the child named Ryota. At the edge of Konoha, in a wooded area. So your root base is outside of Konoha. Kurosaki, about to be taken out of Konoha, said with a hint of amazement to oil woman Ryuma. Shut up. Don't think of stalling for time. The third Hokage's men can't possibly arrive here in a short time. A root ninja shouted loudly. Oh, is that so? Kurosaki's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's really great. Kurosaki's lips curled into a slight smile, his voice deep, truly splendid. Ha ha ha. What? The root ninja was taken aback. Oil woman Ryuma suddenly felt something was off, A flash of cold light suddenly crossed his dark sunglasses. Swish, 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 swish. Foreheads instantly flew into the sky, blood gushing like a fountain towards the sky, with blood rain falling on Kurosaki, splattering all over. The four root ninjas, with their heads severed, still had fear flickering in their eyes. How is this possible? Why can you still move? I clearly sealed your chakra. Oil woman Ryuma, desperately dodging, looked at Kurosaki, whose face was covered in blood and holding a knife with an eerie smile, and was instantly horrified. Who gave you the illusion that I fight relying on chakra? Kurosaki sneered. It turns out that upon hearing the root ninja say that the third Hokage's men wouldn't arrive in a short time, Kurosaki couldn't suppress his killing intent. He directly took out the Ryuken knife, Hanakazu, from the system's space. Kurosaki indeed couldn't break the sealing technique. He used brute force to break free from the restraints of the four root ninjas and swiftly beheaded them in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Oil Woman Ryuma, being a jounin, managed to dodge in time. Wouldn't it be better to obediently meet Lord Danzo? Oil Woman Ryuma had regained his composure. Secret technique, parasitic bug. A large swarm of gray-black parasitic bugs crawled out from under his windbreaker, rushing towards Kurosaki. Shave. Kurosaki directly disappeared in place. In the next moment, Kurosaki appeared beside Oil Woman Ryuma, swinging the Hanakazu towards his neck. Zulfust. Oil Woman Ryuma's pupils constricted. Then, Oil Woman Ryuma's head flew off. However, no blood sprayed out. His head and body quickly disintegrated into countless parasitic bugs. It's a bug clone, a secret technique unique to the Oil Woman clan. Kurosaki found himself surrounded by parasitic bugs. As expected of a jounin, the reaction speed is impressive. Kurosaki admired in his heart. Iron block. Wind foot. Kurosaki executed the iron block while kicking out, sending a slash flying. Crack, crack, crack. Several trees as thick as barrels were directly snapped in half, revealing Oil Woman Ryuma, who was hiding in the shadows. The parasitic bugs couldn't bite through his skin. What kind of monster is this? Oil Woman Ryuma commanded the parasitic bugs to land on Kurosaki, and just as he felt victory was in his grasp, the bugs surprisingly sent back the message that they couldn't bite. I clearly sealed his chakra. Why can he still use wind-style attacks? It's coming from his feet. He mistook Kurosaki's wind foot for a wind-style attack. Although Oil Woman Ryuma was shocked by Kurosaki's performance, he did not lose his composure. He quickly discovered Kurosaki's weakness. Secret technique, bug sphere. A large swarm of parasitic bugs surged towards Kurosaki's nostrils, ears, and eyes. Shave. Before the swarm could reach him, Kurosaki directly broke through the bug blockade with iron block. Moonstep. Top, top, top. Kurosaki appeared elsewhere, stepping on air and flying into the sky. He can fly. Oil Woman Ryuma completely lost his composure this time. In the ninja world, ninjas capable of flight are extremely rare. Each one is a strategic talent within their ninja villages. Kurosaki, flying high in the air, dove directly towards Oil Woman Ryuma. Chapter 50, Dark Fruit's Secret Technique, Parasitic Bug. Oil Woman Ryuma tilted his head back and once again unleashed countless parasitic bugs from his sleeves, surging towards Kurosaki in midair. Iron block. This time, Kurosaki did not dodge as he descended, but charged straight into the swarm of bugs. Most of the parasitic bugs were blown away by the violent winds Kurosaki created, but many bugs still landed on him. The parasitic bugs that landed on Kurosaki's head quickly crawled towards his eyes, nostrils, and ears. Kurosaki paid no attention to these bugs. He closed his eyes and let the parasitic bugs bite his skin. In an instant, he burst out of the swarm, swinging the Hanakazu with force towards the unsuspecting Oil Woman Ryuma. Just as Kurosaki's blade was about to strike Oil Woman Ryuma's neck, he flipped his arm and suddenly shot the Hanakazu behind him. Crack! The famous blade Hanakazu stabbed straight into the trunk of a tree, leaving only the handle exposed. Oil Woman Ryuma, hiding behind a sturdy tree, looked down in disbelief at the blade tip protruding from his chest. How is this possible? A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Meanwhile, another of Oil Woman Ryuma's bug clones had been obliterated by Kurosaki, turning into a mass of bugs. Before Oil Woman Ryuma could pull his body away from the blade, Kurosaki had already instantaneously appeared in front of him. Finger gun. Kurosaki's finger, like an iron spear, deeply pierced Oil Woman Ryuma's chest, puncturing his heart. What is this? Oil Woman Ryuma asked with the last bit of his strength. Taijutsu. 6 styles. Kurosaki forcefully blew out the bugs from his nostrils in response, while digging into his ears to remove the parasitic bugs that had crawled inside. I clearly used a sealing technique to seal your chakra, and used a secret technique to block sensory ninjutsu. Why can you still find me? That's right. Oil Woman Ryuma indeed used the 4 symbols sealing to seal Kurosaki's chakra. Up to now, Kurosaki still couldn't break the chakra seal. Moreover, while fighting Kurosaki, Oil Woman Ryuma released the secret technique, Bug Evil Tool Technique, to interfere with Kurosaki's perception and the outside world's perception of this place. Danzo's root had already learned that Kurosaki was a sensory-type ninja. Sorry, no comment. If you want to blame someone, blame Danzo. It was his ambition that led to your demise, Kurosaki said expressionlessly as he cleaned off the parasitic bugs on his body. Although Oil Woman Ryuma was certainly not going to survive, Kurosaki didn't dare to reveal too much to this dying man. After all, in the ninja world, dead people can still pass on information. In ninja battles, intelligence is especially important. Danzo's root only knew that Kurosaki's taijutsu was extraordinary and that his ninjutsu talent was equally astonishing. However, they did not know that Kurosaki's taijutsu did not necessarily rely on chakra. They were even unaware that Kurosaki had the observation haki ability. Kurosaki understood the fighting style of the Oil Woman clan, but Oil Woman Ryuma did not understand Kurosaki's information, or rather, much of what he understood was incorrect. Additionally, since the parasitic bugs from Oil Woman Ryuma could not do anything against Kurosaki's iron block, that was why he suffered a disastrous defeat. Oil Woman Ryuma's head hung heavily. Danzo's right-hand man, a jounin from Root, was dead. Kurosaki circled around the tree and pulled out the Hanakazu. Soon, he was horrified to find that Oil Woman Ryuma's corpse was being devoured by the remaining parasitic bugs in his body, leaving it riddled with holes. Ugh, that's disgusting. Kurosaki felt his teeth ache and quickly moved away from the area. At this moment, the parasitic insects released by Oil Girl Ryoma began to fly wildly outside. Having lost human control, Hikazaki no longer paid attention to these poisonous bugs. Without the supply of chakra, these parasitic insects would soon die. Watching Oil Girl Ryoma gradually reduce to just a skeleton, Hikazaki fell into deep thought. Killing fellow ninjas from the same village is a great sin. However, when Danzo threatened him with the medicine master Nanayu and the children from the orphanage, he had already disregarded everything. This matter had become a no-turning-back situation, and Danzo had touched his reverse scale. Hikazaki could not obediently follow Oil Girl Ryoma to the root. If he went, there was no guarantee he would return safely. So Hikazaki directly took decisive action, preparing to escalate the situation. Since it was Danzo's root that had made the first move, Hikazaki had some confidence in protecting himself. At worst, he could just defect. Just as Hikazaki was contemplating, a message popped up on the system panel. You have killed a subordinate of the Whitebeard pirates and successfully stolen the Devil Fruit Dark Fruit. What? I just stole the Dark Fruit? Didn't Blackbeard kill the 4th Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace, to obtain the Dark Fruit? System, you're not even pretending anymore, are you? Hikazaki hurriedly checked the system space, and sure enough, a purple fruit with a snail spiral pattern, resembling a pineapple, had already been stored. System, I love you. Hikazaki was overjoyed and quickly took out the Dark Fruit. He examined the devil fruit in his hand for a moment, no longer hesitating, and immediately brought it to his mouth. Ugh, what is this taste? It is said that the devil fruits taste like shit. But this is even worse than shit, right? Hikazaki endured the nausea and struggled to swallow a bite of the fruit. This was the Dark Fruit, a top-tier, natural-type fruit. Although it couldn't elementalize, it could absorb damage. In this ninja world where no one would use haki, eating the Dark Fruit meant that most attacks would lose their effect on him. At the very least, Hikazaki could be sure that aside from sealing techniques, targeting souls like the Corpse Demon Sealing Technique, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Bloodline Limits, and Blood Elimination techniques could not threaten his life. Taking a breath, Hikazaki ate the remaining dark fruit. Ugh, Mayaboka Mountain. Darkness. Boundless darkness. The darkness that engulfs the ninja world. The ancient toad sage woke from his slumber. Great-grandfather, what happened? Did you foresee another future? A short old toad respectfully asked the great toad sage. The future has changed. The prophecy has changed. The black dragon descends, and the ninja world is shrouded in endless darkness. The great toad sage slowly revealed a glimpse of the future he had just foreseen. What? Toad Fukasaku was taken aback. The great toad sage continued, Where is Jiraiya? Have him find the black dragon of the prophecy and stop it. After saying this, the great toad sage fell back into a deep sleep. Chapter 51. Battle with Danzo. Ugh. Hikazaki finally finished eating the entire devil fruit, rested his arm on a tree trunk, bent over and dry heaving. The taste was overwhelming. I've eaten the entire devil fruit, so I should be a power user now, right? Speaking of which, how do I activate the dark fruit S ability? Hikazaki closed his eyes, and a special feeling surged into his mind. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? Is this the power of the dark fruit? As if awakening an instinct, the usage method of the dark fruit automatically surfaced in Hikazaki's mind. Hikazaki raised his right hand and activated the ability. Hikazaki's palm and arm gradually turned pure black, emitting flowing black mist. It seemed to transform into a state between gaseous, liquid, and solid forms. A pulling force emanated from between his arm and palm, completely absorbing sunlight. At the same time, Hikazaki was surprised to find that the four symbols sealing technique, which had sealed his chakra, was slowly being devoured by the dark fruit's ability. The chakra within him could be mobilized again. The four symbols sealing technique slowly transformed into pure chakra, flowing into Hikazaki's body. The dark fruit's ability can also devour chakra? ISNT this invincible. Hikazaki suppressed his excitement and canceled the dark transformation, opening the system panel. Host, Marshall D. Teach, Bounty, 200 million berries, Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit, Armament Hockey, Beginner Armament Hockey, not entered, Observation Hockey, Entry, Conqueror's Hockey, none skills, 6 styles of the Navy skilled. Now only the Conqueror's Hockey remains unawakened, and the Armament Hockey has not yet been entered. However, with the abilities I currently possess, it is already enough to roam freely in the ninja world. There is no such thing as sea prism stone in the ninja world. As for the sea, it's still unclear whether the water in the Naruto world can restrain devil fruit users. But since I can walk on water using chakra and use moonwalk in the air, there is almost no need to worry about these things. Ha. I'm back in action. Hikazaki couldn't help but laugh out loud. Russell. Hikazaki put away his smile, sensing that someone was coming. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 figures emerged from the forest. The leader, with his head and right eye wrapped in bandages, was none other than Shimura Danzo. Behind him, 10 root ninjas wearing various animal masks followed. Hikazaki, you dare harm fellow village ninjas? Seeing the 4 dismembered bodies of his subordinates, especially the remnants of Oil Girl Ryoma, killing intent surged in Danzo's single eye. Oil Girl Ryoma was one of the few elite jounin in his route, his most capable subordinate, and a very useful tool. Elder Danzo, these people have harmed the children of Konoha. They're no longer worthy of being Konoha ninjas. They even plan to kidnap me, a legitimate ninja of Konoha. It's truly wishful thinking. I kill them to rid Konoha of harm. Hikazaki coldly snorted, showing no respect for Danzo. You sharp-tongued brat, just like the Uchiha, born evil. I cannot let you go for harming my subordinates. Today, I will eliminate you, the scourge of Konoha. Danzo had already decided not to take Hikazaki into the route. If he didn't kill this brat, he would lose his authority in Konoha. He drew the ninja blade from his back. At this moment, Danzo was just 50 years old and still in his prime, unlike his old self in the original plot. The ninjas following Danzo also pulled out their weapons, preparing to form hand seals. The inherently evil Shimura Danzo, you actually instructed your subordinates to harm the children of Konoha and even planned to threaten me with Nanoyu. You are the tumor hidden in Konoha, an old dog that only dares to bare its teeth at its companions. Hikazaki pointed at Danzo and cursed. Since he was already in a no-turning-back situation with Danzo, now was the time to vent his anger. "You all go kill him," Danzo ordered his subordinates. The insults about being a tumor hidden in the dark of Konoha and an old dog that only bares its teeth at its companions were too harsh. And the usually cold Danzo lost some of his reason at this moment. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth spear technique. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The 10 root ninjas formed hand seals and unleashed ninjutsu, throwing their hidden weapons. One after another, ninjutsu, shurikens, and kunai flew toward Hikazaki. The wind release enhanced the fire release, creating a grand momentum. The earth release was used to seal off the area around Hikazaki, preventing him from jumping away. Hundreds of kunai and shurikens were bound to kill Hikazaki. Shadow clone technique. Water release, water barrier technique. Hikazaki activated the shadow clone technique and then used 2 water barrier techniques. 2 massive torrents of water appeared out of nowhere, rising up. Boom! The fire technique, enhanced by wind release, instantly broke through 1 water barrier and crashed toward the second. Boom! The second water barrier was ultimately breached, but the fire technique also lost its power and dissipated before Kurosaki. However, hundreds of shurikens and kunai came flying in. Ping, ping, ping. Kurosaki gripped Hanazawa and swung, deflecting all the hidden weapons. The shadow clones also wielded kunai to block the incoming shurikens and kunai. "Keep going, don't stop," Danzo commanded loudly. At the same time, he took a deep breath and formed hand seals to activate a ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind bullets shot towards Kurosaki like a machine gun. The root ninjas received the order and quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a large number of ninjutsu again. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Kurosaki did not use the water barrier. His figure was engulfed by a multitude of ninjutsu. Danzo and the root ninjas paused. One of them unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough to disperse the thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, Kurosaki's figure vanished without a trace. Tap, tap, tap. What sound is that? Someone looked up at the sky. Gale step. Kurosaki, flying into the sky with moon step, kicked out 2 gale steps. The strikes hit the 2 unsuspecting root ninjas with lightning speed. The 2 root ninjas screamed in agony. One was struck vertically, his mask shattered, and his head split open. The other was hit diagonally, his chest cut open, and his ribs severed. At the same time, Kurosaki, holding Hanazawa, dove down with moon step, aiming at the astonished Danzo. Damn kid. Wind release, vacuum wave. Chapter 52. Was Kurosaki stabbed by kunai? Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo flicked his head, and a wind blade shot out from his mouth. Seeing Kurosaki walking in the air, Danzo was both shocked and furious. This kid actually mastered the ability to fly in the air. No wonder Oil Girl Ryoma was defeated by him. This kid is hiding too deep. This is far beyond what a CH Nin should be capable of. Kurosaki had long since given the training method of the 6 styles to Might Daitai. However, more than half a year had passed, and Daitai had never used Moon Step or Gale Step in front of anyone. He still had to learn them. Kurosaki hadn't used them either. Thus, Danzo and the Root, including Danzo himself, were seeing Kurosaki flying in the air for the first time, and they were all taken aback. Achieving Jonin-level strength at just 9 years old, this kid is a monster. He must not be left alive. Danzo's resolve to eliminate Kurosaki strengthened once again. A strong person and genius who cannot be used should die. Naturally, Kurosaki was unaware of Danzo's thoughts, and facing the cutting wave Danzo unleashed, Kurosaki kicked out. Gale step. Boom. The 2 cutting waves collided, creating a fierce storm. Danzo's attack slowed down Kurosaki's diving momentum, and the gusts of wind caused Kurosaki's clothes and hair to flutter wildly. Kurosaki immediately unleashed the explosive flow break mode. Explosive flow break slash. A larger, more powerful cutting wave was unleashed from the blade of Hanazawa in Kurosaki's hand, striking towards Danzo. This time, Kurosaki infused the wind chakra nature transformation into a slash, making it several times stronger than when he fought against Kakuzu. Wind release, Vacuum continuous waves. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing several intersecting vacuum waves from his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Water release. The root ninjas reacted quickly, launching ninjutsu into the air. Boom! 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 The vacuum continuous waves and various attribute ninjutsu collided head-on with Kurosaki's explosive flow break slash. The faster vacuum continuous waves collided first with Kurosaki's explosive flow break slash, and the two ninjutsu erupted with incredibly violent energy, unleashing a cutting wind that rampaged outward. Following that, the root ninja's water release ninjutsu was directly blown away by the fierce wind, transforming into a torrential rain. Kurosaki's attack was blocked by Danzo's wind release and the root ninja's water release, losing most of its power. The cutting wind tore Kurosaki's clothes, leaving numerous cuts. However, Kurosaki's body was not harmed in the slightest. He was lifted higher by the rising gusts. Finally, the slower fire release ninjutsu was enhanced by the raging wind. The great fireball technique rapidly increased in size and temperature, hurtling towards Kurosaki in the sky at a faster speed. Seeing this, Kurosaki remained calm and did not dodge. He stored Hanazawa into the system space while quickly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Water release. Water chaos wave. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Kurosaki unleashed 3 ninjutsu in succession. After using the shadow clone technique, his main body quickly used water release, spitting out a large amount of water waves. The shadow clone used wind release. Great breakthrough. Forming a combined ninjutsu with the water release. Whoosh! The fire release collided with the water release, erupting a vast amount of misty water vapor. The great fireball enhanced by wind release was strong, but Kurosaki's combined ninjutsu was even stronger, especially since water release naturally counters fire release. Although water chaos wave is a high-level ninjutsu, Kurosaki's massive chakra made his mixed wind release water chaos wave comparable to a high-level ninjutsu in power. The great fireball technique was instantly extinguished. The partially consumed water waves continued to crash down with unstoppable force towards the root ninjas on the ground. "Get out of the way!" Danzo shouted loudly, jumping onto a tree to avoid the violent water waves falling from the sky. The remaining 8 subordinates also quickly dodged. Boom! The water waves crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth and trees to tremble violently. 2 root ninjas, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the water release, rolling along the water flow and falling to the ground, unable to get up. At the same time, the water vapor that erupted into the air rapidly spread outwards, covering several hundred meters. In the blink of an eye, the area was enveloped in thick white mist, making it difficult to see. Within Konoha, "Look quickly, what is that?" Someone spotted the massive mist erupting from the edge of Konoha. Could it be that enemies are attacking? Hurry and inform the Hokage. Someone ran towards the Hokage building to notify the third Hokage. Some ninjas in vests rushed towards the place where the mist was erupting. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already noticed the anomaly in the distance. What happened? Just as he was about to check, a blonde woman rushed in. "Hokage-sama, Kurosaki has been taken away by Elder Danzo. Please save him." Yakushi Nanoyu pleaded anxiously to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Kurosaki? Danzo? Not good." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, instantly sensed something. Summoning technique, Dream Eater. Danzo's cold voice echoed through the thick mist. Roar. It sounded like the roar of an elephant entering Kurosaki's ears. In the next moment, Kurosaki saw the endless mist being devoured. A tremendous suction force came from below, and the combination of gravity and the immense suction made Kurosaki's moon step unable to escape. His body began to fall at an increasingly fast speed. Using the summoning technique, that old guy Danzo is indeed difficult to deal with. A cautious expression finally appeared on Kurosaki's face. The mist surrounding the area was quickly swallowed up, revealing the scene below. A giant beast with the body of a tiger and the trunk of an elephant was lifting its head and opening its mouth wide. A terrifying suction force emanating from its mouth. Danzo was standing on the back of the giant beast. The rapidly descending Kurosaki was about to be swallowed by the Dream Eater. Such a powerful suction, I can't break free. Kurosaki's eyes sharpened as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. To deal with this giant summoning beast, Kurosaki had no choice but to use the method that Sasuke used in the original plot, using fire release to make the Dream Eater close its mouth. Roar! The Dream Eater screamed in agony as it was burned. The raging fire release, propelled by the immense suction, surged into the Dream Eater's mouth, and indeed, the Dream Eater closed its mouth in pain. But just then, the Dream Eater's trunk suddenly shot up, and another suction force pulled Kurosaki, who had just released the fire release. Even though Kurosaki's observation haki had already sensed the danger, there was no time to respond or evade. Kurosaki was firmly caught by the trunk, the muscles of the trunk tightly squeezing his body. The naturally evil little demon wind release, shuriken. Two rapidly spinning shurikens, surrounded by wind blades, flew out from Danzo's hand. In an instant, one wind shuriken sliced through Kurosaki's neck. The other wind shuriken, close to the elephant trunk, cut into Kurosaki's chest. Wind release, vacuum blade. Danzo attached wind release to a kunai, forming a sharp blade. With a body flicker technique, he thrust the wind release, vacuum blade into Kurosaki's body. Chapter 53. The Power of the Dark Fruit. Whoosh! Danzo drove the wind release, vacuum blade into Kurosaki's body. However, there was no joy in Danzo's single eye. Instead, his pupil suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Kurosaki's neck and chest cut by the wind shurikens, and the wound from the wind release, vacuum blade, showed no blood flowing out. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. Kurosaki grinned and shouted in pain. The cut caused by the wind release was surging with pitch-black material, gradually healing, returning to its original state. The summoning beast, the Dream Taper, ended its summoning and vanished due to Kurosaki's fire release burns. Danzo and Kurosaki both fell freely. Danzo pulled out his kunai, terrified and wanting to distance himself from Kurosaki. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki grabbed Danzo's arm, a strange smile appearing on his face. Danzo, you hit me so hard. Ha ha ha. Kurosaki held on to Danzo and landed steadily. Danzo exerted all his strength, trying to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. His gaze caught sight of Kurosaki's arm, turning pitch black, with ink-like black mist rising from Kurosaki's arm. Could it be that I've fallen under an illusion? Break! Danzo disrupted the chakra within him, trying to dispel the illusion. However, he found himself still in this bizarre scene. Danzo tore off the bandages wrapped around his head, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye. Break! He planned to use the Uchiha clan Sharingan to counter the illusion. The scene remained bizarre. What on earth are you? Terror appeared in Danzo's eyes. Oof. Kurosaki returned a strange smile to Danzo. In fact, Kurosaki was also relieved. Luckily, he had obtained the dark fruit. Otherwise, he might have really been killed by Danzo. As expected of a veteran elite jonin, Danzo's methods and wind release ninjutsu far exceeded those of ordinary people. Without the haki of armament, his iron block couldn't withstand Danzo's wind release ninjutsu. I really underestimated him. If Danzo is this strong, how powerful must the Sannin, Minato Namikaze's Kakashi Hitaki, and the third Hokage be? Not to mention the even more powerful Uchiha Madara and the unfathomable Kurosaki. It's inflated, really inflated. It seems that becoming a power user means I can't underestimate any opponent. Who knows when I might encounter an old schemer and end up capsized in a ditch. Although the ability of the dark fruit can absorb damage, this feeling really hurts, Kurosaki thought. In fact, as a natural type, the ability of the dark fruit can transform into dark matter. However, unlike other natural types, the essence of dark matter is gravity. It cannot disperse like the smoke fruit or glint fruit. Dark matter attracts itself together. Therefore, after Kurosaki was attacked, he could also recover like other natural types. The only downside is the pain is doubled. At this moment, the root ninjas hiding in the trees had realized something was wrong. They jumped down to rescue Danzo. Since Danzo was being held by Kurosaki, they didn't dare to unleash their ninjutsu. Illusory, tree, binding death. Danzo naturally wouldn't sit idle. He used the three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye to unleash an illusion technique. This was a long-standing conventional illusion technique of Konoha, and its effect was stronger when activated through the Sharingan. Kurosaki felt himself bound by thick tree vines and unable to move. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Danzo drew the ninja blade strapped to his waist with his left hand and swung it down. He didn't slash at Kurosaki, but instead cut off his own right arm. Enduring the intense pain, Danzo rapidly retreated. "Old man, you're really decisive," Kurosaki exclaimed. He used the ability of the dark fruit to absorb the chakra from the illusion and easily broke the illusory tree binding death. "Now let's try this move." Kurosaki crouched down, his black palm pressing against the ground. The ink-like dark matter rapidly spread outward from Kurosaki's center, covering the entire ground in darkness. Dark Pit. This was a technique Kurosaki used based on Blackbeard's move. Danzo felt a sense of foreboding and jumped to a tree with a body flicker technique. The root ninjas who came to rescue Danzo weren't so lucky. Their feet were firmly stuck to the ground by the dark gravity. "What is this? My feet can't move. What kind of technique is this? Ninjutsu? Not good, I'm sinking. My legs hurt. Lord Danzo." The root ninjas cried out in terror. Danzo stopped the bleeding from his arm, looking down with equal fear. He saw that everything covered by darkness, whether it was his subordinates, the large stones on the ground, or the towering trees, was sinking. A huge gravitational force was pulling at his entire body. The branches that grew upward were now drooping downward under the immense pull. Was this technique a bloodline limit? Even Danzo, who had seen it all, was soaked in sweat, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The ninja world had never heard of such a terrifying ability. Danzo was horrified to discover that the area covered by darkness had a diameter of several hundred meters. Lord Danzo. Soon, all the root ninjas were consumed. The large stones on the ground were completely swallowed, and the trees that were 4 to 5 meters high were left with less than 2 meters. Outside the battlefield, some fast ninjas approached. "What is this?" They saw the surging dark matter and hesitated to advance. How is this possible? They were horrified to discover that everything ahead was descending, being swallowed. Is Konoha going to be destroyed? Is it the end of the world? Someone shouted in despair. Everyone retreated in fear, realizing they had nearly been pulled into the dark matter. "Kurosaki, you are indeed born evil. You are even more ominous than the Uchiha. I will stop you even if I die." Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Taking advantage of not being swallowed yet, Danzo formed a single-handed seal and unleashed his most powerful ninjutsu. A massive wind projectile shot toward Kurosaki. Seeing this, Kurosaki stopped the dark pit and jumped to the side. Although he wasn't afraid of such an attack, he didn't want to experience that kind of intense pain again. Boom! The vacuum great sphere exploded behind Kurosaki, creating a violent storm. Kurosaki stood firm as a mountain within the storm. With Kurosaki's maintenance gone, the dark matter slowly disappeared, revealing the ground. At this moment, the ground was completely consumed, leaving only yellow-brown soil. Danzo, who had leaped high, narrowly escaped and landed rather awkwardly. Dark water. A black vortex emerged from Kurosaki's palm, and the immense gravitational pull once again tugged at Danzo. Danzo seemed to lose his ability to resist, being pulled toward Kurosaki. The distance grew closer, and Danzo suddenly tore open his clothing, revealing the black curse mark on his chest. Inner Four Symbols, Chapter 54. Surprised Minato Namake's furious third Hokage and overjoyed Uchiha. Dark water. Inner Four Symbols. Whoosh. Just as Kurosaki's black hand was about to grab Danzo, an unexpected change occurred. A three-pronged kunai shot between Kurosaki and Danzo. Immediately afterward, a figure with golden hair appeared out of thin air. "Gentlemen, please stop." He grabbed Kurosaki's arm with one hand and pressed against Danzo's chest with the other. Speaking in a calm tone, the sealing technique simultaneously spread over Kurosaki's arm and Danzo's chest. For symbol sealing. Seal. The golden-haired ninja launched the sealing technique at both Kurosaki and Danzo. Indeed, Danzo's imminent activation of the four-symbol seal was interrupted in an instant. Danzo regained a life, Hakai's arm reverted from a darkened state to normal. Hakai was shocked. The speed of the blonde ninja was too fast for him to react. But in the next moment, Hakai felt less surprised. The person who arrived was him, and such speed was perfectly normal. Hakai recognized the person who suddenly appeared before him as the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, what surprised Hakai was that the ability of the dark fruit he activated was actually sealed away. Although Hakai did not take long to devour the chakra of the four-symbol seal, it was clear that sealing techniques could counteract his devil fruit abilities. Hakai confirmed his suspicion in his heart. He secretly warned himself to be cautious when encountering masters of sealing techniques in the future. Minato's sealing technique was indeed much stronger than the one used by Oinuki Ryoma. Danzo, who had regained a life, saw Minato arrive and stop Hakai's terrifying ability. Immediately leaped back several meters. Minato, as a Jonin of Konoha, I command you in the name of the elders to kill this brat on the spot. While bandaging his severed arm, he ordered Minato, Elder Danzo, let's wait for the Hokage to arrive before making a decision. Minato did not heed Danzo's command. He stared deeply into the three-tomo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye, then shifted his gaze to Hakai. Looking at this exceptionally robust 9-year-old boy, Minato was internally shocked. In fact, he had arrived here long ago. Seeing the bizarre dark substance that devoured everything, he hesitated to use the flying thunder god technique to teleport in. Minato had an instinct that if he rashly entered, he might find himself in danger. After the dark substance disappeared, Minato's heart was even more shaken. Everything on the ground had been devoured, leaving the earth barren. Even more terrifying was that the ground covered by the dark substance had sunk nearly half a meter deep. He shot out the Sword of Love, and in a breath's time, arrived at the center of the battle between Hakai and Danzo, successfully stopping the two from slaughtering each other. Hakai also scrutinized Minato. Although they were in the same village, Hakai had never seen Minato before. So handsome, Hakai couldn't help but admire inwardly. Minato's tall figure, golden hair, and extremely sunny and handsome face made Hakai feel a twinge of envy. Hakai considered himself quite handsome as well, but at this moment he felt like he had lost. Subsequently, Hakai rolled over on the ground, howling dramatically. My coccyx, my crown, my rib. Senpai, Danzo has betrayed the village. He has harmed the children in the village. Danzo? Minato, no. But you don't have a single scratch on you. Instead, it's Elder Shimura Danzo who is almost dead because of you. Although he had heard that an outrageous genius ninja had appeared in the village, this was simply too outrageous. Minato's mouth twitched, unable to suppress his inner complaints. Evil little brat, what are you acting out? I'll kill you. Danzo was so furious that smoke was almost coming out of his head. As he spoke, he was about to act again, and Hakai's shamelessness once again refreshed his worldview. Elder Danzo, Minato sternly interrupted. Not long after, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading a group of ninjas, arrived at the scene. Seeing people arrive, Danzo quickly closed his right eye, hiding the three-tomo Sharingan. Danzo, Hakai, you too, give me an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at the two, veins bulging on his forehead. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, although no one spoke, their expressions varied. Some were terrified, some were shocked, and some showed inexplicable expressions. The scene of that dark substance devouring everything was too terrifying. Lying on the ground, Hakai glanced around and noticed that Konoha's Umbu and various ninja clans had almost all arrived. Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, as well as familiar faces like Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake. Yakushi no Nayu was also following Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the third Hokage arrive, Hakai howled even louder. My coccyx, my crown, my rib, Hokage-sama. Danzo has betrayed the village. He has harmed the children in the village. Yakushi no Nayu, with a worried expression, rushed out first to Hakai's side, using medical ninjutsu to check Hakai's body. Hakai, how are you? Were you hurt? After a while, she was astonished to find that Hakai had no injuries at all. Hakai could no longer maintain the act and shyly said, I'm fine. Yakushi no Nayu. Third Hokage. Konoha's crowd. Hakai, get up. Third Hokage roared. All right. Hakai patted his butt and stood up, HOKAGE noticed that the expressions of the Konoha ninjas who had arrived here had mostly turned serious, except for the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan looked exceptionally disheveled, and seeing Danzo with a severed arm, their faces revealed joy. "Danzo, old dog, you finally have today?" "Oomph." Forced to this point by a child. "Danzo, you really are worthless." The sight of Danzo's disheveled appearance was like that of a dog. The Uchiha clan finally couldn't help but celebrate quietly among themselves. "Enough! Shut up!" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at the Uchiha clan. Seeing the third Hokage getting angry, Uchiha Fugaku, who was desperately suppressing his smile, coughed and managed to restrain his clansmen. "Hiruzen, this little brat is inherently evil. He killed 15 ninjas from root." Danzo, as if ignoring the Uchiha clan's ridicule, pointed at HOKAGE and said with a venomous glare, "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Killing comrades in the village is a serious crime. It is a death penalty, even though he thought highly of HOKAGE. If HOKAGE really committed the heinous act of killing comrades, he could no longer favor him. As soon as Danzo's words fell, almost everyone showed surprised expressions. "Well done." An Uchiha ninja couldn't help but praise in a low voice, raising a fist from the back of the crowd. They had been oppressed by Danzo for so many years. Today was truly satisfying. The third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku simultaneously cast a death glare at this Uchiha ninja. The Uchiha ninja deeply lowered his head. Chapter 55, Uchiha. Come out and confront Danzo. Hokage-sama. HOKAGE is an excellent ninja who would risk his life for his comrades. Is there some misunderstanding here? The scruffy-faced Might Guy hurriedly stood up to speak for HOKAGE. He was sweating nervously. If HOKAGE was really pinned with the charge of killing comrades, it would be the end for him. Kakashi Hatake also stood up, saying, "Is there some hidden truth in this?" The third Hokage glanced at Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake, then turned to HOKAGE. "HOKAGE, give me an explanation." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was sharp as a knife. HOKAGE saw that everyone's attention was focused on him and calmly organized his words. "Hokage-sama, Danzo coveted my talent and secretly targeted me. Not only that, but Danzo also sent his root to attack the children in the orphanage. There are many descendants of heroes who sacrificed for Konoha in there. Hokage-sama, is it wrong for me to defend myself against Danzo and Root's actions?" HOKAGE said with righteous indignation. Danzo would not just sit back and watch. He immediately retorted, "Humph. Nonsense. My subordinates were sent to train you for Root. As an elder of Konoha, I have that authority. Who would have thought your true nature would be exposed? And you killed all my subordinates sent to you. Seeing the situation exposed, you still dare to attempt to kill me. You have harmed the villagers and plotted against the elders of Konoha. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Danzo pointed at Kurosaki, sternly rebuking him. This Kurosaki is nothing but a born evil menace. He finally turned to the third Hokage and said, "Oh, then why did you, Elder Danzo, target the children at the orphanage? Are they also born evil? Do they also deserve to die? Furthermore, you secretly harmed the Uchiha clan. Shouldn't the Uchiha clan, which helped to establish Konoha with the first Hokage, also deserve to die? Hey, Uchiha, stop just watching. Hurry down here and confront Danzo." Kurosaki insisted on questioning the Root Ninja about their actions against the children at the orphanage while also preparing to drag the Uchiha clan into the matter. "What do you mean?" Before the third Hokage could ask, Uchiha Fugaku glared at Kurosaki with a fierce look in his eyes. All the Uchiha clan members behind him showed unfriendly expressions. Kurosaki looked at the Uchiha leader, who had a middle-parted hairstyle and a square face. This should be the new clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, Kurosaki thought. "Senior, Danzo's right. I has the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan." Kurosaki explained to Uchiha Fugaku with slight respect, directly exposing the matter. As expected, all the Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan, glaring at Shimura Danzo. "Elder Danzo, please let us see your right eye." Uchiha Fugaku coldly said to Danzo. At this moment, Danzo was being stared at by a group of red-eyed individuals, and his face turned extremely ugly. "Damn it. This little brat really exposed me. This kid, who is even more evil than the Uchiha, is truly my biggest obstacle." Danzo cursed in his heart. It was no longer possible to hide. The speed of Minato's arrival was too fast, and he had no time to react. The Sharingan had already been exposed to Minato. Danzo knew very well that Minato would not cover for him. Seeing all eyes focused on him, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was staring at him intently. Danzo had no choice but to open his right eye. Wow! The scene instantly erupted in uproar. In Danzo's right eye, there was indeed a three-tomo Sharingan. It was real. Elder Danzo had really secretly targeted the Uchiha clan. Did he also target the children at the orphanage? My goodness. How could such a person rise to a high position in Konoha? Damn Danzo, you are utterly evil. My Uchiha clan will not let you go. An Uchiha ninja jumped up and pointed at Danzo's nose, cursing. The members of the various ninja clans in Konoha looked at Danzo with unfriendly expressions as well. Danzo's actions against Kurosaki and the orphanage had nothing to do with these Konoha clans. However, seizing others' bloodline limits touched the bottom line of these great clans. If today Danzo could snatch the Uchiha Sharingan, then tomorrow he could snatch the bloodline limits or clan secret techniques of these Konoha clans. Seeing the situation was not good, Danzo hurriedly changed the subject. Hiruzen, this brat has ulterior motives. His hidden abilities could destroy Konoha. He must be killed on the spot. Kurosaki coldly laughed. Having powerful abilities means plotting against Konoha? By your logic, the strongest Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are also plotting against Konoha? The powerful third Hokage and the legendary three ninjas are also plotting against Konoha? Kurosaki started to fire back. You sharp-tongued little brat, enough. Danzo, you shut up. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, directly interrupted Danzo before he could say anything further. He turned to Kurosaki with a serious expression and said, Kurosaki, let us see your abilities. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kurosaki raised his right hand, activating his ability, and his arm instantly turned pitch black with inky smoke rising. What is this ability? A bloodline limit? Is this the ability that will devour this place? How terrifying. Kurosaki activated his ability, and everyone started murmuring. Many who were not very strong were frightened and took a few steps back. After all, the previous scene was too terrifying. Hokage-sama, Danzo targeted the children at the orphanage. And in my anger, I awakened this ability. Kurosaki explained to the third Hokage. Oh, so you just awakened this ability? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed surprise. At the same time, he fell in a deep thought. Kurosaki's parents were both background-less commoners. His ancestors also seemed to be ordinary people. How did Kurosaki awaken a bloodline limit? Could it be a genetic mutation? But this bloodline limit is not recorded anywhere in the ninja world. This ability is too exaggerated. If another bloodline family emerges in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. He directly attributed Kurosaki's dark fruit ability to the bloodline direction. After all, there had been no other system of power appearing in the ninja world. Kurosaki, please provide a detailed introduction of your abilities. Chapter 56, Dark Escape Bloodline. Kurosaki, please provide a detailed introduction of your abilities. However, before Kurosaki could speak, the third Hokage hurriedly interrupted again. Wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he had been confused by anger. How could such important information be revealed in public? Kurosaki, later you will report your abilities to me privately. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kurosaki immediately agreed without hesitation. His ability could not have appeared in the ninja world before. How to explain? It was still up to him. Even if he revealed it in public, it wouldn't matter since he wouldn't speak the truth anyway. It seemed that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would not punish him severely, and he wouldn't need to defect from Konoha or experience a prostate break. Kurosaki breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Hokage-sama, Danzo still hasn't explained the Sharingan in his right eye. Uchiha Fugaku suppressed his anger and brought the topic back. According to our Uchiha clan records, in the past few decades, all confirmed deaths among upper ninjas have had their Sharingan either recovered or destroyed. Currently, there are no living Uchiha upper ninjas who have lost their Sharingan, except for the Uchiha Kagami, who is missing with no trace. Uchiha Kagami. The third Hokage was startled. Danzo, could it be you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with an incredulous expression. Uchiha Kagami was the only Uchiha ninja recognized by their teacher, Senju Tobarama, and also the only Uchiha comrade recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was an Uchiha who deeply loved the village. Could it be that Kagami was truly harmed by Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen found it hard to believe. How could it be Kagami's Sharingan? Danzo immediately retorted loudly. Kagami is also a comrade I recognized. How could I harm him? Then where did your Sharingan come from? Uchiha Fugaku questioned Danzo. Nothing to say. Danzo completely disregarded the Uchiha clan's attitude. Whether it was you or not, we will find out upon investigation. HOKAGE-sama. Danzo is utterly evil, harming the geniuses and children in the village, and has harmed our Uchiha clan. Please hand Danzo over to us Uchiha guards. We will definitely interrogate him about all his wrongdoings. The Uchiha clan began to request action from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since the death of the first Hokage, the second Hokage had started targeting the Uchiha clan. By the time of the third Hokage, assisting Shimura Danzo, it was even more frenzied and unscrupulous. The Uchiha clan had suffered under Danzo for far too long. Today, I finally caught this opportunity. The day of their revenge has arrived. As long as Danzo reaches their Uchiha guard, regarding the matter of Uchiha Mirror, whether or not Danzo was involved, it must be seen as his doing. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the eager Uchiha clan, ready to take action at any moment, and felt a headache coming on. If this matter is not handled properly, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village will worsen. If Danzo is handed over to the Uchiha, it would be even worse. If Danzo were to come out intact from the Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to change his surname to Uchiha. If the Uchiha were to obtain the secrets among the higher-ups of Konoha, the Hokage lineage would be completely finished. Moreover, Danzo is his friend. He absolutely cannot send Danzo into the fire. This matter is of great importance. I must personally interrogate Danzo. Someone, take Danzo to the Konoha prison, and do not allow anyone to approach. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave no opportunity to the Uchiha clan and directly issued the order to take Danzo away. Hiruzen, if you don't kill this inherently evil kid, you will regret it. Enough, Danzo, I am the Hokage. The unwilling Danzo was taken away by the Umbu. Hokage-sama, then please give our Uchiha clan an explanation. Uchiha Fugaku waved his sleeve sharply, his expression dark, leading the Uchiha clan away. Sigh, Danzo, causing such a huge mess. You really deserve to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. He then ordered everyone. The events of today are classified as Konoha's top secret. No information is to be leaked. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent everyone back and had the Umbu seal off the surrounding area. Various ninja clans returned with some reluctance. Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki exchanged a silent glance at Danzo before turning to leave. Yakushi Nanoyu, however, looked back worriedly at each step as she left. At this moment, in the center of this battlefield, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained. Danzo, please give me a detailed introduction of your abilities. The third Hokage took out a pipe from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. Yes, Hokage-sama. Danzo once again transformed his arm into dark matter. I can convert chakra into this pitch-black substance, which can unleash powerful attraction and devouring power. I can also temporarily transform my body into this substance, which can defend against some not very powerful ninjutsu. These abilities had already been exposed during Danzo's battle with Black Zaki, so there was no need to hide them. However, Danzo described the power of the devil fruit as derived from chakra. If someone were to use a chakra attribute that counters him, the opponent would surely be surprised. He did not mention the remaining abilities, such as being able to devour chakra, devour sealing techniques, and release what he had devoured. Then where did the things you consumed using your abilities go? The third Hokage indeed asked this question. They were destroyed, they disappeared. Danzo looked into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he answered. Hiss! Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. Truly an outrageous bloodline limit. Gravity, devouring, defense. Danzo, what chakra attributes is your bloodline limit derived from? Wind and water. Danzo answered without hesitation. Wind? Water? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought. The ice released from the Mist Village is indeed a combination of wind and water. However, why is there such a huge difference from Danzo's bloodline limit? The dark matter created by Danzo is in a flowing state, which conforms to the properties of water. That strong attraction, is it brought about by the properties of wind? Thinking this way, it made sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. You can even cover for that. I'm amazed by my own nonsense, Danzo thought to himself. Danzo, how is the chakra consumption when you activate your bloodline? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. Hokage-sama, the consumption is enormous. Just using it once drained my chakra completely. Danzo lied seriously. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded again. Someone, take Danzo to the Konoha prison. No one is allowed to visit. Huh? Danzo's eyes gradually widened. Chapter 57. Making a big deal smaller. Making a small deal disappear Konoha prison. In the dim cell, Danzo was staring wide-eyed at the adjacent cell where Black Zaki was. Ha ha ha. Isn't this the inherently evil Shimura Danzo? I didn't bring a gift on my first visit. Please forgive me. Black Zaki mocked Danzo with a face full of schadenfreude through the iron bars. Inherently evil little brat. Don't get too complacent too soon. I will be out soon. Instead, you will find this place will be your home. Danzo coldly snorted, sitting expressionlessly on the ground, meditating. After the battle with Black Zaki, he not only lost his right arm, but also suffered severe blood loss. Before being locked up, his Sharingan was also gouged out by the third Hokage's men. Black Zaki grabbed the iron bars, took a deep breath, and spat a thick phlegm that landed on Danzo's face. You little brat, you're seeking death. Danzo, with a face full of rage, stood up and glared at Black Zaki with one eye. Danzo, you have today too. A strange voice came from another cell next to Danzo. Who is that? Black Zaki looked past Danzo's cell to the prisoner in the dimness. He saw that the person was hidden in the shadows, and his face was not visible. Hey, new kid, tell me, who sent this old dog Danzo in here? Was it the Uchiha clan? The prisoner asked Black Zaki. Before Black Zaki could answer, Danzo turned his head and angrily said first, Uchiha Shana, you evil Uchiha, are you too comfortable in this prison? I don't mind switching you to a more comfortable place when I get out. Uchiha Shana? That Uchiha who plotted a rebellion and was imprisoned by the second Hokage? This information suddenly popped into Black Zaki's mind. Roar. Old dog Danzo, you've lost an arm. And you're still barking? Uchiha Shana showed no fear of Danzo's threat. Black Zaki did not reply to Uchiha Shana, but instead spat another phlegm aimed at Danzo's face. You little brat, that's enough. Danzo angrily dodged. Uchiha style, throwing technique. A small mud ball quickly flew towards Danzo's mouth. This was something Uchiha Shana had rubbed off from his body. Ugh, Uchiha Shana, you're seeking death. Danzo opened his mouth and gagged. Uchiha style, throwing technique. Uchiha style, throwing technique. Enough. You two are going too far. Stop it. A murderous intent overflowed from Danzo's single eye. He was awkwardly dodging in the cramped cell. Uchiha style, throwing technique. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I want to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo pounded the iron bars of the cell with force. At the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was currently troubled. His friend Shimura Danzo had made an enormous mistake this time. Threatening the lives of orphans to control the village's genius, suspected of plotting to harm the Uchiha clan's jonin. The key was that there was solid evidence. He wanted to help Danzo, but felt powerless. The Uchiha clan insisted that Danzo was responsible for the harm done to Uchiha Mirror, and other major clans had also spoken against Danzo. Fortunately, the news had been sealed in advance. Ordinary villagers and the vast majority of common ninjas in Konoha were unaware of what Danzo had done. Otherwise, Danzo's situation would have been even more dangerous. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is about to cause trouble again. This matter needs to be resolved quickly. Mito Gate in walked directly into the Hokage's office and said to the third Hokage, who was endlessly puffing smoke. Kurosaki, although he is a genius with a bloodline limit, must be severely punished for ruthlessly attacking his comrades. Behind Mito Gate in, the serious-looking Swanaka Koharu spoke. Koharu, how do you think we should handle this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling somewhat at a loss, began to seek the opinions of Mito Gate and Swanaka Koharu. Everything Danzo did was for Konoha. Only with Danzo can we suppress the restless Uchiha. and that Kurosaki is too extreme, having killed 15 Umbu ninjas, a crime that cannot be forgiven. The two Konoha elders, Mito Gate-in and Tsunaka Koharu, began to speak in turns to defend Danzo and criticize Kurosaki's crimes. Report to the Hokage, two elders, the owner of Gyōdo, Mr. Yama, is here to visit. Also, Lord Hitaki Tsukumo and Mato Dai are outside requesting an audience. A Hokage guard came in to report. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a puzzled expression. Tsukumo and Dai must be here to plead for Kurosaki. Why did the owner of Gyōdo come as well? Is he also here to plead for Kurosaki? Who informed him? The three of Konoha went out to welcome Mr. Yama, the owner of Gyōdo. Lord Third Hokage, Kurosaki is an important partner of our Gyōdo. To my knowledge, he acted in self-defense, so I ask you to forgive Kurosaki this time. At the same time, Hitaki Tsukumo and Mato Dai also spoke on behalf of Kurosaki. In the end, this incident concluded with Kurosaki being declared not guilty. The owner of Gyōdo is one of the richest businessmen in the Land of Fire, nearly monopolizing the entertainment industry in the Land of Fire. Although the upper echelons of Konoha hold great power, they must still treat Mr. Yama with caution. So when Mr. Yama spoke for Kurosaki, Mito Gate-in and Tsunaka Koharu immediately felt deflated. After all, he is one of Konoha's major financiers, capable of continuously generating wealth for Konoha, providing a large number of missions for Konoha's ninjas. Moreover, the words of Hitaki Tsukumo and Mato Dai also carried weight, especially Hitaki Tsukumo, who possesses the Hokage's half-sleeve. His status in Konoha surpasses that of the Sannin. Furthermore, Kurosaki is a genius ninja with a bloodline limit, and they cannot afford to give him up. After being imprisoned for a day, Kurosaki was finally released from Konoha prison. Not long after, Danzo was also released. The third Hokage could not verify whether the Mangekyō Sharingan in Danzo's right eye was indeed Uchiha Shursui's, and Danzo firmly insisted that Uchiha Shursui was not harmed by him. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned the Sharingan in Danzo's right eye to the Uchiha clan. He fabricated a fact to explain the origin of the eye to the Uchiha clan, clarifying that Danzo did not harm Uchiha Shursui. Of course, the Uchiha clan would not let this go easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen's obvious favoritism infuriated the Uchiha clan, and they prepared to demand an explanation. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, one playing the white face and the other the red face, quickly suppressed the brainless Uchiha clan. Chapter 58. The Invitation of the Sannin in the Hokage Office. Kurosaki, although Danzo made some mistakes, he is after all an elder of Konoha and an assistant to the Hokage. He has made countless contributions to Konoha and sacrificed greatly. I hope you can understand. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, earnestly explained to Kurosaki, who was sitting across from him. Also, in the future, when you encounter problems, you must not be so extreme. The Root Ninjas are also part of Konoha. They are our comrades. You should report to me immediately, rather than drawing your blade against your comrades. This time, I will cover for your mistake. Remember, do not make this mistake again. Next time, even I won't be able to excuse you. The face of the third Hokage became extremely serious. Yes, Hokage-sama, I understand. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kurosaki, expressionless, picked his nose and flicked the booger away. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice that Kurosaki's booger hit the wall and then bounced quickly into the teacup to his right. His attention was entirely focused on Kurosaki. As Kurosaki left the Hokage building, he was headed towards the Konoha Commercial Street. After being imprisoned for a day in Konoha prison, he was already starving. Is it that all leaders become like this over time, corrupted by power? Kurosaki couldn't help but question as he walked down the street. The third Hokage. He has made countless contributions to Konoha. Did the Uchiha clan not contribute anything? What about the parents of the orphans from the Nanaka orphanage who sacrificed for Konoha? Speaking of which, Konoha was built together by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. You Sarutobi and Shimura clans came seeking refuge to join Konoha. No wonder in the original plot, when Orochimaru and Tsunagakure launched the Konoha collapse plan, not a single person in Konoha came to help you. The third Hokage. Guy is about to open the 8 gates. but Kakashi stopped him. At that time, Jiraiya, who was in Konoha, also did not show up. Third Hokage, you have fallen. Kurosaki shook his head, and urged by the growling hunger in his stomach, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, Kurosaki found someone blocking his path. He stopped and stared. Huh? It's them. Two people were blocking Kurosaki's way. The man had a pale complexion, an effeminate face, and golden snake-like eyes that exuded a chilling, captivating aura. The woman walking alongside the effeminate man had golden hair and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. The most outrageous thing was that her figure was explosive, and her top was barely holding up her impressive assets. Kurosaki suddenly felt a bit thirsty, and even hungrier, seeing the woman's gaze growing unfriendly. He quickly diverted his eyes from her assets. I've met Senior Orochimaru and Senior Tsunade. Hey, kid, your gaze a moment ago was very dangerous. Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins. Huh? I don't understand what you're saying, Senior Tsunade. Kurosaki's eyes involuntarily moved back to Tsunade's impressive assets. Damn perverted kid. Tsunade clenched her fist, preparing to teach Kurosaki a lesson. All right, Tsunade. Orochimaru quickly intervened from the side. He couldn't tell whether this Kurosaki was genuinely foolish or just pretending. Kurosaki, I admire you. Would you like to work under me? Orochimaru smiled, throwing an olive branch to Kurosaki. At just 9 years old, you single-handedly took on Root and wiped out half of the Root ninjas, even severing one of Danzo's arms. A bloodline limit never seen in the ninja world is truly fascinating. This kid is very worthy of research. I'm very honored to be valued by Lord Orochimaru. However, I don't have any great ambitions. I just want to stay at home and write novels. So sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Kurosaki decisively refused. If this were in the past, Kurosaki would not have been able to refuse so straightforwardly. Offending Orochimaru is a very dangerous thing. But now he has gained the dark fruit, mastered all 6 styles, and his ninjutsu skills are also commendable. The strength he currently possesses gives him enough confidence. Moreover, Kurosaki easily guessed that Orochimaru was not really valuing his talent, but rather wanted to study his abilities, particularly his dark fruit abilities. Oh, really? That's too bad. Orochimaru's face showed no expression. Hey, little Kurosaki, how about coming to my place? I want to restrict you from writing novels at home. Seeing how you dealt with Danzo so severely, I really admire you. Tsunade puffed out her chest and smiled at Kurosaki, extending an invitation. In Konoha, although Tsunade hated the Uchiha clan, she hated Danzo even more. Sorry, Lady Tsunade, medical ninjas aren't suitable for me. Kurosaki made a difficult decision. That was close. I almost couldn't resist agreeing. Tsunade actually used seduction techniques on me. How despicable. Hakai wiped the sweat from his forehead. If Hakai wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, he would have already studied under Yakushi Nanoyu. Yakushi Nanoyu's medical ninjutsu level is among the best in Konoha. Medical ninjutsu is complex and difficult to learn, and Hakai really can't afford to be distracted, nor does he need to learn it. With his current abilities from the dark fruit, plus learning armament hockey in the future, there are almost no people in the ninja world who can injure him. As for healing others, Hakai expressed no interest. He would rather leave that to the medical ninjas in the rear. He preferred to fight enemies up close. TCH, Angreitfeldbrat. Just as annoying as that bastard Jiraiya. Tsunade. Rejected, pouted. Thus, Orochimaru and Tsunade no longer stopped Hakai. The two walked in the opposite direction of Hakai. Orochimaru, do you know where Jiraiya went? He is not peeping at the women's bath again, is he? If I find out, I'll one T spare him. Jiraiya? It seems he was summoned away by the reverse summoning technique of Mayaboka Mountain. He hasn't returned yet. Ichiraku Ramen. Handmaid boss, quickly serve me 50 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. I'm about to starve. Hakai lifted the curtain and shouted loudly. It's Hakai. Just a moment. It will be ready soon. The young handmaid chef rolled up his sleeves, ready to work hard. 50 bowls of ramen is no small task. Slurp, slurp, burp. Hakai patted his belly in satisfaction, feeling quite fulfilled. The handmaid chef, meanwhile, was out of breath, nearly exhausted trying to keep up with Hakai's eating speed. After eating his fill, Hakai began to buy goods, carefully preparing gifts. He had already learned that it was Might Due, Kakashi, and the owner of Judo, Yama, who spoke for him in front of the third Hokage. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have released him so quickly. This favor must be properly thanked. The ninja world is not just about fighting. There are also human relationships. Chapter 59. This thing can spread. What did you say? Was it Minato Namikaze who informed Sayama? Inside Judo, Hakai was astonished to hear the information from the owner of Judo. That's right. It was that blonde ninja who suddenly appeared here and told me about what happened to you yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so quickly that you were locked up in Konoha prison. I might not have known at all. I didn't expect that even in the strongest village, Konoha, there would be such dirty dealings. How could the third Hokage allow someone like Shimura Danzo to rise to a high position in Konoha? If you ask me, why be a ninja? Writing novels and making comics is not only more profitable, but also safer. The owner of sighed as he spoke to Hakai, inviting him to join him in the entertainment industry of the ninja world. Hakai fell into deep thought. I didn't expect it to be Minato Namikaze. I thought it was Uncle Sakumo who notified Sayama and pressured the Konoha higher-ups to release me. But why is Minato secretly helping me? How does he know about my relationship with the owner of Judo? I don't have much interaction with him. Hakai couldn't quite figure it out. However, he noted this favor. Hakai thanked the owner of Judo again and declined his invitation. After leaving the bookshop Judo, Hakai did not prepare a gift for Minato Namikaze. If the third Hokage found out that his own disciple leaked information, causing outsiders to pressure the Konoha higher-ups, Minato's situation would become precarious. Because Minato's actions undoubtedly amounted to backstabbing the Hokage faction. The news of Hakai's battle with the Root was suppressed by the third Hokage. Aside from the higher-ups in Konoha and a few major clans, ordinary citizens and ninjas of insufficient rank had no idea what had happened. Hakai's classmates, including Obito, Kakashi, Rin, and Asuma, were also unaware of the truth. The massive mist produced by the clash of ninjutsu between Hakai and the Root was seen by many villagers in Konoha. The Konoha higher-ups released the news that a jonin from the village was experimenting with ninjutsu outside Konoha. Life in Konoha returned to normal. Only occasionally did villagers discuss the matter. Hakai resumed his previous lifestyle, training, writing novels, and guiding Akira Toriyama in drawing comics. Ha ha ha, One Piece. I'm definitely going to have it. Uchiha Obito laughed arrogantly, looking up to the sky. Rin, I've become incredibly powerful, and now even Kakashi is no match for me. Among the crowd watching the battle, Noera Rin covered her blushing face in shame. Sarutobi Asuma, facing Obito, looked at him in disbelief. At this moment, he was disheveled and covered in dirt. In the practical assessments at the Konoha Ninja School, he had suffered a crushing defeat at Obito's hands. Not only that, but everyone in their class, except for the already graduated Hakai, Kakashi, and Guy, had been defeated by Obito. At this moment, Obito was extremely pleased. He finally shed the title of the bottom of the class and defeated everyone else. In fact, after awakening his Sharingan and gaining the attention of the Uchiha clan, as well as guidance from Uchiha Fugaku, Obito's strength rapidly increased, which was inevitable. However, Obito mistakenly believed he had discovered the secret to quickly becoming stronger. He imitated Hakai, laughing loudly in crowded places, shouting that he was going to take Hakai's One Piece. Hey Obito, what are you so proud of? Even if you imitate Hakai, you can't defeat Kakashi. Right. Kakashi has already been promoted to Chunin. Even if you imitate Hakai, you can't catch up to him. Some people couldn't stand Obito's arrogance and began to mock him. Being surpassed by the class's bottom, some couldn't accept it, especially Hinata's Hinata Takuma. Bastard, what do you know? I'm not imitating Hakai. I am. Obito was instantly furious. Asuma, facing Obito, suddenly had a realization. So that's it. I understand now. Asuma's eyes lit up as he shouted in shock, startling everyone. Huh? What? What did you understand? Asuma. Everyone jumped in surprise at Asuma's loud shout, looking at him in confusion. Ha ha ha. One Piece. I'm definitely going to have it. Asuma placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Obito, Noera Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, everyone else, not good. This thing can spread. Nara Shikaku pointed at Asuma and Obito, looking terrified. What? This is bad. We have to escape. We can't stay in the ninja school. Help! Meatball tank. A Kimchi CHG transformed into a meatball, rolling away at high speed. Hurry, run! Inazuka Kiba's expression changed drastically as he quickly grabbed a little white dog and placed it on his head. Four-legged technique. He used both hands and feet, running like a puppy after the Akimichi fat kid. Oh, whoa. The little white dog, Akamaru, clung tightly to Kiba's hair, trembling. Wait for me. Narashikaku used a family secret technique. Shadow binding technique. He connected his shadow to Hinata Takuma, pinning him in place. Then Narashikaku quickly escaped. The others also used various means, scattering like startled birds. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. She couldn't believe that Asuma had also been infected. When Asuma turned to look at her, Kurenai was instantly terrified, cold sweat streaming down her face. Don't come near me. In the blink of an eye, the testing ground was left with only a confused Obito, Rin who was trying to sneak away, Kurenai who was backing away, and the instigator, Asuma. Of course, there's the soon-to-be completely crazy homeroom teacher, Yohei Yajima. What a sin! Yohei Yajima stomped his foot fiercely, his face twisted in anger. In the evening, Asuma, who had caused a huge disaster, returned home. Haha, I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King. Asuma once again put his hands on his hips and howled at the ceiling. Beast, what have you done? Sarutobi Hiruzen received news from the ninja school and was furious. Old dang, I've discovered the secret to becoming stronger quickly, Asuma said excitedly. Just wait, I will personally pull you, a remnant of the old era, down from the Hokage's throne. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he bit his pipe in half. Then, Asuma was hung from the eaves of his house, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Pihua began a mixed-gender double attack. Asuma's screams echoed through the sky. Chapter 60. The White Fang Incident, Rumors Abound Passerby. Hey, have you heard? About Kakashi Hitaki. Passerby B, what happened? Passerby A, I heard that Lord Kakashi failed a mission, causing a huge loss for Konoha. Passerby B, huh? Is that true? Passerby C, Lord Kakashi is an elite J-nin of Konoha. How could he fail a mission? Passerby D, I also heard that it seems Kakashi Hitaki deliberately abandoned the mission to save comrade. Passerby C, what mission? What kind of loss did it cause? Passerby D, I don't know, I just heard that this time the loss for Konoha is extremely serious. Passerby B, how could this happen? Passerby A, I heard that the ninja saved by Kakashi Hitaki is also blaming him for abandoning the mission to save him, which caused Konoha to suffer huge losses. Passerby D, as a ninja, one should be prepared to sacrifice for the village at all times. What Kakashi did is really selfish. Passerby C, Lord Kakashi possesses the Hokage's half-sleeve. I didn't expect him to make such a mistake. Little Black One, Kakashi Hitaki is not worthy of the Hokage's half-sleeve, causing such serious losses for Konoha. He doesn't deserve to be a ninja. Little Black 2, that's right, the losses for Konoha are so severe, it's all his fault. He should die. Little Black 3, Kakashi Hitaki is a waste, wasting so many resources from Konoha to train him as a J-nin. He can't even complete a mission. He's simply garbage. Little Black 4, Kakashi Hitaki deserves to die. Just after finishing his training, Kurosaki heard the villagers' discussions and stopped, frowning. Uncle Kakashi is still the same as in the original plot, abandoning the mission for his comrades. Tens, haven't I made you feel enough pain last time? You behave for a while, and then come out to cause trouble again. A month had passed since Kurosaki fought with the root. During this period, Tens had not shown up at all. Unexpectedly, after just a month, this old man jumped out again. He came out just to give Kakashi Hitaki a big blow. This time, it was not only to stop Kakashi from running for the fourth Hokage, but also for revenge, right? Revenge for Uncle Kakashi speaking for me a month ago. Kurosaki instantly thought of this. Then, he walked towards the crowd, discussing Kakashi Hitaki. Shadow Clone Technique. Kurosaki created 3 shadow clones. In an instant, Kurosaki's main body and the shadow clones restrained the 4 little black ones. Who are you? What do you want? Let go. Be careful. I'll report to Lord Third. Help. Someone is attacking. Kurosaki pressed the 4 little black ones to the ground and asked, Come on, tell everyone what kind of loss Kakashi Hitaki caused Konoha. None of your business. That's right. Anyway, Kakashi Hatake caused a huge loss for Konoha. Let us go. You're committing a crime. The four little black ones were still stubborn. Can't say it, huh? You for being instructed to smear Senior Kakashi, aren't you? Kurosaki sneered. Senior Kakashi has made countless military contributions for Konoha, killing countless enemy ninjas on the battlefield. Can a single mission failure completely negate all his achievements? Besides, you can't even say what loss Senior Kakashi brought to Konoha. Kurosaki's 3 sentences were directed at the villagers of Konoha watching the excitement. Blind obedience is a human flaw, and if these people are allowed to continue, Kakashi Hatake will indeed be unable to defend himself. Hearing Kurosaki's words, the surrounding villagers began to discuss among themselves. Yeah, we really don't know what kind of loss Lord Kakashi caused Konoha. Lord Kakashi has made countless contributions to Konoha. A minor mistake now isn't a big deal, right? Exactly. Lord Kakashi abandoned the mission to save a comrade. Isn't that the will of Fire of Konoha? So, these people are deliberately smearing Lord Kakashi. The 4 little black ones saw the situation was not good and began to shout loudly. Help! Murder! A ninja is murdering ordinary villagers. At this moment, a commotion came from not far away. Step aside. What happened? What are you doing? 5 ninjas quickly arrived, asking sternly. The villagers of Konoha hurriedly stepped back several paces, some even sneaking away. Kurosaki looked up and saw that the 5 newcomers all had black hair and were wearing Uchiha clan security uniforms. The 5 Uchiha ninjas also recognized Kurosaki's appearance. Oh, it's Kurosaki. What are you doing here? Did these people offend you? The 5 members of the Uchiha security team began to become friendly. Although news of Kurosaki's battle with the Root, where he pressed tens down, was sealed by the 3rd Hokage, and Uchiha Fugaku did not widely publicize it within their clan, Kurosaki's strength and charisma earned Uchiha Fugaku's respect. During the Uchiha clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku repeatedly emphasized that when encountering Kurosaki, everyone must show respect, try to get along, and not be rude. At this time, the 4 little black ones began to sweat profusely. They didn't expect these people to know each other. The newcomers are Uchiha. Kurosaki smiled lightly and said to the leader, It's Yao Wei Senpai. I suspect these 4 are spies from an enemy village, so I restrained them. Now that you're here, I'll hand them over to you, Uchiha security team. Saying this, Kurosaki's main body and shadow clones lifted the 4 little black ones and handed them over to the Uchiha. Let me go, we're not spies. We are ordinary villagers of Konoha. You've misunderstood. Let go. I don't want to go to your Uchiha security team. The 4 little black ones began to struggle incessantly. Whether you're spies or not, we'll know once you get to our Uchiha security team. Keep struggling and be careful of your skin. Don't worry, Kurosaki. We will interrogate these people thoroughly. Come visit us in the Uchiha clan sometime. The 5 members of the Uchiha security team took the 4 little black ones away. Although Kurosaki had the Uchiha security team capture a few of Ten's hired critics, the unfavorable remarks against Kakashi Hatake continued to spread more widely within Konoha. The number of people cursing Kakashi Hatake also increased. Some even started throwing rotten eggs and vegetables at the Hatake household, cursing Kakashi Hatake for being unworthy of being a ninja and should die. Of course, Kurosaki's actions were not without effect. A few people in Konoha began to question this matter, asking what kind of loss Kakashi Hatake really brought to Konoha. There were also a very small number of people who continued to speak well of Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 61. Confused Kakashi Hatake. May you die a terrible death. Kakashi Hatake, you waste who brought huge losses to the village. What face do you have to live in this world? You do not deserve to be a ninja. Come out and apologize to the villagers of Konoha. Kakashi Hatake, you're the sinner of Konoha. Outside the Hatake residence, dozens of people gathered, continuously cursing, and some even threw rotten eggs and vegetable leaves at the door. Inside the house, I'm sorry, Kakashi Tsukumo Hatake said, his expression downcast as he apologized to his son. Father, why did you give up the mission? Kakashi asked, feeling confused and anxious. However, Tsukumo did not respond, only lowering his head deeply. Kakashi felt as if his heart was being fried in hot oil. He wanted to say something. Kakashi, I'm tired, Tsukumo said before getting up and shutting himself inside. Seeing this, Kakashi helplessly sneaked out through the back door. Kakashi walked down the street with a blank expression. Look, that's Kakashi Hitaki, Tsukumo's son. He's the son of that useless man. How can he still show his face around here? Yeah, his father brought such great loss to Konoha. Their family are all sinners of Konoha. The villagers of Konoha pointed at Kakashi. Kakashi ignored them and continued to walk aimlessly. He didn't know what to do or where to go. What was more important, the mission or his comrades? Was his father wrong to give up the mission for his comrades? What should he do? Kakashi felt lost. Hey, Kakashi, over here. A familiar voice called from a corner. Kakashi's dazed pupils gradually focused. It was Kurosaki. Kakashi, come with me. Kurosaki beckoned to Kakashi. Then, Kurosaki walked off into the distance, and Kakashi, like a zombie, followed him. He didn't know why Kurosaki sought him out or why he was following him. Time passed, and Kakashi followed Kurosaki to the third training ground in Konoha. Kurosaki said nothing, silently observing Kakashi, who looked like a walking corpse. Kakashi also remained silent, staring blankly at Kurosaki. Finally, Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Kurosaki, what's more important, the mission or comrades? Was my father really wrong? A hint of pleading flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi, let me ask you, what is the will of fire of Konoha? Wherever Konoha flies, the fire continues to burn. Kakashi answered without hesitation. That's right, wherever Konoha flies, the fire continues to burn. Kurosaki paused for a moment and continued. The young people of Konoha are the hope for the future. The older generation sacrifices themselves, burning their own lives to light the path for the new generation of Konoha. Similarly, the strong in Konoha sacrifice themselves, burning their lives to protect their comrades and illuminate their path. But Kakashi's heart tightened, wanting to say something. Kakashi, why do ninjas undertake missions? Kurosaki interrupted Kakashi and continued to ask. Why do we do missions? Kakashi felt lost again. Doing missions, on a small scale, is to make money. On a larger scale, it's for the next generation of Konoha, for the comrades of Konoha. Kurosaki gave a direct answer. Kakashi's eyes gradually lit up, becoming more urgent. That's right. Whether it's the will of fire passed down through generations in Konoha or the missions ninjas undertake for Konoha, in the end, it's all for the comrades of Konoha. Kakashi opened his mouth, and his breathing started to become heavy. Kurosaki interrupted Kakashi again, looking into his eyes and saying, Kakashi, completing missions is the rule of ninjas. But those who break the rules are worthless, and those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. I really am a genius. Almost convinced myself. Kurosaki cursed inwardly. Boom! Kurosaki's words sounded like a thunderclap in Kakashi's mind. Kakashi momentarily lost focus. Seeing this, Kurosaki slightly grinned. Is this sentence really that powerful? I didn't feel anything. I'm sorry, Obito. I borrowed your words to enlighten Kakashi. Although the one who really needs enlightenment is Tsukumo, enlightening him requires your cooperation, so I can only start with him. He continued to enlighten Kakashi. So, Kakashi, Uncle Tsukumo is practicing the will of fire he upholds. Uncle Tsukumo did nothing wrong. Kakashi felt a lump in his throat, tears welling up in his eyes. Previously, amidst the villagers' curses, Kakashi started to believe that his father had indeed made a mistake, causing great losses to Konoha. He just couldn't accept it all at once. At this moment, hearing Kurosaki's words, he was finally filled with excitement. His father was not wrong. Then why are those villagers? Kakashi's eyes began to sharpen. Kakashi, don't you realize? Someone is deliberately inciting the villagers. Uncle Tsukumo gave up the mission to save his comrades. But no one knows what mission Uncle Tsukumo was actually on. No one knows how much loss Uncle Tsukumo caused to Konoha. Some villagers are blindly following the crowd, while others are pretending to be villagers and secretly causing trouble. Kakashi was even more confused, his voice rising. Kurosaki sneered, the corner of his mouth curling up. Uncle Tsukumo is an excellent ninja with the Hokage's half-cloak, meaning he has a great chance of becoming the fourth Hokage. However, some people don't want Uncle Tsukumo to rise to power. So, that person hiding in the shadows is using this opportunity to completely ruin Uncle Tsukumo. Crack, crack, through a layer of mask. The sound of Kakashi gritting his teeth was clearly audible. His fists were tightly clenched. I see. Despicable, shameless scoundrel. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with killing intent. At this moment, Kakashi was not like in the original plot, having lost too many friends and family, leading to numbness. When it came to his father, Kakashi could not remain calm. Kurosaki, thank you. Since you told me this, you must know who is behind it. Please tell me. Kakashi bowed to Kurosaki. Not in a rush. Kurosaki waved his hand. The urgent matter is to persuade Uncle Tsukumo first, so he doesn't think too much. I have a plan, but I need your cooperation. Chapter 62. When Faith Collapses. Go watch Gintama. Hataki Residence. Tsukumo Hataki, you are the sinner of the village. Tsukumo Hataki, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The villagers' curses reached inside the house. Their voices now much quieter, but still clearly audible to Tsukumo. With no sign of life in his eyes, Tsukumo knelt on the ground, a short knife placed before him. Kakashi, he has already advanced to CH Nin. He is a ninja who can stand on his own. Perhaps if I die, I can reduce some of his burdens. He softly spoke to the portrait of his deceased wife. He unsheathed his white, fong shortblade. Creak! The sound of a door opening. Had Kakashi returned? Tsukumo put away his shortblade. Soon, the bedroom door was pushed open, and a white-haired boy wearing a mask walked in. It was indeed Kakashi. Kakashi stood before the now-standing Tsukumo, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, Kakashi finally swallowed hard, as if making a huge decision. He crossed his arms, placed his palms against his chest, closed his eyes, and began to sway his body. Kakashi, what are you doing? Tsukumo asked. When did Kakashi start doing things like this? Is he really about to die? Is what he sees in front of him just a dying illusion? Hataki Tsukumo looked confused. Kakashi ignored Tsukumo's question, his body continuing to sway. Little Kakashi wished to always have his father's protection. Without his father's protection, Kakashi would become an emotionless tool. Kakashi would become so pitiful. After saying this, the small face behind Kakashi's mask turned as red as a cooked crab. How embarrassing. He really believed in Hisaki's nonsense. His father was the famous Konoha White Fang. How could he possibly think of ending his life? Kakashi wished he could just disappear into the ground. Tsukumo looked at the embarrassed Kakashi, who was at a loss for what to do, and suddenly felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by a hand. He slowly stepped forward and hugged Kakashi tightly. I'm sorry, Kakashi. Father Kakashi was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say when suddenly the insults from outside stopped, and a commotion ensued. What are you doing? We are all villagers of Konoha. What right do you have to arrest us? Help! The Uchiha guard is using violence. Shut up. I suspect there are enemy spies among you. Come with us quietly. No, I'm not a spy. Don't arrest me. Let me go. I won't go with your Uchiha guard. Run. Before long, it became quiet outside. Tsukumo and Kakashi exchanged glances. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock at the door. It's Hisaki. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he took the initiative to break the awkwardness and hurried to open the door. Uncle Tsukumo, I've come to see you. Hisaki held a gift in one hand while the other hand knocked on a clean spot on the door, enduring the mess and stench at the entrance. Hisaki, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Tsukumo also came out to greet him. Although the people who had previously blocked the door and insulted them had been dispersed and arrested by the Uchiha guard, the rotten eggs and vegetable leaves they threw were still there. He looked at the mess and stench at his front door, forcing a smile. Hisaki was invited inside by the Hataki father and son. Kakashi, I want to talk to Hisaki alone. Is that okay? Tsukumo said gently and with a smile to Kakashi. Okay, father. I'll go tidy up outside. Saying this, Kakashi glanced at Hisaki and quietly exited. Tsukumo calmly made a cup of tea for Hisaki. Hisaki, you taught Kakashi to do this, right? Thank you. Tsukumo bowed slightly to Hisaki, placing him on the same level as himself. Kakashi's recent behavior and words were too similar to Hisaki's style, and Tsukumo immediately guessed the truth. Uncle Tsukumo, there's no need to be so polite. If it weren't for you speaking up for me in front of the third Hokage a month ago, I might still be in Konoha prison. Besides, Kakashi and I are good friends. Hisaki smiled as he handed the stack of manga to Tsukumo. Silver Soul? Tsukumo was slightly surprised as he took the stack of comic books Hisaki handed him. Those whose dreams have been shattered and whose beliefs have collapsed can try reading Silver Soul. Perhaps it contains the answers Uncle Tsukumo is looking for. Hisaki got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo lowered his head and fell silent for a long time. Uncle Tsukumo, can you tell me the details of the mission? Seeing that Tsukumo was silent, Hisaki asked. The secret high-level mission that Tsukumo was executing was now known by everyone in Konoha. Everyone knew that this elite jonin from Konoha had failed the mission to infiltrate, assassinate, and destroy the facilities of the Mist Village. He had abandoned the mission to save a comrade and had exposed his identity. However, no one knew the more specific information, not even Hisaki. These details no longer held any significance. Tsukumo remained silent for a long time, his expression despondent as he replied to Hisaki. Are you really willing to accept this? Do you truly believe that by ending it all, Kakashi will be better off? Hisaki directly pierced through Tsukumo's intentions. Kakashi has already become a capable ninja. The third Hokage will take good care of him. Tsukumo's eyes were dead, showing no signs of emotion. Outside, Kakashi, who was eavesdropping, felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. His father really intended to end his own life. Father, are you really planning to leave me behind? Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead as he murmured with vacant eyes. Without your protection, can Kakashi really live well? Will that person really allow Kakashi to live? Hisaki's expression became meaningful. Tsukumo suddenly lifted his head, his pupils contracting violently. Uncle Tsukumo, don't be so naive. Although in the original plot, Kakashi did survive. Tsukumo didn't know that Hisaki could easily use Kakashi's life to threaten him. Sure enough, Tsukumo's expression turned extremely ugly. Hisaki, I never intended to become the fourth Hokage, but you have the strength, the qualifications, and a reputation. Hisaki's voice was powerful. Tsukumo fell silent again. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. In this mission, I led 3 jonin to secretly infiltrate the Mist Village to carry out assassination missions against high-ranking officials and to destroy the Mist Village's infrastructure. But unexpectedly, our secret movements had already been leaked. We walked into a trap in the Mist Village. My assassination mission was nearly impossible to complete. Of the 3 companions responsible for destroying the Mist Village's infrastructure, 2 were killed directly, and the last one was severely injured. Therefore, I abandoned the mission to save the only surviving companion. Tsukumo revealed the details of the mission to Hisaki. Uncle Tsukumo, I understand. Leave it to me. I was very dissatisfied with what Danzo did last time. Hisaki, what are you going to do? You don't need to worry about that. Just don't think about ending it all. For now, read the manga I brought. Kakashi, who was eavesdropping outside, clenched his fists tightly. Danzo, Konoha Hospital, Fujimoto Yushi. I want to know why. After Tsukumo-senpai risked his life to save you, you repay him with ingratitude and slander your savior. After leaving the Hitaki household, Hisaki went straight to Konoha Hospital to find the jonin that Tsukumo had rescued from the land of water. Half of his body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked to be around 30 years old. Who are you? What do you have to ask me? Fujimoto Yushi replied with an unfriendly expression. Hisaki, well, I guess I'm a friend of Tsukumo-senpai. Hisaki answered after pondering for a moment. I've said everything I needed to say. Tsukumo-senpai shouldn't have abandoned the mission to save me. This criminal of Konoha failed to complete the mission and exposed his identity. He caused Konoha a huge loss. Fujimoto Yushi said angrily. Would abandoning the effort to save you guarantee the completion of the mission? Hisaki countered. You should know that in that situation, your mission was impossible to complete. The moment you enter the land of water, you were already exposed. Hisaki pulled out a chair and sat across from Fujimoto Yushi, fixing him with a sharp gaze. Fujimoto Yushi sat at the edge of the hospital bed, his head bowed deeply, not looking at Hisaki. He didn't speak again. The room was gradually silent, with only Fujimoto Yushi and Hisaki present. It was Danzo who forced you to do this, right? Hisaki suddenly said. Fujimoto Yushi shot his head up. You were threatened by Danzo with your family, making you slander Tsukumo-senpai, right? Yushi Fujimoto's eyes were filled with horror. No, what are you talking about? It seems I was right. Your family is already in Danzo's hands, isn't it? And Danzo has instructed you not to reveal anything about your relationship with him, or he would directly kill your family. But have you thought about it? Once Tsukumo-senpai is dead, do you and your family really have a chance to survive? If it were me, I would definitely choose to silence you. Kurosaki said. sitting in a chair with his arms crossed and legs crossed, a slight smirk on his lips. Impossible. How could Tsukumo die? Fujimoto Yushi stood up directly from the hospital bed. He walked up to Kurosaki and grabbed his collar with both hands. He just has a damaged reputation. How could he possibly die? Fujimoto Yushi couldn't help but shout angrily at Kurosaki in a low voice. No, he will die. Danzo is using your mouth. Using the mouths of the villagers of Konoha to crush Tsukumo's spirit and will. With your words, you are forcing Tsukumo to die. Kurosaki remained seated, slightly tilting his head to look at Fujimoto Yushi, whose eyes were bloodshot. Thud! Fujimoto Yushi released Kurosaki's collar and took a few steps back. You're lying to me, aren't you? You're deceiving me. His voice began to tremble, and sweat started to flow from his forehead. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and stopped Tsukumo-senpai from committing suicide. Kurosaki told a small lie. Kakashi has been watching his father at home. However, it might not last long. All the villagers are cursing at his door, wishing for him to die. Tsukumo-senpai is about to give in. Upon hearing this, Fujimoto Yushi's body collapsed, kneeling on the ground, pounding the floor with his hands. How could this happen? How could this happen? I never wanted him to die. What should I do? What should I do? Blood began to seep from the bandages on his body. Do you want to save him? Right now, only you can save him. Kurosaki stood up from the chair and came in front of Fujimoto Yushi, pulling him up from the ground. Fujimoto Yushi was already in tears. My son is still in Danzo's hands. He is only 6 years old. What should I do? Kurosaki revealed a confident expression. I will help you rescue your son. At that time, you'll need to come forward to clarify for Tsukumo-senpai and expose Danzo's evil deeds. You? Rescue my son? How could that be possible? Fujimoto Yushi shook his head. He had heard of the name Kurosaki, a genius ninja from Konoha, who became a chunin at the age of 8, on par with Kakashi. But that was all he knew. Fujimoto-senpai, you must have seen Danzo, right? He lost an arm. I'm sure you saw that, right? Kurosaki smiled faintly. Danzo came to find me, and I also saw his severed arm, but I did it. You. How could you possibly? Before he could finish, Fujimoto Yushi suddenly became speechless. He saw Kurosaki's arm darken, and black mist began to rise. The room instantly darkened, as if the light had been swallowed. Fujimoto-senpai, you didn't see that day when Danzo was as embarrassed as a dog, Kurosaki said, tilting his head slightly back. Thud! Fujimoto Yushi fell to his knees. As long as you can save my son, I am willing to serve you until death. Fujimoto Yushi's head hit the ground heavily. At Konoha's bookstore, Jiang Hall. Boss Gushin, I want to make a deal with you. Oh, Kurosaki, what kind of deal? I want to exchange a novel for your help in printing 100,000 copies of a newspaper. So, 000 copy. That's a lot. What do you want to do? Also, what is the name of the novel? The novel is called Tianlong Ninja Chronicles. As for what I want to do, you will naturally know once I gather the materials. Good. Happy cooperation. Next, it's time to pay a visit to the route. Danzo, are you ready? Kurosaki laughed excitedly as he walked out of Jiang Hall. Chapter 64. Breaking into the route. Shocking sight. Step. Kurosaki used moonwalk to walk in the air. He was heading towards Danzo's route base. Since the battle with Danzo a month ago, Kurosaki had not been idle. Every day after training, he would quietly use moonwalk to fly into the sky and search for Danzo's location. Moreover, Kurosaki discovered a wonderful thing. His observation haki could be used in conjunction with chakra. The two combined yielded a result of 112. His observation haki evolved into a capability similar to Enel's mind network and Hinata's Byakugan. With his perception, Kurosaki could clearly sense people or things within a kilometer, accurately pinpointing the location of living beings and sensing their outlines. Although he couldn't hear people's conversations, he could perceive their lip movements and roughly know what others were talking about. Because of this, Kurosaki discovered 3 route bases of Danzo. First, he flew to the closest route base, to Konoha, and scanned underground using his observation haki. When his observation haki focused strongly in one direction, its penetrating power increased. This route base was not very far from the surface, so Kurosaki easily sensed what was happening inside. This base was large, with many independent rooms storing various supplies and materials. There were more than 10 route ninjas operating underground. Is Danzo inside too? This old man is really proud now. Soon, he won't be able to be so proud anymore. He thought, let me see, is Fujimoto Ichiro inside? Fujimoto Ichiro was Fujimoto Yushi's son. Kurosaki held a photo of Fujimoto Ichiro, which Fujimoto Yushi had given him. Kurosaki scanned the root base repeatedly, but did not find Fujimoto Ichiro's figure. Looks like he is not here. Kurosaki shook his head and continued walking in the air. Step, step, step. At the second root base, Kurosaki's observation haki penetrated the ground again to sense the situation inside. This was an experimental base. Kurosaki discovered that this root base had multiple laboratories, where several root ninjas in white lab coats were conducting experiments. Fujimoto Ichiro, where are you? He sensed twice with his observation haki, but still did not find Fujimoto Ichiro's figure. Orochimaru is inside too. Kurosaki suddenly spotted a familiar figure, which was Orochimaru. Have these two gotten together? Kurosaki referred to Danzo and Orochimaru. Just as Kurosaki was carefully sensing, Orochimaru suddenly looked up and turned his gaze toward Kurosaki's direction. Damn it! Did Orochimaru sense me? It can't be. What kind of monster is this? Kurosaki hurriedly withdrew his observation haki and flew to the last root base. Inside the root base, Orochimaru wore a puzzled expression. Why do I feel like someone is spying on me? Is it an illusion? No, someone must be sensing here. Interesting. Who could it be? Orochimaru's lips curled into a strange smile. The white lab coat assistant beside him broke out in a cold sweat. At the third root base. This base was very far from Konoha village. Moreover, the underground base was very far from the surface, with thick rock layers above it, preventing Kurosaki's observation haki from penetrating. Kurosaki could only sense the situation at the entrance of this root base. From the entrance, he sensed layer upon layer of seals mixed with chakra, blocking his observation haki from entering. It must be here. Since I haven't found Fujimoto Ichiro's trace anywhere in Konoha, the probability is highest here. Kurosaki began to walk downward. After gently landing, Kurosaki used a transformation technique to take on the appearance of Danzo. Hith. Danzo, old man. I'm here to steal from you. Kurosaki walked towards the entrance of the root base. Who goes there? Stop. It's Lord Danzo. Subordinates greet Lord Danzo. 4 masked root ninjas were guarding the entrance. Lead the way, Kurosaki ordered in a deep, emotionless voice, imitating Danzo. Lord Danzo, please say the password. Kurosaki replied, What? Is Danzo this cautious? What are you hiding? Suddenly, Kurosaki felt a toothache. The password is... Kurosaki stepped forward. Bam! Bam! Kurosaki struck like lightning, delivering 2 knife hand strikes to the necks of 2 root ninjas. Their heads tilted, rolling their eyes as they collapsed to the ground. Not good. It's not Lord Danzo. Quick retreat. The 2 remaining root ninjas saw this and quickly retreated. Dark water. Kurosaki's palms emanated a massive attractive force, pulling the 2 retreating root ninjas towards him. What is this? Not good. It's Kurosaki. Clearly, Kurosaki's information had spread among the root ninjas. Bam! Bam! Another 2 knife hand strikes knocked the remaining root ninjas to the ground. The password is ha. Kurosaki lifted the 4 ninjas' masks and pried open their mouths. Crack! Crack! Kurosaki took out a camera from his system space and took several photos of the faces and tongues of the 4 ninjas. He also snapped a few pictures at the entrance of the base. These might serve as evidence. Kurosaki followed the tunnel downward. Surprisingly, there were restrictions within the tunnel, and someone was guarding the restrictions. Kurosaki violently knocked out the guarding root ninja and took a photo before forcefully breaking the restrictions. Then Kurosaki quickened his pace. He knew that breaking the restrictions violently would surely alert the people inside the root base. Danzo might even know about it. Although Kurosaki was not afraid of the root people, he was worried they would destroy the evidence or directly kill Fujimoto Ichiro at the root base where Danzo was located. Not good. The secret base has been breached. Everyone, follow me. Danzo urgently issued commands, leading his subordinates swiftly toward Kurosaki's location. At the root base where Orochimaru was located. Have we been discovered? This is bad. Orochimaru's expression turned extremely ugly, even though he already had a grim appearance. Similarly, He rushed towards Kurosaki's location at high speed. Kurosaki violently broke through 2 more restrictions and finally arrived underground. The scene underground shocked Kurosaki. He saw dozens of large glass jars filled with green transparent liquid. Inside each jar floated a child, aged between 1 to 6 years. Each child was connected with numerous tubes, and most of them were already dead, their bodies covered in branches. Only 3 children remained, still showing signs of life. This is Danzo and Orochimaru's would-release experiment base. Kurosaki was astonished. At this moment, some root ninjas had ignited a large number of explosive tags. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 65. Would-release experiment Dark Water. Kurosaki directly activated the ability of the dark fruit, attracting the burning explosive tags and the 2 root ninjas towards him. Dark hole. The dark matter spread within a small range, devouring all the burning explosive tags without causing a single ripple. The 2 root ninjas were also knocked out by Kurosaki. Crack, crack. Kurosaki took out his camera and captured numerous photos of the child corpses in the jars and the root ninjas. This is bad. Kurosaki suddenly realized that Fujimoto Yuji's son, Fujimoto Ichiro, was also inside one of the jars. That scoundrel Danzo has turned Fujimoto Ichiro into his experiment subject. He really didn't plan to let the Fujimoto family go. Fortunately, Fujimoto Ichiro was among the 3 children still showing signs of life. Crack, crack. A faint sound came from the jar. Another child opened his eyes in the green, transparent liquid and struggled hard. A large number of branches sprouted from his body, and he soon lost all signs of life. Now only Fujimoto Ichiro and another younger child remained alive. Kurosaki had just finished collecting evidence when he saw a child die tragically before him. Not good, Kurosaki exclaimed, swiftly moving to the jar containing Fujimoto Ichiro. He found that Fujimoto Ichiro had also opened his eyes and began to struggle. How do I save him? Although if Fujimoto Ichiro died, Fujimoto Yuji would definitely hate Danzo and choose to fight him to the end. But I'd already made a promise in front of Fujimoto Yuji to rescue his son. If I bring back a corpse, wouldn't that be a huge blow to my credibility? Kurosaki stood before the glass jar, feeling somewhat at a loss. Fujimoto Ichiro's condition worsened, and thin branches began to pierce through his skin. Forget it, I'll just get him out. Crack. With a crisp sound, Kurosaki kicked the glass jar open. The green liquid gushed out, and Fujimoto Ichiro fell to the bottom of the jar. Kurosaki reached out, grabbed Fujimoto Ichiro, and violently tore off the tubes connected to him. He placed Fujimoto Ichiro on the ground. I can only hope for the best. Inside Fujimoto Ichiro's body were Hashirama cells. If I could get rid of the chakra produced by the Hashirama cells, would the rampant Hashirama cells lose much of their reproductive ability? If the Hashirama cells lost their reproductive ability, would Fujimoto Ichiro have a chance to suppress them? Let us give it a try. Kurosaki's arm pressed down on Fujimoto Ichiro, turning black, as dark matter surged and quickly enveloped the branches that were trying to break out. After more than a month of developing his fruit, Kurosaki discovered that his dark fruit could not only absorb the chakra of others acting on him, but could also directly absorb the chakra inside others' bodies. The chakra within Fujimoto Ichiro, including the raging chakra produced by the Hashirama cells, was all attracted by the dark matter, gradually sinking into it. Damn it! Kurosaki frowned and cursed. He found that the Hashirama cells within Fujimoto Ichiro had indeed stopped reproducing in large quantities. However, Fujimoto Ichiro's life force was also weakening. At the same time, losing both his own chakra and the chakra from the Hashirama cells, his body began to wither. Kurosaki had to free his other hand to press on Fujimoto Ichiro. This time, Kurosaki's hand did not turn dark. Instead, he transmitted his own chakra to the dying Fujimoto Ichiro. Sure enough, the child receiving chakra began to show signs of life returning. Then, the Hashirama cells started acting up again. These cells began to devour the chakra Kurosaki transmitted, and reproduction resumed in large quantities. These Hashirama cells are indeed tyrannical. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure this. I wonder how Yamato from the original plot managed to survive. By the way, that smaller child next to him, could it be Yamato? That child hasn't shown any signs of growing branches until now. Seeing that Fujimoto Ichiro's body was once again showing signs of collapse, Kurosaki quickly refocused his attention. The Hashirama cells had devoured Kurosaki's chakra and transformed it into their own raging chakra. There was no choice. Kurosaki once again used the dark fruit to absorb all the chakra from Fujimoto Ichiro's body. Then he transmitted chakra again. Absorb chakra again. Transmit. Absorb. Could it really be impossible? Was Fujimoto Ichiro destined to die? Kurosaki's expression turned somewhat grim. He didn't know how many times he had gone back and forth. The situation showed no signs of improvement. No more delays. A lot of time has already been wasted. If Danzo arrives, I might be buried alive. Saying this, Kurosaki held the barely breathing Ichiro Fujimoto in one hand. Then, he kicked another glass jar to pieces, pulling out the younger child and tucking them under his arm. Whether you can survive depends on fate. Kurosaki's legs suddenly exerted force, and he ran towards the exit at the fastest speed, heading for the surface. Danzo! These people have all fainted. They are not dead. At the entrance of the root base, Danzo listened to his subordinate's report with a gloomy face. Throw these useless people into the tunnel. Use explosive tags to blow this place up. Danzo immediately gave the order. He was prepared to abandon this place completely. The secrets underground could not be known. He also planned to bury alive anyone who intruded into this base, as he could sense that the people inside had not yet come out. Yes, Lord Danzo, the root ninjas, with no trace of emotion in their voices, got up to carry out the orders. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 4 unconscious ninjas were thrown into the underground entrance along with a large number of explosive tags. Dark water, dark passage. The voice that Danzo both feared and hated came from underground. Sure enough, the sound of the explosive tags igniting disappeared, and they did not explode. Kurosaki, is it you? You evil little brat. Attack him. Don't let him out. Danzo roared at the root ninjas. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Earth release. A group of root ninjas quickly formed hand signs and released ninjutsu towards the underground base entrance. Danzo also formed hand signs with one hand, preparing to use wind release, vacuum sphere, gale foot. Waves of cutting wind flew out of the underground entrance, shattering all the ninjutsu just released by the root ninjas. A violent explosion sent the root ninjas flying. Danzo also jumped back quickly as his hand signs were interrupted. At the same time, at the entrance of the root base, the ground began to collapse due to Kurosaki's gale foot and the multiple waves of ninjutsu. Just when Danzo hoped Kurosaki would be buried alive, several figures burst out from the underground entrance. 3 Kurosakis and 2 children. The front Kurosaki held a knife, while the 2 behind him each tucked a child under their arms. Chapter 66. The hidden Orochimaru, the evil little brat. Put that person down. I can overlook your actions this time. Danzo's right eye was still wrapped in bandages, and his left eye glinted coldly. He did not know how Kurosaki had discovered this place, but that was not the most important thing. Once Kurosaki exposed what happened here, Danzo would face severe consequences. Ha! The evil old Shimura. No one would believe your words, not even the flies in a latrine. Kurosaki raised his middle finger at Danzo. You little brat, how dare you? Although Danzo did not understand the meaning of Kurosaki's middle finger, he felt the mockery in Kurosaki's gesture. All root members, do everything to stop this evil little brat, and make sure to destroy those 2 experimental subjects. Yes, dozens of root ninjas quickly surrounded Kurosaki. Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. Wind release, Great breakthrough. The root ninjas quickly formed hand signs. Water release, Water barrier. Kurosaki formed hand signs with his left hand. A water curtain rose around Kurosaki. The violent water swirled around him, intercepting countless shurikens and waves of fire and wind release ninjutsu outside. Hiss! Hiss! The collision of fire and water release generated a large amount of mist. Wind release, Great breakthrough. Danzo also formed hand signs with one hand, quickly dispersing the mist. Where's he? The root ninjas suddenly realized they had lost their target. Kurosaki and the 2 children they had surrounded had all vanished. In the sky, Someone immediately looked up and loudly reminded the root ninjas. Hood. Kurosaki, with the two children implanted with Hashirama cells by Danzo, flew towards the sky using the moon step. Shoot them down. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Danzo shouted loudly to his subordinates, while simultaneously spitting out several wind bullets aimed at Kurosaki in the sky. Dozens of root ninjas ran after Kurosaki while releasing ninjutsu towards the sky. Water release. Water chaos wave. In midair, Kurosaki unleashed a massive torrent of water downwards. Sure enough, Danzo and the root ninjas' ninjutsu and hidden weapons were all blocked. Summoning jutsu. Dream taper. Danzo summoned his giant summoning beast again. Roar. The long nose of the dream taper aimed at Kurosaki in the sky, opening its large mouth, and a terrifying suction force came from its mouth and nose. Exploding flow slash. A wave of cutting wind rose from the ground. The two Kurosakis flying towards the sky were both his shadow clones. His real body had remained in place all along. Roar. The flying slash struck the dream taper's chin, causing Danzo's summoning beast to howl in pain. The massive suction force from its mouth and nose also ceased. The dream taper looked at the Kurosaki on the ground with fear in its eyes and unilaterally released the summoning technique. Bastard! Danzo shouted angrily. It was unclear whether he was cursing Kurosaki or the dream taper. Shadow clone jutsu. Danzo also used the shadow clone technique. 4 shadow clones surrounded Kurosaki in 4 directions, each holding a kunai imbued with wind release. Shave. Just as Danzo's 4 shadow clones stabbed at Kurosaki, he directly vanished from the spot. Boom! 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 Explosive tags covered the backs of Danzo's shadow clones. He no longer dared to confront Kurosaki head-on. The disappearing Kurosaki reappeared beside Danzo, the blades slashing towards Danzo's neck. Unexpectedly, Danzo did not dodge or block Kurosaki's blade. He actually smiled with satisfaction. Kurosaki, you fell for it. Danzo suddenly flung open his robe, and dozens of explosive tags ignited simultaneously. Not only that, the ground shook and the surrounding walls rose high, enclosing Danzo and Kurosaki in the center. Little brat, let us see how you escape this time. The walls and the ground were filled with burning explosive tags. A hint of fear flashed in Kurosaki's eyes. Boom! 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 The violent explosions caused the ground to tremble continuously, and the surrounding earthen walls were blown to pieces, flames soaring into the sky. You evil little brat! You cannot defeat me. Hidden in the forest, Danzo's real body revealed a look of ecstasy in his left eye. The Danzo who first appeared was also one of his shadow clones. Oh, Elder Danzo, when did you start to think you had already killed me? Ha ha ha. Kurosaki's deep voice, like a devil's, resonated from behind Danzo. Impossible. Danzo suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, his scalp nearly bursting. He gripped his short knife and slashed backward. Swish! Blood splattered into the air. Danzo's remaining arm, which was gripping the short knife, flew out. A cold light flashed before Danzo's eyes, and then darkness enveloped him. Kurosaki, holding Hanazawa, sliced off Danzo's left arm while simultaneously striking Danzo's face, blinding his left eye. Danzo let out a pained grunt and jumped back, causing the bandages wrapped around his forehead to fall off. You evil little brat! How did you sense my location? Danzo opened his right eye, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan. He had specially prepared tools to interfere with sensory-type ninjas, but he never expected to be discovered by Kurosaki. Oh, Danzo, I didn't expect you to have Sharingan. Is it a pair with the previous one? Kurosaki suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Snap! Snap! He took out a camera and focused on Danzo's Sharingan, taking several photos. Now Danzo's dark secrets had increased, and these were even more direct than the previous photos of the root base. At this moment, Danzo's face turned extremely ugly, sweat and blood making him look hideous. Orochimaru, how long are you going to watch the show? Danzo shouted angrily into the forest. Hozuki also looked in the direction where Danzo was yelling. A figure slowly emerged, with a cold demeanor and golden snake-like eyes. It was Orochimaru. Truly remarkable. At just 9 years old, he possesses such strength. I thought your bloodline limit, Hozuki-kun, was special, but it turns out you are even more special. He clapped his hands and looked at Hozuki with great interest. I wonder if I could have the honor of witnessing your bloodline limit. Hozuki-kun, Orochimaru said to Hozuki in a hoarse voice. Huh, Uncle Snake, what are you doing here? Uncle Snake, you're not really involved with that old fool Danzo, are you? That old fool's IQ is worrying. Spending too much time with him will lower your IQ. Hozuki was not at all surprised that Orochimaru appeared. He had long sensed Orochimaru hiding in the shadows. However, he did not perceive any intent from Orochimaru to launch a sneak attack. He was just watching the show. If Danzo hadn't yelled, Hozuki felt that Orochimaru would have continued to watch. Chapter 67. Orochimaru in the Water. Danzo in a fury. When Hozuki violently broke through the base's restrictions, Orochimaru immediately noticed. These restrictions were set up by him. Orochimaru arrived here before Danzo. However, he did not rush to reveal himself. While Danzo and the Root Ninjas were fighting Hozuki, Orochimaru quietly observed from the shadows until Danzo exposed his concealment. Hozuki-kun, may I ask how you discovered this place? Can I witness your bloodline limit? This root base is very far from Konoha, in a highly secretive location. The area around the base is filled with concealment traps, and at the entrance of the base, there is a barrier personally set up by Orochimaru that can block any sensory ninjutsu. Aside from Danzo and Root, no one else knows about this place. Not even Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru was very curious about how Hozuki found this place. It seems that the one who was spying on me before was Hozuki. Such an interesting ability. A light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he quickly recalled the vague feeling of being spied on earlier. As for Hozuki calling him Uncle Snake, Orochimaru chose to ignore it. It is well known that Hozuki's brain is somewhat different from others. Orochimaru prides himself on being able to see through anyone's heart. But when it comes to Hozuki, he truly cannot understand. Orochimaru, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and take action. If that evil little brat takes the experimental subject back, we are both finished. Without waiting for Hozuki to speak, a flustered Danzo shouted angrily at Orochimaru. He felt extremely anxious and urged Orochimaru loudly. The wood release experiment had already claimed too many lives, especially from the Senju clan, leaving only a few who had gone into hiding. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had long stopped the wood release experiment. This time, it was a conspiracy between him and Orochimaru to secretly continue the wood release experiment, using orphans from Konoha and children captured from outside Konoha for the experiment. Ha! Uncle Snake, was it difficult to discover this den of filth belonging to Danzo? The truth is clear. I, Hozuki, am Danzo's nemesis. Hozuki pushed his finger against his forehead and pointed at the frantic Danzo. As for my bloodline limit, since you ask sincerely, I will generously tell you. To prevent the ninja world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the ninja world, to uphold love and true justice, a lovable and charming righteous character, bloodline limit that hides dark powers, reveal your true strength before me. Hozuki commanded the bloodline limit he had made a pact with to lift the seal. He spoke a long string of words to the increasingly dazed and twitching Orochimaru while secretly gathering the power of his fruit ability into his hand. Uncle Snake, let us see how you handle this. A huge pitch-black sphere was raised above Hozuki's head. Dark Star. The sphere made of dark matter flew towards Orochimaru and Danzo. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru's arms transformed into dozens of large snakes, lunging at Hozuki. Danzo turned to run. He had lost both arms and could no longer perform hand seals to release ninjutsu. Dozens of snakes opened their mouths, their fangs gleaming coldly, crashing into the dark matter thrown by Hozuki. Hiss! Hiss! All the snakes were crushed effortlessly, their flesh devoured by the dark matter. Orochimaru also could not dodge in time and was directly engulfed by the dark matter. However, Hozuki's expression did not show the slightest change. He had long since realized that the Orochimaru who had emerged was a shadow clone. The real Orochimaru was over 100 meters away. The dark star thrown by Hozuki was not only aimed at Orochimaru's shadow clone, but also at Orochimaru's real body in the distance. As the shadow clone was destroyed, Orochimaru's pupils became even narrower. Interesting, so interesting. Such a wonderful ability. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru, 100 meters away, bit his finger and placed both hands on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 enormous metal gates rose from the ground. The gates were engraved with gruesome, gaping mouths and eyes. The fleeing Danzo barely avoided being crushed by the Rashomon. Damn, Orochimaru, are you trying to kill me too? Danzo cursed angrily while shaking and running away. Boom! Hozuki's dark star collided with the 3 Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru. The dark matter erupted completely. A powerful, chaotic, gravitational force tore everything apart. The earth, trees, birds, and beasts, all that touched the dark matter twisted and disappeared from the world. Creak! The first Rashomon gradually could not withstand the immense gravitational force and began to deform, then vanished into the dark matter. Creak! The second Rashomon was soon swallowed by the darkness. Creak! The third Rashomon began to deform. However, Hozuki's dark star was also nearly exhausted. Ultimately, the dark matter disappeared, and the Rashomon vanished from the spot. Where the dark star had exploded was now a barren wasteland. The inherently evil little brat has grown stronger again. Danzo gasped, glaring fiercely at Hozuki from hundreds of meters away. At the same time, he was grateful that he had run fast enough. He had almost been consumed by the darkness. At this moment, Orochimaru had already prostrated on the ground, exaggeratingly opening his mouth, which was disproportionately large compared to his face. 10,000 snakes formation, thousands of venomous snakes, as thick as rolling pins, spewed forth from Orochimaru's mouth. The snake swarm rushed towards Hozuki at incredible speed. Orochimaru's ninjutsu is really a bit disgusting, Hozuki said as he pressed his darkened hand against the ground. Dark cavern. A large amount of dark matter was released again, covering the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thousands of venomous snakes were instantly devoured. Hozuki's dark matter did not stop and continued to spread towards the positions of Orochimaru and Danzo. Not good. Danzo showed fear again. He no longer watched the battle and turned to flee. Orochimaru also quickly retreated into the distance. In Konoha, Hokage building, Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. A strong tremor erupted 10 miles southeast of the village, with a large area of black mist-like substance surging. Noticing the anomaly, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had just stood up to check when someone hurriedly rushed in to report. Black mist-like substance? It's Hozuki. That bastard. What is he up to now? Can't he stay quiet for a few days? The third Hokage cursed as he led a group of ninjas toward the direction of the battle between Hozuki and Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, Danzo, I'm not playing with you anymore, goodbye. Hozuki waved his hand, stepping onto the air, flying up to the sky, heading towards Konoha. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Why didn't you stop our wood-release experiment subjects right away? Why did you let that naturally evil little brat escape? Danzo jumped in front of Orochimaru, spitting with rage. Orochimaru ignored Danzo's accusations and looked at Kurosaki with shining eyes. How interesting. Watching Kurosaki fly away. Orochimaru also vanished in a body flicker, leaving Danzo jumping up and down in frustration. Damn Orochimaru. Chapter 68. Anxious Jiraiya, Furious Tsunade, 8 Gates, Door of Death. Open. In midair, Kurosaki's real body directly opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Kurosaki's speed surged, chasing after his 2 shadow clones. Soon, Kurosaki caught up with the 2 shadow clones. Wind release, shuriken. More than a dozen root ninjas running on the ground were desperately following behind Kurosaki's shadow clones, releasing ninjutsu into the sky. However, none of their ninjutsu could reach Kurosaki. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kurosaki's real body unleashed the wind release ninjutsu directly above them. Not good. Quickly dodge. The root ninjas scattered in all directions. Although no one was injured or killed, the more than a dozen root ninjas were blown apart by Kurosaki's wind release ninjutsu. They could no longer catch up to the 2 wood release experiment subjects. Kurosaki checked on Ichiro Fujimoto's condition. Surprisingly, it hadn't continued to worsen. Kurosaki was slightly astonished. The Hashirama cells in Ichiro Fujimoto's body had not gone into rampant reproduction, but were maintaining a relatively stable state. Could it be that my previous actions have allowed the Hashirama cells in Ichiro Fujimoto's body to gradually merge with him? However, the situation is still not optimistic. Ichiro Fujimoto's vital signs are weakening more and more. I can't do anything about this. It has to be left to professionals. Kurosaki checked on another younger child. Wow, this kid's vital signs are exceptionally stable, and the Hashirama cells are not wildly reproducing. He can't be the future Yamato, can he? It must be him. People really are different. Ichiro Fujimoto's vital signs are weakening, while this kid's vital signs are becoming more stable. If it weren't for my previous use of the Dark Fruit's ability to absorb the chakra of the Hashirama cells in Ichiro Fujimoto's body, he would have died by now. Ichiro Fujimoto won't last much longer. Kurosaki's real body and shadow clone accelerated again. Hokage-sama, there are people in the sky. 14 ninjas have appeared ahead. A Hyuga clan ninja reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading a group of ninjas at high speed, jumped to the top of a tree to look up and gaze into the distance. It really is Kurosaki. The third Hokage spotted Kurosaki's figure. Kurosaki, what are you doing? Come down here. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted with all his might. Kurosaki, who was walking in midair, looked down. He had actually already noticed the third Hokage's presence and even spotted another familiar figure. However, he did not intend to come down. He planned to quietly fly back to Konoha. Since he had already been discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could no longer pretend to be deaf and blind. Thus, Kurosaki's real body took Ichiro Fujimoto from the Shadow Clone and sent the Shadow Clone down to negotiate with the third Hokage. The real body and another Shadow Clone continued flying towards Konoha with the two children in hand. Hokage-sama. Kurosaki's Shadow Clone slowly descended and bowed to the third Hokage. At the same time, Kurosaki saw an elderly ninja with white hair approach, wearing a forehead protector with the character Oil on it. It was one of the legendary three. Jiraiya. Kurosaki, what are you doing? The third Hokage questioned Kurosaki. Jiraiya remained silent, observing Kurosaki with scrutinizing eyes. Kurosaki felt somewhat puzzled by Jiraiya's gaze. Report to Hokage-sama. I discovered that Danzo is harming children outside the village. I don't know what Danzo and his root have done, but dozens of children have all started growing branches from their bodies, and their deaths are tragic. There are still 2 children who haven't passed out, and I plan to take them to Konoha Hospital. Kurosaki reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, omitting the fact that he had discovered the root base. What? Growing branches? Are you sure? There are still 2 children alive. The third Hokage and Jiraiya were both taken aback. Danzo, didn't I already put a stop to the experiments? How is he still conducting them in secret? That bastard. The third Hokage's expression began to darken. Teacher, the urgent matter is to control Elder Danzo. We can't let him make any more mistakes. And those 2 living children must be saved. Jiraiya proposed to his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then he turned his head, carefully observing Kurosaki, who had caused such a great commotion in Konoha. Is it him? The prophecy of the great sage Fukasaku, boundless darkness. The darkness that devours the ninja world is very similar to his abilities. But what does the descent of the Black Dragon mean? Could it be that Kurosaki is a Black Dragon? I heard that this Kurosaki is very good to the children in the orphanage and gets along well with his comrades in the village. He is a ninja who would risk his life for his companions. Could he really be the existence that devours the ninja world? Jiraiya looked at Kurosaki, feeling anxious. A month ago, he had been told by the great sage Fukasaku that the prophecy had changed, the Black Dragon descends, and the ninja world will be devoured. He had been tirelessly searching the ninja world for a month for the Black Dragon, but found nothing, until he returned to Konoha and heard about Kurosaki's bloodline limit, heard about Kurosaki's battle with Danzo, and saw the battlefield that had been devoured by Kurosaki. Jiraiya, take people to control Danzo. Kurosaki, you will return to Konoha with me to check on those 2 children. The third Hokage issued a direct order. Yes, teacher. Yes. Hokage-sama. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade was in the director's office studying the cases. Suddenly, she looked out the window with a puzzled expression. Crack. The glass in the director's office shattered. Tsunade stood up, clenched her fist, and was about to strike the intruder. Huh? Kurosaki. Tsunade stopped her fist looking at Kurosaki with confusion. She saw two Kurosakis, each holding a naked child. You little brat. Explain to me why you didn't go through the door but broke the hospital window instead. And what's the deal with these two children? Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins as she glared fiercely at Kurosaki. Senior Tsunade, there is a reason for this. The situation is urgent. Please save these two children. They have been experimented on by Danzo, and branches are about to grow from their bodies. Saying this, Kurosaki handed Ichiro Fujimoto and another child, who resembled Yamato, to Tsunade. What? Growing branches from their bodies? Tsunade's expression instantly turned grim. She reached out to sense the condition inside the two children's bodies. Sure enough, she discovered the cells of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Bang! Tsunade instantly erupted in rage, smashing a hole in the office desk with her fist. Danzo, you old dog. How dare you still have designs on my grandfather? Chapter 69. The four gather in Konoha Hospital. Senior Fujimoto. Ichiro Fujimoto has already been rescued by me, and Senior Tsunade is currently treating him. Kurosaki returned to the hospital room of Yushi Fujimoto, informing him about his son's ordeal and current condition. He also took a photo, handing the film to Yushi Fujimoto to prove that he had rescued Ichiro Fujimoto. Danzo, that beast. Yushi Fujimoto gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The film was blurry, but he still recognized Ichiro Fujimoto at a glance. Hearing that his son had been subjected to cruel human experiments by Danzo, Yushi Fujimoto's eyes were filled with rage, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Lord Kurosaki, thank you. Fujimoto Yushir once again knelt on both knees, preparing to bow his head at Lord Kurosaki's feet. Although he was a J-nin and much older than Kurosaki, at this moment he was completely convinced by Kurosaki. Kurosaki's efficiency was astonishing. He had managed to snatch people from the higher-ups of Konoha. Fujimoto Yushir's gesture of bowing was stopped by Kurosaki, who pulled him up from the ground. Senior Fujimoto, we agreed. I save your son. You step forward to clarify for Senior Tsukumo and point out Danzo's wrongdoings. I will definitely clear Lord Tsukumo's name. Fujimoto Yushir agreed without hesitation. I am truly a beast worse than a pig or a dog. Lord Tsukumo saved my life, and yet I repay kindness with malice. Fujimoto Yushir shed tears of remorse. Lord Kurosaki, can I go see my son? He asked with hope on his face. Fujimoto Ichiro had fallen victim to Danzo's poisonous hands, and his life was uncertain. Fujimoto Yushir was anxious. I'm not sure. Fujimoto Ichiro is still in the intensive care unit. You should ask Tsunade-senpai. Kurosaki answered after a moment of contemplation. Thank you. Lord Kurosaki. Fujimoto Yushir hurriedly ran out of the ward. Kurosaki also left Konoha Hospital. He had more urgent matters to attend to. Tsunade was indeed the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. When Kurosaki brought Fujimoto Ichiro to Konoha Hospital, the child was on the verge of death. However, Tsunade did not personally treat the two children brought by Kurosaki. After experiencing the deaths of Kato Dan and Rope Tree, Tsunade had developed a severe case of hemophobia. She mobilized all resources of Konoha Hospital and participated in the guidance throughout the process. After an hour of rescue, the medical ninjas of Konoha finally managed to save Fujimoto Ichiro's life. As for the other child, his condition was much better than Fujimoto Ichiro's after treatment. He had already woken up. Fujimoto Yushir, who was pacing anxiously outside the intensive care unit, burst into tears of joy upon learning that his son had escaped the danger of death. At the HOKAGE building in the HOKAGE's office, bang! The third HOKAGE, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just returned from Konoha Hospital, slammed his hand on the desk. Upon learning that the two children implanted with Hashirama cells had survived, Hiruzen was both shocked and furious. Danzo, who allowed you to conduct the wood release experiment in private. Didn't I say to permanently stop this experiment? Opposite him was Shimura Danzo, who had been brought back by Jiraiya. Hiruzen, everything I do is for the village, Danzo said, his face clouded yet defiantly raising his voice. At this moment, Danzo had lost an arm to Kurosaki and was extremely weak from blood loss. Excuses. Just excuses. And what's with your right eye, Sharingan? Didn't you say it was gone? Hiruzen shouted, pointing at the three-tomo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye. Danzo's left eye, which belonged to him, had been blinded by Kurosaki's blade. He could only open his right eye, revealing the newly acquired Sharingan. This is unimportant. Hiruzen, that brat Kurosaki dared to invade the root and cause widespread destruction. He is guilty of heinous crimes. This little brat is inherently evil and must be punished. Now we are discussing your matters. Hiruzen continued to pound the desk. I have nothing to say. Danzo snorted coldly. Danzo, how many children have you killed with your private wood-release experiments? Do you know what a grave crime you have committed? And what about your Sharingan? If the Uchiha find out, they'll cause a ruckus. Hiruzen, do you think I'm the only one conducting the wood-release experiments? The one personally conducting the experiments is your beloved disciple, Orochimaru. I'm just providing him a venue. Danzo did not hesitate to throw Orochimaru under the bus. What? Orochimaru? Hiruzen was taken aback. Orochimaru was his most favored disciple, and Hiruzen had planned to pass the Hokage position to him. How could this be true? Jiraiya, who had been silent beside them, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Danzo, what nonsense are you talking? How could Orochimaru collude with you? Orochimaru is the top researcher in Konoha. Do you think I could control the first Hokage cells just by myself? Danzo snorted coldly. Jiraiya was left speechless by Danzo's words. Jiraiya, where is Orochimaru? Did you see him when you captured Danzo? The third Hokage asked his disciple in a low voice. Sensei, there are indeed traces of Orochimaru fighting. Jiraiya answered helplessly. I see. Go bring Orochimaru to me. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on and ordered Jiraiya. Sensei, what about Danzo? Don't worry about that. Sensei. Jiraiya's voice inadvertently grew heavier. Did his teacher intend to let Danzo off the hook again? Sensei, are you getting old and confused? Jiraiya felt anxious. Hiruzen, we must execute Kurosaki as soon as possible. This inherently evil brat is a disaster for Konoha. Danzo pointed the finger at Kurosaki. Danzo, shut up. You have committed too grave a mistake in this matter. Go back and bring me all the files from Root. Hiruzen, you said you wouldn't interfere with my Root matters. Danzo protested. This is an order. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Bang! As he reached the door, his body was suddenly sent flying. The door of the Hokage's office exploded, and a fist directly struck Danzo's face. Crack! Danzo smashed through Hiruzen's desk, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Danzo, you deserve to die. You are playing with lives and targeting my grandfather's cells. Your crimes are heinous. An angry Tsunade stepped into the Hokage's office, ready to kill Danzo on the spot. Tsunade, you are going too far. How can you directly attack a Konoha elder? Tsunade, you are disrespecting your superiors and ignoring the laws of Konoha. The third Hokage has been too lenient with you. Mito Menyen and Tsurugi Kamachi's voices came from outside, loudly reprimanding Tsunade for striking Danzo. The two Konoha elders rushed over upon hearing what had happened. Chapter 70, Flying Newspapers. You two old fools, shut up. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, showed no regard for Mito Menyen and Tsurugi Kamachi. Danzo, die for me. Painful heaven kick. Tsunade gathered all her chakra, preparing to stomp Danzo to death. Tsunade, stop. Jiraiya, hurry and stop her. The third Hokage, covered in wood chips and looking disheveled, shouted urgently. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, and a head of white hair grew wildly, binding Tsunade's limbs and waist. He, of course, also wished for Danzo's death, but he could not allow Tsunade to take the law into her own hands and bring shame upon herself. Let me go. Jiraiya, do you want to die too? Tsunade yelled, tugging at Jiraiya's hair. Tsunade, calm down first. Wait for Sensei's judgment on Danzo, Jiraiya said with a wry smile. Tsunade looked at the disheveled and furious third Hokage, as well as Danzo, lying amidst the wood chips, and gradually calmed down. She no longer attacked Danzo. Mito Menyen and Tsurugi Kamachi had already entered the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, this matter has too great an impact. It must be kept confidential. What is the condition of the two children who survived the wood release experiment? The third Hokage said as he brushed off the wood chips from his body. Naturally, it must be kept confidential. As for those two children, Tsunade, how are those two children doing? The third Hokage asked Tsunade, who was cracking her knuckles, with some urgency. The first Hokage's would release had suppressed an era. If Konoha were to see the return of would release, then Konoha would once again become great. The two children injected with Hashirama cells had become extremely important. Tsunade suddenly felt that her teacher had become somewhat unfamiliar. As for Midokado Hamura, Uzumaki Kanomaru, and the unconscious Danzo on the ground, Tsunade still found the three of them repugnant. The two children had both escaped life-threatening danger. Even more incredible was that my grandfather's cells had begun to merge with their own. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief as she spoke. What? They both survived? The first Hokage's cells stabilized within those two children? Could it be that we in Konoha are about to give birth to would release again? The third Hokage, Midokado Hamura, and Uzumaki Kanomaru all exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with surprise. This is all my achievement. Danzo finally stopped pretending to be dead and struggled to get up. Danzo, just a moment ago, you were putting all the blame on Orochimaru, and now you come out to claim credit. You really are shameless. Jiraiya couldn't hold back any longer and voiced his sarcasm. Danzo ignored Jiraiya's mockery. Hisashi, leave those two children to me for training. I will definitely turn them into Konoha's sharpest weapons. Danzo began to claim the children. Danzo, don't even think about it. The things you've done haven't been resolved yet. The third Hokage didn't give Danzo a good look. He also agreed with Jiraiya's words. Shifting blame onto his apprentice Orochimaru, while taking credit for himself, was getting more and more outrageous. By the way, Hisashi, where's Kurosaki? Uzumaki Kanomaru asked. The third Hokage suddenly froze. He had forgotten about the instigator, Kurosaki. When returning to Konoha, before the third Hokage could give Kurosaki an order, Kurosaki's shadow clone had said that its chakra was exhausted and then simply dissipated. Sarutobi Hisashi was concerned about the two children who had survived the wood release experiment, so he didn't rush to find Kurosaki. After leaving the Konoha hospital, he had been busy dealing with Danzo's issues. Tsunade, I went to the hospital and didn't TC Kurosaki. Do you know where he went? The instigator Kurosaki was neither at the hospital nor had he reported to the Hokage building immediately. Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly felt a bit uneasy. No, he left the Konoha hospital a long time ago. Tsunade replied impatiently. Who knows where he went? Oh no, this kid is up to something. The third Hokage's heart sank. He knew very well Kurosaki's nature. When a daring troublemaker is quiet, it means they are preparing for something big. At this moment, Danzo was also shocked. He suddenly remembered that Kurosaki had pulled out a camera from somewhere and captured the Sharingan in his right eye. It's likely that the situation in his root base was also recorded by Kurosaki. Hisashi, that inherently evil Kurosaki brat has brought a camera, Danzo hurriedly reminded. However, before he could finish speaking, Tsunade slapped him and knocked him unconscious. Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer and involuntarily moved her hand. The third Hokage shot Tsunade a fierce glare. Midokado Hamura and Uzumaki Kanomaru also had grim expressions. Then the third Hokage turned to Jiraiya and ordered, Jiraiya, don't go looking for Orochimaru yet. First, find Kurosaki and make sure to bring him to me. Also, mobilize all Umbu to find Kurosaki as quickly as possible. The third Hokage was so anxious he was stamping his feet. His apprentice, Minato Namikaze, was not in the village. Otherwise, sending Minato to find Kurosaki would be the most efficient. Hamura, Kanomaru, take Danzo down and treat his injuries. Be sure not to let the Uchiha clan see Danzo's Sharingan. Tsunade, you hurry back and make sure those two children are safe. This matter must be kept confidential. Everything is for the village. The third Hokage issued order after order. TCH, Tsunade scoffed, turned and left. In Konoha's commercial street, Kurosaki developed all the photos in his camera and headed toward the publishing house. Is the third Hokage looking for me? Kurosaki thought as he observed the Umbu ninjas jumping around the rooftops, searching for him while using transformation jutsu. It won't be that easy for you to find me. I suspect the third Hokage wants to suppress this matter. This time, I'm determined to expose Danzo. Heh. Kurosaki silently grinned as he walked into the publishing house. Oh my, Konoha has such dark secrets. Don't worry, All machines will work at full capacity for you right away. This is big news. The publishing house owner excitedly told Kurosaki. An hour later, Hokage-sama, we couldn't find Kurosaki. Third Hokage-sama, there's no trace of Kurosaki anywhere. A group of Umbu ninjas came in to report. Kurosaki, you bastard, where did you run off to? The third Hokage was anxious and pacing. Master, look, that kid Kurosaki is throwing newspapers in the sky. A sky full of newspapers. Jiraiya shouted from outside. The third Hokage's heart skipped a beat. Look, what is that? Someone noticed something unusual and pointed at the sky. Am I hallucinating from mushroom poisoning? Why do I see someone running in the sky? Did we fall under an illusion? Indeed, someone was running in the sky, and he was throwing something. Could it be that enemies are attacking Konoha? The villagers of Konoha gradually panicked. No, that person is throwing paper. It's newspapers. Someone with sharp eyes noticed that what was floating in the air were newspapers. Newspapers? What happened? Soon, the large number of newspapers thrown by Kurosaki began to fall to the ground. Someone boldly grabbed a newspaper that floated above their head, brought it to their face, and focused on the contents. When the others saw nothing unusual happening, they also grabbed the newspapers that had fallen in front of them and picked them up from the ground. Some even read aloud the content printed on the newspapers. Shocking. The biggest tumor hidden in Konoha, Shimura Danzo. The insane Danzo schemes against the ninjas in the village, plotting against the blood of the village. Below was a picture of Danzo's three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye. Heavens! That person has the Uchiha clan's three-tomo Sharingan. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of the Uchiha clan coming after him? The ordinary villagers of Konoha were not aware of Danzo, and most of them learned about his existence for the first time through the newspaper. He has a three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye, which means a J-level expert might have been harmed by this Danzo. This Danzo is truly audacious. Although the Uchiha clan members were somewhat arrogant, they were after all the ninjas of the village. How could this Danzo do such things? Look, there's more on the back. Everyone turned to look. Hiding in the sewers, Danzo harms the village's children to achieve his grand ambitions. Below were several pictures from Danzo's root base. My God, is this true? Some people questioned in disbelief. Kurosaki's shadow clones used transformation jutsu to mix in with the crowd and began to stir up the mood. How could it be fake? These pictures are evidence. I know those cursed seals on the tongues of those ninjas. That's the tongue curse elimination technique, which is Danzo's method of enslaving his subordinates. Once marked with this curse seal, a person's life and death are in Danzo's hands, turning them into mere tools like walking corpses. It's too brutal. If our children were also taken away by him, if we were secretly marked with the tongue curse elimination technique. The crowd erupted. This inhumane experiment. So many children have died tragically. This Danzo, is he a beast? He is even worse than a beast, with so many vibrant lives. I'm so scared. What if I get marked with that curse seal? They couldn't imagine that there was such an evil person hiding in Konoha. A huge uproar erupted in Konoha. In the Hokage's office. Bang! The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smashed the newly replaced table with a punch, creating a hole. He looked at the contents of a newspaper, his face darkening. That bastard, Kurosaki, how could he let such things leak out? Doesn't he know it will cause a huge panic? How will I explain this to the villagers of Konoha? Jiraiya, go catch that kid back. He can't keep throwing newspapers around. The third Hokage shouted at Jiraiya, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper. Teacher, that Kurosaki is flying in the sky. I can't catch him. Besides, Elder Danzo has done so many wicked things. He deserves the punishment he gets. Jiraiya put away the newspaper, trying hard not to laugh out loud. That kid Kurosaki did a great job. Jiraiya, give him a thumbs up in my heart. Stop with the nonsense. I don't care what method you use. You must bring that kid back to me. The third Hokage crushed his pipe in frustration. All right, I'm going. Teacher, Jiraiya casually replied as he walked out of the Hokage's office. Ha ha ha. He finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Hearing Jiraiya's loud laughter, the third Hokage's expression darkened further. As Jiraiya left the Hokage building, he glanced around and followed a beautiful girl, disappearing without a trace. Ha ha. That kid Kurosaki, well done. Inside the Konoha hospital, Tsunade was laughing heartily while slapping the table. On the table lay a newspaper exposing Danzo's crimes. Kurosaki, if those three old fellows hold you accountable, I, Tsunade, will be the first to disagree, she muttered confidently. Tsunade-sama. The son of Jonin Tobamoto has awakened. A beautiful female medical ninja reported as she entered. Oh, I'll go take a look. Tsunade stood up. By the way, Tsunade-sama, Jonin Tobamoto went out despite our advice to see his son has woken up, even with his injuries. I see. On the streets of Konoha, there were more developments. Danzo had leaked the mission information of Tsukumo Hatake to the Mist Village to eliminate him, causing Konoha's mission team to fall directly into the enemy's encirclement. Tsukumo saved his severely injured companions, and Danzo captured the son of that injured ninja. Below were the testimonies of Yushi Tobamoto and his apology to Tsukumo Hatake. The key evidence was the pictures of Yushi Tobamoto's son, Ikaru Tobamoto, who had been subjected to human experiments by Root. Tsukumo Hatake had made countless contributions to Konoha, completing S-rank missions 27 times, A-rank missions 123 times, and B-rank missions 266 times, not to mention countless other missions. Danzo sent Root ninjas to spread rumors within Konoha. Upon reading this, the villagers of Konoha could no longer continue reading. Many of them had previously been part of the group that insulted Tsukumo Hatake. Slap. Someone gave themselves a hard slap on the face. I'm so damned. I actually insulted Lord Tsukumo. That wicked Danzo actually colluded with the Mist Village to frame Lord Tsukumo. I said, Lord Tsukumo has made countless contributions to the village, repelling so many strong enemies. How could he suddenly be condemned? This is all Danzo's scheme. Wait a minute. I remember the second Hokage also died mysteriously. Could it be? It must be him. This Danzo is just a born evil. Maybe the grandson of the first Hokage was also secretly murdered by him. This Danzo is a high-ranking official appointed by the third Hokage. We should go find the Hokage and demand an explanation. Let's go. Together. Encouraged by Kurosaki, the villagers of Konoha began to gather and march toward the Hokage building. Chapter 72, Asuma's Rebellion. Danzo's happy days in prison. At the Hatake residence. Father, look. Kakashi rushed home, excited, holding a newspaper. Danzo's crimes have been exposed by Kurosaki, and your grievances have been cleared. The rumors in the village had weighed heavily on Kakashi. He almost lost his father. Now, everything was turning around for him. Tsukumo Hatake took the newspaper from Kakashi and flipped through it. Listening to the distant discussions, an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Kakashi, our family owes Kurosaki too much. From now on, even if it costs us our lives, we must repay Kurosaki's kindness. Tsukumo solemnly instructed Kakashi. Yes, father. Kakashi rarely showed such a serious expression. Konoha Ninja Academy. Brothers, the third Hokage is incompetent, foolish, and indulges the inherently evil Danzo. This is intolerable. It's time to overthrow the third Hokage's tyranny. Charge with me. Asuma, Sarutobi shouted, one foot on a chair and the other on a table, holding the newspaper high. Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin, Nara Shikamu, everyone else. Asuma, isn't that third Hokage your father? Obito looked at the crazed Asuma in disbelief. This is not important. Asuma shook his head vigorously. What's important is to overthrow the incompetent third Hokage now and choose the fourth Hokage. Brothers, I will lead the charge. You all follow me. Let us take back the Konoha Ninja Academy. With that, Asuma jumped off the chair and rushed out of the classroom, leaving behind a group of stunned classmates. Yuhi Kurenai was so embarrassed she crawled under the table. Bang! The sound of a fist hitting a head. Asuma, what are you doing? The homeroom teacher, Yajima Yohei, shouted angrily from outside the classroom. Teacher, I'm going to overthrow the third Hokage. Don't stop me. You beast, the third Hokage is your father. Not anymore. Asuma shouted louder than Yajima Yohei. Yajima-sensei, you still have time to repent. Join me in overthrowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha ha ha. You and Kurosaki. I'll curse you. Yajima Yohei collapsed in anger. Asuma, get back to class. Teacher, no. Hokage building. Hokage-sama. Come out and give us an explanation. Third Hokage-sama. Where is Danzo? Catch him. Don't let him escape. Hokage-sama. Danzo is insane. scheming for the Uchiha Sharingan, harming countless children. He must be punished. Danzo has committed numerous crimes, colluding with enemy nations. Framing Lord Tsukumo. He must be executed on the spot. Yes, that Danzo is too evil. The Hokage building was surrounded tightly by the villagers of Konoha. Leading them was Yushi Tobamoto, who had just come out of Konoha Hospital, his body wrapped in bandages. Everyone, I am Yushi Tobamoto, the ninja saved by Lord Tsukumo. That old dog Danzo captured my only son and threatened me to slander Lord Tsukumo. I am ungrateful. I don't deserve to be human. I actually listened to Danzo's coercion to smear Lord Tsukumo. But this heartless Danzo used my son as a test subject for inhumane human experiments. Now I have repented, and even if it cost me my life, I must clear Lord Tsukumo's name and let everyone know Danzo's true face. This inherently evil Danzo must be punished. Yushi Tobamoto waved his fist and shouted loudly. Exactly, Danzo must be punished. Danzo has caused the deaths of so many children. He must pay for those poor children. If we don't punish Danzo, we will have no peace in the future. The crowd echoed loudly in agreement. Not far away, Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan members to the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, Danzo has harmed the second Hokage's disciple, Uchiha Kakashi. If we don't get an explanation, we Uchiha will not let this go. A group of Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan. At the entrance of the Hokage building, the members of the Hokage's guard, seeing so many people surrounding the building, including the highly motivated Uchiha, were a bit scared and trembling under the gaze of the red-eyed crowd. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to pull all his hair out. Jiraiya, you bastard, where have you run off to? Seeing that the situation outside the Hokage building was getting out of control, he reluctantly got up to go out. Damn Danzo, that damned Kurosaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered under his breath. Everyone, please calm down, I have something to say. The third Hokage pressed his palm down to quiet the crowd. As soon as they saw the third Hokage come out, the crowd gradually quieted down, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak. First, I want to apologize to everyone. It's my fault for not recognizing talent and appointing Danzo to a high position in Konoha, which led him to harm the village's interests and cause harm to many innocent lives. All of this is the fault of me, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply bowed to everyone. Rest assured, Danzo has committed heinous crimes, and I have already restrained him. He will no longer pose a threat to Konoha. Danzo's crimes are unforgivable, and I assure you that this time I will not show him leniency. He will receive the punishment he deserves. The third Hokage began to calm the agitated villagers of Konoha. After settling the villagers, he turned to calm the Uchiha clan. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was soaked through, finally managed to calm the Uchiha clan down and send them back. Take Danzo to Konoha prison. From now on, the route will be disbanded. The exhausted third Hokage issued his final command. Konoha prison. Hey, isn't that the inherently evil Shimura Danzo? You finally came back. I've been waiting for you for over a month. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Shana laughed sinisterly from within Konoha prison. Oomph. Danzo, who had lost both eyes and arms, snorted coldly. His Sharingan in the right, I had been dug out and returned to the Uchiha clan. Danzo was locked up next to Uchiha Shana, still in that same cell from last time. Uchiha-style throwing technique. Uchiha Shana rubbed a mud ball from between his toes and quickly shot it toward Danzo's mouth. Ha! Ugh! Uchiha-style throwing technique. Another mud ball hit the ground, then bounced up and shot into Danzo's nostrils. Danzo smelled a stench that shot straight to his brain and almost passed out. He quickly blew the mud ball out, turning his back to Uchiha Shana. Uchiha-style throwing technique. Another mud ball curved and shot into Danzo's ear. Uchiha Shana, stop it right now. Danzo tilted his head, planning to pour the mud ball out. However, the mud ball had already blocked his ear canal tightly, and no matter how Danzo tried, he couldn't get out. He no longer had hands. Uchiha-style throwing technique. Someone. I want to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ugh. Chapter 73. The storm pauses. Kurosaki was finally found by the third Hokage. Bang. Kurosaki. Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? In the Hokage's office, the furious third Hokage slammed his hand on the table. I don't know. Kurosaki replied defiantly. You Sarutobi Hiruzen tremblingly pointed his finger at Kurosaki's nose, speechless with anger. Hokage-sama, I exposed a bad apple for Konoha. I have at least worked hard if not contributed. How is that causing trouble? Kurosaki shrugged and raised his hands. The third Hokage picked up a new pipe, took a couple of puffs, and slowly exhaled smoke. Why did you intentionally spread the news? Don't you know how much panic this would bring to Konoha? Those numerous newspapers, you prepared them in advance, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen had already figured out that Kurosaki had premeditated this. He had planned to leak Danzo's situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spread so quickly. Danzo's dark secrets were flying everywhere, making it known to everyone. When the matter was exposed, Kurosaki felt no surprise and not a ripple in his heart. Hokage-sama, who is panicking? I see that the villagers of Konoha are clearly angry. If this matter isn't exposed, the villagers of Konoha will gradually be consumed by darkness. Kurosaki turned around, grabbed a stool, and casually sat down opposite the third Hokage. Everything I did was for Konoha, to firmly carry out the will of fire passed down by the first Hokage. He said confidently again, You clearly could have discussed this with me first and suppressed the matter, letting Kakashi die. Kurosaki interrupted the third Hokage's words, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen meaningfully. What? The third Hokage was stunned for a while. I didn't want Kakashi to die. But if Danzo isn't exposed, Uncle Kakashi will definitely die. Kurosaki chose to speak straightforwardly with the third Hokage. Danzo has made countless contributions to the village. Before the third Hokage could finish speaking, Kurosaki interrupted him again. Making contributions give a ninja the right to harm the village? Making contributions gives the right to toy with children's lives? Uncle Kakashi has also made countless contributions. Should he die? His contributions and strength are enough for him to be the next Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time, revealing a bitter expression. I see. Kurosaki, you support Kakashi as the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared directly into Kurosaki's eyes. No. Uncle Kakashi is not suitable to be Hokage. He is too pure. Oh, this surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then who do you think is suitable to be the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to ask. Me. Kurosaki straightened his back, pointing at himself. You? Didn't you want to be the Pirate King? The Pirate King? But that doesn't interfere, right? Who says the Pirate King can't be Hokage? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was rendered speechless. You little brat want to be Hokage? You are still far from it. That's enough for today. In the future, you must report to me first when something happens and cannot act on your own anymore. I'll let you off this time. It won't happen again. You can go back. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and issued a dismissal order. No, Hokage-sama, I made such a great contribution. Isn't there any reward? Won't this make people feel disheartened? Who will serve Konoha faithfully in the future? Kurosaki extended a hand toward the third Hokage. Palm up. You still want a reward? Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes in disbelief. What do you want? I want to see the Book of Seals. You think you deserve it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked by Kurosaki's audacity. He took out a scroll from the drawer and threw it at Kurosaki irritably. Take it or leave it. Hurry up and get lost. Kurosaki opened the scroll and took a glance. Shadow clone technique? Not bad. Kurosaki closed the scroll again and stuffed it into his ninja tool pouch. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kurosaki stood up and left directly. After watching Kurosaki leave the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a couple more puffs from his pipe. That kid Kurosaki is really thick-skinned and has a dark heart. Talented, powerful, and ruthless. He is a good seedling. It seems I need to arrange a guiding jonin for him soon, to prevent him from going astray. But who in Konoha can guide him? Sarutobi Hiruzen worriedly puffed out smoke. Leaving the Hokage building, Kurosaki headed straight for the Hitaki household. From a distance, Kurosaki saw that the Hitaki household was surrounded by a large crowd. Lord Kakashi, I'm sorry. Senior Kakashi, I'm so sorry. We were misled by rumors and misunderstood you. Yes, Lord Kakashi, you are magnanimous. The villagers of Konoha and some ninjas rushed to the Hitaki household to apologize, many bringing gifts as a form of atonement. Fujimoto Yushi even directly knelt at the entrance of the Hitaki household. Hitaki Kakashi smiled as he came out. quickly pulling Fujimoto Yushi up. He and Kakashi both refused the apology gifts brought by the villagers of Konoha, busy to the point of being overwhelmed. The villagers were overly enthusiastic, and Kakashi had never experienced such a scene. He was at a loss and sweating profusely. However, Tsukumo appeared much more composed. Seeing this, Kurosaki silently left. In the evening, Asuma sneaked back home. Not seeing his Hokage father, Asuma immediately breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Asuma, I heard you staged a coup at the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage suddenly appeared behind his son, speaking calmly yet coldly. Startled, Asuma trembled, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Asuma turned around, stammering and unable to speak. Asuma, do you have any dissatisfaction with me as Hokage? The extremely fatigued Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Asuma swallowed hard and gathered his courage. That's right, Dad. You have indulged Danzo, committing grave mistakes that harm the village's ninjas and children. Your actions have brought immeasurable damage to the village. Dad, you have decayed. You are no longer fit to be Hokage. Asuma's voice grew louder, nearly shouting by the end. Oh, then who do you think is suitable to be Hokage? Asuma boldly replied, I think Uncle Tsukumo would be a great Hokage. Seeing that his father had no intention of striking, Asuma's courage grew. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. Let's not talk about that for now. I heard you unilaterally severed our father-son relationship at the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen said with a cold laugh. I didn't. This is a misunderstanding. Asuma began to sweat profusely, his back drenched. So, it was a misunderstanding. Hiruzen's smile gradually widened. Sarutobi Bawako appeared holding 2 sticks. A scream echoed through the Sarutobi clan. Asuma was once again hung under the eaves. Hiruzen and Sarutobi Bawako began their mixed doubles once more. Chapter 74, Jiraiya's Test. At Ichiraka Ramen, the hand-pulled noodle chef said, Give me 50 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. In a pleasant mood, Kurosaki lifted the curtain. Ready for a feast? Sure, please wait a moment. The chef entered the kitchen, preparing for a big task. 50 bowls of ramen was quite a project. The last time Kurosaki came, it nearly exhausted him. In no time, a steaming bowl of ramen, emitting an enticing aroma, was served to Kurosaki. Let's dig in. Slurp. It was still the familiar taste, Kurosaki's favorite flavor. The chef returned to the kitchen. Boss, give me a bowl of miso ramen. A familiar voice reached Kurosaki's ears, and he turned his head. It's you, Senior Jiraiya. You like the ramen here too? Haha, who wouldn't love the hand-pulled chef's ramen in Konoha? Jiraiya laughed heartily, sitting beside Kurosaki. Welcome, Lord Jiraiya. Your ramen will be ready shortly. Please wait. The chef smiled in response and went back to the kitchen. Haha, Kurosaki. You did well today. It's very much to my taste. Jiraiya laughed, patting Kurosaki on the shoulder. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Jiraiya. Kurosaki replied while eating. He had a hunch that Jiraiya was specifically looking for him. However, that wasn't important. Eating ramen was the priority. Seeing Kurosaki focused on his meal, Jiraiya smiled. Not getting angry. I never expected such a genius to emerge from Konoha. Danzo is completely no match for you, and Orochimaru can't do anything to you, Jiraiya said quietly, lowering his voice so only he and Kurosaki could hear. Senior Jiraiya, you're exaggerating. Danzo is hiding in the darkness, already decaying. Kurosaki continued to eat. Jiraiya shook his head, falling silent for a moment. My teacher did not punish Orochimaru severely, Jiraiya suddenly said. Before Kurosaki could respond, the chef brought out 2 bowls of ramen. Lord Jiraiya, your miso ramen, enjoy. Kurosaki, your tonkatsu ramen will be ready shortly. The chef placed the 2 bowls down and returned to the kitchen. Kurosaki, you must feel disappointed, right? Clearly, Orochimaru also participated in the experiment but was let off by my teacher. Jiraiya looked at his bowl of ramen, not moving his chopsticks immediately. Kurosaki finished his bowl, even drinking the soup. The Hokage has grown soft-hearted. If I hadn't exposed Danzo, perhaps the Hokage would have suppressed this matter again, letting Danzo go unpunished. So, I use a little trick to force the Hokage this time, Kurosaki quietly said. Senior Jiraiya, look, I've done such a big thing, and the Hokage also softened his heart, not blaming me too much. Orochimaru is the same. He is the 3rd Hokage's disciple. and the third Hokage cannot bear to punish him severely. I guessed that. However, Orochimaru is indeed becoming increasingly dangerous. He no longer has respect for life. At that moment, the chef brought out 2 more bowls of ramen to Kurosaki. He smiled and returned to the kitchen. Respect for life? Huh? Jiraiya fell into thought. Kurosaki, can you tell me how you view the village and the ninja world? Jiraiya asked casually as he began to eat. Kurosaki felt a bit puzzled. What is this question about? Nonetheless, he thought for a moment and quietly replied. The village is a collective that supports each other. I was born in Konoha, and there are people I care about in the village. However, the will of fire passed down in Konoha has gradually changed in the hands of those old folks. As for the ninja world, I think this ninja world is sick. Very sick. Kurosaki continued to eat while answering. Hearing this, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Kurosaki, do you have an impulse to destroy the ninja world? Jiraiya tried to ask. Kurosaki looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. No, I have no such big problem. Why would I want to destroy the ninja world? Senior Jiraiya, have you licked a toad? Puffed. Jiraiya spat out, 2 noodles shooting out his nostrils. Sorry, I misspoke. But why do you say the ninja world is sick? Jiraiya continued to probe. Senior Jiraiya, let me ask you, why does the ninja world have wars? Kurosaki countered. Because people do not understand each other. Jiraiya answered without thinking. No, it's because of uneven resource distribution. Kurosaki shook his head. Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. Kurosaki continued. The land of fire and Konoha occupy the best positions in the ninja world with abundant resources. Meanwhile, the land of wind is almost entirely desert. The land of earth has vast Gobi deserts. The land of rain has too much rain, making it impossible to farm. These countries all want their own people to live better, so they start wars to seize resources from other countries. Among them, the land of fire and Konoha are the most coveted. As Jiraiya listened to Kurosaki's perspective, he wanted to refute, but found Kurosaki's argument more correct. Ninjas possess powers far beyond ordinary people. Those at the top of the ninja world have the power to change terrain, even the climate. However, they do not use their power to improve people's lives, but rather for war. When ninja villages wage war, it is catastrophic for ordinary people, akin to natural disasters. So, this ninja world is indeed very sick. Kurosaki finished and continued eating. Jiraiya fell silent. He never expected that the 9-year-old Kurosaki would have such insights. However, he also felt relieved that at least Kurosaki did not show an intention to destroy the ninja world. Do you have a way to eliminate wars? Jiraiya asked after a long silence. Izaki finished off 2 bowls of noodles again. He didn't look at Jiraiya, but stared at the empty bottom of the bowl. War will never be eliminated. As long as people have selfish desires, as long as there are those who go hungry, war will always exist. Jiraiya also finished his ramen, his expression heavy, and he didn't speak for a long time. Handatsu brought Izaki 2 more bowls of ramen. Yes, in the end, it all comes down to the fact that people can't understand each other. After a long silence, Jiraiya finally spoke again. Izaki, would you like to be my disciple? He looked at Izaki, who was wolfing down his food, and asked with a smile. Puffed. This time, Izaki spat out the noodles. No, Senior Jiraiya, are you sure? If we get together, the third Hokage will definitely go crazy. Izaki wiped his mouth and looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed loudly. Who knows? He might really go mad. Forget it. Let's wait for my teacher's arrangement. However, we seem to have common interests. Even if we can't become master and disciple, we can still be very good friends. Izaki hurriedly moved 1 seat away, showing a face full of disdain. Who has common interests with you? I went peep at the women's bathhouse. Izaki also have my pride. What do you know? That was for artistic research. Jiraiya couldn't hold back his expression. You're still young. When you grow up a bit, you'll cherish my works. Izaki glanced at Jiraiya and disdainfully said, impossible. Your works are just the fantasies of a morally corrupt, incompetent old bachelor. Morally corrupt? Incompetent old bachelor? You little brat. Jiraiya's forehead bulged with veins. He realized he couldn't win against Izaki and began to calm down, changing the subject. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Actually, Orochimaru was not without punishment. He almost died. Izaki. It was Tsunade. Tsunade found Orochimaru and beat him to a pulp. By the time I arrived, Orochimaru looked unrecognizable, almost dead. After saying that, Jiraiya slowly got up and placed the money for the ramen on the table. All right, I should head back now. Take your time eating. Jiraiya lifted the curtain and left Ichiraku ramen. Haizaki, sorry to keep you waiting. Here's your ramen. Handatsu brought out 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen again. Haizaki continued to work hard on his meal. Night fell. Whoosh, whoosh. Fireworks lit up the sky over Konoha. The fireworks rose from the Uchiha clan's territory. One could faintly hear cheers coming from the Uchiha clan. Having eaten his fill, Haizaki left Ichiraku ramen and headed home. A group of children ran past Haizaki. One of the kids had a bandage wrapped around his head, covering one eye. A group of children was chasing behind. Danzo, you trash with a battle power of only 5, prepare to die. Kamehameha, you cannibalistic demon. Danzo, what do you take life for? Fire God Kagura. Pirate Danzo, accept the judgment of the righteous navy. One Sword Style, Dead Lion Song. Release. Black, Rope, Heavenly Punishment King. Heart Scatter, yo. Armstrong, Spiral Acceleration, Jet, Armstrong Cannon. Haizaki was dumbfounded. Role-playing? Why does it feel like something strange mixed in? The child, pretending to be Danzo, ran ahead and shouted loudly, No, I haven't collected all 7 Dragon Balls yet. I haven't become the ultimate being who can walk in the sun. I haven't become the Pirate King. I haven't stood on high above. I haven't broken through the wall of Maria. A group of children disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. What a mess. Haizaki couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Haizaki shook his head and continued on his way, soon returning home. A night without conversation. The next day, Hokage building, Hokage's office. Tsukumo, you're here? Third Hokage, I'm here. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, put down his pipe and silently looked at Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo also fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Third Hokage, I want to resign from the Umbu captain position. Tsukumo, you really don't have to do this. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a jolt in his heart. No, third Hokage, my mind is made up. Hatake Tsukumo's attitude was resolute, his face devoid of any expression, making it hard to tell if he was disappointed or angry. Tsukumo, it's all my fault. If only I could have stopped Danzo in time. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face showed a hint of bitterness. No, third Hokage. Hatake Tsukumo interrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi. Actually, I can understand you. Hatake Tsukumo paused for a moment and continued. I just don't want to stay in the Umbu anymore. Over the years, I've been constantly on missions, and I'm a bit tired. I want to take a break. Hiruzen Sarutobi kept rubbing his pipe. He felt a bit hesitant to look into Hatake Tsukumo's eyes. So what do you plan to do next? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Well, if possible, I'd like to open a small shop. Over the years, I haven't been able to properly accompany Kakashi and missed out on his growth. It's time to make up for my debts to Kakashi. Of course, I can also serve as a guiding Nin and mentor some students. Hatake Tsukumo's face revealed a longing expression. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a long time, the tobacco in his pipe gradually extinguishing. All right, I approve. You can go back and take a break for a while. The third Hokage finally agreed to Hatake Tsukumo's resignation from the Umbu captain position. A smile appeared on Hatake Tsukumo's face. Successfully relieving himself of the Umbu captain position, he immediately felt a wave of relief. He didn't say anything more, thanked the third Hokage, and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Watching Hatake Tsukumo's back disappear, Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured softly to himself. Sorry, Tsukumo. Judo. Yamashita, I'm here. Haizaki walked into the bookstore in the center of Konoha's commercial street. Haizaki, I've been waiting for you for half a day. The owner of Judo came out with a smile. Yamashita, as agreed, I've brought the new novel. Haizaki handed the manuscript of Tianlong Ninja Chronicles, which he had hurriedly completed last night, to the owner of Judo. This is a novel adapted from old Jin's Tianlong Babu. The owner of Judo cherished the manuscript like a treasure. For this novel, he specifically halted all work in the printing department, activated all machines, and printed 100,000 newspapers for Haizaki. He even offended the higher-ups of Konoha for this. Afterwards, the owner of Judo took Haizaki to the back of Judo and settled the payment for Haizaki's novel and manga from last month. Here are 3 million ryo. Hizaki, please check. A large stack of money was neatly arranged on the table. Ha, Yamashita, with so much money, how long will it take me to count? We've been cooperating for so long, I trust your credibility. Hizaki stored the large stack of money in a sealing scroll, although it would be more convenient and safer to receive it in the system space. He couldn't expose his system space and tried not to use it directly in front of outsiders. Hizaki swaggered out of judo. Hizaki, I finally found you. A familiar voice came. Hizaki turned around. Obito, you skipped class again. Not at all. I learned Shadow Clone, and my clones are attending class for me. Uchiha Obito said proudly. By the way, Hizaki, our clan leader, asked me to invite you to visit the Uchiha clan. Obito stated his purpose. Oh, I see. Just a moment. Hizaki turned back to judo, packaged a set of comic books in exquisite wrapping. Chapter 76 Invitation from Uchiha Kurosaki followed Obito to the Uchiha clan. At this time, the Uchiha clan's residence was still located in the center of Konoha, unlike in the original plot where, after the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan was pushed to the outskirts of the village. Upon learning that Kurosaki had arrived, Uchiha Fugaku personally came out to greet him. He did not dare to underestimate this 9-year-old child. Shimura Danzo, who had oppressed the Uchiha clan, had fallen to Kurosaki's hands twice. This time, Danzo had become a complete cripple. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku had witnessed the terrifying power of Kurosaki during the battle with the root. Kurosaki-kun, welcome. Uchiha Fugaku greeted the newly arrived boy as an equal. Fugaku-senpai, sorry for the intrusion, just call me Kurosaki. Kurosaki politely offered a gift. He then carefully examined the young Uchiha clan leader, the future father of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. With a square face, a middle-part hairstyle, and a stern expression, Kurosaki couldn't help but silently scoff, wondering how he had brought about the downfall of the Uchiha clan. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku had no idea what Kurosaki was thinking. Seeing that Kurosaki not only came, but also brought a gift, Fugaku couldn't help but feel delighted. This super genius seemed to be preparing to build a deep relationship with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was very aware that the Uchiha clan's reputation within the village was not very good. Aside from Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, hardly anyone would genuinely accept the Uchiha clan. Now, there was one more Kurosaki. Haha, then I'll call you little brother Kurosaki. Please come in. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily, gesturing for him to enter. The Uchiha clansmen nearby were almost shocked with their eyes popping out. Their clan leader, who usually maintained a stern face, had never laughed so freely before. Even when Danzo was thrown into the Konoha prison, their leader didn't laugh this happily. As a result, the usually proud Uchiha ninjas began to show more respect towards Kurosaki. Uchiha Fugaku had previously warned that anyone who dared to anger Kurosaki would have their eyes gouged out and crushed. Obito, who was behind Kurosaki, was bewildered. Why was a clan leader treating Kurosaki with such importance? Why did the clansmen respect Kurosaki so much? Obito was not aware of the significant events Kurosaki had been involved in during this time, nor had Fugaku informed him. Following the third Hokage's orders, very few in the Uchiha clan knew about Kurosaki's battle with Root. They also did not know that it was Kurosaki who had taken down Danzo. Only a few high-ranking individuals were aware of Kurosaki. Fugaku-senpai, please. Kurosaki followed Uchiha Fugaku into the Uchiha residence. The Uchiha clan's residence was vast and exquisitely decorated. It was worthy of being the strongest family in the ninja world. Even after being suppressed for so many years by the second Hokage, third Hokage, and Danzo, they still remained affluent. Kurosaki followed Uchiha Fugaku and Obito to Fugaku's home. Kurosaki-kun, Obito, welcome. A woman with a slightly protruding belly and a gentle appearance came out to greet them. Sorry for the intrusion, Mikoto-senpai. Kurosaki greeted politely. Obito, feeling a bit flustered, also greeted Uchiha Mikoto, as it was his first time visiting the clan leader's home and meeting the clan leader's wife. Kurosaki glanced at Uchiha Mikoto's slightly bulging belly. Is she pregnant? That means in a few months, Uchiha's great filial son Itachi will be born, right? However, this time, with Danzo completely crippled, Uchiha Shursui should be safe. But will Uchiha Itachi still be able to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan? A hint of doubt flashed through Kurosaki's mind. Kurosaki and Obito entered Uchiha Fugaku's home. As expected of the Uchiha clan leader's house, it looked impressive from the outside. Once inside, it felt even more luxurious. The interior decoration appeared simple, but the materials used were incredibly expensive. Overall, it exuded a sense of minimalist yet luxurious beauty. I should renovate my house when I get back. Having earned so much money, I should enjoy it a bit. Kurosaki felt an urge to go back and renovate his house right then. Following Uchiha Fugaku, Kurosaki and Obito arrived at the tatami room, while Uchiha Makoto went to prepare the meal. Kurosaki confidently sat down, while Obito appeared unusually reserved. Little brother Kurosaki, truly. Heroes emerge from youth. Your talent, strength, and intelligence impress me greatly. Even the high-ranking, cunning Danzo is no match for you. You have dealt with that scourge Danzo, bringing great relief to the villagers of Konoha and to us Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku poured fragrant tea for Kurosaki and Obito, continuously praising Kurosaki. Fugaku-senpai, you flatter me. This is also thanks to the support of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, relying solely on myself would indeed be a bit overwhelming. Kurosaki replied modestly. The Uchiha guard team was indeed reliable. As long as Kurosaki spoke, the Uchiha guard team would immediately spring into action, helping him catch many who slandered and insulted Tsukumo Hitaki. For this, the third Hokage reprimanded them repeatedly, but they didn't take care at all. No wonder in the original plot, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. These Uchiha people are indeed proud and straightforward. Where? It's still little brother Kurosaki's strength that is formidable. No, it's still thanks to Fugaku-senpai's assistance. Kurosaki and Uchiha Fugaku began to compliment each other. Obito, who had been silent on the side, was left dumbfounded. What had he just heard? It was their Uchiha guard team that had captured a large number of people who insulted Kakashi's father. Kurosaki had beaten the high-ranking, powerful Danzo to the ground. Kurosaki had single-handedly infiltrated Danzo's root hideout, collecting evidence to expose him. Obito had previously been unaware of Danzo's existence. Until yesterday, when Asuma rebelled. Obito learned that such despicable rats were hidden within Konoha. Why was it that they were in the same class? Yet Kurosaki was so outstanding. To possess the strength of a Jonin at 9 years old, is that something a human can achieve? I have been trying so hard to catch up, but why does it feel like the gap is only getting wider? Obito began to doubt his life. Little brother Kurosaki, I believe you are aware of the situation of our Uchiha clan in Konoha. I wonder if you have any insights that could improve the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the village? After a lengthy exchange of compliments, Uchiha Fugaku finally steered the conversation back on track. This monstrous boy, who could toy with Danzo, had a wisdom nearly akin to that of a demon. Uchiha Fugaku felt that Kurosaki might have some good methods, as long as it could improve the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. He was willing to pay any price. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and requested from Kurosaki. Chapter 77, The Uchiha's Predicament and Path Forward. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku bow his head in request, Kurosaki remained silent for a moment. Fugaku-senpai, do you know why the villagers of Konoha dislike the Uchiha clan? He looked into Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and asked, Little brother Kurosaki, please enlighten me. Uchiha Fugaku requested again, his attitude even more humble. Kurosaki picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. Fugaku-senpai, you should know that the policies of Konoha's higher-ups towards the Uchiha clan have been inherited since the second Hokage. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is opened under extremely harsh conditions, requiring immense psychological stimulation to awaken. For example, witnessing the death of a loved one or seeing a friend meet with misfortune. Those like Obito who awaken the Sharingan are exceptionally rare. Kurosaki set down his teacup and continued, therefore, the Uchiha ninjas who have awakened the Sharingan will more or less have some psychological issues. The stronger the Uchiha, the more tomo they possess, the more extreme their mindset becomes. Hihaki's words were blunt, directly exposing the situation of the Uchiha clan. Hihaki, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was astonished. his face showing surprise. In Konoha, very few people knew the conditions for the Uchiha clan to awaken their Sharingan. Only a few high-ranking officials in Konoha and the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan were aware. Ordinary villagers and ninjas in Konoha, as well as common members of the Uchiha clan, were completely unaware of this truth. Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought. How did Yahiko know the conditions for the Uchiha clan to awaken their eyes? Did Obito tell him? No. Although Obito had awakened a Sharingan, he hadn't realized this matter. And no one from the Uchiha clan had informed him of this truth. Was it the high-ranking officials of Konoha? No. Yahiko had no direct interest with our Uchiha clan before. He hadn't become a trusted aide of the Hokage or a disciple of the Sannin or Minato Namikaze. He even disregarded the face of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and attacked Danzo Shimura twice. The high-ranking officials of Konoha had no reason to divulge this matter to him. So how did Yahiko know so much about the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku was perplexed. Yahiko noticed the doubts in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, but he didn't mind and continued. Ninjas from the Uchiha clan who awaken their Sharingan experience a leap in power, but at the same time, they become increasingly cold or arrogant. A very small number of extremely extreme Uchiha strongmen may even rebel and cause great destruction. For example, Uchiha Shursui, who is still in Konoha's prison. This led to the Uchiha clan's ninjas having difficulty gaining recognition from other families and civilian ninjas in Konoha. The second Hokage and the third Hokage, along with several other high-ranking officials in Konoha, had always suppressed the Uchiha clan, which they could not fully control. Uchiha Fugaku listened quietly, his face growing increasingly grim. He was not angry at Yahiko's words. He realized that their proud Sharingan had brought such great disadvantages to their clan. So, is the reason our Uchiha clan has a poor relationship with the village due to our Sharingan? The Sharingan is the foundation that allows the Uchiha clan to stand in the ninja world and to become the largest clan in the ninja world. If it meant completely integrating into Konoha by giving up the Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku could not accept it no matter what. And almost everyone in the Uchiha clan would not accept it. No, it's not entirely like that. Or rather, this is not the main reason. Yahiko suddenly said after a moment of silence. I'm joking. There are many people with character issues in the ninja world, not just our Uchiha clan. Those ninjas who have been on the battlefield, with blood on their hands and having lost loved ones, will have some psychological problems to varying degrees. This twisted world has created countless tragedies and given birth to countless despair and madness. Upon hearing Yahiko say that their Sharingan was not the main reason, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly raised his head. Then what is the main reason? It's the Uchiha Guard. Yahiko said decisively. The Uchiha Guard? What is the problem? The second Hokage established the Uchiha Guard, which seems to give you great power, but in reality, your entire clan has fallen into the trap set by the second Hokage. Trap? Uchiha Fugaku was even more confused. That's right. The duty of the Uchiha Guard is to maintain the security of Konoha. The guard has the power to arrest and interrogate. However, this job is very offensive. The strong-arm tactics and arrogant attitude of the Uchiha Guard make the villagers of Konoha hate you. People have selfish interests. No matter who is given this job, be it the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, or civilian ninjas, it will cause dissatisfaction among the villagers of Konoha due to the fairness or unfairness of law enforcement. Yet this offensive job was handed to you Uchiha by the second Hokage. As Yahiko explained, Uchiha Fugaku's face turned ashen. He finally understood the crux of the problem. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, used this scheme, even a conspiracy, to make all the villagers of Konoha dislike the Uchiha. This in turn blocked the Uchiha from entering the high ranks of Konoha and from becoming Hokage. Under the impact of this shocking information, Uchiha Fugaku unconsciously activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Yahiko, what should we do? Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish his question, Yahiko directly provided the answer. Rename the Uchiha Guard to simply Guard. Relinquish most of the Uchiha Guard's powers, and allow other families and civilian ninjas in Konoha to jointly hold this position. Uchiha Fugaku said with hesitation, but relinquishing power and positions will cause many in our clan to lose their income. The clansmen won't agree. That's what you, as the clan leader, need to think about. Haki interrupted him. Think about how to get the Uchiha clan out of this vortex. Think about how to eliminate the village's prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Think about how to increase the income of your Uchiha clansmen. After saying this, Haki closed his mouth. He had already said enough. Haki genuinely wanted to befriend the Uchiha clan. A person's energy is limited. He planned to draw the Uchiha clan to be his ally. However, after saying so much, if the Uchiha clan still could not give up the power in their hands and could not let go of their pride, then the Uchiha clan deserved to perish. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head, falling into deep thought once again. Chapter 78. Uchiha Haki? Listening to the conversation between Haki and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Obito was in a daze. Was the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village so bad? Why hadn't he felt it? Clearly, clan leader Fugaku was a good person, and Rin and Haki were also good to him, even though there were two annoying guys, Kakashi and Hinata Dakai. Why couldn't everyone live together peacefully? Obito thought about it over and over, but couldn't figure it out. Uchiha Fugaku was still deep in thought when Haki lifted his teacup and drank it all in one go. I understand. Obito suddenly stood up and shouted. Obito, what did you understand? Uchiha Fugaku, who was pondering, was interrupted and looked at Obito in confusion. Haki also turned to Obito. Clan leader, Haki, I understand. This is all because our Uchiha clan has never produced a Hokage. Clan leader, Uchiha Obito, will definitely become Hokage. Obito clenched his fists, raising them to his chest. His eyes seemingly ignited with flames. As long as I become Hokage, the relationship between our Uchiha and the village will surely improve. Haki, I'm not wrong, right? You will support me in becoming Hokage, right? Obito looked at Haki with hope. Haki's lips twitched slightly. By the time you become Hokage, the flowers will have withered. However, it was indeed true that as long as a different Hokage was in place, one who did not harbor as much hostility toward the Uchiha, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha would naturally ease significantly. In the original plot, after Minato Namikaze took office, he and Uchiha Fugaku indeed filled many gaps between the village and the Uchiha clan. The hardliners within the Uchiha clan no longer caused trouble, until the Ninetales incident occurred, resulting in the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village instantly dropped to freezing point. Obito, I have high hopes for you. You can definitely become Hokage. Haki did not crush Obito's confidence and gave him a thumbs up. Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew very well that as long as the Uchiha could become Hokage, the tense relationship between the clan and the village would disappear. But, alas, their Uchiha could never become Hokage. The Hokage line would never allow the Uchiha to become Hokage. Obito, sit down quickly. The future of the clan depends on you. Uchiha Fugaku said to Obito. Uchiha Fugaku was not joking. He truly placed his hopes on Obito. The simple Uchiha Obito did not change his personality after opening the Sharingan like other clan members. He remained enthusiastic, still loved the village, and often helped others. Uchiha Fugaku saw the shadow of Uchiha Kagami, who was once recognized by the second Hokage, in Obito. Moreover, Obito had a good relationship with Kurosaki. Kurosaki's talent might grow to become a new god of ninjas in the future. Later, Kurosaki and Uchiha Fugaku did not discuss topics related to the village or their Uchiha clan. After a brief chat, Uchiha Makoto prepared a lavish feast. Kurosaki and Obito did not hold back and started a feast. Until the table was empty, Uchiha Fugaku finally witnessed the legendary appetite of Kurosaki. Perhaps, those with great strength should indeed have an appetite far beyond that of ordinary people. When my child is born in the future, I will cultivate him to have Kurosaki's appetite. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. As for Obito, he was already stuffed to the point of nearly vomiting. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku insisted on taking Kurosaki to the Uchiha clan's treasury. Kurosaki, you can pick anything you want. Kurosaki repeatedly declined, but could not resist Uchiha Fugaku's firm attitude. Thus, Kurosaki followed Uchiha Fugaku, navigating through the Uchiha clan grounds, and arrived at the heavily guarded Uchiha treasury. The Uchiha clan truly lived up to being the largest clan in the ninja world. Even after being suppressed by the Hokage faction for so many years, they still had a rich heritage. There were hundreds of ninjutsu of various attributes, most of which were fire-style ninjutsu. It also included forbidden techniques unique to the Uchiha clan. There were dozens of weapons capable of conducting chakra. It should be known that such weapons are very expensive. A weapon capable of conducting chakra can be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of ryo. There were also several pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan preserved in nutrient solution. Kurosaki. How about this weapon? It's very suitable for a ninja like you who follows a strong and aggressive route. Uchiha Fugaku picked out a large sword from a pile of ninja tools. Senior Fugaku, I already have a suitable weapon. Kurosaki refused. He had a good quality sword. The Gokai sword from the 50 craftsmen of Hanajo, which was also a rare treasure and was enough for the time being. Kurosaki, how about you exchange for a pair of our Uchiha Sharingan? I see your chakra amount is enormous. Paired with our Uchiha Sharingan, your strength might reach a new level. Uchiha Fugaku picked up a jar containing a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. Kurosaki was instantly left speechless. You Uchiha Fugaku with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Are you trying to make me Uchiha? Uchiha Kurosaki? Senior Fugaku, I'm not a member of the Uchiha clan. It wouldn't be good to change to Sharingan, would it? Bloodline clans in the ninja world generally place great importance on their bloodline limits and are very wary of any loss of bloodline outside. For example, the Hyuga clan developed the caged bird technique to prevent their Byakugan from being taken away. Although the caged bird technique has somewhat changed over time, it must be acknowledged that it has protected almost all branch family members from having their Byakugan coveted. The Uchiha clan is the same. In the original storyline, when Kakashi obtained Obito's Sharingan, the Uchiha clan demanded its return. If it weren't for the pressure from the Hokage faction, along with Obito's voluntary surrender and taking into account Minato's face, Kakashi might not have been able to keep that Sharingan. This time, Uchiha Fugaku was indeed generous, even offering to give him a 3-tomo Sharingan. There's nothing wrong with it. I am the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, and I can make this decision. Kurosaki, you are our Uchiha clan's most honored guest and have done us a great favor. A mere Sharingan is nothing to worry about. Uchiha Fugaku generously handed the jar to Kurosaki. Senior Fugaku, I'd rather not. The Sharingan won't be of much help to me and will only increase chakra consumption. Kurosaki refused again. The Sharingan was indeed of little use to him. Even if it were the Mangekyō Sharingan, Kurosaki wouldn't be envious. He had a system and had obtained the dark fruit. Perhaps in the future, he could acquire other devil fruits, which would be much better than the side effect-laden Sharingan. In the end, Kurosaki could not refuse Uchiha Fugaku and chose the A-rank fire-style ninjutsu, Great Fire Annihilation. Hokage Office. Are you saying Kurosaki has entered the Uchiha clan and hasn't come out for a long time? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, asked the Umbu ninja who came to report. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja affirmed again. All right, I understand. You can leave now. Yes. The Umbu ninja turned to leave. It seems I need to hurry. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and silently puffed out smoke. Chapter 79. Another year of graduation seasoned the turmoil between Kakashi and Shimura Danzo gradually settled, and Konoha returned to peace. The globally popular series Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan came to an end. The tragic conclusion of Demon Slayer and Aaron's sacrifice for his friends in Attack on Titan left fans unable to cope. The Shueisha bookstore was almost set on fire because of it. As for the great manga artist, Akira Toriyama, the shurikens and kunai received at home could open a ninja tool shop. The manga Fairy Tail and Inuyasha began serialization. Boom! The ground shook violently. The recently finished training Kurosaki threw a huge barbell onto the ground. He opened the system panel. Host, Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach, Bounty, 200 million berries, Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit, Armament Hockey, Half Entry, Observation Hockey, Entry, Conqueror's Hockey, None, Skills, Navy 6 Styles Proficient, after practicing Armament Hockey for so long. I've only reached half an entry. This is ridiculous. Why is it so hard to practice? Kurosaki shook his head and closed the system panel. He then reviewed all the ninjutsu he had mastered. The first technique he learned was the three-body technique, among which shadow, clone, and substitution jutsu were no longer useful, while transformation jutsu still had some utility. The explosive flow technique, which he developed himself, still had significant room for upgrading, and he could try incorporating lightning release chakra attributes. As for Rasengan, this ninjutsu was no longer very useful to him and did not fit his fighting style. Perhaps he could try upgrading it. The upgraded version of Shadow Clone Jutsu, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, was quite easy to learn, and he had already mastered it. Currently, he had mastered 5 elemental ninjutsu: Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Water Release, Water Barrier Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Water Release, Water Chaos Wave, and Earth Release, Earth Flow Barrier Technique. The 2 chakra attributes he had mastered the best were Fire Release and Water Release. The 8 gates were also close to being able to open the 6th gate. After returning from the Uchiha clan, Kurosaki quickly learned Great Fire Annihilation and then learned Earth Flow Barrier Technique from Kakashi. After a short rest, Kurosaki continued his training. Ninja School. Obito, are you sure you want to apply for early graduation? In the center of the training ground, Yajima Yohei asked the determined Uchiha Obito. Teacher Yajima, I'm sure. My shurikens are already itching to go, haha. Obito crossed his arms and laughed skyward. Yajima Yohei's forehead throbbed with veins. He heard that annoying laugh again. Just like that little rascal Kurosaki, as irritating as Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach from the One Piece manga. I wonder how that little rascal Kurosaki is doing now. Wait, why does Obito laugh like Blackbeard from the manga? The One Piece manga isn't created by that brat Kurosaki, right? Yajima Yohei suddenly seemed to discover something. In the year Kurosaki graduated, he accomplished several major feats, but aside from the high-ranking officials and elites from various clans in Konoha, no one else was aware of it. Within the ninja school, only Obito and Asuma had a superficial understanding of it. Both of them followed the instructions of Uchiha Fugaku and the third Hokage and did not spread the news. Yajima Yohei didn't dwell on this anymore and announced to Obito, the assessment time is 3 minutes and the assessment begins. Is the assessment time the same as Kurosaki's? I really am a genius. Obito showed no fear on his face. Instead, he became even prouder. Go for it, Obito. Noera Rin cheered for him from the side. Oh, I'm fired up. Hearing his beloved girl cheering for him, Obito felt like rolling on the ground with excitement. Yajima-sensei, bring it on. Obito formed the standing seal with Yajima Yohei. Obito stepped back, quickly formed hand signs, and launched his attack first. Fire Release, Roaring Fire Dragon. A fierce flame erupted from Obito's mouth and rushed toward Yajima Yohei. What? It's Natsu's ultimate move. Could it be that Obito got the dragon crystal? Character A stretched his neck in disbelief and exclaimed. No way. Obito must have received training from the Fire Dragon King Igneel. No wonder his strength has skyrocketed. Damn it. Character B immediately retorted, clenching his fists in envy, his teeth grinding. You two idiots. That's just a manga. How could there be such things as dragon crystals and the Fire Dragon King? Nara Shikamaru couldn't stand it anymore. Why were his classmates such dimwits? Obito is just using the Fire Release, Dragon Fire technique. Asuma stepped up, disdainfully saying, TCH, I said, how could Obito use magic? It turns out to be just a bluff. That's just a manga. Can anyone actually believe it? But I feel like the kunai I've been using for years is about to unlock its true potential. What nonsense are you talking? A broken kunai unlocking anything? At least it needs to be a Zanpakuto, but I want to get Tensa Zangetsu. That's all fake. You idiots. Only the breathing technique is real. I feel like I'm about to master it. And now if I take a deep breath, my stomach will rumble, and I feel like I'm about to burst. Then you better hurry to the toilet. I want to collect all 7 Dragon Balls and wish for an endless supply of chips. Akimichi Choji said quietly while eating chips. Oh my god, this world is too crazy. I want to create a world that I can understand. Nara Shikamaru squatted on the ground, holding his head and wailing in pain. Noera Rin, Yuhi Kurinai, and Shino quietly distanced themselves from the group. Obito, not bad, but this isn't enough. In the training ground, Yajima Yohei quickly formed hand signs as well. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Technique. A wall of earth rose up, blocking Yajima Yohei. Boom! The dragon fire technique crashed into the earth flow wall, and the flames couldn't break through Yajima Yohei's earth defense. Shadow clone technique. Obito formed hand signs again and created 2 shadow clones. One Obito jumped onto the earth wall, while the other 2 Obitos circled around the wall, preparing to launch a 3-sided attack on Yajima Yohei. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The 3 Obitos simultaneously unleashed the fire release, and 3 large fireballs smashed toward Yajima Yohei behind the earth flow wall. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. Hit by the 3 great fireballs, Yajima Yohei transformed into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, beneath the feet of the 2 Obitos, a hand reached out, grabbing Obito's ankles and dragging him down. Several shuriken shot toward the Obito standing on the earth flow wall. Chapter 80, a class of extremely high quality. Obito, congratulations, you passed. In the training ground, both Obito and Yajima Yohei stopped. 3 minutes had passed. Yajima Yohei looked at his student with surprise. Clearly, he had been at the bottom of the class for the past 2 years, but now he needed to take him seriously. Another genius like Kurosaki and Kakashi. Yajima Yohei sighed inwardly. Hearing his teacher's words, Obito happily closed a Sharingan. Yay! Obito jumped up in place. Obito, from today on, you are a ninja of Konoha. I hope you don't forget your original intention and work hard to become stronger. As he spoke, Yajima Yohei took out a forehead protector and handed it to Obito. Yajima-sensei, I will definitely continue to get stronger. I want to become the strongest ninja in Konoha, and I will definitely become Hokage. Obito said, unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Smack! Yajima Yohei slapped Obito on the head. You little brat, don't laugh like that. Obito didn't care, putting the forehead protector on his forehead and excitedly running over to Noura-rin to share his joy. His classmates congratulated him, while others looked displeased. Yajima Yohei shook his head helplessly. That cursed brat Kurosaki led all his students astray. Yajima Yohei wished he could find Kurosaki and give him a good beating. Next, Sarutobi Asuma. Yajima Yohei shouted to Asuma among the crowd. It's my turn. Asuma rubbed his fists together, jumped a few times, and arrived at the center of the training ground in front of Yajima Yohei. Asuma, are you sure you want to apply for early graduation? Yajima Yohei asked Asuma. Asuma didn't answer immediately. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it, thinking he looked cool. Yajima-sensei, I'm sure. From today on, I will stand at the top of the world. Asuma laughed heartily with a cigarette in his mouth, hands on his hips, looking up at the sky. Several symbols popped up on Yajima Yohei's head. This brat Asuma. Yajima Yohei couldn't hold back anymore, and his face gradually turned red. Assessment time is 3 minutes. Assessment begins. The 2 quickly formed the standing seal. Yajima-sensei, bring it on. Let me show you the power of Sarutobi Asuma. Before he could finish his sentence, Yajima Yohei disappeared. Smack! A crisp sound echoed from the center of the training ground. A smug Asuma was slapped flying by Yajima Yohei. Gah! Asuma felt a numbness in his face, and then the world began to spin. In the air, Asuma spun dozens of times before crashing heavily to the ground and then rolled and tumbled on the ground. Dust rose from beneath Asuma. Cough, cough, cough. Spit. Finally stopping his spinning, Asuma spat out a mouthful of blood and half a cigarette. He then blew smoke out his nose. And no, why Yajima-sensei? Do you have a grudge against me? Were you trying to kill me just now? Asuma struggled to sit up. Dizzy, looking at Yajima Yohei in horror, he could no longer feel the left side of his face. Speaking was extremely difficult, and his tongue felt uncooperative. As he touched his face, it was round and burning hot, and then a sharp pain shot into his brain. Damn brat Asuma. I put up with you for too long. Get up quickly. The assessment has just begun. Yajima Yohei glared at Asuma, gritting his teeth. Asuma struggled to get up, momentarily blacking out. Yajima-sensei, why does it feel like my graduation assessment is different from others? Isn't the difficulty a bit too high? Asuma asked, holding his jaw. Huh. But you are Asuma, a big genius, not just rebellious but also smoking. Your assessment has to be different. Yajima Yohei snapped his fingers. Damn, teacher. You almost killed me just now. You almost killed the Hokage's son. Asuma shouted angrily. Hey, didn't you unilaterally declare that you severed your father-son relationship with the third Hokage? You can rest assured, the graduation assessment will take you out if you don't have enough strength. Lord Hokage won't blame me. Less nonsense. I'm going to take action again. Yajima Yohei started forming hand seals, while pondering in his heart. Little brat Asuma, this is an order from Lord Hokage. I must teach you a severe lesson. I was planning to go easy on you, but I didn't expect you, this brat, to smoke in front of me. Teacher, I won't hold back anymore. Remember this lesson well. No, I know I was wrong, you bastard teacher. Asuma began to run wildly in the training ground, occasionally using fire release to counterattack when cornered. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Some even started to tremble. Hey, no way. Who can pass this difficulty? Why is the teacher being so harsh on Asuma? Yajima-sensei, I didn't provoke you. Please don't treat me like this. I really might die. 2 minutes later, Asuma, with a bruised face and a head full of lumps, lay on the ground moaning in pain. You little brat, although your strength is far from enough. Your fire release ninjutsu and physical skills are not bad. Teacher, I grant you graduation. Saying this, Yajima Yohei pulled Asuma up from the ground, took out a forehead protector, and stuffed it into his hands. At this moment, Yajima Yohei felt exceptionally refreshed. The feel is so good. Asuma limped out of the training ground. Karina and Noera Rin hurriedly stepped forward to help treat him. Next, Yajima Yohei shouted again. This year's students in the class of Obito are of exceptionally high quality. Previously, there were Kurosaki, Kakashi, and Mike Guy who graduated early. This time, even more people graduated early, a total of 20. However, the difficulty of the assessment for the remaining applicants was not that great. The assessment time was all 1 minute, and most people basically passed the assessment. The following names called out can come to my office tomorrow to collect their graduation certificates and class assignments. Yajima Yohei announced loudly in front of the crowd. Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, Karina Yuhi, Shizen, Ebisu, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Takuma, Yamashiro Aoi, and others. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started discussing. I wonder who I will be in a class with. I hope I can follow a strong leading teacher. It would be best if I could team up with Rin. Obito said with a hopeful expression. I want to enter the Konoha hospital and follow Lady Tsunade. Shizen said softly. The next day, Konoha Ninja School. Now I will announce the class assignments. Yajima Yohei distributed graduation certificates to everyone and then prepared to announce the class situation. Class 1, Noera Izumo. Class 2, Sarutobi Asuma. Karina Yuhi, Ebisu. Class 3, Seishin Shimon, Hizumatsuri, Dokuryu. Class 4, Yamashiro Aoi, Narashikaku, Hayama Iwashi. Class 5, Morinoa Biki, Tsukiakari Jifeng, Doug Aller. Class 6, Nara Oval, Akimichi Tsukasa, Yamanaka Mori. Class 7, Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin. Class 8, Hyuga Takuma, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Shizen, you go to the Konoha hospital to report to Lady Tsunade. Alright, class assignment is over. Does anyone have any questions? Yajima Yohei asked the group of students with varying expressions in front of him. Yajima-sensei, why is it that everyone else has 3 people in a class, but I'm the only one alone? Noera Izumo, unable to suppress his question, finally got the chance to ask. Izumo, you also have 2 teammates. However, your teammates are someone else, and the teacher doesn't know who they are. Later, there will be a leading jonin from each class coming over, but Izumo, you need to personally go to the 3rd training ground to meet your 2 teammates and the leading jonin. Yajima Yohei explained to Noera Izumo. I see, thank you, teacher. Noera Izumo said with a sunbon in his mouth and quietly left. Shizen also happily left to go to the Konoha hospital. Hey, Yajima-sensei. Rin and I also have a 3rd teammate. Obito excitedly jumped out to ask. When he learned that he was assigned to the same class as Noera Rin, he was so excited that he almost activated his Sharingan. That's right, Obito, there will be a leading jonin coming later to take you to meet another person. Yajima Yohei was saying this when a handsome young man with blonde hair walked in from outside. Yajima-senpai, I'm here. The blond young man politely greeted Yajima Yohei. The visitor was none other than Namake's Minato. Jonin Minato, your speed is simply too fast. Yajima Yohei stood up respectfully to greet him. Although he was quite a bit older than Namake's Minato, Minato was an elite Jonin in Konoha and the disciple of the Sannin Jiraiya. He was powerful and had a prestigious background. Yajima Yohei did not dare to be negligent. Yajima-senpai, just call me Minato. Namake's Minato smiled slightly. His smile seemed to radiate golden light. Many of the freshly graduated kids were dumbfounded. Kurinohi, Noera Rin, and Shizun had sparkling eyes, their hearts racing. Obito, who was beside Rin, suddenly felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Hey, this guy is so arrogant. Is he a leading Jonin? I wonder who his leading Jonin will be. Obito couldn't help but mutter. Namake's Minato had already heard Obito's quiet complaints, but he didn't mind. Class 7, I am your leading Jonin. Please follow me. He smiled at Obito and Rin. Rin's heart jumped suddenly, feeling thrilled. Seeing Rin's reaction, Obito's body stiffened. How did this arrogant guy become our leading Jonin? Hey, who are you? You don't look much older than us. Can you really lead us? Obito jumped out and said arrogantly. With Kurosaki and Kakashi absent, Obito had already become the strongest student in this class. At this moment, he was a little carried away. Obito, you brat. Yajima Yohei was instantly furious. He quickly took action, using body flicker technique, and punched Obito on the head. You little brat, Minato is the disciple of the Sannin Jiraiya, powerful, and one of the few elite Jonin in Konoha. You should be secretly happy that Minato is your instructor and leading Jonin, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Obito was punched and saw stars, a big lump forming on his head. Teacher, I'm sorry. Minato-sensei, I'm sorry. Obito immediately bent down to apologize. He didn't expect that his and Rin's instructor would be an elite Jonin with a special identity. How could he have been so reckless, offending his instructor? It's over, Obito thought he might cry, wanting to slap himself. Namake's Minato smiled and reached out to help Obito up. It's okay, Obito-kun. I am indeed very young and have many shortcomings. Let's work hard together in the future. Please take care of me. Namake's Minato said gently to Obito. Obito raised his head, staring at Namake's Minato in a daze. He felt like he was looking at a son. Minato-sensei. Obito's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. I'm really so stupid. How could I say bad things about Minato-sensei? I'm such a beast. Obito kept scolding himself in his heart. Afterwards, Obito and Noera Rin followed Namake's Minato away. The other kids were almost crying out of envy. That damn Obito, why is he so lucky? That's Jiraiya's disciple. I heard that Jonin Namake's Minato is extremely powerful. Damn it. Why am I not a student? Class 2, I am your guiding Jonin. Follow me. Soon, a white-haired ninja carrying a short sword walked in and said, No way. Is that really Kakashi Hatake-senpai? Am I seeing things? Lord Shikaku has actually come to be the guiding Jonin? Or is he the guiding Jonin for Asuma and the others? It's Senior Shikaku. I also want to be Senior Shikaku's disciple. A group of children waiting for their guiding Jonin instantly exploded with excitement when they saw Hatake Shikaku arrive. Ha ha ha. The bruised and battered Asuma laughed out loud. His greatest idol is the Leaf's white fang, Hatake Shikaku. Unexpectedly, their guiding Jonin turned out to be his idol. Kurinayuhi was also excited. Although her father is also a Jonin in the Leaf, there's a gap between Jonins. Hatake Shikaku is clearly much stronger than her father. Yuhi Zenku, with sunglasses on, Ebisu was shaking with excitement. Oh my guiding Jonin is actually the famous Leaf's white fang. Am I dreaming? Ebisu found it hard to accept. He is just a civilian ninja, and one day he can become a subordinate of the Leaf's white fang. Hatake Shikaku did not die from rumors. After Danzo was captured, Shikaku's reputation in the village improved even more than before. Now everyone envies Asuma, Kurenai, and Ebisu instead of Obito. After all, in terms of reputation, Hatake Shikaku far surpasses Minato Namake's, even surpassing the legendary three. Soon, Asuma and the others happily followed Hatake Shikaku. Class 3, I am Yamashiro Aki, your guiding Jonin. Follow me. Class 4, I am Nara Shikaku, your guiding Jonin, Yamanaka Ino. Class 5, follow me. Class 6, I am a Kimichi Choza. After Hatake Shikaka left, more Jonins from the Leaf came to take away this group of children with far superior talent than others. Chapter 82, The Descendant from the Sky. Who will be my teammate and guiding Jonin? With a deep blue headband tied around his head and 1,000 books in his mouth, Shinui Ginma arrived at the third training ground with questions. 997, 998, 999. Faint sounds entered Shinui Ginma's ears, and from a distance, he saw a green figure doing push-ups in the training ground. Guy, it's you. Shinui Ginma exclaimed in surprise, then ran over to that green figure. After completing 1,000 push-ups, my guy stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ginma, you graduated too? Are we going to be teammates? Seeing a classmate he hadn't seen in a year, my guy felt a bit excited too. There's a high chance the two of us will be teammates. But I don't know who the other teammate and our guiding Jonin will be. Guy, do you know if you've seen anyone else here? Shiranui Ginma asked. I haven't seen anyone. I received the Hokage's notice early and came here to wait. I haven't seen anyone else. Guy replied honestly. Ginma, since they haven't arrived yet, why don't we sweat it out together? Guy gave a thumbs up to Shiranui Ginma, revealing his shining tiger teeth, inviting him. Let's do 1,000 squats together. No. Shiranui Ginma hurriedly interrupted. If I exercise like Guy, I might just collapse. Then my guy started doing squats alone. Shiranui Ginma, with 1,000 books in his mouth, kept scanning the surroundings. On the other side, at the fourth training ground, Minato Namikaze led Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin here. My guiding Jonin is actually the disciple of the legendary 3, Jiraiya. Then I can be considered a disciple of Jiraiya too, right? Obito thought to himself. Ha, Kakashi. You better watch out. Following Minato-sensei's training, I will definitely become stronger. Next time, I will defeat you. Obito's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Hey, Minato-sensei, who is our other teammate? Obito asked cheerfully, leaning closer to Minato. Are you that eager to meet your teammate, Obito-kun? That person is someone you are very familiar with. Look, he's right over there. Minato Namikaze pointed to a tree. Obito and Rin followed Minato's finger and saw a white-haired figure with a mask and dead fish eyes. Kakashi? Obito's eyes widened, like a cat's first standing on end, jumping in place. It's Kakashi-kun. Rin clasped her little hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. Minato-sensei. Rin, and that idiot, you're so slow. Kakashi jumped down from the tree, putting away the comic in his hands. It seems you guys really are familiar with each other. Minato Namikaze said with a smile. Who's familiar with this arrogant bastard? Obito shouted angrily. Why would I be familiar with that idiot? Unless my head was filled with mayonnaise. Kakashi sneered, giving a disdainful glance. The two were at odds, their gazes clashing like sparks. Minato Namikaze interrupted their heated exchange. He took out 2 bells and waved them in front of Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. Although you've graduated, there's still an assessment. Please come with the determination to kill me and seize the bells from my hands. At the third training ground, my guy was still exercising. Shiranui Ginma spotted another figure. That person looked somewhat familiar. With white hair, wearing a red coat, and wooden sandals, most importantly, there was an oil character on the forehead protector. It's actually Lord Jiraiya? Why is he here? Our guiding Jonin won't be Lord Jiraiya, right? Shiranui Ginma's heart started racing. Even though he is usually calm, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at this moment. He is one of the legendary 3. He is the disciple of the Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. Would a civilian ninja like him really have the chance to receive guidance from one of the legendary 3? As Jiraiya walked closer, Shiranui Ginma's heart raced faster. And my guy also stopped exercising. Hey, how are you? I am your guiding Jonin, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya struck a pose. It really is Lord Jiraiya. This is youth. Shiranui Ginma and my guy couldn't help but cheer with excitement. The name of the legendary 3 is too loud in the Leaf. Seeing that there were only 2 of them and no third person in sight, Jiraiya curiously asked, why are there only the 2 of you? Where's that black? Before he could finish his sentence, an unusual sound came from the sky. Quickly dodge. A familiar voice echoed in the ears of the 3 on the ground. Jiraiya, my guy, and Shiranui Ginma looked up. Before the 3 could react, a figure fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing down onto the unprepared Jiraiya. Boom! The earth trembled violently with a roar. Huge dust and wind exploded, sending Might Guy and Shiranui Gunma flying. Cough cough. What happened? Is it an enemy attack? Cough cough. Lord Jiraiya. The two quickly got up, with Shiranui Gunma using a wind release technique to blow away the dust. They saw a large pit in the ground, with cracks spread like a spider web around the edges. A familiar figure stood in the center of the pit, brushing off the dust from his body. Kurosaki. Might Guy and Shiranui Gunma shouted in unison. Hey, Guy Gunma, long time no see. From now on, the three of us will be members of the same team. Haha. By the way, where's our guiding Jonin? Why don't I see him? Kurosaki laughed while asking. Isn't Lord Jiraiya right under your feet? Guy swallowed and pointed at Kurosaki's feet. Kurosaki looked down and saw a white-haired, perverted old man lying in the pit, twitching. His feet were standing on Jiraiya's back. Oh, when did he end up under my feet? Izaki jumped out of the big pit, surprised, and asked, What the hell is going on? Weren't you just shouting to dodge? You did this on purpose, didn't you? Lord Jiraiya, what are you doing? Why did you fall from the sky and hit Lord Jiraiya? Shiranui Gunma's heart was about to collapse. It was not easy for them to wait for Jiraiya to become their guiding Jonin, but now Jiraiya was nearly dead from being crushed by Izaki. Hearing Shiranui Gunma's question, Izaki stroked his chin and pondered his answer. What am I doing? I'm training. I first flew up into the sky, then I came down at the fastest speed, crashing into the ground to strengthen my body. Kai next to them listened with shining eyes. You can train like that? I get it. No wonder it's Izaki. I want to try it too. Shiranui Gunma was even more frustrated. Izaki, is this even human language? I can understand the parts separately, but why can't I understand them together? And Kai, what did you understand? Why is this world becoming so abstract? Lord Jiraiya, are you still alive? Chapter 83. Off-track plot. Might Guy and Shiranui Gunma lifted the rolling-eyed Jiraiya out of the big pit. Izaki, by the way, didn't you already become a Chunin? Why are you still teaming up with us? Shiranui Gunma asked. Who knows? Izaki shrugged. Yesterday, Lord HOKAGE sent someone to notify me, saying I was assigned to a mission team and that I should come here today to meet my teammates and guiding Jonin. Besides you two, there's no one else here, so my teammates can only be you. Izaki glanced at Jiraiya and asked in slight surprise, Our guiding Jonin is Jiraiya Senpai? The one who went to notify Izaki yesterday was a member of the Umbu. However, that Umbu ninja didn't tell Izaki who his teammates and guiding Jonin were. It's Lord Jiraiya, Kai repeated. With Kai's affirmative answer, Izaki felt a thrill. Everything is messed up under his intervention. Might Guy had risen to prominence ahead of time and was now a Jonin of Konoha. Kakashi Hitaki didn't die, and Danzo, instead, ended up blind and amputated in prison. Now, the class distribution of the ninja school students had also changed. In the original plot, Kai's teammates were Shiranui Gunma and Ebisu, and their guiding Jonin was Akimichi Choza. Now, Ebisu was nowhere to be found, Izaki joined in, and the guiding Jonin changed to Jiraiya. Speaking of which, the third Hokage really dares to pair me with Jiraiya. I wonder if anyone else has changed, Izaki pondered. Shiranui Gunma poked Jiraiya's nose with his finger. Great, he's still alive. Lord Jiraiya, please wake up. He shook Jiraiya's body. As expected of Lord Jiraiya, his life is as tenacious as a cockroach. Kai's eyes sparkled with envy. Kai, what kind of strange metaphor is that? Seeing Jiraiya still rolling his eyes, Shiranui Gunma shook him a few more times. This won't do. Lord Jiraiya has completely passed out. It seems we need to take him to the Konoha hospital. Wait, no. Shiranui Gunma suddenly raised his head, looking shocked at Izaki. Izaki, Lord Jiraiya has fainted. Why are you completely fine? Are you really Izaki? Shiranui Gunma suddenly became cautious. Gunma, this is Izaki, the real deal. Kai explained to Shiranui Gunma. But how is that possible? Shiranui Gunma's mouth dropped open, and his sunbon fell from his mouth. I know Izaki is a genius, but the one who fainted is Lord Jiraiya. Could it be that Izaki is stronger than Lord Jiraiya? Or maybe this person who fainted isn't really Lord Jiraiya? Shiranui Gunma stuttered. Kai also looked at the fainted Jiraiya with a puzzled expression. I can vouch for this. He is indeed one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Izaki shrugged. He's not, I'm confused. Shiranui Gunma suddenly felt like his brain was about to grow another brain. Ahem, actually it's like this. Izaki coughed a couple of times, trying to explain to Gunma and Kai. Senpai Jiraiya, don't be fooled by his loud reputation. In reality, this person is just an old pervert. Once he becomes infatuated with women, his will and body will be corroded. The current Senpai Jiraiya has soft muscles, brittle bones, depleted chakra, and even the third leg between his legs, I heard, can't be lifted anymore. Yes, that is why I knocked him out. Izaki explained, slapping his palm. EW, Kai stepped back a few steps, feeling repulsed. So this is how terrifying women are. I must stay away from them in the future. Is that so? Shiranui, Gunma, stared blankly at Izaki, then looked at Jiraiya. Indeed, there were occasionally negative rumors about Jiraiya circulating in the village. But what should they do now? Don't worry, leave it to me. Izaki stepped forward, squatting beside Jiraiya. Tsunade is coming in a bikini with drinks. Izaki shouted at Jiraiya's ear. Might Guy, Shinui, Gunma. Then, in the incredulous gazes of the two, Jiraiya seemed to be electrocuted, shaking. In a bikini, Tsunade, the rolling-eyed Jiraiya, with his black irises and pupils rolling back behind his eye sockets, suddenly shot up, defying the laws of physics, standing straight up, his head twisting left and right, searching for something. Guy and Gunma were nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. This is unscientific. This isn't ninja school. Finally, finding nothing, Jiraiya focused his gaze on Izaki. You little brat, are you messing with me? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and glared at Izaki. Izaki looked up at the sky, whistling. You damn brat, you knocked me out? And I haven't settled the score with you yet. You little brat dare to mess with me. Jiraiya was so angry that he wanted to attack directly, but Izaki turned and ran away. On the other side, in the fourth practice field, the 4 members of Team 7 had already started an intense bell-grabbing battle. After arguing for a long time, Obito and Kakashi finally began to work together to resist Minato Namake's under Rin's persuasion. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Obito quickly formed hand seals, launching a large fireball at Minato. Not bad, Obito-kun, but this level isn't enough to deal with me. The heat wave from the fireball scorched Minato's face as he smiled faintly, his figure disappearing. Clang! Kakashi appeared behind Obito, blocking Minato's kunai with his short sword. When did he? How is that possible? Obito turned around in shock. Idiot Obito, don't be careless. Kakashi said seriously to Obito. Teacher Minato is the fastest ninja in the ninja world. If he wants, he can appear anywhere in the ninja world in an instant. He had already learned some information about Minato from Kakashi Hatake beforehand. Instantly appear anywhere in the ninja world? Obito's face gradually showed an expression of disbelief. Isn't that cheating? Our guiding Jonin is that strong. Then, the 3 little ones began to work together to grab the bells from Minato's waist. Kakashi wielded his short sword, engaging in close combat with Minato. Obito transformed into a mobile artillery platform, using fire style for a barrage. Rin assisted Obito and Kakashi from the side. In the second practice field, Kakashi Hatake was holding a branch, making Asuma, Kurenai, and Ebisu suffer greatly. Chapter 84. Recruitment in the third practice field, Jiraiya stopped, giving up the chase. Izaki also stopped running. The two began to stare at each other. The Hokage must be confused to let the two of us team up. Konoha is finished. Yeah, the teacher must have been kicked in the head by Danzo. Konoha is doomed. Not far away, Noera Hashin and Might Guy began to whisper to each other. Hey Guy, what are those two talking about? I don't know. I can't understand, but it feels impressive. Time rewinds to a day earlier. Hokage building, Hokage's office. Jiraiya, I have a mission for you. You will be the guiding Jonin for Hakai. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took his pipe out of his mouth and instructed Jiraiya. Teacher, did I hear you right? You want me to be the guiding Jonin for that kid Hakai? Jiraiya's eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Is my expression unclear? The third Hokage retorted. No, teacher. Others can do this too. Besides, that kid Hakai is ridiculously strong. He doesn't need a guiding Jonin. Jiraiya waved his hand and said with a smile. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressionless, fell silent for a moment. No, this matter must be done by you. Teacher, Jiraiya wanted to say something anxiously, but was interrupted by the third Hokage. Jiraiya, Hakai is getting closer to the Uchiha clan. Suppressing the Uchiha clan is a policy passed down from the second Hokage. A monster genius like Hakai must not be swayed by the Uchiha, especially since Hakai possesses that terrifying bloodline limit. The third Hokage said sternly to Jiraiya, "Teacher, why must you suppress the Uchiha clan? They haven't done anything wrong." Jiraiya frowned tightly. "That's none of your concern. Your mission is to keep Hakai firmly tied to our Hokage faction." The third Hokage put the pipe to his mouth, took a puff, and slowly exhaled the thick smoke. He continued, "Hakai has a very good relationship with Might Due and also has a deep friendship with Hitaki Tsukumo. He has unwittingly gathered two of the top combat powers in Konoha. We absolutely cannot let Hakai lean toward the Uchiha, or the consequences could be unimaginable for both of us." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was extremely serious. After saying this, he tightly pressed his lips together and silently looked at Jiraiya. At the same time, two figures flashed through his mind. One had white hair and carried a short sword on his back, while the other wore a green jumpsuit and had stubble. Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo, had long since built a great reputation, and his swordsmanship was even above that of the legendary Three Ninjas. When Danzo and the Root organization were tarnishing Hitaki Tsukumo's name, it was Hakai who turned the tide, restoring Tsukumo's reputation and simultaneously taking down Danzo. Hitaki Tsukumo would never forget this favor. Might Due, originally a long-time low-ranking ninja who was often mocked, had actually attained the strength of an elite jonin. Since Might Due was promoted to special jonin, his living conditions improved and his physique became even stronger. He learned Hakai's self-created 6 styles of taijutsu and Might Due's strength soared once again. After opening the 7th gate of the 8 gates, Might Due's power was no less than that of the legendary Three Ninjas and Konoha's White Fang. It was heard that he could already open the 8th gate, the Death Gate. We absolutely cannot let Hitaki Tsukumo and Might Due follow Hakai to the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unusual urgency in his heart. Listening to his teacher, Jiraiya also fell into deep thought. This kid, not yet 10 years old, has means and strength that are simply devilish. He has gathered 2 top-tier powerhouses, and the Uchiha clan is also trying hard to recruit him. But I am still burdened with other tasks. Jiraiya swallowed hard and said helplessly to his teacher, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, but I have other tasks. I still need to find the world-ending black dragon mentioned by the great Toad Sage. Perhaps I could also let Tsunade and Orochimaru be Hakai's guiding jonin." After Jiraiya finished speaking, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Jiraiya, searching for that world-ending black dragon does not conflict with being Hakai's guiding jonin. You can take Hakai with you while you search. As for Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Tsunade is somewhat dissatisfied with the Hokage faction, not to mention her illness. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, thought of Tsunade's hemophobia and the countless Senju clan villagers who died due to his and Danzo's erroneous policies. What about Orochimaru? Jiraiya tried to mention his friend. Orochimaru is even less acceptable. I find it increasingly difficult to see through Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately refused. This task can only be completed by you. I will not allow you to refuse. This is an order. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded Jiraiya, tapping the table with his pipe. Also, I will assign Might Due's son, Might Guy, to you as well. I originally wanted to assign Hitaki Kakashi to you, but Tsukumo found out and directly refused. So, I will have Kakashi be led by your disciple, Minato Namikaze. There's also a child named Noara Hashin. His talent is quite good. You could take him along just to form a 3-man team. Hitaki Tsukumo resigned from the position of Umbu captain, and I have asked him to guide the children. I will assign Asuma to Tsukumo for teaching. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, kept talking to Jiraiya. Jiraiya listened carefully while pondering in his heart. Assigning that kid named Might Guy to me is to win over Might Due. Letting Tsukumo teach Asuma is to ease the relationship between Tsukumo and the Hokage faction, right? Teacher, you really have it all planned out. Directly refusing to let me teach Kakashi. Tsukumo, you really are ruthless. I wouldn't steer Kakashi wrong, Jiraiya thought with a bitter smile in his heart. However, having Minato teach Kakashi is indeed not bad. Thus, Jiraiya accepted the responsibility of being the guiding Jonin. You all should know me, so I want to introduce myself. You three, introduce yourselves. Jiraiya said to Hakai, Might Guy, and Noara Hashin. I'll go first. Guy jumped out first. My name is Might Guy, and I specialize in taijutsu. I want to follow in my father's footsteps and become a powerful ninja in taijutsu. Not bad, not bad. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and encouraged him. Hard work and sweat will not betray your youth. I am Hakai, and I want to become the Pirate King. Hakai laughed heartily. Although I don't understand, I support it. Jiraiya's mouth twitched a few times. My name is Noara Hashin. I never expected Chapter 85. Jiraiya's guidance teacher Jiraiya. I'm going in. Noara Hashin took his stance, preparing to launch an attack on Jiraiya. Just after Hakai and the others introduced themselves, Jiraiya was ready to assess the strength of Might Guy and Noara Hashin. Noara Hashin was the first to go. At Jiraiya's request, Hakai, Might Guy, and Noara Hashin all began to call Jiraiya teacher. Their relationship deepened, and Noara Hashin was the happiest, while I was also in a good mood. As for Hakai, he felt indifferent. Hashin, use all your means and attack me with full force. Jiraiya smiled at Noara Hashin. He did not follow the usual practice of having the three students compete for bells. Hakai's strength was too strong. It would be meaningless to train their teamwork. Might Guy and Noara Hashin could not coordinate with Hakai. If Hakai went all out, the other two kids wouldn't even be able to escape. Hakai and Guy stepped aside. Guy started doing push-ups, while Hakai curiously looked at Noara Hashin, some information about him flashing through his mind. In the original storyline, the adult Noara Hashin was one of Konoha's Jonin and had served as the captain of the Hokage's guard multiple times. Starting from when Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage, Kurenai Yuhi took over as the captain of the Hokage's personal guard. Then, he became the captain of the fifth Hokage's personal guard and later the sixth Hokage's personal guard. He also received guidance from Minato Namikaze and could use the Flying Thunder God technique alongside Tayuya and Raijin, the three of them performing the technique together. Under the watchful eye of Kurosaki, Kurenai Yuhi made his move. He pulled out several shurikens from his ninja tool bag, flicked his wrist, and shot the shurikens at Jiraiya. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kurenai Yuhi quickly formed hand seals and used the technique he learned in the Konoha Ninja Academy. Hair growth technique. Jiraiya's hair grew rapidly, and without moving his feet, he easily blocked the incoming shurikens. Kurenai Yuhi was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such a ninjutsu before. No wonder he is one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sensei. He thought to himself. Kurenai Yuhi quickly adjusted his stance, with his real body and clone interspersing, circling Jiraiya on both sides. Using shadow clones to distract the target? That's a good strategy, Jiraiya praised. Then, Jiraiya charged at Kurenai Yuhi on his left. Got you. Kurenai Yuhi's eyes lit up with joy from behind Jiraiya. Whoosh! He spat out Senbon and shot them at Jiraiya's back. Did I hit? No way. Kurenai Yuhi blinked in disbelief. He saw the Senbon hit Jiraiya's shoulder directly. Kurenai, the shadow clone technique, is just an illusion. When facing someone stronger than you, it's easy to be seen through and exploited. Jiraiya's voice rang out from behind Kurenai Yuhi. The Jiraiya that was hit by the Senbon transformed into a piece of wood. Oh no, it's a substitution technique. When did that happen? Kurenai Yuhi was sweating profusely. Luckily, it was Jiraiya-sensei. Otherwise, if it were an enemy behind me, I would have been dead, Kurenai Yuhi thought to himself. He rolled forward, distancing himself from Jiraiya, then formed hand seals. Wind release, wind dust technique. A gust of air burst from Kurenai Yuhi's mouth, whipping up a storm of wind and dust from the ground. This was a high-level wind release ninjutsu. Kurenai, you're already dead. Jiraiya's voice sounded again from behind Kurenai Yuhi. He held a Senbon against Kurenai Yuhi's neck. Kurenai Yuhi opened his mouth, stunned. It turned out Jiraiya hadn't used the substitution technique, but had instead used the transformation technique. He seized the Senbon Kurenai Yuhi spat out and transformed into a piece of wood. Sometimes, enemies may hide in the shadows or disguise themselves as inanimate objects, waiting for an opportunity. Jiraiya examined Kurenai Yuhi's teeth closely, then inserted the Senbon into the gaps between Kurenai's teeth. Return the item to its owner. The treasured sword back to its sheath. Jiraiya patted Kurenai Yuhi's shoulder. However, Kurenai, don't be discouraged. Your talent is good, and your foundation is solid. In the future, you will definitely become a powerful ninja. Jiraiya encouraged the still-dazed Kurenai Yuhi. Even Kurosaki, who was watching the excitement, nodded slightly. Although Kurenai Yuhi had not mastered any high-damage ninjutsu, his fundamentals were well established. Be it physical techniques, hand seal speed, or reaction speed, he surpassed his peers by far. No wonder in the original plot, he could become the captain of the Hokage's personal guard. No wonder he could be placed under Jiraiya's command at this time. As for high-damage ninjutsu, since he is already Jiraiya's disciple, he will not lack ninjutsu in the future. Kurenai Yuhi's potential will only be higher than in the original plot. Perhaps he will learn to use the Flying Thunder God technique alone in the future. It's your turn, Guy. Jiraiya turned to Might Guy and called out to him. Oh, this is youth. Flames ignited in Guy's eyes. Kurosaki, I have become much stronger. I will definitely catch up to you. Guy flashed his bright tiger teeth at Kurosaki. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm coming. Might Guy did a somersault and landed in front of Jiraiya. Guy, you can do it. Kurenai Yuhi gave a thumbs up to Might Guy. He had long recognized this classmate who lacked ninjutsu talent but surpassed most through hard work. Now, he felt nothing but admiration. Kurenai Yuhi approached Kurosaki. Kurosaki, how strong are you and Guy now? He looked at Kurosaki, who was a year younger than him but half a meter taller. That firm and handsome face. That muscular body. Up to now, Kurosaki was about to turn 10, Kurenai Yuhi was 11, and Might Guy was about to turn 9. In the last CH Nin exam, Kurosaki defeated the genius Kakashi, winning the CH Nin exam championship with overwhelming strength. Kurenai Yuhi had a gut feeling that Kurosaki hadn't gone all out during the CH Nin exam. Why is Kurosaki so tall? Why is he so strong? Kurenai Yuhi pondered in confusion. Guy, he might already possess the strength to defeat some CH Nin, right? Kurosaki said uncertainly. As for me, I still have a long way to go. I still have a long way to go compared to Six Paths Madara, Otsutsuki, and the Ten Tails, Kurosaki silently thought. Kurenai Yuhi's face twisted in disbelief. You are already a CH Nin, and you still say you have a long way to go? What does that make me? Leave some room for others. At this moment, Might Guy and Jiraiya had already started their battle. 8 gates, first gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. Chapter 86, Kurenai Yuhi's Shock. Boom! The ground of the third training ground was smashed into 2 large craters. Might Guy took off the weights on his legs and threw them to the ground. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm going all out. Guy's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Bring it on, Guy. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with surprise. 8 gates, first gate open. Second gate open. Third gate open. Fourth gate open. Guy directly opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates, and an enormous chakra visibly surged around him. Guy's body began to emit green energy. The veins on Guy's face bulged, and his skin turned bright red. Body flicker technique. Boom! The ground beneath Guy's feet shattered as he disappeared in an instant. Kurenai Yuhi next to Kurosaki opened his mouth wide, nearly dislocating his jaw. Just a normal operation, stay calm. Kurosaki reached out a hand, supporting Kurenai Yuhi's chin and pushing it up. Kurenai Yuhi finally closed his mouth. In reality, Kurosaki wasn't as calm as he appeared. He was also filled with astonishment. Guy actually learned the body flicker technique from the 6 styles. I wonder if he has learned any other skills. In the training ground, Might Guy appeared behind Jiraiya. Leaf Whirlwind. He executed a fierce kick aimed at Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya turned around and blocked with his arm. Bang! Guy's calf collided with Jiraiya's arm, producing a muffled sound. Jiraiya stepped back a few paces, and Guy's figure vanished again. Hair growth technique. Jiraiya's hair grew rapidly, wrapping around him tightly. Leaf Whirlwind. Guy appeared again, kicking at the oval ball formed by Jiraiya's hair. Bang! 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 Guy kicked again and again, and the ball made of hair was kicked into the sky. However, he still couldn't break through Jiraiya's hair growth technique. This ninjutsu truly has strong defensive power. Lianhua. Might Guy continued kicking, ultimately appearing above Jiraiya and delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The cocoon enveloping Jiraiya slammed down with incredible speed. causing the ground to shake violently and crack, erupting with a cloud of dust. At this moment, Kurenai Yuhi was completely stunned. Is this really Guy? Has he become this strong? Taijutsu, can it really achieve such feats? Noiragima asked in confusion 3 times. But that's not all. Kai's father, Might Due. You must have heard of him. He is someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with the 3 legendary ninjas and Konoha's White Fang, solely relying on taijutsu. Heizaki looked at my guy and said to Noira Ginma beside him, "Perhaps I couldn't even withstand one of Kai's moves." Noira Ginma muttered to himself, finding it hard to accept. "Gee, is that all there is?" Jiraiya in the pit withdrew his chakra, and his hair returned to its original state. My guy also fell from the air. As expected of teacher Jiraiya, I used almost all my strength, yet I couldn't inflict any harm on you. However, I won't give up. I have one more move, the strongest one I currently possess. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm about to strike. A slightly out of breath Kai's eyes ignited with flames again. The 8th gate had been opened to the 4th gate, the injury gate, which was already beginning to damage Kai's body. The injury gate cannot be kept open for long. This is the final move. Chakra surged toward Kai's right leg, and his waist and leg muscles tightened. Wind scythe, Kai's right leg swept out. A wave of slashing, striking toward Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. The slash was too fast. There was no time to use ninjutsu to block it. Jiraiya quickly bent his knees and lowered his body to evade. The massive wave of slashing flew over Jiraiya's head, and he felt a tingle on his scalp, his head feeling somewhat cool. Crack, crack, crack. The large trees behind Jiraiya fell one after another. Even the boulders in the forest were pierced by the wave. Noiragama once again opened his mouth wide, his eyes nearly popping out. What is this? Wind release? Can Kai use wind release? This power can cut through stones. Noiragunma exclaimed in disbelief. No, this is not wind release. Heizaki denied Noiragunma's speculation. This is taijutsu. Taijutsu? How is that possible? Noiragunma swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. Meanwhile, Heizaki began to slap his thigh, laughing at Jiraiya. After kicking out, Might Guy had exhausted all his chakra and exited the 8-gate state. The 6 techniques from his father, Might Due, are extremely difficult to master. So far, he could only use the body flicker technique, the paper drawing technique, and the wind scythe. The wind scythe can only be executed after opening the 4th gate of the 8 gates, which consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength. After using this move, he no longer had the ability to fight. In fact, his muscles had already sustained significant strain. Kai felt his body swaying. Jiraiya, who jumped out of the pit, touched his head. My hair is gone. Jiraiya's head was completely bald, with only sideburns and long white hair remaining. He turned back to see his once handsome long hair waving in the wind. No! Jiraiya knelt on the ground, holding his head and howling to the sky. Jiraiya did not stay dejected for long. He used the hair-generating technique to sprout a large amount of hair, returning to his previous appearance. This time, he didn't give Might Guy too many comments. Kai's the type to be straightforward. Saying too much might not be a good thing. As long as Kai can keep persevering, one day he will catch up to his father, Might Due, even surpass his father. Jiraiya thought to himself, very well, I have learned enough about you. Let's go eat barbecue. Jiraiya suggested with a hearty laugh. Teacher Jiraiya, did you forget about Heizaki? Heizaki hasn't fought you yet. Noiragima pointed at Heizaki and said to Jiraiya. He still wanted to see Heizaki's strength and the gap between himself and Heizaki. What Heizaki had done this past year was kept secret. Therefore, Noiragima had no idea that Heizaki's strength was beyond his imagination. Kai's eyes also sparkled. He wanted to see the scene of Heizaki fighting teacher Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, that won't do. Jiraiya laughed back. If Heizaki goes all out, this place will be directly destroyed. The Hokage might just throw us both into prison. Just kidding. Do you two know how terrifying Heizaki's bloodline limit is? Besides, what if I can't defeat that kid Heizaki? I'd lose face completely. Jiraiya secretly wiped his sweat, pondering. Kai showed a look of regret. Noiragama. At this moment, he was shocked. Chapter 87, Absolute Madara. Barbecue Restaurant. Jiraiya gripped his wallet tightly, sweat pouring from his forehead. 2 whole cows. How did they manage to eat that much? Hey Zaki, you bastard, can't you hold back a little? My entire month's salary has been eaten by you. Jiraiya's heart was bleeding. After assessing Might Guy and Noaragama, Jiraiya led the 3 members of Team 1 to Konoha's largest barbecue restaurant. Jiraiya decided to treat his new students to beef. In the ninja world, most farmers' main labor force still relies on oxen. Therefore, the price of beef is exceptionally high, nearly 100 times that of pork, making it unaffordable for most people. Even most ninjas in Konoha rarely eat beef. Only Jiraiya, being a wealthy, elite genin with a considerable income, could afford it. Furthermore, his novels brought him extra income each month. Then the 4 of them, under the astonished gaze of the waitress, finished off 2 whole cows. Hey Zaki ate 1.5. Kai ate most of the remaining half. Jiraiya and Noaragama each ate 1 beef leg and could eat no more. Jiraiya had already boasted in front of Heizaki and the others that they could eat their fill today. Although it hurt his heart, he still paid without hesitation. Lord Jiraiya, come again. The owner of the barbecue restaurant personally saw them off, not only because of Jiraiya's special status, but also because they made a fortune today. No, never again. Your beef isn't as good as the pork next door, Jiraiya said with a grin. After that, Heizaki and Jiraiya split up at the intersection. Heizaki and Kai, having eaten too much beef, felt bloated, so they each went their separate ways to digest their food. Noaragama rushed home as fast as he could to share the good news of becoming Jiraiya's disciple. As for Jiraiya, he went to find a beautiful woman to comfort his wounded spirit. In the following days, Jiraiya led Might Guy and Noaragama to start doing some simple tasks. Kai had already followed Might Due on various missions, mainly to help Noaragama gradually adapt to the life of a ninja. Heizaki did not follow, but sent a shadow clone to accompany Jiraiya and the others to catch cats and walk dogs. During this time, another major event occurred in Konoha. The Uchiha security force began to reform. Uchiha Fugaku adopted Heizaki's suggestion, resolutely pushing through the transformation of the Uchiha security force. First, the Uchiha security force was officially renamed the Konoha Security Force. Then, Uchiha Fugaku removed individuals with particularly cold and extreme personalities from the security force. He arranged for some mild-mannered Uchiha clan members without Sharingan to join the Konoha Security Force. The biggest reform was that Uchiha Fugaku visited various major clans in Konoha one by one, inviting ninjas from the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inazuka, and Aburame clans to join the Konoha Security Force to jointly manage Konoha's public order. At this time, the Uchiha clan had not yet experienced the deterioration of relations with the village that occurred after the death of the 4th Hokage in the original storyline. The clan leader of the Uchiha clan personally invited them, and the major ninja clans, considering his reputation, arranged for their ninjas to join the Konoha Guard. Uchiha Fugaku also made significant efforts to recruit civilian ninjas. He used the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu and various resources to attract many civilian ninjas to join, without Danzo's interference. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also found it difficult to obstruct the reform of the guard, and progress was very smooth. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku arranged for a large number of young Uchiha ninjas to join mission teams, increasing clan members' income while also establishing relationships with clan ninjas and civilian ninjas within Konoha. Gradually, the villagers of Konoha began to realize that the proud Uchiha clan was not so aloof and unapproachable after all, making them less inclined to keep their distance. The Uchiha clan's reputation gradually improved. In the northern peninsula of the Land of Fire at the Mountain Graveyard, this was a desolate area rarely visited by people. A nation had once perished here. Underground, Madara Uchiha, from the Uchiha clan in Konoha, began to make changes, and the tense relationship with Konoha gradually eased. A completely white, humanoid creature reported to an elder hidden in the darkness. A massive being loomed behind the elder, with several black rods extending from its body, inserting into the elder's back. The white creature was White Zetsu, and the elder was none other than Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. This was Madara's hideout. Whatever. They are just a bunch of pitiful people limited by narrow views, deceived by a brief peace. Madara's aged voice echoed in the underground space. His voice revealed no emotion. but a strange light flashed in his double Sharingan. When Madara left Konoha, not a single member of the Uchiha clan followed him. The Uchiha clan abandoned their leader, and Madara similarly abandoned his clansmen. Lord Madara, the child you have been watching, Uchiha Obito, has graduated. His instructor is the disciple of the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya. Namake's Minato. White Zetsu continued to report to Madara. Oh, Namake's Minato? Is he the one who can use the Flying Thunder God technique? A hint of surprise flashed in Madara's eyes. His body had decayed, and he needed a pawn to continue executing his plans. Uchiha Obito was one of the pawns he had chosen. The pure Uchiha were the easiest to awaken their eyes and control. However, he didn't expect that Obito would end up under the command of the Flying Thunder God ninja. This could be somewhat troublesome. What about Black Zetsu? Madara asked after a moment of silence. Black Zetsu was also one of the pawns he had chosen. With his powerful strength and talent, and that mysterious bloodline limit, Black Zetsu had caused several disturbances in Konoha. Although they were suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, ordinary people had no idea of Black Zetsu's power. But these could not be hidden from White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, that Black Zetsu has been assigned under Jiraiya. White Zetsu answered truthfully. At this moment, another voice echoed in the underground cave. Lord Madara, that Black Zetsu's strength is growing stronger, and his sensing ability is also increasing. White Zetsu and I are finding it increasingly difficult to monitor Konoha without being detected. He is different from Uchiha Obito. That kid is uncontrollable. Should we find a way to eliminate him? A shadow emerged from underground. It was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, do not make decisions on your own. You are merely a tool I created, Madara said sternly. Will that Black Zetsu obstruct our plans? Black Zetsu asked respectfully, not angry. It doesn't matter. We have no rivals ahead of us. Do not act rashly. Continue to wait for the right moment. After saying this, Madara took out a book and slowly opened it. It was the comic book Bleach. Chapter 88, Armed Hockey Mission Boom. With a loud bang, a giant rock exploded and debris flew everywhere. Black Zetsu looked at his now darkened fist, instantly overjoyed. Armed Hockey, I can finally use it. He took out a shuriken and squeezed it hard in his hand. The shuriken was directly crushed into a deformed shape, yet there was not a trace left on Black Zetsu's palm. He discarded the crumpled iron ball and opened the system panel. Host, Marshal D. Teach, Bounty, 200 million berries, Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Armed Hockey, Beginner, Observation Hockey, Beginner, Conqueror's Hockey, None, Skills, Navy 6 Styles, Mastered. Life Return. Not only did Black Zetsu practice armed hockey to the beginner level, but he also mastered the Navy 6 Styles and gained the ability of Life Return. No, it should be said that Black Zetsu's mastery of the Navy 6 Styles and his grasp of Life Return allowed him to practice armed hockey to the beginner level. Day by day, Black Zetsu tempered his body, but he gradually discovered that ordinary training was no longer sufficient to improve his physical strength further. So, he learned from Kaido, flew to a high altitude, and then free fell to the ground. He still couldn't fall from a height of 10,000 meters like Kaido without injury. Falling from several hundred meters would still leave him severely injured. Then Black Zetsu consumed a large amount of meat and used Life Return to recover from his injuries. Fly high, fall down, get injured, recover, fly high, fall down, get injured, recover. Until today, he finally learned armed hockey. In a good mood, Black Zetsu returned to Konoha and went to Ichiraku Ramen, ordering 100 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. In the astonished gaze of other customers, Black Zetsu drank the last drop of soup from the final bowl of ramen. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen was so exhausted from making the ramen that he finally collapsed. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Jiraiya, I have a mission for you. Go to the Land of Water. Our Umbu has reported that there have been major changes in the Mist Village recently. The identity of the Umbu has been exposed, and they could not gather more intelligence and have lost contact. Therefore, you will lead the first team to investigate the situation. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said seriously to Jiraiya. He did not order Jiraiya to rescue the spy who had infiltrated the Mist Village. In such situations, the spy would definitely be dead. I understand, Sensei, Jiraiya replied after a moment of thought. He then walked out of the Hokage building. The third Hokage watched Jiraiya leave and entered a cloud of smoke again. With Jiraiya watching, there shouldn't be any trouble, right? He muttered to himself, uncertainly. In fact, he knew that the 3 members of Jiraiya's team were not suitable for infiltration missions. However, those 3 kids, Might Guy inherited Might Dewey's taijutsu talent, and Nara Shikamaru was an all-around genius, were ones the 3rd Hokage wanted to cultivate. As for Black Zetsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already somewhat unable to understand him. For this mission, as long as Black Zetsu acted like a normal person, that would be enough. He was not worried that Black Zetsu, a ninja with a bloodline limit, would be lost in the land of water. With Jiraiya there and Black Zetsu having the ability to fly, upon learning that he had been assigned to a mission of infiltration into the land of water to gather intelligence, Black Zetsu, Might Guy, and Nara Shikamaru quickly returned to prepare. Black Zetsu prepared a large amount of food and soldier pills. Nara Shikamaru prepared plenty of ninja tools, including several explosive tags. Guy, on the other hand, hardly prepared anything. When they regrouped, Jiraiya saw 3 different expressions. Black Zetsu looked relaxed, as if he were preparing for a trip. Guy was excited, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Nara Shikamaru was calm, but with a hint of anxiety. So Jiraiya said, Shikamaru, don't be too nervous. This is just a reconnaissance mission. The danger won't be great, especially with me. Jiraiya, here. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Inuzuka Girin tried to calm his emotions and bit down hard on the sunbon in his mouth as he answered loudly. Jiraiya nodded and then turned his gaze to Might Guy. Guy, after we enter the land of water, you are prohibited from using techniques like the Leaf Whirlwind or Leaf Strong Whirlwind. If you do use those techniques, you must not shout their names. Jiraiya reminded Guy. Understood. Jiraiya-sensei. Guy responded loudly. From now on, those techniques will be called the Cloud-Hidden Whirlwind and Cloud-Hidden Strong Whirlwind. Good. A teachable child. Jiraiya nodded with a satisfied smile. Finally, he looked at Kurosaki. As for you, Kurosaki, Jiraiya suddenly didn't know what to remind him about. All right, colorful toad sage. I will try not to use my bloodline limit. Kurosaki said calmly. The bloodline limit he referred to was his dark fruit ability. He had given Jiraiya the nickname Colorful Toad Sage. You little brat, can't you show a bit more respect to your teacher? Jiraiya said, somewhat gritting his teeth in frustration. Okay, Colorful Toad Sage Sensei. Can't you just drop the colorful toad part? All right, Colorful Pimpled Toad Sage Sensei. A twitch appeared on Jiraiya's face. Drop the colorful. Okay. The toad sage who gets excited at the sight of a female toad. Forget it, let's go. Jiraiya decided not to dwell on this issue anymore. Otherwise, he might die of anger before they even reached the land of water. The 4 of them left the Leaf Village and headed east. The land of water is located to the east of the land of fire and is a closed-off country surrounded by the sea. After 2 days and nights of traveling, they finally exited the land of fire and entered the Bear Country. The Bear Country is on a peninsula in the eastern part of the land of fire, situated between the land of fire and the land of water. Although the country is small, it has a ninja village called Star Hidden Village, which is the small ninja village that uses the peacock technique to train with meteorites in the original plot. However, as Kurosaki and the others traveled along the coast, they did not encounter any ninjas from Star Hidden Village. In fact, it is possible to directly take a boat from the land of fire to the land of water. However, they needed to conduct reconnaissance and gather information, and taking a boat directly from the land of fire could lead to interception and inspection by the land of water. Therefore, Jiraiya led Kurosaki and the others to first enter the Bear Country, and then take a boat from the Bear Country to the Artisan Country, and finally take a boat from the Artisan Country to infiltrate the land of water. Chapter 89 Serious Nonsense in the northernmost part of the Bear Country, by the coast. Crackle, crackle. On a bonfire, a dismembered wild boar, larger than a bull, was being roasted. The skin of the pork was slightly charred, and golden oil dripped into the flames, filling the air with a rich aroma. For people were seated around the fire. After a long journey, Kurosaki, Jiraiya, and the others hunted a wild boar here to take a short break. Guy, if I fall into the sea, you must definitely go down to save me. Kurosaki sprinkled some salt on a piece of pork and requested for Might Guy. Guy, for a moment, did not understand and scratched his head. On the other side, Inuzuka Girin asked, Kurosaki, don't you know how to swim? Can't ninjas run on water? Haha, Gyurin, I want to conduct an experiment, and I might not float up from the seawater. Kurosaki turned his head and smiled at Inuzuka Gyurin. He had eaten the dark fruit, but had not tested whether the seawater in the Naruto world would affect him. You're not a devil fruit user from One Piece, are you? Inuzuka Gyurin could not understand. By the way, Kurosaki, your bloodline limit is really similar to Blackbeard's from One Piece. You didn't really eat something to get that bloodline limit, did you? And those comics were designed by you, right? Why did you make yourself a villain? Jiraiya, sitting across from them, also cast a curious glance. It's Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. And how could there be such a thing as a devil fruit? My current strength and bloodline limit are all thanks to my own efforts. Kurosaki rebutted loudly while secretly wiping sweat off his brow. I'm going into the sea. Kurosaki suddenly stood up and walked toward the sea. You all must watch me. He reached the edge of the coast, turned back, and reminded them once again. The ground beneath his feet was solid rock, and below was the surging sea. Ocean, here I come. Kurosaki took off his outer clothes and leaped head first into the sea. Splash! Guy and Inuzuka Gyurin hurried to the shore to look down. They saw Kurosaki's upper body submerged in the water, with his legs sticking out above the surface. Kurosaki had landed on a reef in the sea. Might Guy, Inuzuka Gyurin. Kurosaki's body tilted downward and disappeared into the water. A minute passed. No way, Kurosaki hasn't surfaced yet. Could it be that he really can't float up? Inuzuka, Gyurin exclaimed. Guy was already rolling up his sleeves, ready to jump in to save him. Guy, it's fine. How could Kurosaki not know how to swim? Jiraiya's voice sounded from behind them. Then why hasn't Kurosaki surfaced yet? Inuzuka Gyurin turned around and asked. Well, you know, Kurosaki has a huge appetite. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before answering. So he needs a lot of water, and right now he's drinking seawater. Once he's had enough, he'll naturally come up. Jiraiya began to mislead Guy and Inuzuka Gyurin. When will he be full? Guy's eyes were full of curiosity. Probably about an hour. After an hour, he will definitely come up. Jiraiya answered confidently. As expected of Kurosaki, even drinking seawater shows such strength. Truly my lifelong rival. Guy's eyes were filled with admiration. Inuzuka Gyurin couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, you two, enough. Is seawater something a human can drink? In an hour, Kurosaki's body will be cold. He shouted in despair, took off his outer clothes, and prepared to jump in to rescue him. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Kurosaki's voice suddenly came from below. The three on the shore looked down. Not far away, Kurosaki's head popped out of the water, arms flailing as he was dog paddling in the sea. See, Kurosaki was just messing with you. TCH, what a pity, Jiraiya said with disappointment as he returned to the bonfire to continue roasting meat. Guy and Inuzuka Gyurin sighed in relief and also returned to the bonfire. I'm going to be the pirate king. Ha ha ha. Kurosaki laughed wildly and dove back into the water. Just as he had thought, the seawater in the Naruto world had no effect on him as a user of the ability. He even discovered that by activating Life Return, he could breathe through his skin underwater. He could probably stay underwater for a whole day without needing to surface. After playing in the sea for a while, Kurosaki caught a large octopus, with just the head of the octopus measuring over a meter in diameter. He carried the ingredient and leaped back onto the shore, ready for a feast. After filling their stomachs, the four of them set off again. They arrived at the eastern part of the bear country, and then, with chakra attached to their feet, directly ran across the sea to the artisan country. After crossing the artisan country, which has a highly developed handicraft industry, they boarded a ship heading to the land of water in the southern part of the artisan country. Although the land of water was in a state of isolation, it didn't completely refuse interaction with the outside world. Merchant ships often traveled between the artisan country and the land of water. Jiraiya suggested that they disguise themselves as merchants heading to the land of water to gather information. By this time, Kurosaki and the others had already removed their Leaf Village headbands and made some disguises. Jiraiya used transformation jutsu to change his hair to black and his face to a round, merchant-like appearance. Kurosaki pulled out a mask from somewhere and put it over his left eye. Guy wore a green coat over his green jumpsuit, along with green pants and green shoes. Under the strong insistence of Jiraiya and Kurosaki, Shiranui Gunma reluctantly put on a pink dress. In fact, he wanted to use transformation jutsu, but was rejected by Jiraiya and Kurosaki. The reason was that Shiranui Gunma lacked enough chakra, and his skills in transformation jutsu were insufficient. Taking a merchant ship was much slower than running on the sea using chakra. After nearly 4 hours of sailing, the merchant ship constantly changed its course to avoid the underwater reefs, finally docking at the coast of the land of water. "Sir, we are merchants from the land of bears, here to purchase a batch of your country's specialties." Jiraiya smiled and pulled out a wad of money, secretly slipping it into the hands of the inspection personnel at the coast of the land of water. "Are you asking about the people following me? Ah, this strong young man wearing an eye patch is my bodyguard. Don't be fooled by his youth. He is strong enough to break bricks with one hand. This is my son. Unfortunately, he has loved the color green since childhood and aspires to be the greenest man in the world. This is also my son. To be honest, this son has given me a lot of worry. He has always liked to dress in women's clothing and often cuts his clothes when I'm not paying attention." Thus, under the sympathetic gaze of the inspection personnel, Kurosaki and the others smoothly passed the inspection. They successfully infiltrated the land of water. Chapter 90. Shiranui Gunma's breakdown. The land of water is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and the entire country is filled with salty sea breeze and mist. This country has no fertile land or minerals, only abundant seafood. Compared to the land of fire, the people here generally have a sallow complexion and are thin. See Breeze Town. This is a small town relatively close to the hidden mist village. We'll split up to gather information. Be careful not to reveal your identities. Let's meet here in 2 hours, Jiraiya said to Kurosaki and the 3 others. "Master, where are you going?" Shiranui Gunma asked seriously. He had already taken off the dress. Shiranui Gunma realized that Jiraiya and Kurosaki were purely messing with him. Hearing Shiranui Gunma's inquiry, Jiraiya puffed out his chest. "Me? Of course. I'm going to the most dangerous place here to gather information," Jiraiya said proudly. "Truly a master, Jiraiya. I also want to go to the most dangerous place to gather information." Kai inexplicably ignited his fighting spirit, ready to follow Jiraiya. "No, Kai, you're still too young. That place is too dangerous for you." Jiraiya firmly stopped him. "Damn it, I'm still too weak." Kai said regretfully. "When I go back, I will double my training." Shiranui Gunma felt a sense of urgency in his heart, a little unsettled by Jiraiya's words. Kurosaki, on the other hand, was disdainfully picking his nose on the side. As expected, under the stealthy tracking of Kurosaki, Kai, and Shiranui Gunma, they watched as Jiraiya entered the only brothel in the town. "Hey, you old pervert. How is a brothel the most dangerous place? Are you really willing to live your life like this?" Shiranui Gunma snapped. Kai was also stunned in place. Kurosaki had long anticipated this step and was not surprised at all. "Well, Kai, Gunma, since that's the case, I'll also go gather information. You two be careful." With that, Kurosaki sniffed the air and walked toward the most crowded place in the town. That place was the Street of Snacks. "Hey, Kurosaki, are you here to carry out a mission or to enjoy food? You two strongest people, why are you doing such unreliable things?" Shiranui Gunma felt a headache and couldn't believe it for a moment. "Are we really supposed to leave the task of gathering information to you and Kai? Kai, let us hurry and stop them. We still have a mission." Shiranui Gunma turned to Mike Guy. Then he noticed Kai had raised his fist to his chest. "Great. Since Jiraiya-sensei and Kurosaki have gone to gather information, Gunma, we should split up too. If we can't gather any information, we'll punish ourselves by running 1,000 laps upside down around the village. If we can't complete 1,000 laps, we'll do 1,000 push-ups. If we can't finish 1,000 push-ups, we'll do 1,000 squats. If we can't finish 1,000 squats, we'll do 1,000 frog jumps. If we can't finish 1,000 frog jumps." With that, Kai quickly ran off. Shiranui Gunma sighed, "Forget it. Em Dayud. Just destroy me." Shiranui Gunma was finally dead inside. These teammates are too outrageous. He often felt that he was too normal and that he didn't fit in with Jiraiya and Kurosaki. In the brothel, Jiraiya entered and directly ordered 3 girls. "Boss lady, bring over your courtesan and 2 more beautiful girls to keep me company. Money is not an issue. Just make me comfortable, and I'll pay however much." "Wow, customer, our courtesan is very beautiful." "Ha ha ha. Good, good." In the weapon shop, the shop owner asked Kai, "Sir, What kind of weapon are you looking to buy? Are you a ninja? Boss, I'm not a ninja. I just want to take a look. I want to be a bodyguard for a noble. Kai also learned to bluff, and while looking at the weapons, he subtly gathered information. Shiranui Gunma transformed into a small beggar, specifically moving to crowded places to eavesdrop on people's conversations. On the other side, in the snack street, boss, give me 100 grilled fish. What? You can't eat that much? Impossible, I 1T waste food. Boss lady, I'll take all your squid rings. Boss, give me 100 servings of teppanyaki. Kurosaki started to indulge on the snack street in Sea Breeze Town. He opened his mouth wide, as if his stomach were a bottomless pit, never getting full. The vendors on the snack street also noticed Kurosaki as a big spender and shouted loudly. Delicious fresh shrimp balls. The best seafood sushi in the land of water. Odin, customer, would you like to try our specialty seafood noodles? Thus, Kurosaki tasted food at each stall, and wherever he went, it was as if locusts had descended, clearing out all the food at each stall. In the end, Kurosaki devoured the entire snack street. Many vendors pounded their chests in frustration, regretting not preparing more ingredients today. Having eaten his way through the snack street, Kurosaki didn't stop. He went to a ramen shop and ordered several bowls of ramen. Next to Kurosaki, there were 3 people eating noodles and discussing. Shikaru, have you heard? Something big happened in the Hidden Mist village these days. The person on the far left whispered to the one in the middle. Of course, I've heard. In the Hidden Mist school, a ruthless person appeared, and he killed all the ninjas of his generation. The person in the middle, named Shikaru, exclaimed. Do you know what that person is called? The person on the far right asked. I think it's called Momochi Zabuza. I heard that this Momochi Zabuza alarmed the third Mizukage, and the Mizukage directly announced the cancellation of the graduation examination system for ninjas. Isn't that a good thing? Every year, many children die or injured during the graduation exams. Unfortunately, the land of Fire's Konoha is too strong. Our land of Water's Hidden Mist village must take extreme measures to catch up with Konoha. Nonsense, if all the talented ninja children are dead. How can we catch up with Konoha? I heard that the ninja school in the land of Fire's Konoha has very lenient policies. Kurosaki, who was eating noodles on the side, quietly listened to the conversation of the 3. So this is what happened. Kurosaki recalled some plots about the Hidden Mist. Before the Third Great Ninja War, Momochi Zabuza killed all the students of his generation during the graduation exam. He used such extreme measures to force the third Mizukage to change the policy. Obviously, this method was very effective, as the third Mizukage directly canceled the Blood Mist policy. Until later, the darkened Obito sought revenge on the Mist Village, using his Sharingan to control the newly appointed fourth Mizukage, launching an even bloodier Blood Mist policy. It seems that without my intervention, other places in the ninja world are still developing according to the original plot, HOKAGE pondered. Chapter 91, Terumime. The ramen here is far inferior to that of the hand-pulled boss. HOKAGE paid and left the ramen shop. During this period, the ninja world is relatively peaceful, and no major events are likely to occur. Perhaps the end of the Blood Mist policy in the Mist Village is the biggest change happening in the Land of Water. Time's almost up. It's time to go back. HOKAGE stopped wandering and returned to the agreed location. Halfway through the journey, HOKAGE stopped. Not far away, chaos began to erupt. The townspeople started fleeing in all directions, and even the vendors abandoned their stalls to hide. Run. There's a ninja killing people. Help. Soon the streets became deserted. Only HOKAGE watched with interest towards the source of the commotion. Terumime, stop running and give up resistance. The Mist Village has rotted from the roots. We need your power to fight against the third Mizukage. 3 adult male ninjas were chasing a petite girl. All 3 male ninjas wore Mist Village headbands with a deep scratch on their foreheads. They were 3 rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. The girl running ahead had green eyes, long reddish-brown hair, her right eye covered by her hair, and fair skin. She threw a few shurikens and kunai behind her without missing a step. The Mizukage has already abolished the Blood Mist policy. The Mist Village is undergoing reform. Why are you still resisting the Mizukage? I believe as long as you return to the village and sincerely admit your mistakes to the Mizukage, he will forgive you. As she ran, Terumi may try to persuade the 3 rogue ninjas to return to the Mist Village. Admit mistakes? What a joke. Kid, don't be so naive. If we return to the Mist Village, the only outcome is death. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, we won't hold back any longer. As expected, the three rogue ninjas from the Mist Village began their attack. Terumi may turn around, her delicate fingers quickly forming hand seals. Water style, water barrier. A column of water shot up into the sky and then turned into a water wall, blocking the attacks from the three rogue ninjas. Dissolution style, dissolution beast technique. A large amount of viscous liquid sprayed out from Terumi Mei's mouth. What is this? Damn it, this is her bloodline limit. My skin is being corroded. It hurts so much. No wonder the Lord wanted to obtain her. The three rogue ninjas from a Mist Village had just broken through the water wall when they were splashed with the acidic liquid. Terumi didn't take the opportunity to strike back, but turned and fled at a faster speed. These three were barely at the Chunin level, but their leader was an elite Jonin, a ninja from that clan. Damn it, just when I need to leave. Terumi bit her lip, feeling desperate to escape. Just then, she sensed a gust of ominous wind coming from behind her. Oh no! Terumi exerted all her strength to twist her body. A bone spike grazed her shoulder, tearing her clothes and causing blood to splatter. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have been seriously injured or even killed. Bang! Dodging the bone spike, Terumi couldn't evade the next attack from the enemy. She was kicked in the abdomen and flew backward. It's over. Terumi spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with despair. Terumi, is this the dissolution? What a graceful young girl. I didn't expect Terumi, who is the same age as Kakashi and the others, to have already developed the dissolution bloodline limit. So young, yet so striking, hidden in the shadows. Hokage couldn't help but admire. However, the one hiding in the shadows, that figure is from the Kagaya clan, right? Is he the leader of those three rogue ninjas from the Mist Village? Hokage had already detected a ninja hiding in the shadows, exuding killing intent, using observation haki. With white shoulder-length hair and red eye sockets, with two red dots above, it was indeed a bloodline user from the Mist Village. As expected, the young Terumi was no match for that Kagaya clan ninja. The girl was kicked away, flying towards a pile of trash bins. And Hokage was hiding behind those bins. Damn! Hokage cursed softly and, almost instinctively, pushed over the trash bins. The injured and flying Terumi happened to crash into Hokage's arms. Hokage stretched out his arms to catch the falling girl. The scene immediately fell silent. Kid, who are you? What are you doing hiding there? The Kagaya clan ninja, momentarily stunned, coldly questioned Hokage, who suddenly appeared. Being princess carried, Terumi also forgot her pain for a moment and looked up at this unfamiliar man. Thick arms, a strong chest, a handsome face, and wearing an eye patch over one eye. Hokage, frozen in place, blinked. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, I remember. I'm here to gather intelligence in a land of water. I was just hiding behind the trash bins watching the show when the little girl Terumi flew over to me. Right? I was hiding behind the trash bins. I absolutely cannot let anyone bump into the bins and spill the contents all over me. Also, being hidden in the dark, I would definitely be exposed. So it's better to stand out generously. I definitely don't have any bad intentions. That's right, just like that. Hokage instantly found an explanation for himself. In fact, he had forgotten that he could use shave. It's possible that Terumi and that Kagaya clan ninja couldn't even see him. Seeing that Hokage was frozen in place and didn't speak, the Kagaya ninja lost patience, his eyes revealing killing intent. Hand over the little girl in your arms, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. At this moment, Terumi also reacted. Let me go, I can get down. Although I don't know who you are, you should hurry and escape. P.S. after me. Terumi began to struggle. Hokage then set the girl down and gazed unfavorably at the Kagaya clan ninja. Hey, you're quite arrogant. Do you know who I am? Hokage's voice was deep and powerful, his attitude equally arrogant. No wonder the Kagaya clan from the Mist Village was the first to be wiped out in the original plot. Those bastards from that clan are all lunatics, even more extreme and crazy than the Uchiha clan. They're just a bunch of dead men. The Kagaya ninja spoke in an extremely arrogant tone, looking at Hokage as if he were looking at a dead man. A large number of bone spikes slowly grew from his body, resembling a human-shaped porcupine. To die at my hands is your honor. The The Kagaya ninja's palms sprouted long. Sharp bone blades, rushing towards Hokage at high speed. I'm a pirate. Ha ha. Hokage laughed wildly. Chapter 92. Caribbean Ichigo. Shave. Under the horrified gazes of Terumi Mei and the Kagaya ninja, Hokage simply vanished. Crack. In the next moment, Hokage's figure appeared right in front of the Kagaya ninja. His black hand effortlessly shattered the bone blades, bone spikes, and bone armor on the Kagaya ninja's body. Hokage directly crushed the enemy's heart, his arm piercing through the enemy's back. Ugh, so disgusting. Hokage withdrew his arm and vigorously shook it, flicking off the dripping blood. The Kagaya clan ninja staggered, his eyes becoming lifeless and filled with despair. How is this possible? How can my Shikatsu Miyako be so fragile? I refuse to accept this. The Kagaya ninja spat out a mouthful of blood, knelt on both knees, and then fell face down on the ground. Blood pooled into a small river on the ground. Oomph, such fragile bones dare to show off in front of me. I won't allow anyone in the ninja world to be more arrogant than me. Hiraki muttered to himself as he found a bucket of water next to the snack stall and washed the blood off his arms. Terumi Mei beside him was stunned. What just happened? How did he disappear in an instant? Is this the speed that humans can possess? The bones of the Kagaya clan were actually crushed by this person with bare hands. How strong. This person wasn't wearing the forehead protector of Kirigakure, so he probably wasn't a ninja from the village. Could it be that I, Terumi Mei, have just escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's mouth? Terumi Mei's heart raced violently. Although she was exceptionally talented and developed her bloodline limit dissolution at just 8 years old, she was still too young. I couldn't see his terrifying speed at all. That blackened arm and palm can crush the bone of the dead. Could it be a bloodline limit? What should I do if he turns on me? Even Kagaya Kajizaki wasn't a match for this person. The Mist Village rogue ninja killed by Hiraki was originally the elite Jonin Kagaya Kajizaki. Terumi Mei quickly took out a healing potion from her ninja tool pouch and raised a kunai to her chest. She swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on Hiraki. Don't come over here. On the other side, Jiraiya had finished his leisure time and walked out of a brothel looking radiant and carefree. My guy had also gathered some information from a weapon shop. Nara Shikamaru was the same. The three of them regrouped at the agreed place. Where's Hiraki? Guy asked. I thought I saw some commotion over there. Nara Shikamaru pointed in Hiraki's direction. Don't worry about Hiraki, he's fine. Jiraiya waved his hand. Hiraki's strength is enough for him to protect himself. Let's exchange the information we've gathered. I'll go first. Guy spoke first. I found out that there's a group of rogue ninjas in Kirigakure, and their leader seems to be from the Yori clan. It's the Kagaya clan, Jiraiya reminded. All right, that's about it. That group of rogue ninjas seems dissatisfied with Kirigakure's policies and is planning to overthrow the Mizukage. That's all I've gathered for now, Guy said, looking at Jiraiya and Nara Shikamaru. Then let me share what I heard. Nara Shikamaru thought for a moment and said, previously, it seems that Kirigakure had been implementing some rather cruel policies. Just a month ago, a student from Kirigakure's ninja academy killed all his classmates from the same year. Kirigakure hurriedly stopped its years-long bloody policies. That person's name is Momochi Zabuza. Hiraki's voice suddenly rang out. Jiraiya and the others jumped at the sudden sound. You little brat, why did you take so long to come back? Jiraiya scolded with a laugh. Hiraki ignored Jiraiya's words, walked up, and added to Nara Shikamaru's information. Kirigakure's previous bloody policy required graduating students to personally kill their classmates or companions. What? No way. That's too cruel. Guy and Nara Shikamaru were shocked. The two, who grew up in a peaceful environment, simply couldn't understand Kirigakure's actions. Jiraiya's expression was heavy, and he said nothing. Hiraki continued. Until a month ago, a ninja named Momochi Zabuza personally killed all his classmates from the same year. Kirigakure had no choice but to stop the bloody mist policy. Kirigakure is indeed a dangerous place, capable of producing a devil-like ninja like Momochi Zabuza. Nara Shikamaru suddenly felt a sense of crisis. They were not far from Kirigakure, and if they were discovered by a group of murderers from Kirigakure, Guy pondered for a long time and spoke words that surprised the three beside him. I think that Zabuza must be in a lot of pain. No matter what kind of person he is, he must have feelings. He personally killed his companions, killed his friends, sever emotions. He chose to bear all the sins and pain alone to force the higher-ups of Kirigakure to end the bloody policies. Guy's face looked calm, but his heart was turbulent. Jiraiya-sensei, Hiraki, does such a place still exist in the ninja world, where one must use all their strength just to survive? Guy asked the two. Hiraki was surprised. Guy, you thick-browed guy, you actually realize this. Is it wisdom disguised as foolishness? Guy, you could say that except for the land of fire. People in other places have to do their utmost to survive. Only Konoha is very wealthy. Even the ordinary people in the land of fire live a tough life. Hiraki said to Guy in a deep voice. Jiraiya still kept his head down and said nothing. Shikamaru was shocked. The words of Guy and Hiraki refreshed his worldview. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Let me share the information I've gathered. Jiraiya changed the topic and prepared to share what he had learned. Oh, Jiraiya-sensei, you also went to gather information? You didn't just fool us, did you? Perhaps. The old pervert has found out how white the legs of the courtesans in the brothel are, how loud their butts are. Hiraki and Shikamaru began to tease. Even Guy looked at Jiraiya with resentment. On the other side, what? Coveting your bloodline limit. What do I want that for? Is that strange liquid you spit out for drinking? Hiraki widened one eye in confusion and asked. Terumi Mei's face had turned as red as a boiled crab. Seeing that Hiraki had no intention of attacking, she put away her kunai and asked, What's your name? Who are you? By the way, I'm Terumi Mei. Thank you for saving me. She quickly added. She could sense that the person in front of her, although tall, was not very old. I am Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm a pirate. Hiraki said proudly. Chapter 93. Âge Gyoku Fruit Kurosaki Ichigo? A pirate? Are you kidding me? How could there be such a strong pirate like you? Terumi Mei immediately didn't believe Hiraki's words. There are indeed pirates in the Naruto world, and coincidentally, there are many hidden pirates along the coast of the Land of Water. However, these pirates are often just ordinary people without much strength, and their leaders are not very strong either. They only dare to plunder small merchant ships passing by. As for those slightly stronger free ninjas, they often join ninja villages or rely on daimyos and nobles, acting as guest ninjas. Seeing his lie exposed, Hiraki was not flustered at all. I, Jack Ichigo, am a man who aspires to be the pirate king. Being a little strong is reasonable, right? Hiraki put his hands on his hips and laughed boldly. Terumi Mei was left speechless. Hey, you were just Kurosaki Ichigo. How come you're now Jack Ichigo? The little girl couldn't help but retort. Don't mind those details. They're not important. So are you here to rob? The little girl once again positioned her kunai in front of her chest. Rob? Hiraki switched the eye patch covering his left eye to his right eye. That's something only low-level pirates would do. I am a high-quality pirate who has transcended low-level interests. My goal is the great treasure hidden deep in the sea. Hiraki spread his arms and laughed at the sky. Terumi Mei, you don't even have a blindfold on your eye? What the hell is a high-quality pirate who has transcended low-level interests? What the hell is a great treasure hidden deep in the sea? Do you think I haven't seen One Piece? Why don't you call yourself Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach? Terumi Mei finally lost her composure and shouted at Hiraki. That's right. You figured it out. I am Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, for short, Hiraki. Then you can use your devil fruit powers. Show me Agitsuga Tench. That's all fake. How could there be a soul cutter? But it's real. Terumi Mei, this person can't communicate normally. Why did you save me? Terumi Mei asked, calming her emotions. I'm looking for partners to search for the great treasure with me. How about it? Come be my vice captain. Kurosaki extended a hand to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, is it that hasty? I'm not ready. She finally confirmed that this person couldn't possibly be a ninja infiltrating from an enemy village. What kind of spy would be as conspicuous as him? This person is simply not very bright. Another fool poisoned by the One Piece manga. Ever since One Piece spread to the Land of Water, the number of pirates has skyrocketed, and even Mist Ninja have gone out to become pirates. It's ridiculous. The One Piece manga is toxic. I should suggest to Lord Mizukage to ban this manga. However, this guy's strength is truly incomprehensible. If I take him back to the Mist Village, Terumi Mei's little brain flashed with an idea. Her eyes turned, revealing a mischievous smile. Hey, Captain, I know where the great treasure is. Right in the hands of the Mizukage in the Mist Village. Come with me to Mist Village and snatch it. Kurosaki, no. Are you trying to fool me? Ah, right. I'm building a fool persona. Then it's fine. Just as Kurosaki was about to speak, he suddenly felt a trace of killing intent. He stepped back a step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens and kunai shot at Kurosaki's feet. Kurosaki and Terumi may both looked toward the direction the hidden weapons came from. Two figures, one large and one small, appeared on the rooftop. The larger one was an adult ninja with a head full of upright, grayish-blue hair. The smaller one, wearing a mask, had a fierce gaze. Both were wearing Mist Village headbands. Ching-senpai, Terumi may exclaimed joyfully. Ching? Is that the Mist ninja who obtained to be a Kugen during the Third Shinobi World War? It seems these two came to rescue Terumi May. Kurosaki scrutinized the adult ninja. Terumi May, are you okay? Is this the enemy? Ching and a masked boy jumped down from the rooftop, protecting Terumi May behind them. They held their weapons, cautiously guarding against Kurosaki. Huh, Kagaya sure is actually dead. Ching's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw Kagaya sure lying on the ground. The Third Shinobi World War hasn't even started, and Ching hasn't obtained to be a Kugen yet. His right eye still has his own eyes. Senpai Ching, this person killed Kagaya sure, and saved me. Terumi May whispered to Ching, pointing at Kurosaki. What? He killed Kagaya sure. Ching's gaze toward Kurosaki became even more serious. Without a Mist Village headband, you're not a Mist Village ninja. Who are you? Kagaya sure was an elite jonin with the Shikatsumiyaku, yet there was no sign of a fierce battle around. Ching immediately realized that Kagaya sure had been killed with a single blow. If Terumi May is not lying, then the person in front of them may not be something they can handle. Meanwhile, Kurosaki, facing the three from Mist, was casually picking his nose, distracted by another matter. You have killed the Pirate Brook, successfully seized the Devil Fruit, Zuki Fruit. The Devil Fruit has respawned in the host system space. Please check it. Huh. I killed the Skeleton Brook, and I got the Zuki Fruit. Since the last time I obtained the Dark Fruit, I have killed quite a few root ninjas, but didn't get another Devil Fruit. It seems that I must at least kill a Jonin-level ninja to have a chance to spawn a Devil Fruit. Kurosaki focused on the system space, and sure enough, among the fruits stored inside, one had already transformed into another form. It became a devil fruit covered in strange patterns. Kurosaki pulled his gaze back from the system space. Glancing at the fallen Kagaya sure. This Kagaya clan ninja is really tough. Even after having his heart shattered, it took him so long to die completely. The masked boy beside Ching, seeing that Kurosaki hadn't responded, couldn't hold back anymore. No matter who he is, let's take it down first. He gripped his long knife tightly and slashed at Kurosaki. No, Zabuza, come back. Ching shouted in shock. Terumi May was also dumbfounded. Zabuza, this fool. Has he gone mad with killing? Doesn't he see the situation? It's over, it's over, it's over. Terumi May and Ching suddenly felt their heads were about to explode. Zabuza? Zabuza Momochi? Huh, he really is stubborn. Kurosaki looked at the masked boy charging at him with a knife and suddenly felt amused. Chapter 94. Nose-picking shoulder throw on the other side. You two bastards. Hearing Kurosaki and Nara Shikamaru's sarcastic remarks, Jiraiya was fuming. He raised his fist and aimed for the heads of the two. Kurosaki easily dodged. Nara Shikamaru couldn't evade and was left clutching the bump on his head, squatting on the ground grinning. Oof. This sage has obtained extremely secret information. Jiraiya looked proudly at his three disciples. Seeing the three of them looking at him with disbelief, Jiraiya finally couldn't help but speak up. The Mist Village not only canceled the Blood Mist policy this time, but something even bigger has happened. Oh, what is it? Kurosaki raised an eyebrow and asked. Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru also looked at Jiraiya with curiosity. Cough, cough. Jiraiya cleared his throat, pausing for a moment. The tailed beasts of the Mist Village have gone berserk. Guy. Nara Shikamaru. What is a tailed beast? Why would a tailed beast go berserk? The two exchanged puzzled glances and asked Jiraiya. They hadn't experienced war and hadn't learned about it in the Ninja Academy, so they naturally didn't know about the existence of tailed beasts. Jiraiya, Tail beasts are forms of chakra aggregation. There are a total of 9 in the ninja world. They are powerful and serve as the ultimate deterrent for the 5 great ninja villages. The containers that seal the tail beasts are called Jinchuriki. Jiraiya helplessly explained what tailed beasts and Jinchuriki were. Tailed beasts, such terrifying things exist in the ninja world. And there are 9 of them. Jinchuriki. It sounds so miserable. They can't live normal lives, right? Jiraiya-sensei, does Konoha also have tailed beasts? Do we have Jinchuriki too? Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru both exclaimed and questioned. Jiraiya's expression grew heavy as he heard their words. Of course, Konoha has them, but that S classified, and your rank isn't high enough to know these things. Jiraiya said after a moment of silence. He thought of his beloved disciple's girlfriend, the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. He wished Kushina could live a normal life. But Kushina is Konoha's Jinchuriki, and there's nothing he can do about it. Huh? Why is Kurosaki so calm? Does he already know? It makes sense. This kid can't be judged by normal standards. Maybe he really knows something. Jiraiya thought as he looked at Kurosaki, who had an expressionless face. Sage Fukasaku, which tailed beast is causing the disturbance in the mist? Kurosaki finally asked Jiraiya, you know that the tailed beasts in the mist are the 3 tails and the 6 tails? Jiraiya was surprised. He had just briefly introduced the existence of tailed beasts and hadn't mentioned which village had which tailed beast. He didn't expect Kurosaki to know it all. I don't know which tailed beast is causing the disturbance. Only the higher-ups in the mist would know about this matter. Jiraiya answered truthfully. I see, interesting. Kurosaki said to himself with a smirk. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, you clearly went to a brothel. How did you manage to gather such important intelligence? Black Zetsu suddenly asked in confusion, while Kai and Shiranui Gema also looked curiously at Jiraiya. Who am I? I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. You all have much to learn. Jiraiya proudly lifted his head. By the way, Black Zetsu, you just came from that direction. What happened over there? Shiranui Gema asked Black Zetsu, pointing to the location of the commotion in the distance. Oh, there are Mist Village ninjas fighting against rogue ninjas from the Mist. All weaklings, nothing to worry about. Black Zetsu replied dismissively. He didn't mention that the one being hunted was a genius with a bloodline limit. Nor did he mention that the pursuer was a rogue ninja of Nin level with the Shikatsumiyaku, because here was just a shadow clone. The main body was still over there. The main body had no idea what was happening or how it was going. Jiraiya looked at Black Zetsu suspiciously. Why does this kid feel a bit off? Why is he suddenly so honest? This isn't like Black Zetsu. Isn't he always one for stirring up trouble? Could it be? Everyone, our mission to gather intelligence is almost complete. Let's head back. Jiraiya glanced at Black Zetsu and suggested to his 3 disciples. Yay, we can go back. Kai jumped up and cheered. I didn't expect to complete a rank mission so easily. We can earn quite a bit this time. Shiranui Gema also showed a happy expression. Then let us go back. But since the mission is complete, we don't need to rush back, right? How about we take it slow and enjoy the scenery along the way? Black Zetsu proposed to the other 3. The main body hasn't returned yet. And if we walk too fast, the clone will exhaust its chakra, which would be hard to explain. Hearing Black Zetsu's suggestion, Kai and Shiranui Gema seemed a bit tempted. It was their first time going so far for a mission. They hadn't had the chance to learn more about the outside world. Jiraiya, however, frowned and widened one eye. He pulled out a kunai and, while Black Zetsu was paying attention, stabbed it into his backside. Hey, you old perverted toad, stop being so unethical. Black Zetsu's shadow clone looked at Jiraiya with disbelief. Bang! The shadow clone turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Huh, that was a shadow clone? Where's Black Zetsu? My Guy and Shiranui Gunma widened their eyes. No wonder it fell off. It was indeed a shadow clone. Oh no, this kid is up to something. Jiraiya suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed. On the other side, how is that possible? Momochi Zabuza was shocked. He saw his blade being caught barehanded. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull out the long knife. What a fierce gaze. How terrifying. Have you ever felt a move that goes straight to the top of your head? Black Zetsu. transformed into the crooked-mouthed war god, teased Momochi Zabuza in front of him. What? Momochi Zabuza looked up, stunned for a moment. Black Zetsu swiftly extended his right hand's index and middle fingers from below, directly inserting them into Zabuza's nostrils through the mask. This is the nostril shoulder throw. Black Zetsu applied a bit of force, and with his fingers poking, Momochi Zabuza, whose face was gradually distorting, lifted off the ground. Ah! Momochi Zabuza let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Get lost! Black Zetsu turned around, slightly twisting his shoulder, and executed the shoulder throw. Momochi Zabuza, with blood gushing from his nostrils, flailed and flew out. Tsunade. This person's moves are so abstract. Chapter 95. Tailed beast ball to the face, damn it. I'm gonna kill you. Momochi Zabuza, who had crashed to the ground, covered his bleeding nose and quickly got up. His long knife had been snatched by Black Zetsu, so he pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Zabuza, stop it. The nearby AO hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. He could sense that this unfamiliar strong person appearing in Haifeng Town had no intention of killing them. They couldn't let Zabuza act recklessly if they angered this mysterious strong person. Sir, who exactly are you? AO asked once again. Black Zetsu still did not answer. His shadow clone was pierced by Jiraiya, and a memory returned to his brain. Preparing to overthrow the Mizukage of the Mist Village, the Kaguya clan rogue ninja? I seem to have killed them. Tailed beast rampage? This is interesting. How did Jiraiya gather such intelligence from brothel? This shouldn't be confidential. Ridiculous. Seeing that Black Zetsu didn't respond, Tsunade and AO began to whisper to each other. Senior AO, this person isn't very bright, but his strength is extremely strong. Perhaps we can trick him back to the village. No way. This person has an unknown background and could be a spy sent by another country. We should report to Lord Mizukage first. What kind of spy acts so flamboyantly? If he were really a spy, wouldn't he have killed us immediately? Or just run away? You have a point. Spies usually don't behave like him. However, to be safe, we should still report this to Lord Mizukage and let him decide. Senior AO thinks ahead. What should we do now? Lord Mizukage is currently leading our Mist Village elites to capture the rampaging Jinchuriki. That Kaguya Kwangshiro only dared to return to the Land of Water after learning this news. Lord Mizukage doesn't have time to deal with this situation. We should first hold this person steady. How did Kaguya Kwangshiro know about the Jinchuriki rampaging? He even plans to use my bloodline limit against Lord Mizukage. I don't know. Perhaps there are spies he arranged within the village. So we are to wait here indefinitely? Do you have a plan? Black Zetsu watched the three in front of him with great interest. Tsunade raised her head, her small hand covering her face. AO bent down, also covering his mouth with his palm. The two kept whispering to each other. Nearby, Momochi Zabuza tore off the bloodstained mask, using a clean cloth to bandage his nostrils, which felt like they could fit an egg. He glared at Black Zetsu like an angry bird. Black Zetsu, hey, I know everything you're talking about. There's no need to hide. And you, Momochi Zabuza, that defiant look in your eyes. Do you want to try another prostate slam? Seeing Black Zetsu looking at him with an unfriendly gaze, Momochi Zabuza suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but look away, silently walking over to the corpse of Kaguya Kwangshiro, taking out a sealing scroll to seal the body. I'm not afraid of you. I'm just carrying out a mission. Then he walked over to three other corpses not far away. These three subordinates of Kaguya Kwangshiro had already been corroded to death by Tsunade's dissolution. Their deaths were tragic. Even the countless murders of Momochi Zabuza felt a bit nauseated at this moment. He cleaned up the acidic liquid a bit and placed the three corpses into the sealing scroll as well. After tidying up these, he returned to AO's side. At this time, some townspeople bravely peeked out to look outside. It seemed that there was no movement on the street. Have the ninjas left? It seems they have departed. That was close. We almost got caught in the ninjutsu. How could there be ninjas fighting here? What exactly happened? Seeing that the outside had calmed down and no ninjas were releasing jutsu anymore, people finally dared to step out of their homes. After discussing with AO, Tsunade bravely approached Black Zetsu. You saved me, and I want to thank you. How about you come with me? Tsunade tentatively invited Black Zetsu. Sure, my first mate. Kurosaki gladly accepted Terumi Mei's invitation. It just so happens that he can go see the tailed beast rampage, and perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Kurosaki isn't worried at all about entering the heart of the Mist Village, or even facing the third Mizukage and the elite of the Mist. In the ninja world, having the ability to fly gives him that confidence. As long as Kurosaki wants to leave, there shouldn't be anyone in the ninja world who can stop him. As for Jiraiya, Guy, and Noaragima, Kurosaki isn't worried either. With Jiraiya around, as long as they don't go seeking death, nothing will happen. Did he just agree? Terumi Mei didn't expect Kurosaki to agree so readily. She didn't even get to use several prepared lines. Ao and Momochi Zabuza didn't expect it either. TCH, you better not fall in my hands. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the kunai shoulder throw. Momochi Zabuza silently swore in his heart, his nose still faintly aching. This person is indeed suspicious. Ao's gaze suddenly became sharp. He is not like Terumi Mei and Momochi Zabuza, who were just kids. He is a J-nin of the Mist, known for his intelligence and observational skills. However, no matter how strong you are, you cannot be a match for the Mizukage and the elite of the Mist, Ao pondered in his heart. Thus, Kurosaki followed Terumi Mei and the others, leaving the place. It quickly returned to its lively state. Teacher Jiraiya, there are signs of a battle here, Noaragima said softly to Jiraiya, looking at the blood on the ground and the large amount of water not far away. Jiraiya, Guy, and Noaragima arrived at the place where Kurosaki killed Kagaya. At this moment, some of the town's residents had already begun to clean the blood from the streets. Jiraiya nodded in response. Kurosaki should have been here just now, but now he doesn't know where he has gone. What should we do? Guy asked with some concern. You guys don't need to worry with Kurosaki's strength. He won't run into danger. Perhaps he discovered something and didn't have time to inform us before going to scout for information. Guy and Noaragima may not know Kurosaki's strength, but Jiraiya certainly does. Besides, that kid can fly. Kurosaki followed Terumi, Mei, and the others, quickly leaving the town. Wait, stop. Kurosaki suddenly stopped, shouting loudly. Ao and Momochi Zabuza instantly drew their weapons, aiming at Kurosaki. Terumi Mei was also startled. She noticed that Kurosaki's expression had become extremely serious, his eyes gazing into the distance. That direction is precisely toward the Mist Village. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the ground began to tremble and rumble. A huge black sphere was flying toward the four at an incredible speed. Damn, tail beast bomb. Kurosaki's face gradually turned ugly. Chapter 96. The power of the tailed beast bomb. What is happening? Terumi Mei and the others hadn't yet seen the tailed beast bomb flying from afar. However, they had already sensed a hint of crisis. Terumi Mei and Momochi Zabuza had a trace of panic in their eyes, constantly looking around, standing there at a loss. Ao was the first to think of something, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. It can't be. Feeling the oppressive aura in the air and the increasingly violent tremors of the earth, Ao's eyes gradually revealed terror, and his breathing began to grow heavy. At this moment, Kurosaki had already moved. He crouched down, placing both hands on the ground, mobilizing all his chakra to activate ninjutsu. There was no time to hide anymore. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom, boom, boom. An exceptionally tall and grand earthen wall rose from the ground. This is an upgraded version of the earth flow wall ninjutsu, increasing chakra output, thickening and heightening the earth flow wall. It resembled the walls of a massive city, hence it was called the Earth Flow City Wall. Kurosaki's Earth Flow City Wall was even more exaggerated. Hundreds of meters long, nearly 100 meters high, and a width of 50 meters. The Earth Flow City Wall was just in time to block the direction of the incoming tail beast bomb. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Momochi Zabuza was shocked to see this earth ninjutsu that looked like a mountain, his mouth agape. Is this ninjutsu that a human can release? Ao was once again astonished by Kurosaki's strength. You can actually release ninjutsu? Terumi Mei looked at Kurosaki in shock and confusion. To be able to unleash such a large-scale earth-release ninjutsu, he couldn't possibly be a wild ninja. Before Terumi Mei and the others could react further, Kurosaki stood up and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! Dust exploded, and and a massive pit appeared. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Ao jumped back, aiming his weapon at Kurosaki. Terumi, Mei, and Momochi Zabuza were also choked by the dust and began to cough, still frozen in place. Quickly dodge. Kurosaki couldn't afford to explain. He shouted and quickly pulled the still-reacting Terumi, Mei down into the pit. That was a complete tailed beast bomb, with a diameter of a full 20 meters. Even though Kurosaki had mastered the armed color domination, even though he skillfully used iron blocks, even though he had obtained the dark fruit, he did not dare to face the tailed beast bomb head-on. Boom! The tailed beast bomb collided with Kurosaki's earth flow city wall. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains crumbled. The towering earth flow city wall was destroyed as if it were nothing. Momochi Zabuza used all his strength to leap into the pit kicked out by Kurosaki. Ao, not far away, was already too late. He had already seen the huge explosion sweeping over with boulders and a hurricane heading toward them. Tail beast bomb! Ao shouted in despair, his eyes bloodshot. Water release, water barrier. Ao formed seals at the fastest speed, wrapping himself in a massive flow of water. Boom! 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 The storm swept over, engulfing the pit where Kurosaki was, instantly crushing Ao's water release ninjutsu. What on earth is this? Terumi Mei, pressed under Kurosaki, trembled continuously. She could feel the violent tremors coming from the ground. The massive sound was shaking her heart almost to a stop. Only the buzzing sound remained between heaven and earth, and blood began to flow from her ears. Soon, they were buried under the dust. Teacher Jiraiya, look at that. Guy pointed at the towering earth flow city wall outside the town and asked. Jiraiya and Noaragama turned to look in the direction Guy pointed. Before Jiraiya could speak, a massive sound erupted, the ground shook violently, and the horizon seemed to light up like a sun. It's the tailed beast bomb. How could this be? Jiraiya's expression darkened, as if he could drip water. Guy and Noaragama looked in horror at the terrifying explosion outside the town. Oh no, Kurosaki, call the storm. After a long time, the wind and waves finally stopped, the rocks no longer fell, and the dust gradually dispersed. Kurosaki stood up from the dust, brushing off the dirt on his clothes. Facing the tailed beast bomb was exhilarating. Under him, Terumi Mei had blood flowing from her ears, her face filled with terror as she gasped for breath. Beside her was a small mound of dirt, which was the barely hidden Momochi Zabuza, who was now motionless. Is he still alive? Kurosaki sensed for a moment. Still alive, but has already fainted. As for that Miss Janine, Ao, Kurosaki could no longer see his figure. Kurosaki turned his head to look in the direction where the tailed beast bomb had come. A massive white creature stood in the distance, resembling a slug, but with six-out tails behind it. Its body surface was flowing with a large amount of liquid. It's the six-tailed rhinoceros of the mist. So it was rampaging. Kurosaki suddenly realized, no wonder this tailed beast bomb was so powerful. Among the tailed beasts, the more tails they have, the more chakra they possess. And the greater the power of the tailed beast bomb they unleash. Like a one-tailed shikaku, it primarily uses wind release techniques and sealing techniques, and its chakra is minimal, requiring careful counting during battles. The 8 tails and 9 tails, however, do not concern themselves with chakra at all during fights, especially the 9 tails. This makes Shikaku extremely jealous, constantly cursing that biased sage of the 6 paths. Of course, the combat power of tailed beasts is not calculated based on the amount of chakra. The one-tailed Shikaku, despite having the least chakra, is actually very strong in combat. The 7 tails has a lot of chakra, but does not perform as well as the 1 tails or 4 tails. Kurosaki suddenly noticed that the 6 tails, the Saiken, was moving toward them. Hey, isn't that a coincidence? Kurosaki smirked and disappeared from his spot. Terumi Mei realized Kurosaki had vanished and struggled to get up. Looking at the wreckage around her, she muttered in a daze, is this the power of tailed beasts? How could such a thing exist in the world? The aftermath of the explosion made her feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He actually protected me? Terumi Mei thought of Kurosaki. He protected me and took the brunt of the explosion. It must have been hard for him. Her thoughts drifted to his sturdy chest, and her face gradually turned red. Right, Senpai Ao, no more foolish thoughts, Terumi Mei. She dug out Zabuza Momochi from the ground and found him severely injured and unconscious. If it weren't for that person protecting me, I might have been seriously injured too, right? Terumi Mei took out healing medicine from her ninja tool pouch and administered it to Zabuza. Where did Senpai Ao go? I feel like I saw him not enter this pit. Could it be? Terumi Mei climbed out of the deep pit and searched for Ao. After a long search, she finally spotted the even more seriously injured Ao in the distance. Chapter 97. Battle with the Six Tails, Devour. What happened? Did an earthquake occur? How could there be such strong winds? Could it be a war? The small town was in chaos at that moment. Children were crying, and adults were anxious. Some were even packing their bags, preparing to flee the town. Look, what is that? Someone pointed in terror toward the east of the town. My God, what is that thing? A monster. How can there be such a huge monster? Run. The townspeople were paralyzed with fear upon seeing the distant-tailed beast. To the east of the town, wherever the Six Tails Saiken passed, it left destruction in its wake. All the trees were flattened. The acidic liquid flowing from the Saiken corroded the trees and the ground, emitting thick, white smoke. A large number of mist ninjas had arrived, but they had no way to deal with this behemoth. Quick, stop it. We can't let it destroy anymore. How we stop it? How can humans contend with such a terrifying thing? Where's Lord Mizukage? Where are the village's higher-ups? Lord Mizukage is injured from fighting it and is healing. Many elite jonin are also wounded. If both the Mizukage and the higher-ups are injured, how can we counter it? We must stop it, even if it costs us our lives. We must buy time for Lord Mizukage. Thousands of mist ninjas surrounded the Six Tails, releasing ninjutsu from a distance. But the effects were minimal. Those who were closer were splashed by the large amounts of acid the Saiken spewed, screaming in agony before dying on the spot. Their corpses sizzled, turning to bones in the blink of an eye. A large cloud of pink mist erupted from the Saiken's mouth, quickly enveloping the area. The leaves of surrounding trees were all corroded and fell, and the branches and trunks looked as if they had been burned by fire. Help! It hurts! Many mist ninjas were unable to escape in time. Caught in the acidic mist, their tracheas, eyes, and skin corroded into raw flesh. The scene was extremely tragic. The third Mizukage is wounded. The higher-ups of Mist are also injured. Kurosaki, who had just arrived, learned this information while hiding in the shadows listening to the Mist ninjas. No wonder tailed beasts are considered the ultimate deterrents for all major ninja villages. This level of destruction is useless no matter how many people come. They're merely scratching the surface of the tailed beast. There are only a handful of strong individuals in the ninja world who can contend with tailed beasts. The top fighters of Mist are all absent, perhaps. Kurosaki looked at the massive creature and suddenly had a bold idea, perhaps feeling a bit annoyed. The Six Tails Saiken gathered heavy chakra on its large head, preparing to unleash a tailed beast ball. Kurosaki was surprised to find that the tailed beast ball was aimed directly at him. Hey, you slug! Is this never-ending? Dark Star. Kurosaki directly attacked. Dark matter coalescing into a black sphere, smashing toward the incomplete tailed beast ball. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded right above the Saiken's head, causing it to stagger. Lightning release. Thunder burst chakra mode. Kurosaki erupted with a massive amount of lightning, the violent power surging through his body. This was the upgraded version of the Thunder Burst technique he completed a few days ago. By infusing lightning chakra, it greatly enhanced his physical attributes, significantly boosting strength, speed, and defense, resembling the lightning release chakra mode of Kumogakure. Following that, Kurosaki disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared on top of the Six Tails head. Serious punch. Kurosaki gathered a massive amount of chakra in his fist, lightning crackling and popping, his armed haki enveloping his fist and arm. Boom! The stunned Saiken had not even reacted before it received a solid punch from Kurosaki. The Six Tails let out a hoarse cry. Its gigantic body toppled over, crashing hard to the ground and sliding hundreds of meters away. Look, who is that? Great, our reinforcements have arrived. He actually sent that terrifying monster flying with a single punch. Is this something a human can do? But who is he? I've never seen him before. Does our Mist village have such a person? Who cares? We are saved. He must be a hidden powerhouse in the village. It can't be someone from Kyomogakure. A group of mist ninjas, frantically fleeing, couldn't help but cheer when they saw the tailed beast being knocked away. Is it him? He actually sent the rampaging tailed beast flying with one punch? Is his strength at that level? Who exactly is he? In the distance, Terumi Mei was dumbfounded. She recognized at a glance that the person who knocked the tailed beast away was the mysterious powerhouse who had saved her twice. Jiraiya-sensei, that is Kurosaki, right? Kurenai. Look at that person who leaped into the air and punched that massive creature. That's Kurosaki. No wonder he's the rival I've chased my whole life. Kai looked at the figure in mid-air with excitement. At that moment, Jiraiya felt like his head might explode. It was supposed to be a simple reconnaissance mission. Yet how did it turn into a battle with the tailed beast? Kurosaki, you bastard, what the hell are you doing? Jiraiya screamed in his heart, feeling overwhelmed. Jiraiya, my guy, and Kurenai were currently not very far from the Six Tails. They had been searching for Kurosaki and arrived here. Guy and Kurenai were also seeing what a tailed beast was for the first time. That massive body and incomprehensible destructive power. Yet Kurosaki could actually send the tailed beast flying. Is this Kurosaki's strength? Just how powerful is he? Kurenai looked up, muttering in disbelief. For the first time, he realized the vast gap between him and Kurosaki. Then, under the astonished gazes of the three, Kurosaki soared higher into the sky. Serious kick. Kurosaki pressed the attack, using Moon Step to fly above the Saiken and slam down like a meteor. This time, Kurosaki's attack did not inflict much damage on the Saiken. Instead, he ended up getting hurt himself. The rhinoceros dog secreted a large amount of acid on its surface. Black Zaki stomped down, causing the acid to splash everywhere. His calf was submerged in the acid, and he was also splattered with quite a bit of it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Black Zaki endured the pain and stepped away from the rhinoceros dog. Where the acid had touched, it was a bloody mess, and his calf was particularly miserable, with blood vessels exposed. Even with the use of armament hockey, Black Zaki couldn't completely withstand a rhinoceros dog's acid. He quickly activated the Dark Fruit's ability to absorb the damage, restoring his calf and skin back to normal. Dark Hole Technique. Black Zaki transformed into darkness, and a large amount of dark matter erupted from him. The rhinoceros dog certainly wouldn't sit idly by. It sprayed a massive amount of acid at Black Zaki. This human made it feel a strong sense of crisis. However, the massive amount of acid had no effect at all, being completely devoured by the strange black mist. Moreover, the black mist was rapidly spreading towards it. The rhinoceros dog couldn't evade it. Its huge body was gradually enveloped by the black mist. In the blink of an eye, its entire world fell into darkness, with a tremendous force tearing at its body. The rhinoceros dog was greatly alarmed. Its chakra was rapidly depleting. What is this? The six-tailed rhinoceros dog emitted a hoarse and pitiful cry. Chapter 98. Surrounded, War, Fog-Hidden Black Zaki activated the Dark Fruit's ability, completely wrapping the six tails in dark matter. He began to attempt to absorb the tailed beast's chakra. Sure enough, it worked. Feeling a massive and violent chakra surge into his body, Black Zaki was overjoyed. The Dark Fruit's ability could not only absorb the chakra within ninjas, but also the chakra of tailed beasts. The immense gravitational pull of the Dark Fruit could suppress the violent chakra of the tailed beast. This way, even without sealing techniques, I could contain the tailed beast chakra within my body and become a Jinchuriki. At this moment, the six-tailed rhinoceros dog was struggling wildly, its chakra depleting more and more. However, no matter what it did, it couldn't escape the bindings and attraction of the dark matter. The acid it spat out and the acid mist it released were all devoured by the black mist. It wanted to gather the tailed beast ball, but the gathered yin-yang attribute chakra was also consumed by the darkness. It had no way out. Although the six-tailed rhinoceros dog was powerful and had a vast amount of chakra, its speed was considerably slower compared to other tailed beasts. It couldn't break free from Black Zaki's dark hole technique at all. If it were another tailed beast like the 2 tails, 5 tails, or the 9 tails, Black Zaki wouldn't have such an easy time. Those tailed beasts were too fast. The dark hole technique couldn't keep up. The hoarse cries of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog grew weaker, and its struggles became increasingly feeble. It had lost most of its chakra. As time passed, the black mist gradually shrank, and the massive body of the tailed beast slowly disappeared. Soon, a small figure emerged. Black Zaki retracted the dark matter, and a child fell to the ground. The surrounding acid had all been devoured by Black Zaki, so the child naturally wouldn't be corroded into mush. Oh, is it a Jinchuriki? The six-tailed Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, I remember, was called Yugao, skilled in using bubble ninjutsu, but later defected. The six-tailed Jinchuriki did not die. Black Zaki had absorbed most of the six-tailed chakra, with a small portion still remaining in the child's body. Time was running out. Black Zaki used his observation haki to sense that a large group of mist ninjas was rapidly approaching him. He was already surrounded. Black Zaki also sensed that outside the encirclement of the mist ninjas, Jiraiya was anxiously pulling his hair. Guy and Noarigama were being led away by Jiraiya's shadow clone. The third Mizukage, leading a group of elite mist ninja, had finally arrived. Earlier, they had all been affected by the tailed beast ball and had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Mizukagi-sama, the rampaging tailed beast, has been restrained. A mist ninja reported to the third Mizukage. What is that black mist? Who is fighting the six tails? The third Mizukage sternly asked, looking at the dark matter enveloping the six tails. Mizukage-sama, isn't that the elite you sent from the village? The reporting ninja was taken aback. No one in the village has such abilities. This person is not from our mist village. Quickly surround this area. The Jinchuriki must not be lost. The third Mizukage growled in a dark tone. Mizukage-sama, look. The black mist has disappeared. Quickly, everyone follow me and stop that person. We absolutely cannot let him escape. This is troublesome. At least surrounded by 3,000 people. Among them, the most troublesome are the Mizukage of the Mist Village and the elite of the Mist. Without even needing to use observation haki to sense, Black Zaki could already see that he was surrounded by Mist Village's strong forces. The squint-eyed third Mizukage, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the Kagaya clan member with 2 red dots on his forehead. And that little short guy is the future 4th Mizukage, Kirigane Zetsu, right? Sir, who are you? Why have you come to our Mist Village? The third Mizukage stepped forward to ask. He initially thought that this person fighting the six tails was someone coveting their Jinchuriki and tailed beast. But now, the Jinchuriki was lying on the ground safe and sound. Seeing the child's slightly rising chest, he knew the Jinchuriki was not dead. The third Mizukage was now somewhat baffled. What exactly was this person here for? It seemed he had no intention of stealing the Jinchuriki. If he were a spy who had infiltrated to gather information, why would he fight the tailed beast? Wouldn't that expose his identity? The third Mizukage was filled with doubts. Sir, no matter what your purpose is in our land of water, you won't escape now. Surrender. Looking at the imposing group of mist ninjas, Black Zaki didn't feel a shred of fear. The vast-tailed beast chakra and the body technique Moonstep gave him ample confidence. As long as he wanted to run, this group of mist ninjas absolutely couldn't stop him. It was just a trip to the restroom. I can come and go as I please. What? You want to stop me? Black Zaki arrogantly tilted his head back and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the mist side exploded in chaos. Damn it, too arrogant. Kill him. We absolutely cannot let him escape. We, the 7 ninja swordsmen, will cut him into sashimi. My blades are already thirsty. The mist ninjas all drew their weapons. The squint-eyed third Mizukage's face also looked grim. Capture him, no matter the cost. The third Mizukage immediately ordered. You arrogant bastard, die. The elite of the mist all moved at once. Black Zaki's gaze became sharp as he activated lightning release explosion flow chakra mode once more. Hell-piercing 4-finger stab. Black Zaki shouted, thrusting 4 fingers at the first attacker, Pipa Shizuku. This hell-piercing was, of course, a feint. Black Zaki coated his fingers with armament haki and gathered a large amount of lightning release chakra. So fast, Pipa Shizuku's pupils suddenly constricted. He couldn't even see the enemy's movements. Relying on years of combat experience, he crossed his decapitation blade in front of his chest. Crack! The decapitation blade shattered, and Pipa Shizuku was severely injured, flying backward. It's the Cloud Village's hell-piercing. That's the third Raikage's ultimate move. Someone exclaimed. This person is a Cloud Village spy who infiltrated our land of water. Be careful of his ninjutsu. The mist ninjas were alarmed. Indeed, the Cloud Village has ulterior motives. To use the Raikage's ultimate technique, this person is a heavyweight. Huh, is this the secret successor of the third Raikage? Today he will fall into our mist's hands. The mist ninja's eyes lit up, and their attacks on Black Zaki became even more frenzied. Black Zaki's loud roar, combined with his lightning release chakra mode and the hell-piercing technique that was strikingly similar, successfully deceived the mist. Chapter 99. Breakout Jiraiya-sensei. Do we really not need to go back to support Black Zaki? He was alone, being besieged by the people of a hidden village. Noara Jinkan anxiously asked Jiraiya's clone, while Guy also looked at Jiraiya with concern. Jiraiya's clone replied, while on the move, "There won't be a problem in the short term. Over time, no matter how strong Kurosaki is, he will eventually be worn out. So I need to take you away as quickly as possible, far from here. Kurosaki is buying us time to retreat. You two can't help for now," Jiraiya said gently. Might Guy and Noara Jinkan had not yet grown strong enough. Their abilities were too weak. "Teacher Jiraiya, I can open the 8 gates. If not," Guy's words were cut off by Jiraiya. "No, Guy. We need to retreat as fast as we can. The sooner we leave here, the quicker Kurosaki can break through. Besides, my main body is still there. You two don't need to worry too much." Upon hearing this, Guy clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it. When we get back, I will double my training. Next time, I'll definitely be able to help." Noara Jinkan also felt heavy-hearted. He never expected that one day he would abandon his comrades and escape alone. Although this comrade was incredibly strong, their presence would only hold Kurosaki back. After that, no one spoke. Jiraiya's clone led his 2 disciples, running towards the sea at the fastest speed. On the other side, Terumi may move the heavily injured and unconscious Momochi Zabuza and Ao together. The 2 injured were fed healing medicine by Terumi May and gradually woke up. What exactly happened? Momochi Zabuza asked in confusion, feeling his body. "It's the tailed beast bomb." The 6 tails that went berserk in the village came nearby. Ao struggled to sit up and looked around. He couldn't believe he survived after being hit directly by a tailed beast bomb. Grateful to be alive, Ao felt it was unbelievable. "By the way, where's that person?" he asked Terumi May. Ao suddenly remembered that it was that mysterious person who first used a large-scale Earth release ninjutsu to block most of the impact of the tailed beast bomb. If it weren't for that person, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Just the residual wave from the tailed beast bomb had instantly shattered his water release ninjutsu, and he had been blown away by the hurricane, severely injured and on the brink of death. Is this the power of a tailed beast? The might of the tailed beast bomb is so terrifying. Momochi Zabuza also recalled that, at the critical moment, he had instinctively hidden in the large pit kicked out by that mysterious person, saving his life. "Yeah, where did that person go?" Momochi Zabuza asked Terumi May. Among the 3 of them, only Terumi May was treated differently, having suffered almost no harm. "He just knocked the tailed beast away." Terumi May pointed in the direction where Kurosaki was. Now that the tailed beast has disappeared, that person is also nowhere to be seen. "What? He knocked the tailed beast away?" Ao and Momochi Zabuza's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, speechless for a long time, seeing that they had awakened. Terumi May left them behind and hurried towards Kurosaki's direction. She wanted to see what had happened. Soon, she discovered chaos ahead. "Senior, what happened?" Terumi May stopped a mist ninja and asked. "Some people from the Cloud Village infiltrated. He defeated the berserk-tailed beast and is now fighting with the village's leaders." The mist ninja answered before running away. Terumi May continued deeper. Bang! A figure crashed beside her. It was indeed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the owner of the decapitating blade, Pakin Shizen. He was now unconscious. At the same time, Terumi May also spotted Kurosaki, surrounded and radiating violent lightning. "How could this happen? Are you really a spy from the Cloud Village?" Hell Spike, one of his signature moves. Kurosaki curled his other fingers, leaving only his index finger. On that index finger, furious and dazzling lightning obscured the dark-armed color of his haki. Kurosaki unleashed the finger gun. Guy and Jinkan could no longer sense anything. Jiraiya was setting up defenses on the outskirts, preparing to assist. It was time to retreat. Kurosaki repelled the enemy's attack once again, pondering in his heart. The elites of the mist had all appeared here. Even though Kurosaki's physique was extraordinary and his techniques were varied, he still felt a bit overwhelmed at this moment. The attacks were too dense. There were still 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen left. They no longer acted recklessly and began to proceed with caution, avoiding direct confrontation with Kurosaki's attacks. Although they had lost the decapitating blade, the 6 remaining ninja swords still coordinated seamlessly. Bone pulse 10 finger piercing. A strong member of the Kagaya clan shot out 10 finger bones. Water release. Water mirror technique. The short guy, Ao, performed his secret technique, and another Kurosaki emerged from the water mirror. Water iron cannon technique. A member of the Akatsuki clan, who could turn into water, shot a highly penetrating water bullet from his fingertips. Wind release. Someone used a wind technique that countered lightning release. Kurosaki continuously used body flicker to evade numerous attacks. The 10-finger piercing destroyed a patch of trees. The water iron cannon penetrated a giant rock, and the wind release technique was ineffective against Kurosaki. However, the water mirror technique was not easy to dodge. The copy could also use body flicker. So Kurosaki used the finger gun on the copy, which used the same technique as Kurosaki. Whoosh! The copy shattered. It could replicate techniques, but not Kurosaki's physique and haki. Get out of the way. The third Mizukage, who had not acted until now, suddenly commanded everyone in a deep voice. Ice release. Cold moon frost flower. Creak, creak. A large number of cold and piercing ice crystals appeared, directly surrounding Kurosaki, and then the ice crystals rapidly expanded, merging into an iceberg, trapping Kurosaki inside. Great! Lord Mizukage has caught him. Seeing the strong enemy trapped, someone exclaimed in delight. It's ice release. The mysterious third Mizukage is from the Yuki clan? Kurosaki, can you break free? Jiraiya looked worriedly at Kurosaki, who was frozen. The third Mizukage was extremely mysterious. No one knew his abilities or origins. Seeing him act today, Jiraiya finally gathered a bit of information. Kurosaki, who was trapped, naturally also learned this information. Although the scale of the ice release was enormous and possessed extremely low temperature and hardness, it could not trap the physically powerful Kurosaki. Crack! Crack! He used a finger gun to poke a large hole in the glacier in just a few moves, and he also flashed out from the glacier. Before he could shake off the ice shards on him, the third Mizukage's attack came again. A massive ice spear shot towards Kurosaki. Hell Spike! Kurosaki thrust his finger to shatter the ice spear. I'm done playing with you. Kurosaki flickered several times and appeared outside the encirclement. He couldn't delay any longer. Someone was already setting up a barrier. If he waited any longer, he might really not be able to escape. Block him. Don't let him run away. Chase. The mist ninjas began to frantically pursue Kurosaki, unleashing ninjutsu in overwhelming numbers. Chapter 100. Return to the village. Flicker. 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 Kurosaki's figure flashed continuously, quickly creating distance from the mist ninjas. Sorry, being fast means I can do whatever I want. Kurosaki turned back, looking at the increasingly lagging mist elites, and smiled broadly. He had not used the power of the dark fruit or the tailed beast chakra he had just acquired during the battle with the mist. If he had unleashed his full strength, he might have killed quite a few elite mist ninjas. However, it was unnecessary. For safety's sake, retreating was the best option. Who knows if the mist has any particularly strange means? This time, the gains had already been substantial. Huh? Terumi Mei. Kurosaki suddenly spotted a familiar figure. However, he did not stop, slightly detouring, and left directly. Terumi Mei naturally also saw Kurosaki fleeing. What exactly are you here for? She gazed at Kurosaki, disappearing from her sight. Her expression complex. A group of mist ninjas swept past Terumi Mei. Damn it. Is this the speed of the HOKAGE successor? How can he be so fast? Can't catch up. Even if I can't catch up, I have to try. I refuse to believe he can maintain this speed. The group of mist ninjas were jumping up and down in frustration behind Haizaki. Of course, they couldn't catch up. With Haizaki's speed, excluding the already deceased second Hokage, he could at least rank among the top 3 in the ninja world. There is no doubt that Minato Namikaze is the fastest ninja in the ninja world. As for the second, Haizaki would have to compete with the third HOKAGE to find out. Haizaki, over here, quickly! Jiraiya jumped out from the shadows to assist Haizaki. He had already set up a large number of traps and explosive tags nearby to delay the advance of the mist ninjas. Following that, Haizaki and Jiraiya left the area at their fastest speed. Boom! 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 Not long after, a large number of explosive tags were detonated and traps were triggered. A large number of mist ninjas were once again hindered for a moment. Now, they completely lost track of Haizaki's whereabouts. Stop! Don't pursue anymore. Protecting the Six Tails Jinchuriki is the most important thing. The third Mizukage ordered a return when he saw that his people couldn't catch up at all. They had not yet realized that the tailed beast inside the Jinchuriki had already shrunk significantly. Perhaps they would never find out. At this moment, AO led Zabuza Momochi and Terumi Mei to report to the third Mizukage. After all, they were the first to come into contact with Haizaki. Upon hearing the report from the three, the third Mizukage squinted and nodded. He did not make things difficult for Terumi, Mei, and the others. Of course, the third Mizukage would not let this matter rest easily. Someone, write me a letter of condemnation. I want to ask what Yunin intends to do. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I, the Mist, don't mind going to war directly. Haizaki, what exactly did you do? Why did you fight with the tailed beast? Did you expose your identity? Jiraiya asked Haizaki with a serious expression. This matter had two serious consequences. Once the Mist learned that they came from Konoha and intended to interfere with their tailed beasts, things would not end well. It could even lead to war. Don't worry. They all think I'm a Yunin ninja, the secret successor of the third Raikage. Haizaki replied with a laugh. This was also the reason he did not take the Six Tails Jinchuriki away. Losing the Jinchuriki would definitely drive the Mist insane, and they would not stop until they found it. Stealing a bit of chakra, they would have a hard time noticing it for a while, and they wouldn't pursue him relentlessly. That's good. Jiraiya sighed in relief upon hearing this. But you still haven't said why you fought with the tailed beast? Jiraiya continued to press. That slug deserved a beating. It shot tailed beast bombs at me twice. Is that so? Jiraiya looked at Haizaki with suspicion while running. He found it hard to believe Haizaki's reason. However, after thinking about it again, he felt relieved. Haizaki couldn't be judged by common sense. It could very well be that the Six Tails displeased him. The last person who displeased him had gone from being the second in command of Konoha to being a prisoner in Konoha's prison. However, Haizaki's